Chi Nong was awakened by a series of electronic synthesized voices reverberating in her mind. Dear survivors, welcome to the apocalypse. I am referee 007 for this elimination tournament, and I shall now elucidate the rules of this survival game. 1. Each survivor possesses but a single life. Death signifies the end. 2. The participants of this elimination tournament comprise the entire population of Blue Star, totaling over 10 billion residents, divided into more than 999 districts. At the conclusion of the competition, all residents in districts other than that of the victor shall be erased from existence. 3. Each survivor is assigned an initial shelter, which is intrinsically linked to their identity upon death. Both the shelter and its resources shall vanish entirely. For daytime, working hours are from 9:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. Any departure from the shelter outside of these hours is at your own risk. 5. Each player possesses one initial attribute point to allocate freely. Each subsequent upgrade of the shelter will yield additional attribute points. 6. Upgrading the shelter enables it to withstand varying degrees of disasters. 7. The novice protection period lasts merely 3 days after this time. You will encounter a series of extreme weather events, so hasten to venture forth, gather resources, and upgrade your shelter. Wishing all survivors a successful quest for survival. As the final sentence concluded, Chi Nong's consciousness sharpened, and she surveyed her surroundings, a thatched hut barely measuring 5 square meters, drafty from all sides, with a pile of extinguished firewood at its center. A chilling breeze swept through, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. To her right, in the upper corner of the hut, she noticed a red exclamation mark. Upon selecting the exclamation mark, an explanatory line appeared. Thatched hut, level 1 shelter, the dregs of the dregs, a refuge unfit even for dogs. Upon reading this, Chi Nong's face darkened. She pulled out her phone to ascertain her current situation, only to discover there was no signal, with the sole remaining app being survival in the apocalypse. At that moment, the chat hall within the app was rife with chaos. What the hell? Just a moment ago, I was in my spacious 200 square meter bed, cocooned in my duck-down comforter, and now I awaken in this godforsaken place. Survival in the apocalypse? Do you think this is a novel? Could some kind soul please call for help? My phone has no signal. Is there a good Samaritan willing to send me home? It'll reward them 1,000,000. Good grief, I just opened the thatched hut description, and it insulted me by comparing my dwelling to a dog kennel. Can anyone lend me a pair of trousers? I woke up wearing nothing but my underwear. I was teleported with my 5-year-old daughter to an underground mine. It's cold and damp here. Please, I beg you for clothes and blankets. I have tools to trade. Ha ha ha. I consider myself fortunate. There's a hot spring right beside me. When I get cold, it'll just soak in it. Damn, if I find out who brought me here, I swear I'll kill them. I want to go home. I want to go home. Chi Nong perused over 99 chat records and finally resolved to let go completely. It appeared that the assertions made by the enigmatic 007 were indeed accurate. She had truly arrived in a post-apocalyptic world. Upon accepting this harsh reality, Chi Nong took it upon herself to investigate the app, discovering it was divided into 4 sections: online store, announcements, chat hall, and player attributes. Driven by curiosity, she glanced at her attributes. Survivor, Chi Nong age, 24 ID number, 666 region, zone 27 strength, 2 agility, 4 intelligence, 7 mentality, 9. Satiety level, 70. If satiety drops below 10, the player enters a state of weakness and becomes immobile. Skills, none. Items owned, a stone axe shelter, level 1 thatched hut materials required for next upgrade, wood X10. Permanent buff, all gathered resources X2 only applicable to items initially collected by oneself. Living entities cannot be duplicated. Evaluation, a remarkably fortunate novice. Double duplication? After bestowing her soul-free attribute point upon strength, Chi Nong grasped the lone stone axe within the thatched hut, her heart brimming with anticipation. Duplicate. A flash of white light enveloped her, and one stone axe transformed into 2. Without hesitation, Chi Nong exited her shelter wielding both axes. An orphan, she was no delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Thus she understood that survival hinged solely on her own efforts. As Chi Nong stepped outside, she was embraced by the warmth of the sun. Upon closer inspection, she realized that her shelter was surrounded by a vast and untamed primeval forest. The forest flourished with verdant greenery, stretching infinitely. Exotic flowers and grass of unnameable varieties adorned the landscape, while towering ancient trees reached towards the heavens. If one paused to listen, the distant roars of wildlife echoed from the depths of the thicket. Nong selected a seemingly ancient tree, observing the vibrant green moss clinging to its trunk, and resolutely swung her stone axe. Thud! Following a tremendous impact, the ancient tree remained unyielding, while her axe sustained a minor chip. As expected, for such laborious undertakings as felling trees, a strength of merely 3 was indeed insufficient. Yet Nong did not succumb to despair. She continued to wield her stone axe. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, a fissure finally formed in the tree, though her axe was on the verge of breaking. With a sigh, she grasped the second stone axe. At that moment, she was exceedingly grateful for her double duplication buff. Otherwise, this tree would have remained unyielded today. Hours passed. Under Nong's unrelenting onslaught, the tree emitted a painful grinding noise before crashing to the ground. Just as she intended to dismantle the fallen timber, she was astonished to find it automatically decomposed into 15 logs. Nong! Such fortune! Quickly, she activated the duplication. With the double duplication buff in effect, the 15 logs instantaneously transformed into 30. Ha ha! This is extraordinarily useful. Nong took a moment to calm her racing heart, laboriously transporting heavy wooden planks to the shelter. However, upon her third return, she realized that darkness had already enveloped the sky, and the haunting howls of wolves echoed from deep within the forest. Howl startled, Nong glanced at her watch. 5:55 p.m. Goodness, just 5 minutes until nightfall. Frustration and urgency washed over her. After all, those 30 planks represented the fruits of her labor throughout the day. To abandon them now would render her efforts futile. At that moment, she noticed something glinting in the grass. Curious, she approached and discovered an iron chest, with a red exclamation mark hovering above its upper right corner. Nong clicked on the exclamation mark. Iron chest, a low-quality item, but sufficient for a novice like you. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, she attempted to drag the chest, only to find it too heavy to transport back to the shelter. Instead, she could only replicate it on the spot. In a flash of light, 2 identical iron chests appeared before her. Beginner Dimensional Backpack 2, Flatbread 4, Blanket 2. A commendable haul, especially the Dimensional Backpack, which seemed rather extraordinary. Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark at the upper right corner of the backpack. Beginner Dimensional Backpack contains 10 slots, capable of holding 10 items. Remember, I'm merely a small item. Do not refer to me as a petty trinket. One-dimensional backpack boasts 10 slots thus. 2 backpacks equate to 20 slots. Meanwhile, the wolf howls from the depths of the woods were now alarmingly close, less than 100 meters away. After hastily stuffing the remaining wood and her newly acquired supplies into the dimensional backpack, Nong scrambled back to the shelter and secured the door behind her. Episode 2. The Shelter Upgrade. As the moment the gate closed, a fierce impact resonated through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The force of the blows from outside grew increasingly intense, interspersed with the bloodthirsty gasps of beasts. The thatched door, already burdened beyond its limits, began to creak ominously, developing cracks that suggested it might collapse at any moment. Nong stepped back, a flicker of apprehension flashing in her eyes. Those creatures lurking deep in the forest were indeed perilous, had she returned even a minute later. With this thought, Nong resolved not to remain idle. She retrieved all the wood she had cut down that day from her dimensional backpack and opened the player attributes. Ding! Detected that you have met the requirements to upgrade the level 2 shelter, wooden cabin, 10 wood. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. No sooner had she spoken than a flash of white light enveloped her. The once dilapidated thatched hut transformed into a pristine haven. The clean, polished wooden floor emanated a refreshing aroma, and the neatly arranged walls retained a beautiful wood grain. To Nong's delight, the upgraded cabin featured a small bed at its center, constructed of hay, yet it exuded an inviting warmth. Now that the shelter had ascended to a wooden cabin, the previously precarious door had gained substantial fortitude. The beasts that had been prowling outside seemed to sense a change. After a few heavy scratches on the door, they exhaled heavily and retreated. Finally, safety was assured. Qin Nong let out a sigh of relief and lay down on the small bed. Just then, another notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player 666. You have successfully upgraded your shelter. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Please allocate freely. Upon hearing this, Qin Nong allocated the single free attribute point to agility. Survivor: Qin Nong. Age: 24. ID: 666. Region: Zone 27. Strength: 3. Agility: 5. Intelligence: 7. Mentality: 9. Hunger level: 20. Skills: none. Items: 20 wood, 2 basic dimensional backpacks, 4 flatbreads, 2 blankets. Shelter: level 2 wooden cabin. Materials required for next upgrade: 30 wood, 5 stone. Permanent: all collected materials x2. Evaluation: a vase with abundant effort but insufficient strength. Upon seeing 007's evaluation of herself once more, Qin Nong felt a sense of exasperation. She understood clearly that with only 1 attribute point, allocating it entirely to strength would yield little benefit. It was far more advantageous to enhance her speed, allowing for quicker reactions in the face of danger. After distributing her free attribute point, Qin Nong retrieved the blanket she had taken from the iron chest and draped it over herself. As she munched on a flatbread, she pulled out her phone to check the chat hall. Brothers, a day has passed. Are you still alive? I recently ventured out in search of sustenance and narrowly escaped the jaws of a saber-toothed tiger. This place is truly inhospitable. The only thing surrounding me is water. And should I fail to find food soon, I doubt I could endure more than 3 days. My dear friends, my daughter has succumbed to a fever. I beseech you for warm clothing and supplies. I am willing to trade iron tools for your assistance. I implore you to help us. How shameless can some be? Everyone is in the same predicament. Why should we extend our aid to you? Besides, iron tools cannot be consumed. Indeed, I find these online beggars utterly detestable. The mother, seeking warm supplies, was met with outrage from the survivalists across the internet and ceased her replies thereafter. Qin Nong recalled a blanket that had mysteriously appeared in her spatial backpack and decided to reach out. It was not out of benevolence, but rather necessity, as her only 2 stone axes had become unusable. Without proper tools, she would be unable to fell trees the following day, and the other party fortuitously possessed iron tools, making it a mutually beneficial exchange. Upon opening the chat window, Qin Nong noticed that the profile picture was a photo of a mother and daughter, which brought her a semblance of comfort. This suggested a low likelihood of deceit. Qin Nong, I possess a blanket. What iron tools do you have for trade? The response arrived promptly. Pompon's mother. Thank you, kind soul. Thank you. I have an iron axe, an iron pickaxe, a shovel, and various other iron implements, roughly amounting to several thousand pounds. What would you like? Qin Nong was momentarily taken aback, not with disappointment, but with overwhelming joy. She was exhilarated at having stumbled upon a treasure trove of resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, newly arrived survivors were struggling for mere survival, their thoughts consumed by exchanging resources for food, with their greatest desires limited to being adequately fed and clothed. However, Qin Nong was not like the majority. She had gleaned insights from the recent upgrade of the small cabin. The first upgrade required 10 logs, the second 30 logs, and 5 stones. Would the 5th and 6th upgrades necessitate iron, ore, and other metals? It was worth noting that 007 had mentioned at the onset that upon the competition's conclusion, all residents in areas outside that of the victor would be eradicated. For Qin Nong to survive, she must become the strongest in Zone 27 and elevate her shelter to the highest tier. While others may not yet recognize Pompon's mother's worth, Qin Nong had come to understand that a player with access to iron or possessed a fortune akin to holding half of a kingdom. Suppressing her inner excitement, Qin Nong responded with a calm demeanor. I propose to trade you 1 iron axe and 1 iron pickaxe. Pompon's mother. Certainly, thank you. Qin Nong listed the blanket on the online marketplace, swiftly completing the trade with Pompon's mother, and even added an extra pancake, hoping to foster goodwill. With the items in her possession, Qin Nong initiated the duplication process. 2 iron axes and 2 iron pickaxes were now hers. In truth, Qin Nong had contemplated seizing the opportunity to profit, knowing that Pompon's mother was oblivious to the true value of refined iron. Even if she sought several dozen pounds, it would hardly be significant. However, after much deliberation, she resolved to engage in a fair transaction. After all, no one could predict the future. Should the other party become aware of the iron's worth, her initial greed would undoubtedly sever her own retreat. Within the iron mine, a weary mother tenderly draped a blanket over her daughter. Observing her child's flushed face, she could not suppress her tears. Noticing her mother's distress, the daughter gently wiped away her tears, saying, "Mom, do not cry. Pampan will soon recover." The mother, fighting back her sorrow, brought a steamed bun to her daughter's lips, saying, "Dear, you must be hungry. Please eat." The daughter gazed in astonishment at the warm bun, asking, "Mom, where did you get this?" The mother replied, "A kind sister needed ironware, so I traded it for this blanket, and she graciously gifted me a bun." The sister was truly benevolent. If given the chance in the future, Pampan would be sure to repay her. After taking a few small bites, the daughter pushed the remaining bun toward her mother. Thus, mother and daughter shared the bun, each taking small bites, their gratitude towards Chin Nong swelling boundlessly. At this moment, Chin Nong remained unaware of the events unfolding within the mine. Her attention was drawn to the chill outside. The temperature had dropped. It was worth noting that her current shelter was no longer the drafty straw hut of the day, especially now that she had a blanket for warmth. Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, Chin Nong's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the extinguished campfire. Extinguished campfire. Each ignition consumes one log, lasting 1 hour. Without wood. Do you wish to ignite the air? Goodness, what a profiteer! She exclaimed. After laboriously chopping wood all day, she was left with only 20 logs. Barely sufficient for 2 nights of fire. After some contemplation, she decided to ignite the campfire. As 007 had previously indicated, upon the death of a survivor, all resources within the shelter would vanish. Thus, regardless of how precious the resources were, one must possess life to utilize them. With a flicker, an orange flame wavered to life. As the campfire ignited, the indoor temperature rose instantly. Leaning beside the fire, Chin Nong pondered her next course of action. The forest was fraught with peril, and given her current capabilities, it would be unwise to venture far from the shelter, making it impossible to locate a water source. Yet, without water, survival beyond 3 days was unfeasible. With this thought, Chin Nong promptly opened the chat hall and sought out the player residing near the hot spring, initiating a private conversation. "Chin Nong, you mentioned there is a hot spring nearby. May I trade some food for water?" Yang Tao, "Certainly, how much do you need?" Chin Nong, "I have 2 buns. Having eaten one, I have 1 left. I would like to exchange it for 5 liters of water." Yang Tao, "1 bun is too little, I need 2. Chin Nong, "If not, then so be it." Though Chin Nong still had 2 sesame cakes in her possession, she refused to expend all her resources in exchange for the easily accessible water source offered by the other party. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that food was now far more precious than water. Indeed, her tactic of retreating to advance was quite effective, as the other party, upon hearing her refusal, promptly retracted their offer. "Yang Tao, let's trade. However, I lack a container for water. Please wait a moment while I fashion a vessel from ice." After a brief wait, Chin Nong received 5 liters of water. To her astonishment, it doubled instantly, transforming into 10 liters. Gazing at the abundant water supply, Chin Nong marveled once more at her miraculous ability to duplicate. She had initially intended to drink heartily, but suddenly recalled Yang Tao's mention of soaking in hot springs when feeling cold. Was this water, then, intended for her bath? While enduring some discomfort in such extreme conditions was acceptable, she was reluctant to consume someone else's bathwater. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to stow the water in her dimensional backpack. Currently, she could not locate a water source. However, each day, she could quench her thirst by licking the dew from leaves. Until she devised a suitable method to purify the 10 liters of bathwater she would have to endure. Throwing 4 more logs onto the campfire, Chin Nong wrapped herself in a blanket and drifted into slumber. Outside, the cold winds howled, but within, the warmth was akin to spring. As she lay in the depths of sleep, Chin Nong could not have fathomed that countless survivors had already perished due to the sudden drop in temperature during the night. Dear survivors, good morning. Today marks the 2nd day of survival in this apocalyptic world. 007 is here to provide real-time updates. Yesterday, 211 players successfully upgraded their shelters. The death toll stands at 98,721. 9 zones have been eliminated. Note, the novice protection period lasts only 3 days. After this period, you will face a series of extreme weather events, so venture forth swiftly to gather resources and upgrade your shelters. wishing all survivors a successful quest for survival. Awakened by the barrage of statistics, Chin Nong jolted upright and glanced at her phone. Sure enough, the survivors who had been active in the chat hall were now silent. Their avatars turned gray. Meanwhile, those still alive were wailing in despair. As 007 had stated, this game of survival knew no bounds of gender or age. In a game, there are victors and vanquished. The fate of the latter is death. Once again confronted by the game's brutal reality, Chin Nong sighed. At that moment, she noticed that tens of thousands, like herself, had upgraded their shelters. It seemed there were indeed many formidable players among them. At 9:05 a.m., the sun shone brightly outside. The sudden drop in temperature from the previous night felt as if it had never occurred. The surroundings remained lush and tranquil. Yet, Chin Nong understood that this serene fade was merely an illusion. Just then, her phone chimed with a private message from Yang Tao. Starfruit. Ding ding, my friend. If there are still sesame cakes available today, I am willing to trade with you. Chin Nong paid no heed to the other party. Finishing off the last 2 sesame cakes and shouldering the iron axe and pickaxe she had traded for from Ponpon's mother the day before as she stepped outside. To upgrade the shelter once more, 30 pieces of wood and 5 stones were required, yet Chin Nong currently possessed only 15 pieces of wood. Thus, her task for the day was to chop wood and mine stones. An hour later, crack, a tree fell, cleaved in 2, automatically decomposing into 10 pieces of wood. This tree was smaller than the one from yesterday, and with her brand new iron tools, Chin Nong exerted little effort. She stowed the 10 pieces of wood into her backpack, preparing to return to the shelter to utilize her double copy ability. However, after taking only a few steps, she stumbled upon a small stone hill. Fortune smiled upon me. Chin Nong took out her iron pickaxe and began to chip away at the stone. The difficulty of collecting stones exceeded that of chopping wood. Chin Nong toiled for quite some time with the iron pickaxe before finally prying loose a single stone. Her palms blistered from the effort. Just as she was about to continue her work, a vividly colored venomous snake suddenly sprang forth from a crevice in the rock. The snake emerged with astonishing speed, accompanied by a foul odor. In that critical moment, Chin Nong's reflexes sharpened, and she raised her pickaxe, swinging it through the air. Crack! The snake was struck down, splattering against the stone, its body shattered. Breathing heavily, Chin Nong glanced at the snake's lifeless form, her heart still racing. That was a close call. I nearly suffered a bite. Fortunately, she had upgraded her shelter the previous night, earning a free attribute point which she allocated to agility. Otherwise, she would have been in dire straits. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chin Nong cautiously pushed aside the snake's carcass and discovered a deceased rabbit nearby. Bite marks marred the rabbit's neck, and its limbs twitched, clearly having been killed by the snake's venom. What a pity. Animals that succumb to snake venom are inedible. One misstep could lead to her own poisoning. After considering the situation, Chin Nong decided to dismantle both the snake meat and rabbit skin, placing them into her backpack. Although she had no immediate use for them, they might fetch a price in the online shop. Today's haul was somewhat disappointing. Just as Chin Nong contemplated whether to return to the shelter, she chanced upon something intriguing in the chat hall. Episode 4. The Silver Treasure Chest. Has anyone gone treasure hunting today? What a joke. There are monsters everywhere outside, and they are chasing after me. The upstairs neighbor. Monsters typically appear only at night, not during the day. What? Then what do you call the wounds on my backside? Just my bad luck? What I mean is that the monsters encountered during the day are of a different type. If you can deal with the ones you meet during the day, you might find a treasure chest nearby, filled with all sorts of supplies. I can attest that what the upstairs neighbor said is true. I inadvertently struck down a groundhog that had been pilfering my provisions, only to stumble upon a golden chest, which yielded a powerful chainsaw. With it, I felled trees and amassed 10 logs in merely 3 minutes. Envious and astonished, I rushed back to the vicinity of the creature, eager to search for more treasures. Upon reading the messages in the chat room, Chin Nong immediately scoured the underbrush rife with venomous snakes and, to her delight, discovered a silver chest. According to the player discussions in the chat lobby, the hierarchy of chests, ranked from low to high, is as follows: wooden chest, stone chest, iron chest, bronze chest, silver chest, golden chest, platinum chest, emerald chest, and diamond chest. Obtaining a silver chest is commendable. Unfortunately, the chest could not be stored in the dimensional backpack due to its weight, compelling Chin Nong to open it on the spot. In a flash, the silver chest transformed into 2 Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Qin Nong opened the chest to find 2 blueprints for a basic water purifier for thorn seeds, 2 bullet-separating underwear, 10 servings of hand-pulled roasted duck, and 2 thermometers. This is utterly absurd, Qin Nong exclaimed. Why would I, a girl, need bullet-separating underwear? Fortunately, she had acquired some food. It was evident that the provisions within the silver chest far surpassed those in the iron chest. As dusk fell, Qin Nong glanced at the time. It was 5:55 p.m. Curiously, she recalled that yesterday, it had only begun to darken around 6 o'clock p.m. Why had it grown dark an hour earlier today? At this pace, the nights would only continue to encroach upon the daylight. Concerned about encountering the beasts she faced yesterday, she mined 1 more stone before placing 10 logs, 2 stones, 2 iron axes, 2 iron shovels, 1 portion of snake meat, 1 rabbit hide, 1 portion of rabbit meat, and 2 thermometers into her dimensional backpack. With her 20 slots now filled, the remaining items were relatively light. Qin Nong carried them back to her shelter without respite. Upon arriving at the shelter, the outside world darkened abruptly, as if a switch had been flicked. Without warning or transition, it was akin to a brightly lit room suddenly plunged into darkness. From the depths of the jungle, the roar of animals echoed once more. After securing the door tightly, Qin Nong replicated all the items she had not yet managed to copy. Among them, the snake meat, rabbit hide, thermometers, and bullet-separating underwear were of no immediate use to her, so she hung them in the online shop and began to study the water purifier blueprint. Basic water purifier blueprint filters impurities from water, purifying the source. Requires 5 logs and 2 stones for construction. Just as Qin Nong pondered how to resolve the 10 liters of bathing water she had exchanged from Yang Tao, this water purifier blueprint arrived at the perfect moment. Just as she intended to craft it, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Warning! Warning! This blueprint is classified as a basic blueprint and must be crafted at a basic workbench. Qin Nong, a level 3 shelter is required to possess a basic workstation. It seems that 007 is compelling himself to upgrade his shelter. However, the resources at Qin Nong's disposal have yet to meet the criteria for this enhancement. Just as she found herself in a quandary, her phone emitted a series of beeps. It turned out that a buyer on the online store was interested in purchasing underwear. Long Out Yin, can I buy your 2 pairs of underwear? I have a penchant for a quality lifestyle. Qin Nong, certainly. Long Out Yin, 1 piece of wood for 1 pair of underwear. Upon reading this message, Qin Nong couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It is absurd to negotiate such a price, especially in this post-apocalyptic world where resources are scarce. Even outside, a pair of men's underwear would never be so cheap. Does Long Out Yin truly consider himself a fool? Qin Nong, sorry, I must decline. Long Out Yin, no one has ever refused me. I'll give you another chance. Qin Nong, disinterested in further conversation, promptly blocked Long Out Yin. At that moment, another buyer inquired about exchanging stones for a thermometer. Remembering her current need for stones, she agreed to the trade. Within a few minutes, Qin Nong successfully sold several other items, ultimately acquiring 4 stones and 7 pieces of wood. 1 portion of rabbit meat remained unsold due to its toxicity, but Qin Nong was not overly concerned. After duplicating her resources, Qin Nong found that she now possessed enough to upgrade her shelter. Filled with excitement, she laid out all her materials. Ding! It has been detected that you meet the conditions to upgrade to a level 3 red brick house shelter, 30 wood, 5 stone. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. As soon as she confirmed, the previously sparse wooden cabin underwent a remarkable transformation. The interior space expanded from 10 square meters to 50, and the rudimentary bed was replaced by a comfortable, modern king-sized bed. The fire pit, which had occasionally made the space feel chilly, was upgraded to a smoke-free fireplace, complete with a ventilation pipe leading outdoors to prevent carbon dioxide buildup. The sturdy walls, bright lighting, and cozy decor left Qin Nong in awe. What delighted her even more was that this shelter upgrade included a new addition, a basic workstation. Basic workstation, used to craft basic tools or blueprints, accommodating 1 worker and increasing proficiency by 25. With this workstation, Qin Nong could finally craft a basic water purifier. Ding! Congratulations, player 666, on successfully upgrading to a level 3 shelter. You have been awarded 1 free attribute point. Please allocate your points as you see fit. Without hesitation, Qin Nong allocated the attribute point to strength and opened her player attributes. Survivor, Qin Nong, age, 24, ID, 666. Region, Zone 27. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 7. Spirit, 9. Satiety, 85. Skills, none. Items, basic dimensional backpack X2, blanket X1. Wood X19, stone X2, thermometer X1, water 10 liters, iron axe X2, iron pickaxe X2, basic water purifier blueprint X2, thorn seed X4, hand-pulled roast duck X9. Poisonous rabbit meat X1, shelter, level 3 red brick house, materials needed for next upgrade, wood 100, stone 50, mud 10. Permanent, all collected materials X2. Evaluation, mastering the rules, gradually improving little chicken? Quite interesting. Without the time to ponder over 007's remarks, Qin Nong hurried to the workbench, extracting 5 pieces of wood and 2 stones to craft a basic water purifier. Episode 5, the final day of the cold wave countdown. Crafting. After a series of clinks and clatters, a small water purifier emerged on the workbench. Qin Nong examined it closely, only to discover that each purification of 1 liter of water required 1 piece of charcoal. Charcoal? Where does one find such a thing? Just as Qin Nong was about to search for charcoal in the online store, his gaze caught the remnants of the extinguished campfire. Eureka! He swiftly scavenged 5 pieces of charcoal from the campfire and placed them into the purifier, which immediately sprang to life. Drip, drip. Moments later, 5 liters of water had been successfully purified. At last, there was potable water to drink. As for the remaining 5 liters for bathing, Qin Nong planned to wait until tonight, when the fireplace would produce new charcoal for further purification. Inside a clean and aesthetically pleasing red brick house, Long Outyin glared at the screen with indignation. The chat page indicated that he had been blocked by Qin Nong. Nearby, dozens of women were diligently dissecting the spoils of their hunt. Unlike other pathetic individuals, Long Outyin considered himself superior. After all, in the real world, he was a male streamer with 1 million fans, adored by numerous wealthy women who lavished gifts upon him to the point of financial ruin. Just as he was poised to indulge in a life of excess funded by these donations, he awoke to find himself transported to this desolate place. Fortunately, the women who had previously supported him had also been transported to the same zone. With this turn of fortune, Long Outyin fully embraced his newfound freedom, as the women poured all their resources into him to upgrade a shelter for his exclusive use. Thus, in just 2 days, without lifting a finger, his shelter had reached level 3. The 50 square meters of the level 3 shelter was dominated by Long Outyin, occupying 45 square meters himself, while the remaining 5 square meters were left for the women to allocate among themselves, for they were merely his devoted followers. For a long time, Long Outyin believed himself to be invincible in his dealings with women, until he encountered Qin Nong. The mere thought of Qin Nong's icy demeanor ignited a fire of frustration within him. However, upon regaining his composure, a smile crept across his face. According to the description provided by 007, the novice protection period lasted only 3 days. After this period, the entire district would begin a reckoning, naturally eliminating those of lesser strength. Yet, with his formidable prowess, he was certain to reap substantial rewards. When he emerged as the foremost individual in District 27, Qin Nong would undoubtedly bow to him, becoming one of his devoted admirers. Haha. Unbeknownst to Qin Nong, Long Outyin was concocting his grand scheme of revenge. At that moment, she was astounded by the upgrade requirements for the next level of the shelter: 100 wood, 50 stone, and 10 mud. How long would it take her to gather such an abundance of wood? The mere thought made her head spin, prompting her to open the chat hall to check on everyone else's progress. She had anticipated a multitude of upgrades to brick houses, yet her screen revealed not a single instance of it. Dear comrades, what is that relentless creature outside banging on the door? Just moments ago, while I was scavenging for equipment, something suddenly lunged at me, chasing me all the way to the shelter, and it still continues to pound on the door. It's terrifying. I encountered it too, and I'm currently trembling under my covers. Steady yourselves, it's merely a wild animal. Look at how frightened you all are. Give me a minute, and I shall venture out to scout the area. Await my good news. As the minute passed, she called out, "Is anyone still upstairs?" Next, 007 had mentioned that only 1 day remained of the novice protection period, yet she had yet to upgrade her shelter. The harshness of the novice protection period was already daunting. How would they survive once it expired? I have a theory. The extreme weather that 007 spoke of could very well be a drop in temperature. Do you really need to guess? I could ascertain that with my toes. Then why not use your toes to guess what the creature knocking at the door could be? Everyone, let us not harbor such resentment. We are all facing the same predicament. We should unite for warmth. I don't even know if I will survive until tomorrow. What good is unity to me? In the face of the extreme conditions of the apocalypse, the collective discontent of the people was magnified infinitely online. Qin Nong could not fault their feelings. On the contrary, she felt a deep sympathy. However, her empathy had its limits. Had she not taken the initiative to leave the shelter on the very first day of the apocalypse to chop wood and gather supplies, she might have also become one of the internet trolls. After reading through the chat logs for a while, Qin Nong hung an indoor-outdoor thermometer on the wall, preparing to sleep. To her surprise, just as the thermometer was affixed, the numbers began to fluctuate wildly. 20 degrees, 15 degrees, 5 degrees, -5 degrees. After a chaotic display, the readings finally stabilized. Indoor temperature, 17 degrees. Outdoor temperature, -5 degrees. Qin Nong stared at the scale on the thermometer, suspecting it might be malfunctioning. Seemingly sensing Qin Nong's confusion, a red exclamation mark soon appeared beside the thermometer. Thermometer, do not doubt, do not worry. No one understands the warmth and chill of the world better than I do. Qin Nong thought to herself that it truly was as she had surmised. The survival environment outside had become increasingly harsh. Although she had upgraded her shelter and installed a fireplace, others who had not yet enhanced their shelters had already detected the temperature changes before her. No wonder they were all so filled with resentment. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Nong tossed 4 pieces of wood into the fireplace and began to prepare for sleep. Adequate rest was essential for conserving energy, especially with the tasks awaiting her the following day. Dear survivors, good morning. Today marks the 3rd day of survival in this apocalyptic world, and it is also the final day of the novice protection period. Surely, the vast majority of survivors have guessed that the first crisis is a cold wave. Congratulations on your correct assumption. Unfortunately, there is no reward. At midnight, the chimes will herald the onset of the cold wave. The duration of this cold wave will be 1 day. Doesn't that seem rather amusing? Oh dear, I almost forgot to mention, last night's death toll reached 30,001. Not so amusing, is it? Crack. In the forest, a large tree snapped in two. Qin Nong wiped the sweat from her brow, watching as the fallen tree disintegrated into 10 pieces of wood. She took out her phone and reread the announcement released by 007, her heart sinking. As expected, the crisis was indeed the cold wave. What weighed even heavier on Qin Nong's mind was the slip of the tongue by 007 about the first crisis. This implied that in this apocalyptic game, the cold wave was merely the initial challenge. Subsequent crises would only be more perilous and severe. She could no longer afford to remain idle. Taking out a bag of roasted duck, she took a few hurried bites and cast her gaze toward the edge of the forest. The next upgrade for her shelter required 100 pieces of wood, 50 stones, and 10 mud, the latter of which she had never encountered before. She would have to venture into the heart of the forest and seek her fortune. Episode 6. Encountering the first sentient being. Goblin. Though it was daytime, an indescribable tension enveloped the forest. Qin Nong, petite in stature, crawled cautiously through the thicket. The deeper she ventured, the more the atmosphere grew still. Gradually, even the sound of birdsong faded away. Just as she hesitated, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, a clattering sound echoed nearby. Peeking out, she saw a group of short, grotesque beings, goblins, clad in ragged attire, wielding shovels as they struck at the stones, seemingly engaged in mining. Qin Nong gasped, nearly crying out, "Goblins?" Folklore states that goblins are deformed elves, malevolent and cunning, typically dwelling in the depths of darkness, hoarding diamonds and gold, thus accumulating great wealth. This was the first intelligent species she encountered in this apocalyptic world, presenting a tremendous opportunity. If utilized wisely, Qin Nong firmly believed that the treasures of the goblins could significantly bolster her sanctuary's strength. However, how could she make use of them? Each of these creatures alone could easily overpower her, let alone a whole group. Engaging them head-on would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Just as Qin Nong found herself in a predicament, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes. Was someone hiding within? She wished to avoid a direct confrontation and was preparing to slip away when, unexpectedly, the individual hurled a stone into the very thicket where she concealed herself. The sudden noise alerted the goblins, who quickly discerned her location. Damn it! How dare they use her as a distraction? Qin Nong gritted her teeth in resentment towards the figure across the bushes. Yet, Compelled by the circumstances, she hastily memorized the person's appearance before fleeing. The goblins clamored and pursued her direction, but Qin Nong skillfully navigated the terrain, leading the horde in circles until she finally ascended a large tree to evade them. Frustrated by their lost prey, the goblins scratched their heads in vexation, gathering beneath the tree to deliberate their next move. From her vantage point, Qin Nong could only intermittently catch snippets of their irate commands, failing to comprehend the entirety of their discourse. Soon enough, the goblins departed. Exercising caution, she remained in the tree for an additional 5 minutes, observing her surroundings. The wind whispered through the forest, and the leaves danced gracefully. The woods were tranquil and serene, as if enveloped in slumber. It appeared that the goblins had truly vacated the area. Just as Qin Nong sighed in relief and contemplated descending, the goblins returned, reappearing to survey the vicinity once more. Qin Nong gasped in alarm, realizing how perilously close she had come to danger. At that moment, she fully grasped the goblins' wicked cunning and treachery. Had she succumbed to impatience and descended earlier, her life would have surely been forfeit. After another 10 minutes, the goblins finally relinquished their pursuit and departed. Just as Qin Nong pondered whether to remain hidden a while longer, a familiar figure emerged. The individual was diminutive, with sharp features, the very man who had exposed her hiding place earlier. A surge of resentment filled Qin Nong as she leapt down from the tree, confronting him directly. "Who are you? Why did you betray me?" Long Air, startled by her sudden appearance, quickly regained his composure. Upon observing her striking beauty and exquisite figure, greed ignited within him. Such a fine specimen. Presenting her to the boss would surely earn me great accolades. Cursing under his breath, Long Air lamented that he had been on the verge of approaching the goblins to seize the treasure chest when her unexpected presence thwarted his plans. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his pocket, his expression radiating confidence. Sensing his sinister intent, Qin Nong brandished her shovel defensively. "Do not waste your efforts. No weapon can withstand the might of a teleportation scroll." As the words left his lips, a silvery light enveloped Long Air. In the blink of an eye, the previously distant figure, 20 meters away, appeared behind Qin Nong, binding her tightly. Staring in disbelief at Long Air, who had abruptly teleported behind her, she questioned, "How did you manage to move so swiftly? Huh? Are you stunned?" This is a teleportation scroll, initially intended for the goblin, but alas, it has been wasted on you. Truly unfortunate. Long Air scoffed, before seizing all of Qin Nong's belongings. Expecting only a collection of trivial items, he was taken aback by an unexpected treasure. Well, little girl, you possess quite the skill, having not one, but two basic dimensional backpacks. Such rare items can only be found within chests. Long Air was astonished that someone who appeared so delicate could possess such good fortune. After extracting all the food from the backpacks, he immediately tore open a bag of roasted duck and began to devour it ravenously, akin to a starving ghost reincarnated. Meanwhile, Qin Nong's mind raced as she contemplated an escape. This man, having stolen from others, did not return to the sanctuary but instead indulged himself, indicating he was likely under the thumb of a stingy master who demanded all food be surrendered. If this were the case, it would explain his voracious consumption. He must have been living under constant oppression, struggling for sustenance. With this realization, Qin Nong devised a plan and exclaimed furiously, "You may have taken my resources, but why must you also steal my food?" Long Air responded with a cold smirk, "Your life is in my hands. What is wrong with me enjoying a bag of roasted duck?" Desperately, Qin Nong pleaded, "I'll give you both the roasted duck and the rabbit meat if you let me go." Rabbit meat? Long Air's eyes gleamed as he rummaged through the backpack and indeed found the rabbit meat, his delight evident. No matter how delectable the roasted duck was, it paled in comparison to fresh rabbit meat. With that thought, he immediately kindled a fire to roast the rabbit. Qin Nong watched helplessly as her food was about to be consumed by Long Air, her expression growing increasingly despairing. Moments later, the rabbit meat was ready. Long Air chuckled, taking a bite of the meat. 3, 2, 1, down. Long Air clutched his throat, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Qin Nong, using a shovel to cut through her bindings, approached him, looking down at his grotesque form in his final moments. The rabbit meat was poisoned. "I know," he gasped. "You betrayed me. If you don't die, then I must perish. In that case, allow me to send you on your way." With that, Qin Nong raised a stone and struck him down, extinguishing his last flicker of life and awakening her to the harsh realities of survival. Had she not held a naive belief in human nature, she would have acted decisively at the first glimpse of long air, rather than allowing herself to be captured. The assault she endured today taught Qin Nong a valuable lesson. In the apocalypse, it is humanity that poses the greatest threat. Episode 7. The arrival of the cold wave. After dealing with long air, Qin Nong glanced at the time. It was nearly 4 o'clock. Gathering all her belongings into her backpack, she counted her spoils. Aside from 2 bags of roasted duck devoured by long air and a portion of toxic rabbit meat, she had acquired a finely crafted dagger, a blueprint for a heater, and a peculiar treasure map. The map revealed nothing but a red mark at the destination, seemingly indicating danger while also suggesting that the location was indeed here. It was rather strange and incomprehensible. Shaking her head, Qin Nong stowed the treasure map away and rummaged through Long Air's belongings, hoping to find another teleportation scroll. However, that scroll appeared to be a consumable, turning to ashes once used. With a hint of regret, as she prepared to depart, she suddenly recalled Long Air's earlier words about goblins stealing treasure chests. Could it be that the spot where the goblins had appeared contained a treasure chest? A thrill of excitement surged within her as she swiftly returned to the site where the goblins had been digging. Qin Nong cautiously surveyed her surroundings, only to find that the goblins had long since vacated, leaving behind 2 golden chests in the grass. Golden chests. These were the highest quality chests she had encountered thus far. Clicking on the red exclamation mark in the corner, she read the description of the golden chests. Golden chest. One of the goblins' treasures, a coveted gem for countless survivors. To have stumbled upon it is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. If even 007 attested to its value, how could it be wrong? Doubling her luck, she opened them all. A brilliant light flashed before her eyes. Qin Nong was astounded by the bounty that lay before her. 5 pounds of wheat seeds, 20 stones, for adamant axes, 20 eggs, 2 unidentified beast eggs, 20 miniature capsule bedrooms, 10 jars of pickles, 6 bottles of purified water, 6 mud, 28 black gold coins, and 2 short-distance teleportation scrolls, 200 meters, along with 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks. Many of these items were unfamiliar to her, yet here they were. Not only had she acquired 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks for free, but she had also obtained the teleportation scrolls she had long desired. Truly, the golden chests lived up to their reputation. The beginner dimensional backpack contained only 10 slots, allowing for the storage of merely 10 items, whereas the intermediate dimensional backpack boasted 50 slots. With 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks now at her disposal, Qin Nong could venture out and transport goods home without a care in the world. In a flurry, she placed all the items into her dimensional backpack, intending to return to the shelter for a thorough inventory. However, as she turned around, she was met with a pair of glistening green eyes, cruel and savage, silently lurking behind her. It was uncertain how long they had been watching. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time seemed to stretch. The exhilaration she felt upon discovering the golden chests vanished instantaneously under the gaze of those eyes. Qin Nong swallowed hard, trembling as she took a step back. The figure treaded upon the fallen leaves, slowly advancing towards Qin Nong, his sinister and malevolent visage betraying a glimmer of avarice. He resembled neither wolf nor ghost, yet harbored the intent to devour his prey alive. Hiss! Qin Nong immediately recognized the familiar roar, realizing it belonged to the monster he had encountered 2 days prior, cruel and formidable. What was the point of fighting? Flee! Suppressing his terror, Qin Nong turned to escape. However, the creature moved with astonishing speed, poised to strike at his throat. In the blink of an eye, Qin Nong swiftly produced the teleportation scroll he had just acquired. With a whoosh, he found himself 200 meters away. Roar! The creature, frustrated by its failure to land a blow, bellowed and resumed its pursuit of Qin Nong. At that moment, Qin Nong had already sprinted 500 meters, yet the haven still lay some distance away. Should he use the teleportation scroll again? No. It was imperative to conserve it for dire circumstances. Nevertheless, the disparity in stamina between man and beast became evident, as the meager distance Qin Nong had gained was swiftly diminished within mere breaths. A foul stench, mingled with the scent of blood, wafted from behind him. Even without turning back, Qin Nong was acutely aware that the ghastly creature was nigh upon him, ready to close the gap. This could not continue. Summoning all his strength, Qin Nong propelled himself forward another 50 meters. The teleportation scroll, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished once more. This time, however, The monster anticipated his move. Without a moment's hesitation, its intent to kill was ignited by Qin Nong's repeated illusions. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. In a final desperate leap, the creature soared towards Qin Nong. At the last possible moment, he flung open the door to the sanctuary and dashed inside with the speed of the wind. Bang! The door slammed shut, severing the monstrous roar from the outside. At last, he was safe. Through the door, Qin Nong could hear the labored breathing of the creature, his heart still racing from the encounter. Glancing at the now inert teleportation scroll in his hand, he watched it crumble to ashes. Fortunately, he had obtained the goblin's treasure today, acquiring the scroll. Otherwise, he would have met his demise countless times over. As 007 had rightly stated, dangers lurked beyond the sanctuary. With predators circling about, even without the impending cold wave, survival was no easy feat. As night fell, delicate snowflakes began to drift gently from the heavens, blanketing the earth in white. The temperature outside plummeted sharply, soon reaching freezing point. It was now 11:59 p.m. In merely a minute, the cold wave would descend. Wrapped in a blanket and trembling, Qin Nong had no time to tally his gains from the day, instead opting to open the chat room on his phone to check on others. What the hell? I'm still out here chopping trees. How did it suddenly start snowing? Same here. But I'm in the desert. How can it be snowing? In the desert, snow has begun to fall. It appears that this 007 system is treating us survivors as if we were inhabitants of an island. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mr. Fuji from the island. Bravo, 007. Let us see all these islanders perish. Fortunately, I have upgraded my shelter to a wooden cabin. Otherwise, I would have frozen to death in that dilapidated straw hut. To the one upstairs, I reside in a thatched cottage, which now has drafts on all sides and walls encased in ice. Yet I somehow feel warm and as though I am about to transcend to another realm. Perhaps the one above is experiencing hallucinations before their demise. Let us move on to the next. As players fervently discussed in the group, 007 made an appearance. Dear players, good evening. The clock has struck midnight. Are you prepared to face this crisis? A gentle reminder. If you wish to avoid perishing silently in your dreams, please ensure your campfire remains lit. This proclamation from 007 was undoubtedly another bombshell. The sudden drop in temperature had already caused many to falter. However, the true cold wave was just beginning. Outside, the howling wind intensified, and the once gently falling snowflakes suddenly descended like clumps of mud, fierce and boundless. The earth was soon engulfed in a blanket of pristine white. Rivers began to freeze, stones cracked from the frost, and even the creatures darting through the woods were transformed into ice sculptures. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Nong duplicated the 10 logs she had gathered from chopping trees today and tossed them all into the fireplace. 20 logs would suffice to keep the fire burning through the night. The warmth from the fireplace quickly surged, gradually raising the indoor temperature, which had plummeted below freezing, to a steady 5 degrees above zero. This was the utmost limit of what Qin Nong could achieve. As night fell, the cold wave arrived. The chat hall was filled with wails. Some survivors, who had been chatting just moments before, suddenly found their avatars turned gray. The mass deaths of players cast a shadow over the hearts of all survivors. Qin Nong felt confident that she could endure this crisis, but to be prudent, she decided to list some less valuable supplies in the online store. Items such as a basic dimensional backpack, a thermometer, 10 liters of purified bathing water, 2 iron axes, 2 iron picks, 1 blueprint for a basic water purifier, 3 indestructible axes, and 10 jars of pickled vegetables were temporarily put up for sale, all in exchange for mud, stones, and wood. Perhaps the arrival of the cold wave instilled a sense of urgency in the survivors, prompting them to exchange their accumulated supplies for essential items, thereby enhancing their chances of survival during the cold wave. Soon, all of Qin Nong's listed items were sold out. She acquired 30 logs, 25 stones, for portions of mud, and a new set of women's thermal underwear. However, this trading outcome did not meet Qin Nong's expectations. However, the set of women's thermal underwear was precisely what Qin Nong urgently required. Upon agreeing to the exchange, she activated the double replication feature, and combined with her previously accumulated resources, she acquired 70 units of wood, 52 units of stone, and 14 units of clay. Yet, even these materials were insufficient to upgrade the shelter. She still needed 30 more pieces of wood. Gritting her teeth, Qin Nong listed a set of heater blueprints and 2 bags of hand-pulled roasted duck for trade. She was acutely aware that the heater was primarily suited for shelters below level 3, and with her current fireplace, it was of no use to her. As for food and water, she was not lacking for the time being. She could simply boil an egg to stave off hunger. However, after posting her goods, no one inquired about the prices. Qin Nong remained unperturbed and began to study the 4 neglected thorn seeds, clicking on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Thorn seeds. Combat thorns. The battle thorns within. Oh yeah. What was this? Why couldn't she comprehend this explanation? Did it imply that the thorn seeds could aid her in combat? Intrigued, Qin Nong exchanged 1 stone for a flower pot in the online store and planted all 4 seeds. Just as she was about to water them, a warning from the system rang out. Warning! Warning! This shelter does not possess an incubation room and lacks the ability to cultivate seeds. Forced cultivation will result in the seed's demise. Qin Nong immediately withdrew her hand. That was close. She almost ruined the 4 seeds. Nonetheless, this incident served as a reminder that if she could not plant thorn seeds, then the 5 pounds of wheat seeds would likely also be unplantable. Ultimately, upgrading the shelter was imperative. Feeling flustered, Qin Nong stored the seeds away, but accidentally knocked over the treasure map on her table. The map fell in the direction of the fireplace. What a disaster! Watching the treasure map nearly consumed by flames, Qin Nong hurriedly grabbed the fire tongs and extracted the charred, ashen map. Alas, she had yet to decipher what this map was before it almost burned. What a predicament! Just as Qin Nong lamented her ill fortune, a line of text gradually emerged on the treasure map. Goblin treasure map. Huh. So this map needed to be burned for its secrets to be revealed. Qin Nong excitedly clutched the treasure map, breaking into a broad smile. When she first stumbled upon this peculiar map, she almost discarded it due to her inability to understand it. Little did she know it was so cleverly concealed. Those goblins were indeed cunning. She had nearly been deceived. However, as 007 had mentioned, this cold wave would last for a day, so she would wait until the cold wave passed before embarking on an adventure following the treasure map. Outside, heavy snow fell, piercingly cold. Inside, Qin Nong, wrapped in a blanket, drifted into a peaceful slumber. Yet at that moment, Long Ao Yan's mood was far from as pleasant as Qin Nong's. His subordinate, Long Air, ventured forth with a teleportation scroll in search of the fabled goblin treasure. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to return with the treasure, but he also perished in the process. In his final moments, Long Air sent a message revealing that the woman responsible for his demise possessed 2 basic dimensional backpacks. Long Ao Yan was initially at a loss as to how he might unearth the identity of the woman who had slain Long Air. However, in a fleeting moment, he chanced upon an online shop where a seller had listed a dimensional backpack. The seller was none other than Qin Nong, the very woman who had previously spurned him. Such an affront, coupled with the death of his subordinate, was an unbearable humiliation. Enraged, Long Ao Yan lamented the rarity of encountering such a defiant woman. Contemplating the aftermath of the cold wave, where every server would assess their overall strength and designate a champion, he believed his prowess warranted the title. When the time came to confront Qin Nong, he would undoubtedly rally a multitude to his cause. Humph. Little girl, await your reckoning. Soon you shall witness my formidable capabilities. The impending crisis of the cold wave served as a formidable trial for the survivors. Players found themselves in dire straits, revealing the most sordid and despicable facets of human nature. The chat hall was rife with vitriol, curses, and venomous invectives. In exasperation, Qin Nong opted to close the chat interface. After boiling 2 eggs to quell her hunger, she dedicated herself to her research. The miniature capsule space piqued her interest immensely. Upon further examination, she discovered it to be an extraordinary feat of advanced technology. A capsule no larger than a thumb, upon removing its outer casing, could expand in less than a second into a cozy bedroom complete with an independent bathroom, spotlessly clean and inviting. With a mere press of a switch, the bedroom could shrink back into a capsule for convenient transport. It was nothing short of miraculous. However, a notable drawback was that the capsule space lacked sufficient defensive capabilities against wild beasts, necessitating its placement within a shelter, which somewhat diminished its utility. After all, being already within the safety of a shelter, what was the need for an additional capsule space? Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. At that moment, a notification chimed on her phone, revealing that the heater blueprint and 2 bags of hand-torn roast duck had been successfully traded. After acquiring 20 pieces of wood, she activated double replication instantly transforming it into 40 pieces. Coupled with her original 70 pieces, Qi Nong now met the requirements to upgrade her shelter. Standing in the center of her abode, she laid out all the materials necessary for the upgrade. Upgrade the shelter. Ding. Congratulations to player 666 for successfully upgrading the shelter. You have received 1 free attribute point. Please allocate it as you see fit. After assigning the attribute point to intelligence, Qi Nong felt a clarity wash over her mind, her thoughts becoming significantly more coherent. Survivor, Qi Nong, age, 24, ID, 666, region, zone 27, strength, 4, agility, 5, intelligence, 8, spirit, 9, hunger level, 70, skills, none, items, 10 pieces of wood, 1 stone. For pieces of mud, 1 blanket, 2 pairs of women's thermal underwear, for thorn seeds, 3 servings of hand-pulled roasted duck, 1 dagger, 1 goblin treasure map, 5 pounds of wheat seeds, 1 indestructible axe, 18 eggs, 2 unknown beast eggs, 20 miniature capsule spaces, 5 bottles of purified water, 28 gold coins, 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks, 1 flower pot, shelter, level 4 stone house, materials required for next upgrade, 500 wood, 100 stone, 50 mud, 10 pounds of iron, ore, permanent, all collected materials x2. Evaluation, oh, not bad at all. Episode 9, the best in the entire region. For a survivor. With 8 points of intelligence and 9 points of spirit, Qi Nong belongs to the echelon of high intellect. Her elevation in intelligence is primarily due to the impending exploration of the goblin treasure following the cold wave. A sharp mind aids her in assessing situations and making the most advantageous judgments in the face of adversity. Ding. Player 660 SIXS Shelter has reached level 4. Unlocking your professional skills. Profession? Qi Nong gazed in surprise at the additional section on her phone screen. Previously, her phone displayed only 4 sections: online store, announcements, chat hall, and player attributes. But now a new section, professional skills, had appeared, which was quite intriguing. Suddenly, she recalled that there had always been a skill in her player attributes list dormant due to a lack of awakening. Could this, professional skills, be referring to that? Qi Nong contemplated inquiring with other survivors in the chat hall, but ultimately decided it prudent to explore on her own. After all, it was rare for someone to upgrade their shelter to a stone house within 3 days. Attracting jealousy from other survivors could lead to unwarranted complications. Scanning the descriptions of professional skills, she found them diverse and captivating. Ranger, upon awakening, gains a sword and excels in solo combat, with enhanced strength by up to 100 in forested terrains. Warrior, upon awakening, becomes immensely strong. Entering a berserk state allows for a 200 boost in all attributes for 5 minutes, followed by a period of weakness. Thief, upon awakening, agility and speed significantly increase. During theft, activates a cloaking mode, granting a 50 chance of remaining undetected by enemies. Spy, upon awakening, intelligence and spirit greatly increase. While lying, the deception becomes more convincing, though its effectiveness diminishes against strong-willed individuals. Upon awakening, the scout acquires the skill hide and seek, which enhances the senses, allowing one to perceive details that are often overlooked. Simultaneously, one's presence diminishes to a minimum, effectively evading detection by instruments and the human eye alike. The jester, upon awakening, dons a mask that allows one to display any expression desired for the purpose of disguise. The priest, after awakening, can instantly heal a teammate for 50 health points upon injury, provided their own energy is not depleted. These peculiar professions left Qi Nong in awe. There are also roles such as the believer, night watchman, crime catcher, blind merchant, aberration, dead servant, and meat shield, which are simply unfathomable. Qi Nong counted, and there were tens of thousands of professions, countless in number. Naturally, some of these roles overlap. For instance, the thief and scout, though named differently, share similarities in their awakened skills, yet the thief is evidently stronger than the scout. Ding. Players must make a choice regarding their awakened profession skills within 3 days, or the system will assign one randomly. That simply will not do. Qi Nong pondered for a moment and concluded that she had no clear direction for now, so it would be best to set it aside and revisit the matter in a couple of days. Nevertheless, the words of 007 served as a timely reminder. Upgrading the sanctuary to level 4 would unlock the profession skills, meaning she would need to be wary of other players' skills in future encounters. Setting aside the choice of profession skills, Qin Nong turned her attention to the upgraded sanctuary, spanning 100 square meters. The stone house had been revitalized with 3 bedrooms and a living area. The brick walls had transformed into robust stone walls, significantly enhancing the defenses. The interior decor had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming exquisitely refined. The linen curtains by the floor-to-ceiling windows gently fluttered against the arms of those who entered. The carpet on the floor was light and soft, making one feel as though they were walking on clouds. Simple tools adorned the walls. Alongside small trinkets woven from hemp rope, the table and chairs exuded a lively atmosphere. After wandering around the house, Qin Nong discovered that the original basic workbench had been upgraded to a medium-level workbench, with an additional incubation room. Though modest in size, the incubation room maintained a constant temperature, facilitating accelerated growth. No wonder 007 had issued a warning while she cultivated the thorn seeds. It now seemed that the incubation room was indeed the most suitable nurturing environment. After planting 4 thorn seeds, she proceeded to sow wheat seeds, while casually placing the 2 unidentified beast eggs in a corner. It was a jest. She had no idea what species those eggs belonged to. And what if they hatched and devoured her seeds? While Qin Nong was bustling in the incubation room, entirely unaware that the cold wave had reached its conclusion, 007's pinned announcement sent shockwaves through the global community of survivors. Ding! A day and a night have passed. Is everyone still alive? Attention, all surviving souls. The peril of the frigid crisis is drawing to a close, and based on the collective prowess of survivors from various districts, we are about to announce the top contender. The individual who secures the first position shall be rewarded with 1 free attribute point, an escape kit, and the illustrious title of Nemesis of the Cold Wave, which grants a fixed mental attribute point of 1 upon donning it. Upon this proclamation, the entire global community of survivors tensed in anticipation, breath held as the countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! We shall now announce the champions of each district. District 1, Champion, Shenyu. District 2, Champion, Yangtao. District 3, District 27, Champion, Qin Nong. With the declaration from 007, the chat hall of District 27 erupted in fervor. Who is Qin Nong? I have never heard of her. Did not Long Outyin claim that his shelter had been upgraded to level 3? How could he not be the first? If a level 3 shelter is not enough for the top spot, by what merit does Qin Nong claim the title? Is there not some foul play afoot? I protest. I report that this evaluation is tainted. Indeed, how can a relatively unknown newcomer suddenly emerge as the victor? I refuse to accept this. Where is Qin Nong? Let her face me in a duel. After much clamor, the absence of the opponent only amplified the perception of their cowardice. I knew this evaluation was unjust. Those who survived the cold wave are no ordinary players, and witnessing the first place being snatched away by a woman naturally breeds discontent. However, 007 paid them no heed, methodically announcing the top contenders before shifting focus to the calamity report. Warning! Warning! Last night, as the cold wave struck, all survivors who did not upgrade their shelters to the level of a small wooden cabin have been eliminated. The death toll yesterday reached 500 million. A total of 398 districts have been eliminated. Warning! Warning! The novice protection period has expired. Now, whether day or night, lurking monsters shall emerge from the shadows. The only sanctuary remains the shelter. 5 days remain until the next crisis arrives. We urge all survivors to prepare diligently. Episode 10. The provocation of Long Outyin. Just as one storm subsides, another looms. Having recently endured the cold wave, survivors now brace themselves for yet another impending crisis. There are those who curse, those who protest, and those who remain quietly observant. Perhaps due to the overwhelming skepticism from District 27, 007. Observing the throng of blindly following fools, could not restrain himself and declared, Qin Nong's shelter has already reached level 4. What do you possess to compare with her? What? Level 4. The loudest detractors, upon reading this statement, instantly fell silent. They were still grappling with basic survival, while Qin Nong had already achieved a semblance of prosperity. What remains of their dignity? Even more perplexing to the crowd was the question of how Qin Nong had amassed such abundant resources. To realize that she stands alone, while Long Outyin is backed by dozens of aides. At that moment, concealed behind the screen of his mobile phone, Long Outyin once again glimpsed the name Qin Nong. and with a sharp crack, he crushed the device in his hand. The wheat seeds had been sown, and the thorn seeds were flourishing at an astonishing rate. Concerned that the 4 thorn plants would take up too much space, Qin Nong transplanted them to the 4 corners of her sanctuary, safeguarding her home. The thorns seemed to sense Qin Nong's intentions and immediately entwined themselves around the pillars, remaining still as they entered defense mode. As frost and snow thawed, all living beings began to awaken. Nature once again flourished in vibrant life. Qin Nong stretched lazily, inhaling the fresh air, when a series of alert sounds from 007 suddenly rang out, revealing that she had inadvertently become the top player in the entire region. She allocated the 1 free attribute point awarded by 007 to agility and donned the title of Cold Wave Nemesis. Now, whenever Qin Nong encountered goblins, even if she couldn't defeat them, escaping was always an option. However, what was this escape pouch? Qin Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Escape pouch. In the face of danger, surrender immediately. Surrender useless? Open the pouch. What a nonsensical notion. Qin Nong stuffed the escape pouch into her backpack, picked up the treasure map, and prepared to set off in search of the goblin's treasure. After hurriedly traveling for half an hour, Qin Nong was exhausted and drained an entire bottle of mineral water. According to the map, the goblin's treasure lay nearby. She glanced around and discovered a cave ahead. The interior was eerily quiet, leaving her uncertain about the presence of the goblins. To be cautious, Qin Nong tossed a stone into the cave and held her breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute passed, and still, there was no sound from within. It seemed that the goblins were not home. Truly, fortune favored me. Treasure. Here I come. Meanwhile, as Qin Nong anxiously sought the treasure, she remained oblivious to the fact that her enemies had quietly come to raid her sanctuary. Long Out Yin, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, decided to splurge on a positioning scroll from the online store. After pinpointing Qin Nong's sanctuary, he made his way there directly. Long Out Yin vowed that this time, he would catch Qin Nong off guard, leaving her utterly defeated. As a bright light flashed, Long Out Yin, draped in a cloak and crowned with a majestic tiara, made a grand entrance. However, upon gazing at Qin Nong's sanctuary, he found himself momentarily stunned. A stone house, constructed from slabs of blue stone, stood proudly amidst the forest. Surrounded by trees and fragrant foliage, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a myriad of sparkling patches of light upon the stone dwelling, resembling a tranquil and serene ink painting. It was ancient, grand, and rich in texture, far superior to his own red brick house. Why was that? He expended countless resources and manpower, barely managing to elevate the shelter to level 3. Yet, a mere girl like Qin Nong accomplished what he could not. Dragon Ao Tian's eyes turned crimson with jealousy. Disregarding the potential traps surrounding the stone house, he charged in, intent on wreaking havoc. With a sinister grin, he approached the entrance, poised to kick it open. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind. Sensing danger, Dragon Ao Tian swiftly turned around. Thorny vines grazed his back, whistling past, and snatching away the cloak he had donned to impress others. Dragon Ao Tian, what on earth is this? In astonishment, he beheld 4 vine-like appendages, the size of bamboo, riddled with thorns, clinging to the stone house and slithering like venomous serpents, absorbing the blood seeping from his wounds, biding their time. He had never encountered such a plant. To make matters worse, it was bloodthirsty. Grasping his iron axe, Dragon Ao Tian aimed to sever these vines. However, the vines appeared to possess a cunning intelligence, evading direct confrontation, instead opting for agile maneuvers to entangle him in a relentless struggle. After exerting himself for quite some time to no avail, Dragon Ao Tian, filled with resentment, resolved to eradicate them completely. The thorny vines, realizing the threat, abandoned their earlier arrogance and suddenly twisted together like a rope, launching a surprise attack from behind, ensnaring Dragon Ao Tian and lifting him high into the air, shaking him violently. Help! Help! I swear I won't oppose you again. Let me go? Is anyone there? At that moment, Qin Nong was not at home. After howling in despair while suspended in the air, Dragon Ao Tian, unable to escape, began to weep profusely, all his prior ambitions evaporating into thin air. The thorny vines, having terrified Dragon Ao Tian for a while, soon found the encounter tedious. As mere seedlings without Qin Nong's command, they had no intention of killing. With a series of sharp slaps against his rear, they left him bruised and battered. crying out for his parents, before finally tossing him far away. Off you go. Just moments before, Dragon Aotion had been brimming with confidence. Yet now he was akin to a sandbag, flung to the far end of the forest, oblivious to his fate. Thus concluded this farcical confrontation. Meanwhile, Qin Nong was completely unaware, engrossed in her treasure hunt. Upon entering the cave, she encountered a tightly shut grand door. The door, forged from bronze, bore ancient hieroglyphics, as if reaching out could bridge her to the weight of history, while the rust silently proclaimed that the treasures beyond were sacred and untouchable. Was this the destination of the buried goblin treasure? Taking a deep breath, Qin Nong tucked the treasure map into her pocket and gently pushed the door. The rust-laden door creaked ominously, releasing a musty breath that had lingered for centuries. In the next moment, she was dazzled by the flickering golden light. Before me lies a mountain of gold and silver treasures, shimmering under the flickering candlelight. The silver candelabra and gilded wine vessels reflect each other's brilliance, particularly a crown encrusted with pigeon blood rubies, which leaves one utterly awestruck. Such an abundance of rare and exquisite treasures, such a magnificent fortune. Anyone who beheld this sight would find it impossible to resist the allure of greed. Qin Nong's eyes sparkled with desire as she reached out for the crown, only to abruptly halt. In this 11th chapter, the mysterious youth, one must ponder, are goblins, with their inherently cunning nature, truly so benevolent as to carelessly leave their hoard here, waiting for treasure seekers to claim it? Qin Nong recalled how the goblins had feigned retreat to pursue her, and how they had deliberately concealed the route on the treasure map to obscure the location of their cache. Had it not been for her fortunate circumstances, she might have fallen into their trap. Given these considerations, caution was paramount. To take it, or to refrain? Qin Nong wrestled with her inner turmoil for an extended period, ultimately suppressing her avarice. At that moment, a faint groan emanated from behind her. Someone. Qin Nong's expression shifted as she navigated through the towering mounds of gold coins toward the source of the sound. There, she discovered a boy of approximately 13 or 14 years, curled up within an iron cage, forlorn and abandoned, leaning against the cold bars. The clanking of his shackles echoed softly, while his glass-like eyes, veiled in mist, stared vacantly into the distance, exuding an air of fragility and nobility, akin to a butterfly trapped within amber. What could a human boy be doing in the goblin's treasure trove? Qin Nong's mind raced with speculation, concluding that he must have been captured by the goblins as a hostage. Believing she had unraveled the mystery, Qin Nong approached the cage and inquired with genuine concern. "Why are you imprisoned here?" The boy, taken aback, tilted his head in surprise, his gaze fixed on her with evident curiosity. How intriguing. Before her lay mountains of gold and silver, and yet this woman managed to quell her greed, taking nothing at all? When the boy did not respond, Qin Nong assumed he was afraid of her. She quickly spread her hands in a gesture of reassurance, declaring, "Do not worry, I am not a villain. I intend to rescue you." The cage was not locked, and after stepping inside, she assisted the boy in emerging, only to find herself perplexed by the iron shackles binding his feet. How could she open them without a key? Suddenly inspired, she retrieved her adamantine axe from her backpack and, signaling for the boy to be cautious, swung the axe down upon the shackles. With a resounding crack, the axe shattered. What? This was an axe forged from a golden chest, and yet it could not sever even a simple chain? What material is this chain made of? To be so resilient? Qin Nong stared in disbelief at the broken adamantine axe, feeling a twinge of guilt as she looked at the boy. "I apologize. I cannot unlock your shackles. However, this place is perilous. Let's exit first and then devise a plan." The young boy scrutinized Qin Nong intently, seemingly searching for something on her face. What was her purpose in approaching him? What brought her to this cave? Yet, Qin Nong's eyes were clear and devoid of any ulterior motive. The boy smirked, a glimmer of interest dancing in his expression as he nodded in agreement to her unspoken request to leave together. Suddenly, Qin Nong grasped his hand. The boy's pupils constricted, but he did not pull away. At that moment, the entrance to the cave swung open, and the master of the lair, a goblin, returned. Qin Nong gasped, seeking a place to hide. However, among the goblins, an extraordinary figure emerged, sniffing the air and detecting the presence of intruders. With nowhere to flee, Qin Nong was swiftly discovered. "It's her!" exclaimed one goblin, instantly recognizing Qin Nong as the one who had escaped from his grasp. Charging at her with a shovel in hand, holding the boy's hand, Qin Nong swiftly concealed herself. Strangely, The goblins appeared to grow fearful upon seeing the boy. Yet preoccupied with her own escape, Qin Nong remained oblivious to this subtle shift in their demeanor. In this perilous moment, she recalled the reward given by 007, a fleeing pouch. Without hesitation, Qin Nong opened the pouch. Whoosh! A hovering hoverboard materialized. Flying hoverboard, capable of soaring through the skies, outpacing a tractor. Powered by solar energy, it can fly for 1 minute per charge, an unrivaled marvel of electrical efficiency. With danger looming, Qin Nong had no time for sarcasm. She pulled the boy onto the hoverboard. The flying device took effect, swiftly lifting them above the goblins. Ha ha ha, for once, 007 proved reliable. This was Qin Nong's first experience of the joy of flight. In a moment of triumph, her treasure map slipped from her pocket, accidentally striking a goblin on the head. The goblins below, witnessing Qin Nong flaunting her power in their territory, erupted in furious screeches. Unfazed, Qin Nong leveraged her aerial advantage and, with the additional 6 points in agility she had just acquired, launched a surprise attack, smiting them one after another. How dare you deceive me? How dare you pursue me? Do you still have the audacity? After a flurry of blows, the goblins clutched their faces, hurling insults at Qin Nong. Indifferent to their taunts, her gaze caught sight of a peculiar pair of boots tied with grass rope at the waist of one goblin, instantly igniting her desire. She swiftly snatched them away. Examining the boots, Qin Nong could not discern their significance and decided to click on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Gale boots. Wearing these will double your running speed, an excellent tool for fleeing when outmatched. Can be worn externally or layered underneath. Hee, this item is splendid. While she dared not claim the goblin's treasure, these boots were undoubtedly valuable, as they were worn by the goblins themselves. As Qin Nong seized the opportunity to escape, she swiftly fled on her flying skateboard, leaving behind her previous bravado. It was a hard-earned truth she had come to understand in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that her decision to leave the treasure behind was astutely prudent. Inside the cave, a furious horde of goblins, enraged by her departure, tore apart their freshly caught rabbit, its blood splattering onto the coins nearby, causing them to emit a noxious green smoke. Poisonous. Indeed. It seemed that all the riches within the cave were tainted. Any contact with the skin would result in festering wounds. Thanks to her caution, Qin Nong had once again saved her own life. After escaping the cave and traversing another 500 meters, her skateboard finally lost power. As she stowed the skateboard away, she observed the boy's pale complexion and inquired, "What is your name?" The boy lowered his gaze and remained silent. Despite her repeated questions, he offered no response, leading Qin Nong to mistakenly believe that he was unable to speak. Her heart swelled with compassion as she suggested, "How about I take you back to my shelter? Rest assured, I have cultivated plenty of wheat to sustain you." The boy shook his head slightly and took a step back, seemingly reluctant to leave with her. Not wanting to press the issue, Qin Nong offered him a pair of boots she had just acquired from the goblins. "Take these boots when you encounter enemies again. They will enable you to run faster." Now it was the boy's turn to be astonished. She had painstakingly obtained the Windrunner boots, but chose to give them to a stranger instead of keeping them for herself. At that moment, warmth coursed through him, and his gaze towards Qin Nong became much more sincere. In the 12th chapter, titled Professional Thief, the boy waved his hand, pushing the Windrunner boots back towards her. Qin Nong felt utterly helpless. Here was a youth thrust into the apocalypse, imprisoned by goblins, clearly lacking strength, yet he refused to return with her or accept her kindness. She feared he would not survive the next crisis. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and Qin Nong could not impose her will upon him. Ultimately, she left behind a sharp dagger and turned to depart. No sooner had Qin Nong left than the goblins, who had relentlessly pursued her, appeared and knelt before the boy. "Master," with a slight exertion, the iron chains that even a mighty axe could not sever shattered. Moments later, the boy's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He swiftly donned a mask to conceal his features and, with a magnetic voice, issued his command. "From this day forth, no one shall torture the survivors in this forest. Those who disobey will face death." "Understood." Casting a distant glance in the direction Qin Nong had taken, the boy picked up the dagger from the ground and gently caressed it. Following the harrowing adventure in the Goblin Cave, Qin Nong, who had previously harbored doubts about her choice of professional skills, found clarity. In times of peril, all else is illusory. The only truth is survival. Upon opening the career introduction section, a plethora of professions unfolded before my eyes. Monk. After awakening, you shall remain undisturbed by external influences, endowed with formidable willpower, and possess a 90 probability of restraining malevolent forces. Beast tamer. Post-awakening, the ability to tame animals significantly enhances. The stronger the will of the beast tamer, the more creatures they can command. Wizard. After awakening, one can master the entirety of the wizarding family's spells by acquiring the true name and hair of an enemy. One can cast curses upon them. Note: should the enemy possess special items, the wizard may suffer backlash. Scavenger. Upon awakening, you will become a natural magnet, invariably discovering special items nearby. Painter. Post-awakening, you shall gain the ability to create detailed sketches. Your mind will serve as the most precise instrument, capturing and rendering everything you observe with accuracy. Thrower. After awakening, you shall become the finest thrower, always having bricks at your disposal to hurl. The uncertain. Raft pilot. Executioner. Thief. These are the options. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully selecting the profession of thief. Thief. After awakening, your agility and speed will be markedly enhanced during the theft process. A cloaking mode will activate, providing a 50% chance that enemies will not perceive your presence. Ding. Once a profession is chosen, it cannot be altered. Now updating the host's attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host, agility, 1, strength, 1. Ding. You are now a thief. Please make the most of your professional skills to navigate through crises. After becoming a thief, Qin Nong indeed felt a significant enhancement in her physical prowess compared to before. To test this, she ventured into the forest to fell a tree. The diamond axe was extraordinarily sharp, and with her strength, now at 5, she effortlessly severed a towering ancient tree. Upon disassembling it, she obtained 20 logs, which she doubled, yielding 40 logs in total. The distance to upgrade the shelter remained substantial. Qin Nong took a sip of water to refresh herself, and after felling the tree, she began collecting stones. After a day's toil, she finally amassed 70 logs, 30 stones, and 4 portions of clay. However, the crucial iron ore needed for upgrading the shelter was still out of reach. Qin Nong recalled her friend, Ponpon's mother, who resided near the iron mine and must have abundant mineral resources at her disposal. Now that she had acquired some strength, she could barter with her. With this thought in mind, Qin Nong hurried back to the shelter. Upon her return, she was met with chaos at her doorstep. The ground resembled a field that had been plowed, riddled with holes and disarray. What had transpired? As she surveyed the area, she soon realized that enemies had visited during her absence. As for the identity of these foes, the slowly disintegrating teleportation scroll and the cloak adorned with the emblem of Long Outyin led Qin Nong to deduce the truth. It turned out that the master behind Long Air was indeed Long Outyin. No wonder they had come knocking. After Qin Nong comprehended the unfolding events, she resolved to inspect the thorny seeds. To her astonishment, she discovered that they had significantly grown, with tendrils now adorned with specks of crimson. How could they appear so different from the morning? Had they mutated? Qin Nong clicked on the exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Name: Bloodthorn. Category: Plant System. Function: Defense. Level: 2. Cultivation method: absorbs a substantial amount of fresh blood to advance into Bloodthorn. Once matured, Bloodthorn can drain an enemy's blood entirely within 5 seconds. In later stages, it can migrate along with the shelter, absorbs solar energy to evolve into Sunthorn. Once matured, Sunthorn can split into countless identical plants and extend for hundreds of meters, safeguarding the homeland, but its massive root system hinders mobility. Both cultivation methods possess their merits and drawbacks. Initially, Qin Nong intended for the thorny seeds to protect her home, making the splitting sun thorn the most desirable outcome. Unfortunately, the abrupt appearance of Long Outyin led to the unexpected absorption of human blood by the seeds, resulting in their transformation into blood thorns. In truth, Qin Nong was reluctant to pursue the first method of cultivation, for the growth of blood thorns signified slaughter and demise. She was not a bloodthirsty individual, and her solitary act of killing had been a dire necessity. However, the unforeseen transformation had occurred, and there was no turning back. After nurturing the soil around the 4 vines, Qin Nong sighed inwardly, realizing that she would have to capture some wild beasts to provide nourishment for the blood thorns. Once she tidied the area outside, she entered the shelter to organize her supplies. Remembering that her 10 pounds of iron ore had yet to materialize, she promptly sought out Ponpon's mother in the chat hall. Qin Nong, Ponpon's mother, you mentioned previously that you reside near the iron mine. I wonder if there is a substantial stockpile of iron ore? Ponpon's mother, plenty. I have gradually sold some and exchanged them for various resources, allowing me to upgrade the shelter. Qin Nong, that's wonderful. May I purchase 10 pounds of ore from you? Ponpon's mother, if it weren't for your food last time, my daughter and I would have starved. There's no need to buy. I shall gift it to you. Qin Nong, that cannot be. Your resources are yours. I cannot accept them for free. Tell me, what do you require in return? At this moment, Ponpon's mother, within the mine, pondered Qin Nong's response. She had an abundance of iron ore and could easily part with some, yet Qin Nong was a person of strong principles, leaving Ponpon's mother uncertain about how to proceed. Episode 13. The Crimson Alliance. However, it did not take long for Ponpon's mother to discern the crucial aspect. Upgrading a shelter below level 5 does not necessitate iron ore, unless it is above level 5. Qin Nong's swift advancement to this stage indicated not only her capability, but also the possession of opportunities beyond ordinary comprehension. Thus, it was evident that she lacked for nothing in terms of resources. After pondering deeply, Ponpon's mother gazed at her tattered daughter with a pang of sympathy. In this post-apocalyptic world, her daughter had endured considerable hardships alongside her. She aspired to provide her daughter with a comfortable environment, yet often found herself powerless to do so. May I have some clothing for little girls? Ponpon's mother inquired. Certainly, Qin Nong replied. I will provide you with a set of women's thermal underwear, along with 10 eggs and 3 bags of shredded roasted duck. Thank you, Ponpon's mother expressed, and the transaction was complete. Soon, Ponpon's mother received the clothing from Qin Nong, initially presuming it to be secondhand. To her surprise, the outfit still bore its tags. A wave of mixed emotions washed over her. Rubbing her eyes, which stung with unshed tears, she called out to her daughter, Come here, Pampan, you have new clothes. The little girl joyfully approached her mother, a smile gracing her lips. Did you trade for this with Sister Qin Nong? Ponpon's mother affectionately patted her daughter's head. Pampan, you are so clever. How did you know? The little girl lifted the clothes, posing with them in front of her. It's because the cartoon pattern on this outfit is my favorite, Mei Yang Yang. Other survivors wouldn't bother trading children's clothing, except for Sister Qin Nong. Hearing her daughter's words, Ponpon's mother sighed. Indeed, she is a wonderful girl. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Really? I have a feeling we will. The crucial 10 pounds of iron ore needed to upgrade their shelter was now secured. Qin Nong glanced at the online store, noticing that some survivors seemed to have caught wind of something. With 500 grams of iron ore being exorbitantly priced at 200 pieces of wood. What unscrupulous merchants. At that moment, Qin Nong felt immensely fortunate to have encountered Ponpon's mother, a hidden powerhouse, through her timely assistance. After safely storing the iron ore, Qin Nong realized her hunger level had plummeted to 15. Having been busy for so long, it was time to eat and get some rest. As she prepared to sleep, she noticed the sky was still bright. It's not dark yet? Qin Nong checked the time. 8 o'clock. Why is it still light out at this hour? Previously, during the first 3 days of the cold wave, nightfall had come earlier each day. Now it seemed to be the opposite. Qin Nong sensed an anomaly, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. With her intelligence at 8 and her spirit at 10, she was no fool. As night lingered longer, daylight extended disproportionately. After extreme cold, there often follows extreme heat. Could this crisis indicate something ominous? A chilling realization struck her, as darkness enveloped the sky like spilled ink. In a sprawling estate covering over 1,000 square meters, Long Outyin knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Seated at the head of the table, Fuji's expression was inscrutable. Mr. Long, he began, there is an ancient Chinese saying, a defeated general's death is not to be mourned. You have suffered a defeat, yet chose not to take your own life on the spot, instead seeking our blood alliance to bring you justice. This is rather unacceptable. Upon hearing the polite words from his counterpart, Long Outyin did not feel any sense of relief. Instead, fear enveloped him more intensely. While others might be unaware of the infamous reputation of the Blood Alliance, he was acutely aware. This group of merciless lunatics showed no compassion when it came to tormenting their victims. Had he not faced repeated setbacks at the hands of Qin Nong, he would never have sought assistance here. He understood all too well that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Once he pledged allegiance to the Blood Alliance, his sanctuary along with all the female slaves within it, would belong to the alliance. Yet now, he found himself with no other recourse. Long Outyin bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground multiple times. As long as Lord Fuji can help me capture that woman, I am willing to pay any price. Fuji laughed heartily and helped Long Outyin to his feet. Well said, well said. Since Mr. Long is sincerely eager to join us, I shall certainly assist you with this matter. Number 97, come forth. As the words left his lips, a figure appeared silently. Fuji patted number 97 on the shoulder and introduced him. This is one of our alliance's loyal warriors, number 97. He has awakened and is more than capable of dealing with a single woman. Seeing Fuji's high regard for number 97, Long Outyin felt a surge of elation. Remembering the torment he had endured at Qin Nong's hands, a flicker of hatred crossed his face. Just wait, Qin Nong. This time, I shall ensure your demise is without a grave. Ding. Today marks the second day following the end of the cold wave, with 3 days remaining until the next crisis. Yesterday's death toll, 149. Eliminated zones, 0. Dear beloveds, cherish your lives while you can, for soon you shall find no reason to smile. Today's announcement from 007 left everyone bewildered. How strange, there haven't been many eliminations. Why would 007 say we won't be smiling for long? Indeed. And didn't T007 mention that the novice protection period has ended? Logically, far more should have perished yesterday. Why is the death toll so low? Moreover, have you all noticed that the days seem to be getting longer? Absolutely. I tried to sleep at 9 last night, yet it was still light outside. I woke up at 6 this morning, and it was already bright. What on earth does this bizarre weather signify? Has anyone begun to awaken their career skills? Let us focus on the matter at hand and not digress. I believe this unusual weather indicates something significant. Upon observing the discussions among the survivors, Qin Nong realized that others had also noted the lengthening of daylight. To her surprise, one survivor had mentioned career skills, though the others had yet to experience this phenomenon and chose to ignore it. Contemplating this, Qin Nong decided to reach out to the survivor who had made the remark. Opening the individual's profile, the individual was named Taishan, and he bore a visage that exuded sincerity and goodwill. Qin Nong promptly sent him a private message. Greetings. I have awakened my professional skills. Have you encountered any issues? Taishan quickly replied, expressing gratitude. Thank you. My shelter has just reached level 4 today, and 007 has advised me to select a profession without delay. With so many options available, I find myself at a loss. This predicament mirrored Qin Nong's own circumstances from earlier. She mused that in this post-apocalyptic world, few survivors could achieve level 4 so swiftly. Perhaps forging a benevolent connection with him would prove beneficial in the future. With this thought in mind, Qin Nong succinctly outlined the general classifications of professional skills and offered advice on the selection process. Taishan, deeply appreciative, willingly shared the coordinates of his shelter, inviting Qin Nong to visit. For survivors, the geographical location of a shelter holds immense significance. Should adversaries discover your coordinates, they may seek vengeance. As was the case with Long Outyin. Although Qin Nong was grateful for Taishan's kind offer, she had her own matters to attend to and could not accept his invitation. Taishan expressed some regret, but ultimately understood her position. Episode 14. Enemy attack. After the brief interlude, Qin Nong had breakfast and prepared to venture out in search of resources. A fierce gust of wind swept through, rustling the 4 blood thorns, which swayed perilously, shedding numerous leaves. A sense of impending danger washed over her. Her eyes sharpened as Long Outyin appeared, laughing maniacally, regarding Qin Nong as one would a captive. Qin Nong, this time I have enlisted the help of a powerful member of the Blood Alliance. Prepare to meet your demise. The mention of the Blood Alliance sent a chill through her. An ominous premonition enveloped her, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon her. They were foes, not allies, harboring lethal intentions. Only awakened survivors with professional skills could orchestrate such a scheme. Long Outyin had actually managed to procure such a figure. Qin Nong swiftly formulated a countermeasure. And as the crisis loomed, she executed a swift teleportation. The gale boots propelled her 20 meters away in an instant. Long Outyin stood agape. Such speed. She must possess a treasure that enhances her agility. At this revelation, a hidden assassin emerged from the shadows, clad in black, wearing a crimson demon mask, and adorned in attire reminiscent of a Japanese ninja. Are you from the island nation? Qin Nong's countenance darkened. How shameless of Long Outyin to repeatedly provoke her, and even collude with someone from the island nation. Long Outyin, brimming with arrogance, approached the figure known as 97, exuding an air of false authority. So what if he is from the island nation? This esteemed individual has awakened the assassin talent. Dealing with you is merely a matter of time. The assassin. Upon awakening, their speed of movement increases, allowing them to stealthily approach their target before delivering a fatal strike. It was no wonder she sensed only the ominous aura earlier, without even detecting the presence of the assailant. The ninja, referred to as 97, brandished hidden weapons and spoke slowly. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life. Daydreaming, as Qin Nong donned the windstorm boots and adjusted her stance, she swiftly activated her class skill, Thief. Although the Thief class is not inherently combative, self-preservation is assured, and what Qin Nong sought to exploit was their underestimation, aiming to vanquish her foe in a single strike. The skill was unleashed, with the windstorm boots enhancing her speed and her class awakening further amplifying her agility. Even the keenest eyes of number 97 could merely discern her fleeting silhouette as she darted past. Alas, this woman has awakened her class skill. A wave of trepidation washed over number 97, his expression gradually turning grave. Qin Nong moved too swiftly, her surroundings filled with afterimages, rendering his thrown projectiles ineffective against her true form. Yet, idly waiting was not in his nature. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of concealed weapons. As expected, none found their mark. Qin Nong chuckled lightly, her voice echoing from all directions. Am I here? Or perhaps over here? Fool! Fool! Frustrated by her mockery, no. 97 lost his composure, hastening his attacks with increasing speed. When the last projectile was discharged, a voice, like a specter, whispered softly behind him. Apologies, but you guessed wrong. The mighty axe descended, severing his head and sending it soaring into the air, ultimately landing at the feet of Long Outyin. Terrified, Long Outyin stumbled backward and fell to the ground, his trousers soaked with fear. Coward! Qin Nong scoffed, brandishing the bloodied axe as she approached Long Outyin. I offer you one final opportunity. Long Outyin, having long lost his fighting spirit, stammered, What opportunity? Qin Nong replied, I am aware that your sanctuary holds many women captive. I demand that you release them all within 3 days, or the next to die will be you. All right, I promise. Long Outyin stuttered, seeing that Qin Nong indeed harbored no intention to kill him, and he fled in a panic. Qin Nong made no attempt to pursue, instead tossing 97's lifeless body beside the thorny vines. The thorns, like octopus tentacles, rapidly ensnared the corpse, draining its essence. In mere moments, the red spots on the vine began to multiply, threatening to envelop the entire structure. Has it already evolved to level 3? Qin Nong raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Fresh blood is the finest fertilizer. What? Number 97 is dead? Suji stared at the prostrate Long Outyin before him, his rage boiling over. He could never have imagined that merely dealing with one woman could result in the loss of one of the alliance's members. Long Outyin truly deserved his fate. In that moment, fearing that Qin Nong might come to collect his life, Long Outyin abandoned all dignity, crawling before Suji, weeping profusely. Lord Suji, I beg you, grant me mercy. With a swift kick, Suji sent Long Outyin sprawling, then summoned a female slave to massage his temples. The soothing pressure gradually eased his expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Outyin felt a pang of jealousy. The female slaves surrounding Fuji were all gifts he had provided. Yet Fuji reveled in his own resources without offering assistance in return. Truly, he embodied the detritus of a barbarous land. Long Outyin harbored disdain in his heart, though he dared not display it outwardly. As for the condition proposed by Qin Nong regarding the release of the female slaves, it was utterly cast aside in his mind. What a farce! If he were to flee, how would Qin Nong ever ascertain his whereabouts? Finally calming down, Fuji patted the rear of a female slave, who obediently retreated. Fuji then mused, to eliminate a fully awakened survivor, merely dispatching one individual may prove insufficient. It would require at least 2. Long Outyin nodded fervently in agreement. Fuji continued, You mentioned that there are blood thorns near the sanctuary of that woman? Long Outyin replied, Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Such a treasure, not being in my grasp, is truly a pity. Fuji's expression conveyed a significant meaning, his eyes glinting with determination. Only 4 days remained until the next crisis would unfold. Qin Nong was eager to elevate the sanctuary to level 5 as swiftly as possible when suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from the incubation chamber. Had the 2 eggs hatched? Qin Nong's heart surged with joy as she hurried to the incubation chamber. She observed fine cracks forming on the egg shells, and the creatures within appeared ready to emerge. In the blink of an eye, 2 fuzzy heads broke through the shells. The creatures resembled penguins, though they bore a slight resemblance to ground chickens. After emerging, they swiftly devoured the shells and let out satisfied burps, their bodies rapidly expanding. Qin Nong clicked on the exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Mountain eagle, the bird among birds, the eagle among eagles, not a mere sand sculpture, but surpassing it. To her astonishment, it was indeed a mountain eagle. Qin Nong stood in awe. It was no wonder she was taken aback. The reputation of the mountain eagle was formidable. The 2 mountain eagles grew at an astonishing rate, quickly reaching the size of oil drums. Qin Nong took her 2 eagles out for a stroll, and one flapped its wings, seemingly eager to soar into the sky. With a clear and melodious call, the bird's cry resonated through the heavens. The raptor soaring above resembled a divine eagle, ascending to heights unknown. In this moment, Qin Nong could hardly believe her fortune in discovering the 2 beast eggs that hatched into such magnificent eagles. As she admired their graceful forms, a sense of pride welled up within her. These 2 mountain eagles were nurtured by her own hands, and now, as they thrived, she too basked in their glory. To distinguish them, Qin Nong bestowed names upon her newfound companions. The first to hatch was named Eagle Big, while the second was named Eagle Small. After circling in the air twice, Eagle Big landed gracefully, obediently resting at Qin Nong's feet, as if inviting her to mount. After careful consideration, Qin Nong finally cradled Eagle Big's neck with utmost caution. The wind swept across the feathers of the bird, creating ripples of sound. Qin Nong sat majestically upon the broad back of the great eagle, gripping its soft plumage as she gazed down at the earth below. There, the verdant expanse of forests and grasslands surged like waves beneath her, while the distant azure mountains appeared as delicate silhouettes, reminiscent of ink-wash paintings. Each flutter of the bird's wings intricately wove the grandeur of the landscape into her vision, unfurling into a flowing tapestry. This sensation was unparalleled, far exceeding that of the flying skateboard or the swift wind boots. Qin Nong traversed from the south to the north and back again, absorbing the breathtaking scenery surrounding the shelter. She was astonished by the vastness of the forest and even more surprised to discover a river nearby. It was no wonder she had overlooked it for so long. Previously, she had been relentlessly pursued by monsters emerging from the riverside, leading her to instinctively regard this area as their lair, and thus she dared not approach. One of the materials required to upgrade the shelter, mud, is a combination of water and earth. Within the forest, soil is abundant, with access to a water source and following a ratio of 1:10. One could easily create mud. However, the mud she had previously acquired was obtained through exchanges in the online shop or by chance from treasure chests, resulting in a limited supply. Now, to advance to the next level of the shelter, she needed 50 portions of mud, a considerable quantity. It was evident that she would have to take matters into her own hands. Qin Nong signaled to the eagle to land by the riverbank. Suddenly, a pair of dark claws emerged from the water, clamping down on the eagle's foot. Ow, ow, ow! The eagle cried out in pain, trembling from the grip. Yet, the claws tightened their hold, refusing to relent. Fearing for its safety, the eagle fled in a frantic escape. Qin Nong, startled by the unexpected turn of events, looked down from the eagle's back. The river was teeming with crabs and lobsters, all robust and formidable, their sheer size granting them an air of dominance, ready to snap at anything that displeased them. Under such circumstances, anyone would be apprehensive. Upon returning to the shelter, the great eagle squawked plaintively for a long while, visibly distressed. The younger eagle, nearby, seemed to mock its sibling with playful laughter. Qin Nong shooed the younger eagle away and gently groomed the elder, eventually calming it down. However, now it was Qin Nong's turn to face a dilemma. Currently, she possessed tools, and with a bit of time, she could gather ample wood and stone, even managing to acquire 10 pounds of ore. But for the mud, it appeared she needed a strategy. First, she must deal with the troublesome creatures in the river. As Qin Nong pondered her next move, her stomach suddenly growled, reminding her that her hunger level had dropped to 12. Just as she prepared to eat, she noticed that it was still bright outside, and to her surprise, the temperature had risen. How curious. Just yesterday, the temperature hovered around 25 degrees, yet today it had soared to 35 degrees. Qin Nong wiped the sweat from her brow in the stifling heat, yet the absence of air conditioning rendered her powerless to cool down. She could only resort to her meager water supply to wash her face before collapsing into a restless sleep. If Qin Nong struggled in such conditions, the plight of other survivors was even more dire. Many could endure the cold but faltered under the oppressive heat, particularly the elderly and children. Having narrowly survived a recent cold wave, they now found themselves besieged by a sweltering heat, leading to illness, and, in the harsh reality of this post-apocalyptic world, illness often spelled death. Thus, while Qin Nong succumbed to slumber, a transformation was unfolding outside. Countless weaker survivors began to gather their families and cling to the strong, desperately seeking a chance to survive. This precarious situation inevitably led to conflict. Soon, Qin Nong found herself entangled in a similar predicament. One morning, she entered the incubation chamber and discovered that the wheat seeds had already begun to sprout. The wheat stood tall and proud in the morning light, vibrant and full of life, with each newly unfurling leaf glistening with a lustrous sheen. Even the soil of the incubation chamber seemed to exude the promise of a bountiful harvest. Truly, the incubation chamber had swiftly matured 5 pounds of wheat seeds. All that remained was to find a plot of land to transplant the semi-mature wheat, and within a couple of days, she could reap 100 pounds of grain, allowing her to indulge in fragrant steamed buns and flatbreads. Qin Nong thought of the vast expanse behind the shelter, which lay vacant and ripe for transplantation, protected by blood thorns and mountain eagles, ensuring that the wheat would be safe from pecking birds. However, the sheer magnitude of the task was daunting. It would take her 10 days to half a month to complete alone. Moreover, another natural disaster was looming just 3 days away. At that moment, Qin Nong realized the urgency of upgrading the shelter. Suddenly, a bird call echoed from outside, as if sounding an alarm. Qin Nong's brows furrowed. Was it another attack? Peering through the window, she caught sight of a battered young woman standing weakly at her doorstep, her appearance pitiful and forlorn. She did not seem to be a threat, but caution was warranted. It could well be a ruse. Maintaining her vigilance, Qin Nong tentatively inquired, "Who are you?" The woman managed a faint smile, her expression tinged with sorrow. "Miss Qin, please help us. My sisters and I have reached a dead end." With that, she knelt before Qin Nong, her face etched with anguish and indignation. "My name is Li Yi, and along with more than 50 other sisters, we reside in Long Outyin Shelter. However, a few days ago, he allied himself with the Blood Alliance and handed many of our sisters over to a man named Fuji." Fuji? The Blood Alliance? Upon hearing these two key phrases, Qin Nong immediately recalled the incident with number 97 from the previous day. They were indeed part of the same faction. Li Yi continued to explain. "Fuji is notoriously brutal, deriving pleasure from tormenting women. Many of my sisters could not endure the humiliation and have taken their own lives. The remaining sisters have been left with disabilities, yet Long Outyin wishes to expel us from our sanctuary. I know that, Miss Qin, you have previously defeated Long Outyin. So I risked my life to steal a teleportation scroll to inform you. I implore you to save my sisters." Upon finishing her plea, Li Yi bowed deeply before Qin, her forehead making contact with the ground. In her heart, Qin felt a surge of compassion, though her expression remained inscrutable. Li Yi was indeed eloquent and skillful in her approach, first denigrating Long Outyin and subtly elevating Qin's status. If Qin were to refuse assistance now, she would inevitably be reduced to the same shameless scum as Long Outyin. Chapter 16, Slaying Long Outyin, Part 2. Li Yi bowed her head until it was bruised. Yet Qin remained unmoved, causing her heart to tighten. Initially, she believed Qin's youth would make her easier to deceive, so she employed a cunning strategy. To her surprise, the other party was utterly unfazed. Indeed, her ability to defeat Long Outyin was not mere luck. Qin spoke slowly. "Your tale is quite moving and intriguing. But in this apocalyptic world, resources are scarce. If you cannot bring me any benefits, why should I take you in?" Hearing Qin's words, Li Yi's expression grew increasingly grim. Before the apocalypse, she had been an exceptional mercenary. Had she not been deceived by Long Outyin's sweet words, she would never have willingly built a sanctuary for him. Now that she had seen through the vile facade of that scoundrel, her body was ravaged by Fuji, leaving her incapable of seeking vengeance herself. Thus, she sought to leverage Qin's strength, only to find that Qin was not so easily swayed. Closing her eyes, Li Yi finally bent her proud back. Bowing before Qin. Miss Qin, your directness is admirable. As long as you agree to shelter us sisters, we shall follow your orders without fail. A slight smile graced Qin's lips. Now that is somewhat intriguing. With a sharp whistle, two majestic eagles descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Qin. Li Yi obediently provided the coordinates of Long Outyan's sanctuary, along with 2 teleportation scrolls. Qin immediately locked onto the location and set off without delay. It was time to slay Long Outyan. At that moment, Long Outyan, comfortably ensconced in his sanctuary, remained blissfully unaware of Li Yi's betrayal, reveling in exquisite food and drink. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the exterior. A massive eagle burst through the window, lunging directly at him. Startled, Long Outyan turned to flee, only to come face to face with Qin. A whirlwind of emotions, fear, terror, and panic, overwhelmed him, leading to a complete breakdown. It was over. She had come for him. She intended to kill him. Long Outyan was gripped by an intense dread, his heart pounding in his chest. Qin produced a diamond axe and, donning the gale boots, swiftly approached him, pressing the axe against his neck. Do you remember how you promised me last time? Long Outyan stammered. I. Qin Nong patted Long Outyan's shoulder, a smile on his lips that did not reach his eyes. It's all right. Just be more cautious in your next life. Suddenly, a spurt of blood splashed against the door. Qin Nong gazed expressionlessly at the women huddled together, trembling in fear. Surely, these must be the women trapped by Long Outyan? With his demise, would you choose to follow me or remain here to retrieve his remains? The women exchanged glances, unable to respond, until one girl, named Xiao Qi, mustered the courage to ask, can we wait for Sister Li Yi to return and discuss this before making a decision? Li Yi. It appeared they were unaware that Li Yi had ventured forth to plead on their behalf. This was even better. With such ties, they would willingly be exploited. Qin Nong was no saint. Her motives for saving them were not without reason. Rest assured, Li Yi is under my protection, awaiting your reunion with her. Upon hearing this, the women became animated, expressing their willingness to leave with Qin Nong. As they stepped outside, Long Outyan's sanctuary vanished in an instant, leaving only his lifeless body behind. As 007 had stated, the sanctuary was bound to the survivor. Once the survivor perished, both the sanctuary and its resources would disappear entirely. Such a pity for those resources. Qin Nong sighed regretfully as she led the group back to the sanctuary. Xiao Qi. Upon seeing her sisters safe, Li Yi was overwhelmed with joyful tears. Qin Nong stood aside, silently allowing them to share their emotions. After a few minutes, Li Yi, the core of the team, calmed everyone down and bowed to Qin Nong in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Qin. Had it not been for you, we would have surely fallen into peril. You can rest assured, I will not regret the promise I made to you. This was precisely the affirmation Qin Nong desired. Very well, then let me witness your sincerity. As she spoke, she guided the group into the sanctuary. Upon entering the clean and well-lit stone house, envy flickered in their eyes. This place was spacious and superior. Far better than Long Outyan's sanctuary. If only they could reside here. Qin Nong stated, there are 21 of you in total. Divide yourselves into 10 groups of 2. The remaining individual will be elected as a supervisor. From this moment onward, I need you to transplant these half-mature wheat plants to the vacant land behind the sanctuary. I expect to see results before sunset. 20 individuals to cultivate an acre of land. This was no trivial task. The women had not anticipated that escaping from the wolf's den would lead them into the tiger's lair. They had already suffered enough under Long Outyan's torment. Now, Qin Nong offered no respite, demanding they labor instead of providing them with comfort and sustenance. In this regard, how was she different from Long Outyan? The resentment on their faces did not escape Qin Nong's notice as her gaze settled on Li Yi. At this moment, if Li Yi were to give a nod, she would have no choice but to expel them from the sanctuary. Fortunately, Li Yi possessed a clear understanding of the situation and recognized Qin Nong's temperament, promptly agreeing to her directives. With a slight easing of her expression, Qin Nong delegated tasks and discreetly entrusted Xiao Jiao with oversight, while she herself boarded a larger vessel, heading towards the riverbank to devise a strategy to confront the troublesome lobsters and crabs. As soon as Qin Nong departed, the women gathered in hushed tones. Sister Li Yi, we've only just arrived. Why does Qin Nong command us to do this and that? One voiced. Indeed, she appears quite young and is hardly fit to lead us. Why not have Sister Li Yi take charge instead? Another chimed in. Absolutely. We will heed only your guidance. No one else can dictate our actions. United in purpose, we shall surely seize her sanctuary and replace her. Moreover, her refuge was undoubtedly well fortified, capable of withstanding the next crisis, ensuring our survival as well. Sister Li, please speak, they urged. The chorus of voices stirred a tempest within Li Yi's heart. However, she soon regained her composure. Qin Nong, amid the apocalypse, had single-handedly elevated the sanctuary to a stone abode and vanquished the formidable Long Outyin, proving herself no ordinary adversary. If she acted impulsively against her, there was a chance Qin Nong might retaliate, leading to dire consequences for them all. The memory of Long Outyin being slain by Qin Nong's axe still haunted Li Yi. What trials had this young girl endured to become so decisive and ruthless? Contemplating this, Li Yi resolutely dismissed her sister's entreaties, stating coldly, "Qin Nong is our benefactor. Do you wish for me to repay her kindness with ingratitude? Moreover, while cultivating wheat is arduous, it is far preferable to the humiliation and brutality we would face under Long Outyin and Teng Jing. Enough talk, let us return to work." With Li Yi's firm stance, the others could voice no further dissent and dutifully resumed their tasks. Chapter 17. Blueprint for Animal Traps. The blazing sun scorched the earth, casting shimmering reflections upon the river's surface. Shrimp and crabs curled their bodies, seeking refuge beneath the aquatic vegetation along the bank. Their azure and purple exoskeletons gleamed magnificently under the sun's rays. Qin Nong cautiously approached the river's edge, aiming for the largest crab, which appeared to hold some stature among its peers, indicated by an independent red exclamation mark in its description. Curiosity piqued. Qin Nong opened the entry. "Crab King. I am the Crab King. Do not inquire why. Simply know that I am the largest and the fiercest. I usually remain idle. If the taste is unsatisfactory, I shall seek alternatives. You shall be mine. Capture the leader first." With deftness, Qin Nong activated her flying skateboard and swiftly seized the Crab King from behind, hurling it onto the shore before cleaving it in two with her axe. Now the rest of the crabs should be trembling in fear. However, matters did not unfold as Qin Nong had anticipated. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining crustaceans surged toward her in a frenzied attack, brimming with hostility and aggression. "Now, I have stirred the crab nest." Qin Nong managed to deal with a single adversary, but facing a group was an insurmountable challenge. She swiftly turned and fled, opportunistically collecting the silver chest dropped by the defeated Crab King along the way. Double replication. Activate. 2 space meteorites, 2 long-distance teleportation scrolls, 4 gigantic mushrooms, 2 Lolita outfits, 2 dominatrix leather coats, 8 bananas, 20 rolls of native wood pulp toilet paper, and the blueprint for a trapping cage. What on earth are the dominatrix leather coat and the Lolita outfit? Having been in this post-apocalyptic world for nearly a week, Qin Nong still donned her unremarkable mountaineering attire. Outfits like leather coats or Lolita dresses would hardly hinder her from drawing her weapon. She tossed the clothes, food, and toilet paper directly into her backpack and began to examine the descriptions of the other supplies marked with red exclamation points. Space meteorite. A rather large but practically useless meteorite. It can serve as a magnet, but otherwise, it's only good for cracking walnuts. Long-distance teleportation scroll. Covers a distance of 20 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Preserve it well. Only a fool would discard it. Gigantic mushroom. Largely inconsequential, it is simply enormous, sufficient to feed 20 individuals in a single meal. Ideal for soup. What a peculiar find. Trapping cage blueprint. Can only be crafted at a medium workbench. Once successfully created, the cage can adjust according to the size of the beast, ensuring no escape, except for solitude. Contemplating the influx of new inhabitants at the shelter, Qin Nong resolved to distribute some of the food she had acquired today. As the day waned and the sun dipped low, she returned to the shelter to find that the 5 pounds of wheat seeds had been entirely sown. The women stood orderly before the shelter, awaiting Qin Nong's inspection. She nodded, feeling a measure of satisfaction. Regardless of their true feelings, the task had been successfully completed, which warranted encouragement. "I am quite pleased with your efforts. Therefore, I shall not be remiss in rewarding you," she announced, summoning Li Yi forward. Qin Nong produced 2 gigantic mushrooms and 4 bananas, allowing Li Yi to distribute them freely. After all, 1 gigantic mushroom sufficed for 20 individuals. Upon receiving the food, Li Yi felt grateful, yet she believed it was their due. After accepting the provisions, she turned to her sisters, eager to enter the shelter and prepare a meal without uttering a word of thanks. Qin Nong's gaze hardened as she halted the group poised to enter the shelter. While providing them with sustenance was one matter, granting them entry was another. Xiao Jiao had already informed her that the moment she had left the shelter, this group had conspired to seize control. How audacious! Such callousness! However, the shelter was bound to the survivors and could not be taken unless Qin Nong were to be killed. Their foolishness was one thing, but repaying kindness with malice was tantamount to courting death. Shall I remind you once more? She declared. Your lives were saved by me. Without my intervention, you would all have perished. I shelter you because you are of use to me, not out of pity. Today, your encouragement of Li Yi to rebel is something I comprehend, for if I were in your position, I too would aspire to create a better environment for my companions. However, understanding does not equate to forgiveness. Henceforth, I shall provide you with sustenance, and in return, I expect you to work diligently. Should you fail to comply, I urge you to depart. I shall not support you without cause, nor allow you to overstep your bounds. Should I discover any further treachery on your part, you shall meet the same fate as Long Out Yin. With that, Qin Nong slammed the door shut. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that the seemingly gentle Qin Nong could be so merciless. What astonished them further was that her insight had pierced through their concealed thoughts. Sighing at the closed door, Li Yi remarked, As you can see, Miss Qin is not one to be trifled with. We should adhere to the rules from now on. Let us eat first. Outside, a bonfire was soon lit, wafting the aroma of food. Meanwhile, within, Qin Nong retrieved the blueprint for the beast trap, acquired earlier, and began her examination. The system indicated that the trap could ensnare ferocious beasts, and certainly, shrimp and crabs would be no exception. If I cannot contend with them, surely the trap can. With a newfound resolve, Qin Nong set about its construction. To craft a single trap, 2 pieces of wood, 2 ropes, and 2 spikes are required. While she had the wood, the ropes and spikes necessitated a visit to the online store. After perusing the store, Qin Nong exchanged 4 bananas for 30 ropes, but the spikes remained elusive. Just as she was at a loss, she caught sight of the twisting blood thorns outside the window. Qin Nong. The blood thorns had now reached level 3, their roots thickening. She pondered that plucking a few thorns would pose no significant risk, and thus engaged in communication with the blood thorns. Though they appeared somewhat reluctant, the thorns acquiesced to Qin Nong, their master, enduring the discomfort as she harvested a multitude of spikes from them. Now equipped with spikes, ropes, and wood, Qin Nong promptly set to work. The intermediate workbench differed greatly from the basic one. It could accommodate 8 workers simultaneously and doubled the proficiency, expediting the completion of blueprints. After half an hour at the intermediate workbench, Qin Nong successfully crafted 1 beast trap. Yet, one was far from sufficient. Considering the thousands of lobsters and crabs in the river, she resolved to continue her labor. Ding! Congratulations to all survivors for enduring another day. 2 days remain until the next apocalyptic crisis. Friendly reminder, please gather resources as extensively as possible, lest you find yourselves parched. Chapter 18. The next crisis, high temperature. Qin Nong was roused from her slumber by the oppressive heat. Last night, she toiled tirelessly crafting traps for catching beasts. At long last, she completed her labor and succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at dawn to oppressive heat, akin to being ensconced in a steamer. Glancing at the survivors in the chat hall, their grievances echoed loudly. What wretched weather is this? Why has it turned so unbearably hot? Indeed, even my milk has soured in this heat. The upstairs one spoke coarsely yet truthfully. Your rough demeanor is quite excessive. What are you thinking? I possess a dairy farm, and each morning I must milk the cows to barter with other survivors for resources. Goodness, there's still milk to be had. Sister, I want some too. The temperature rises steadily each day, and an ominous feeling lingers in my heart, as if calamity looms. Indeed, prior to the last cold wave, there were warnings. The days grew shorter and the temperatures plummeted. This time, however, the situation has reversed. Let us hope it is not as grim as I fear. Otherwise, all survivors worldwide shall meet their doom. When Qin Nong read the final message from the last survivor, she was somewhat taken aback. It seems there are indeed clever individuals among the survivors. Yet, as the saying goes, the more one worries, the more likely the feared events will transpire. The crisis looming in 2 days cannot be evaded. Qin Nong cast her gaze upon the thermometer affixed to the wall, which registered a staggering 40 degrees. Resigned, she wiped the sweat from her brow and stepped outside, beholding a field of golden wheat. At last, the wheat had ripened. At this moment, Li Yi and the others had recognized their previous rudeness and were gathered early at Qin Nong's shelter, awaiting her directives. Noticing that apart from a few who still bore resentment, most appeared compliant, she chose not to address it. Harsh words need only be uttered once to have their effect. Repeating them only causes harm. Surely, you are all aware that at midnight tomorrow, the next crisis will arrive, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it will be a heat wave. We have but 2 days remaining. Upon realizing that Qin Nong had surmised the impending heat wave, Li Yi's admiration for her deepened. What is your plan? 3 tasks must be undertaken. First, gather food, be it fruits, vegetables, or animals. We must collect it all. Otherwise, once the heat wave strikes and extinction ensues, we shall find ourselves bereft of sustenance. Second, conserve water. Currently, my stone house contains only 2 bottles of water, woefully insufficient. We must accumulate ample water reserves to endure this trial. Third, gather materials. I do not know whether the heat will peak at 40, 50, or even 55 degrees. But I am certain that if it surpasses 60, survival will be impossible, even within the stone house. We must devise a means to upgrade our shelter and secure a glimmer of hope. At present, my resources are scant, and accomplishing these 3 objectives necessitates our collective effort. Should we fail to exert ourselves in this critical time, we shall face certain demise. Qin Nong's impassioned words resonated with the group, and their expressions turned grave. They were not fools. They recognized the urgency of the situation. Observing their acknowledgement of the gravity at hand, Qin Nong began to allocate tasks. Firstly, I require 5 individuals to completely harvest the wheat before dusk. Additionally, I need another 5 to carry the intermediate dimensional backpack and set up the traps I crafted overnight along the southern river, retrieving them all before sunset. The remaining individuals will accompany me into the forest to gather as much food, wood, and stones as possible. Last night, Qin Nong had exchanged 2 sets of domineering leather outfits and a Lolita ensemble with Ponpon's mother for 10 axes, 5 sickles, and 10 shovels, which will suffice for today as tasks. Qin Nong summoned the 2 strongest individuals, De Jiao and Xiao Diao, dispatching them to the riverbank. As for the selection of those heading to the river, Qin Nong wished for Li Yi to make the decision. Li Yi, with her meticulous thoughts and composed demeanor, is capable of making the most advantageous judgments in varying circumstances. Observing Qin Nong's unwavering confidence, she accepted the rare intermediate dimensional backpack. Her expression a blend of complexity. Are you not concerned that I might fail in the tasks you've entrusted to me? Qin Nong replied calmly, trust those I employ, and do not harbor doubts about them. Besides, I have already dealt with the most perilous creatures in the river. If you cannot manage the remaining tasks, I would have to question my own judgment. With such words spoken, Li Yi could hardly refuse. She took the backpack and departed. Subsequently, Qin Nong selected 10 robust women to distribute the axes and shovels, preparing to personally lead them into the forest for resource gathering. As for those remaining to harvest the wheat, Qin Nong instructed Xue Jingji to ensure their safety. The wheat is ripe, and once harvested, it will automatically decompose into flour with minimal effort. With the personnel arranged, Qin Nong commenced her journey. Meanwhile, within the manor, a plot to assassinate Qin Nong was underway. Fuji, observing the kneeling number 96 before him, furrowed his brow. Have you located Long Outyin? Number 96 shook his head, presenting a box. I am incompetent. When I visited his home, I only found this. Fuji opened the box to reveal the severed head of Long Outyin, which he disdainfully cast aside. What a waste. Even if he is dead, why is Qin Nong still alive? I provided Long Outyin with ample resources, yet he failed to utilize them? More importantly, what has become of those female slaves in his shelter? Several of them were quite pleasing to the eye, particularly that Li Yi, who has vanished without a trace. Such a pity. Noticing Fuji's displeasure, number 96 spoke. Rest assured, my lord, in a couple of days, the high temperature will arrive. With Qin Nong's meager stone shelter, it will surely be inadequate to withstand it. We shall await the day she is reduced to a desiccated corpse. This statement lightened Fuji's mood somewhat. Indeed, how could he have forgotten? Qin Nong's shelter was merely a low-grade stone dwelling. Before the high temperature, even shelters that had not reached level 5 would perish. Since fate seemed to have decreed her demise, there was no need for him to rush. With a resounding clang, Qin Nong pried open the 10th stone with her shovel and wiped her brow. Her agility, intellect, and spirit now far surpassed those of her fellow survivors. However, Her physical strength remains rather unremarkable, making even the task of quarrying stones particularly arduous. After a brief respite, Qin Nong prepared to continue her work when she suddenly heard someone exclaim fruit. Looking up, she saw Xiao Qi approaching, joyfully cradling several pomelos. Miss Qin, I've discovered a pomelo tree laden with fruit. Why don't we transplant it closer to the shelter? Qin Nong found this idea quite appealing and promptly followed Xiao Qi to the tree. However, upon reaching the pomelo tree, she realized her earlier excitement had been premature. Chapter 19. Crafting, Mud. The pomelo tree stood tall and straight, its leaves densely packed, and its sturdy branches reminiscent of a giant supporting a verdant canopy. It would take at least 2 individuals to encircle its trunk. With only a handful of them present, Qin Nong doubted their ability to lift it. Even if they managed to bring it back, the impending heat would surely lead to its demise within a few days. With a sigh, she declared, "Let us not exert ourselves on this. Instead, let us simply harvest the fruit." The ripe pomelos were not overly acidic. Rather, they possessed a unique sweetness. After sampling a few, Qin Nong stored them in her dimensional backpack, intending to return to the shelter and replicate them for distribution amongst the others. By this time, they had gathered nearly enough stones, though some wood was still lacking. Qin Nong, no longer in a hurry, instructed the others to search for any remaining wild fruits, while she discreetly returned to the shelter with her bounty. Double replication. In a flash of light, Qin Nong received 200 units of wood, 60 units of stone, and 34 pomelos. The significance of this duplication was paramount. Given that each person had their own agendas and trust was still lacking, Qin Nong resolved to keep her extraordinary abilities concealed from them. After securing the supplies, she grabbed her empty dimensional backpack and rejoined the group. The forest was bustling with activity, and the river was no less lively. After setting down the animal trap, Li Yi, wary of the creatures evading it, placed a wild chicken inside. True to expectation, those simple-minded, strong-limbed crustaceans, drawn by the scent, rushed into the trap. The cage, adaptable to the size of the captured beasts, ensnared them all without exception. The river soon returned to its prior tranquility. Once the tasks assigned by Qin Nong were completed, Li Yi and the others struggled to drag the trap ashore. She toiled diligently, while the others grew increasingly irritable. "Sister Li Yi, do we exert ourselves just to catch a few crabs to satisfy her appetite? There are so many wild fruits in the forest. Surely a handful would be far superior to these crabs, which are both fishy and meager in meat." Indeed, I cannot abide Qin Nong's lofty demeanor. We've only been here a day, and already she acts as if she is above us. If this continues, who knows how she might mistreat us in the future. Indeed, these crabs are quite perilous. Had it not been for Sister Li Yi's timely intervention just now, I might have been dragged into the water. It seems she intends to torment us by assigning this task, merely to test our patience. The sisters chattered incessantly, criticizing Qin Nong, unaware that she had already appeared behind them. Having just gathered supplies with her female companions, she had come to the riverbank to assist Li Yi, only to overhear their disparaging remarks. Qin Nong stood quietly, eager to hear Li Yi's response. Li Yi wiped her brow, feeling somewhat exasperated, and remarked, "From what I know of Qin Nong, she is not the type to waste an entire evening crafting animal traps merely to satiate her own cravings. We are reliant on her, and assisting her ultimately aids our own survival. Do you not wish to navigate the next crisis unscathed?" A crisp applause erupted from behind Li Yi, startling her as she turned to see Qin Nong and the other sisters. The individuals who had just spoken ill of Qin Nong were caught red-handed, their faces displaying embarrassment. Qin Nong surveyed the multitude of shrimp and crabs along the shore, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done, Li Yi. Your words have not disappointed me." Li Yi opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Qin Nong raised her hand and said, "I know what you wish to express, merely pleading on behalf of your dear sisters. Fear not, I shall not hold it against you." With that, Qin Nong whistled, summoning the 2 sizable eagles, which grasped the traps in their beaks and began transporting them to the shelter. Gazing at the crystalline waters of the river, Qin Nong addressed the group. "Let us commence gathering water." Li Yi's eyes brightened. "You cleared those crabs to obtain a water source?" Qin Nong replied calmly, "No. I sought to procure the most essential material for upgrading our shelter, mud." On the eve of the impending heat wave, all survivors in this post-apocalyptic world were laboring tirelessly to gather food and water. After all, even 007 had stated that to survive, one must stockpile resources. Who would dare to disregard such advice? However, the astute survivors began to sense an underlying message. Was the resource that 007 referred to truly food? If it were merely sustenance, why not state it plainly? Was it possible that this resource encompassed not only provisions, but also materials for upgrading the shelter? Those who grasped this nuance broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that this crisis, akin to the previous cold wave, would render shelters of insufficient level incapable of enduring the onslaught? Unlike others, Qin Nong had also discerned 007's insinuation and was working diligently with a dozen helpers to produce mud. With less than 6 hours until midnight, they had already prepared 8 portions of mud, a considerable amount, yet still far from sufficient. The next level of the shelter requires 500 units of wood, 100 stones, 50 units of mud, and 10 pounds of iron ore. Currently, we are significantly lacking in wood and mud. Even if Qin Nong could duplicate resources, it seems insufficient. We must hasten our efforts. Li Yi, has your companion, who stayed at the shelter to harvest wheat, finished? Upon hearing this, Li Yi wiped the dirt from her hands and promptly approached Qin Nong, nodding in affirmation. Yes, they are currently in the forest, chopping trees with other sisters. Qin Nong shook her head. There is no time to lose. Quickly gather everyone by the river to produce mud. Before noon, we must create 21 portions of mud. Receiving Qin Nong's command, Li Yi hurried to inform her companions in the forest. Recognizing the shortfall in wood, Qin Nong decided to sell several items that were temporarily unnecessary. A flower pot, 2 giant mushrooms, 2 space meteorites, a trapping cage blueprint, 1 women's thermal underwear, 4 bottles of purified water, and 1 blanket. She set the online store to accept only trades of wood and stones. Having done all she could, she left the rest to fate. If the shelter could not be upgraded before noon, it would simply be their misfortune. An hour passed, then 2. Time slipped away, and soon less than 20 minutes remained until midnight. Everyone worked diligently, and at last, they completed 21 portions of mud. Through the online store, Qin Nong acquired an additional 5 stones and 75 units of wood, totaling 110 units of wood when combined with the 35 collected by Li Yi and her companions earlier in the day. This was sufficient. Chapter 20. Upgrade to a Level 5 Shelter. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Nong urged everyone to return to the shelter while she herself rode the eagle to the stone house, extracting all the necessary upgrade resources and duplicating everything that could be duplicated. 500 units of wood, 101 stones, 50 units of mud, and 10 pounds of iron ore. Everything was in order. Without further delay, Qin Nong initiated the upgrade of the shelter. Detected that you have met the upgrade conditions for a Level 5 underground fortress. 500 wood, 100 stones, 50 mud, 10 pounds of iron ore. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. After a blinding flash of light, the dreary stone house underwent a remarkable transformation. Li Yi and her sisters hastened towards the shelter. Along the way, some companions expressed their doubts. Why did Qin Nong leave us behind and go on her own? Is she planning to sever ties? Indeed, we have worked for her for 2 days. Even if our contributions were minimal, it seems ungrateful to abandon us like this. If that were the case, wouldn't we be doomed? With less than 5 minutes remaining, another crisis is upon us. Have we truly been forsaken once more? The words of her sisters cast a shadow over Li Yi's heart. If Qin Nong truly had a clear conscience, why would she choose to depart alone? Surely, the vehicle could accommodate several people without issue. Yet, when Li Yi considered the perilous lengths Qin Nong had gone to in order to rescue her sisters, she was loath to doubt her. Thus, when faced with her sister's inquiries, she could only manage a forced smile. Perhaps there were other matters at play. However, even as she uttered these words, Li Yi herself felt a lack of conviction, making it all the more difficult for others to believe her. At that moment, a profound sense of abandonment gripped her heart. The shelter was a sanctuary owned by the survivors. If they were unwilling to grant entry to others, no amount of brute force could breach its defenses. If Qin Nong truly intended to cast them aside, leaving them at the mercy of the world outside, they would be powerless to change their fate. Perhaps this was the essence of the apocalypse, cold-blooded, merciless, and selfish. In such a world, who would willingly offer unconditional assistance to strangers? Having come to terms with this reality, Li Yi and her companions found a semblance of clarity. The previous urgency to return to the shelter dissipated. A mere 100 meters lay ahead, yet they felt paralyzed, unable to take that crucial step forward. All stood still, hesitant. Li Yi, unsure of how to proceed, could only offer a bitter smile as she clasped her sister's hand. engulfed in deep self-reproach. It was her misjudgment that had left her sisters homeless. Anxiety, despair, just as they were engulfed in desolation. A familiar voice rang out. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry inside." Qin Nong's words were like a refreshing spring, bringing hope to travelers on the brink of dying of thirst in the desert. Following the sound, they beheld a magnificent steel fortress materialize before them. The heavy alloy gates fit seamlessly. Granite columns rose majestically to the dome above. The walls, forged from ore, gleamed with a cold, silvery light, silently proclaiming the fortress's immovability. Impervious to any calamity or misfortune, this was the underground stronghold of a level 5 shelter. Li Yi and her companions were left in astonishment. As they entered the shelter, it felt almost surreal. This was the level 5 shelter? With this, did they truly possess the means to withstand natural disasters? As they prepared to face the impending crisis together, Qin Nong, without reservation, proceeded to elaborate. The upgraded shelter spanned 200 square meters, complete with an underground ice cellar to ensure food preservation, in addition to retaining the original incubation room and the 3-bedroom layout. The intermediate workbench had been upgraded to a high-level workstation, capable of producing more intricate and precise blueprints. Furthermore, the furnace apparatus had been unlocked, facilitating the smelting of pig iron and the crafting of bricks. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Qin Nong encouraged them to explore, allowing them to acclimate to their new environment. From the very beginning, Li Yi was captivated by the fluorescent indicator at the entrance and inquired of Qin Nong about its purpose. Qin Nong approached and pressed the button. A satisfying click resonated as numerous precision instruments began to whir into action, and in an instant, the entire fortress descended 20 meters, effectively isolating the external clamor beneath solid rock. This was the status switch button. Pressing it allowed the fortress to submerge underground. Qin Nong demonstrated this feature, and Li Yi's eyes sparkled with wonder. With this mode activated, neither the biting cold nor the sweltering heat posed a threat. At this moment, Li Yi began to admire Qin Nong, for it was she who had resolutely advocated for the upgrade of the shelter, allowing them to reside in such a secure haven. However, a flicker of doubt lingered in Li Yi's mind. From what she understood, upgrading to a level 5 shelter required substantial resources. And despite their efforts over the past 2 days, they had likely not amassed the necessary quantities. How had Qin Nong accomplished this? Yet, everyone harbors secrets. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Yi chose to set her thoughts aside. Ding! Congratulations to player 666 for successfully upgrading the shelter. You have been awarded 1 free attribute point, which may be allocated at your discretion. After much anticipation, Qin Nong allocated the attribute point directly to strength. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your shelter. Updating your profile now. Survivor, Qin Nong, age, 24, ID, 666, Zone, District 27, Title, Master of Cold Waves, Strength, 6, Agility, 7, Intelligence, 8, Mentality, 10, Hunger Level, 52, Professional Skill, Thief, Fortress Combat Power, Bloodthorn 4, Mountain Eagle 2, Equipment, Gale Boots, Flying Skateboard, Diamond Axe, Axes X10, Scythes X5, Shovels X10, Items Owned, 20 mini capsule spaces, 28 black gold coins, 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks, 2 long-distance teleportation scrolls, 20 rolls of native wood pulp toilet paper, food storage, 7 eggs, 34 grapefruits, 1,000 pounds of lobster, 2,000 pounds of crab, 100 pounds of flour, 5 tons of water, resource reserves, 1 stone, shelter, level 5 fortress, materials required for next upgrade, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 250 mud, 200 bricks, 100 pounds of fine iron. Permanently, all collected materials X2, evaluation. Upon entering, I immediately saw Chong Wei defeating Lai Fu, managing to achieve a level 5 shelter. Ding! Congratulations, the shelter's level has reached 5. Alliance mode is now activated. You may choose to join an alliance, accept tasks assigned by the alliance, and receive material rewards, or refuse to join and continue to operate independently. Warning! Warning! Once joined, exiting the alliance midway is not permitted. Should one attempt to exit forcibly, the leader reserves the right to deal with traitors. The fate of the traitor is a 1-level decrease in the shelter's rating, and the resources acquired upon upgrading will also be correspondingly stripped away. Attention! Attention! Survivors in a level 5 shelter can only choose to join an alliance as ordinary members and cannot opt to create an alliance or become leaders. Chapter 21. The Arrival of High-Temperature Ding Dong. It has been detected that you have received 99 alliance invitations. Would you like to view them? Back when the shelter was only at levels 2 and 3, Qi Nong was entirely oblivious to the concept of alliances. Now that her strength has escalated, the choices available have expanded considerably. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, everything is but an illusion. Only strength holds true significance. Qi Nong's thoughts raced as she cast a fleeting glance at the 99 invitations, disregarding them for the moment. There were more pressing matters at hand. With just 1 minute remaining until midnight, she first moved 4 blood thorns and 2 mountain hawks indoors, allowing them to roam freely. She then gathered everyone together. The upgrade of this shelter is the result of our collective efforts, which I hold dear in my heart. Therefore, we shall face this crisis together. However, I must preemptively clarify that this shelter belongs to me. Your presence here is merely temporary. Should anyone harbor ambitions of usurping my position or engage in covert schemes, do not blame me for turning against you. We understand. The crowd responded in unison, though a few individuals displayed disdainful expressions. Qi Nong noticed that these few were the same ones who had previously spoken ill of her by the river and incited Li Yi to replace her, one of whom was called Yi Luo. A glint of determination flashed in Qi Nong's eyes, but she refrained from acting out. Yi Luo, you would do well to remain in line. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is a most excruciating one. The underground fortress is quite spacious. Yet there are only 2 bedrooms. Qi Nong selected the master bedroom for herself, while leaving the remaining room for Li Yi to allocate. After some contemplation, Li Yi chose not to overstep her bounds and allowed her sisters to sleep on the carpet in the living room. Despite the heat outside, sleeping on the carpet would not lead to illness. More importantly, they were originally Qi Nong's subordinates and should not presume to occupy her bedroom. However, Li Yi's thoughtful intentions went largely unappreciated, with many voicing complaints. Yi Luo, in particular, felt resentful, especially since Qi Nong was upgrading the shelter with her contribution. Despite Li Yi's repeated attempts to persuade her, she could only relent. As the final 10 seconds approached, everyone began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. When the second hand reached the top, the sun in the sky suddenly emitted a blinding ray of light, unleashing an unbearable heat that transformed the entire post-apocalyptic world into a colossal steamer. High temperature has arrived. The clear river water evaporated swiftly, revealing a parched riverbed. The lush trees withered away, bereft of life. The asphalt on the roads melted into liquid, hissing ominously. Animals, crops, and the very earth were drained of vitality in that moment, heralding the decline of existence. Qi Nong gazed at the thermometer on the wall as it steadily climbed from 50 to 55 degrees, prompting her to hastily press the button that submerged the fortress underground, shielding it from the oppressive heat. Yet, even in the depths, the relentless warmth persisted. Unable to endure the sweltering temperatures, Qi Nong led her companions to the subterranean ice cellar. Enveloped in a refreshing mist, the stifling heat began to dissipate. The ice blocks stored in the underground fortress were the result of Qi Nong's meticulous efforts, having transported them countless times from the river, carrying buckets on her back. It took hundreds of trips to amass such a substantial supply of ice. Observing the stored water resources, a flicker of satisfaction blossomed within her, a testament to her foresight. The others settled onto the ground, quietly relishing this rare moment of coolness. Just then, an untimely rumble emanated from Xiao Qi's stomach. Qi Nong turned her gaze toward Xiao Qi, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, Miss Qin, I haven't eaten all day. Not only Xiao Qi, but the others had also neglected their meals in their haste to gather resources. Feeling a pang of guilt, Qi Nong produced the freshly caught lobsters and crabs from the river. I'm sorry for being so preoccupied. How about we prepare a feast of lobster sashimi? The ice cellar has an unlimited supply of ice. That sounds wonderful. Finally, there is something to eat. Xiao Qi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. At just 14 or 15, she was a girl whose emotions were transparent. Qi Nong smiled and instructed everyone to prepare the ingredients. With 1,000 pounds of lobster and 2,000 pounds of crab, there was more than enough to sustain them for a fortnight. Surviving the heat was no longer a concern. Meanwhile, Qi Nong was busy tending to the preparations, while the pinned messages in the announcement section were inundated with complaints. Warning! Warning! The second crisis of the apocalypse, extreme heat, has arrived. All should prepare accordingly. This heat will reach a maximum of 68 degrees and a minimum of 50, lasting for 3 days. Survivors in the shelter who do not achieve level 2 after this crisis will be eliminated. Attention! The online store function is now disabled and will resume in 3 days. After this crisis, the top survivor in each district will not only receive a free attribute point and an alliance pass, but also the title of Heat Warning, which grants an additional point in strength. Now please enjoy this unexpected sauna experience. How outrageous! Are we not allowed to live? Indeed. They have subjected us all to the Sahara, mocking us with the notion of a sauna. Do they think we relish this? With the online store disabled, we can't even buy water. I am parched. You brought this upon yourself. 007 had warned you to prepare resources in advance, yet you chose to ignore it. How could I have anticipated such ruthlessness? I thought resources merely referred to food, and now I am suffering from thirst after stockpiling 10 boxes of bread. The sight of bread only infuriates me further. I do have water, yet I find myself unable to exchange it with you. Alas, such is fate. Having just endured the cold wave, we are now confronted with the sweltering heat, and who knows what peculiarities we might encounter next. It is utterly insidious of 007 to conceal this crisis until the very last moment. However, it was hardly necessary to state it outright, given the previous heat wave. Even a modicum of intelligence would have led one to deduce that the impending crisis would indeed be the heat. I am utterly sweltering, unable to consume anything. What are you all feasting upon? As Chin Nong savored her lobster sashimi, upon seeing this message, she casually snapped a photo and uploaded it to the chat hall. It would have been better had she not shared it. Upon its upload, everyone became restless. Could it be true? They lacked even a drop of water. Yet Chin Nong was indulging in lobster sashimi? What is that beside her? Is it fresh crab? Goodness, this is outrageous. Am I seeing this correctly? I am nearly dying from the heat, and yet Chin Nong is enjoying sashimi? By the way, where did she acquire so much ice? In such sweltering weather. Hasn't it long since melted? She must have some special apparatus within her shelter to preserve ice. Surely, you have never seen this? This is a unique ice cellar found only in a level 5 shelter. As long as there is water, ice can be produced endlessly. Does this mean that Chin Nong's shelter is indeed a level 5? Goodness, what a remarkable individual. I must seek her favor. Wait a moment. I recall that after the last cold wave, when 007 announced the top player in each district, Chin Nong's name was mentioned. She seems to be the top player in District 27. Yes, I remember now. Chapter 22. The invitation of the Blood Alliance. Chin Nong did not anticipate that her casual upload of a photograph would inadvertently serve to elevate her status. Nevertheless, she paid little mind to the flattery of others, setting her phone aside and indulging in her feast. Nearby, Jiao Da and Jiao Air peered curiously, evidently intrigued by the lobster sashimi. Recalling the earlier incident where Jiao Da was pinched by a crab claw, she could not help but chuckle. Tossing 2 generous pieces of lobster meat into the air, Jiao Da took flight, snatching the morsels with delight and flapping his wings in satisfaction. The others watching this scene erupted in laughter. While the ice cellar resonated with mirth, within the manor, Fuji found no cause for amusement. He had originally believed that Chin Nong was doomed in this heat. Yet not only had she upgraded her shelter, but she was also feasting so lavishly. Was this not a slap in his face? Fuji contemplated dispatching someone to deal with Chin Nong, but was then reminded of the current extreme heat. It was ill-advised for assassins to venture out, leaving him in a state of vexation. Observing the leader's distress, Number 96 seized the opportunity to interject. Master, I might have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share. Fuji, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Speak. On Route 96. It has become evident that Chin Nong's sanctuary has ascended to level 5, indicating her burgeoning strength. It is only a matter of time before she receives invitations from various alliances. Rather than passively observing her join another faction, it would be prudent for us to extend an invitation first, securing her allegiance. After all, as stipulated by the Alliance Charter, you, as the leader of the Blood Alliance, can direct her towards the east, compelling her to heed your commands. At that juncture, should you assign her a perilous task, she would have little choice but to comply. This suggestion is indeed astute. With a beaming smile, Fuji patted 90SIX's shoulder, exclaiming, Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. Send that woman an invitation post-haste and enlist her services. At your command. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Chin Nong buried the remnants of lobsters and crabs near the roots of the blood thorn, treating it as fertilizer. During this period, her focus had been solely on upgrading her sanctuary, and she had neglected to procure sustenance for the bloodthorn. However, the plant could sustain itself by hunting birds and beasts, alleviating her concerns. She also instructed Diaoda and Diao Air to transport several blocks of ice into her bedroom, rendering the space considerably cooler for her respite. As for the others in the fortress, they were free to roam, as she had already conveyed her directives. Should anyone remain obstinate, she would not hesitate to enforce her words. Once tranquility resumed, Qin Nong finally had the opportunity to check her mobile messages. To her astonishment, in just a few short hours, the number of alliance invitations had skyrocketed from 99 to 999. Initially perplexed by the influx of messages, she soon realized that her solitary existence and unblemished background, combined with the recent photograph taken in the chat hall showcasing her prowess, had made her a sought-after asset for other alliances eager for a champion. However, understanding the situation was one matter. Willingness to join was quite another. Qin Nong meticulously examined each alliance's description, discovering that some had entirely abandoned the principle of mutual assistance, treating their members as mere tools, offering minimal rewards for the most hazardous tasks. One particular alliance even offered a paltry 2 pieces of wood in exchange for retrieving a golden chest from the jaws of a titan python, an outrageous proposition. Without hesitation, Qin Nong rejected this alliance. Conversely, she encountered some alliances that appeared more humane, yet she discerned that their female members were notoriously difficult to please. Although the rewards were generous, the tasks assigned were convoluted, with stringent time constraints and formidable challenges that made securing the promised compensation far from straightforward. She dismissed these offers as well. After filtering through several hundred alliances over the course of 7 or 8 hours, she had yet to find a suitable organization. Fortunately, since the onset of the apocalypse, all survivors' mobile devices remained perpetually charged, or else their batteries would have long since depleted. With a sigh, Qin Nong resolved to wait a little longer, only to receive yet another new message. Blood Alliance. Welcome, Miss Qin, to our Blood Alliance. Blood Alliance? Is that the alliance of Fuji and number 97? Anger surged within Qin Nong. She was about to retort. But considering her limited strength and the uncertainty of the other party's situation, she hesitated to confront them directly, fearing potential retribution. After some contemplation, Qin Nong decided to remain noncommittal. The Blood Alliance, having waited for quite some time, grew increasingly restless in the absence of Qin Nong's response. Promising her a gift of 10 bricks upon her joining, the offer was indeed tempting. It is worth noting that upgrading to the next level of the shelter required 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 250 mud, 200 bricks, and 100 pounds of refined iron. The difficulty of this task was exponentially greater than that of upgrading to a level 5 shelter, particularly concerning the bricks and refined iron, of which Qin Nong had never even heard. With a clever thought, Qin Nong decided to reply, "If you provide me with the bricks, I will give you my answer immediately." The members of the Blood Alliance rejoiced and promptly sent 10 bricks to Qin Nong's inbox. Upon receiving the bricks, she immediately doubled her stock, obtaining 20 in total. Examining them closely, she found their appearance rather ordinary, seemingly a mixture of mud and gravel. Though the method of their creation was still unclear, she tentatively messaged her counterpart. "How are the bricks made?" "Certainly, they are produced through a furnace. By combining mud and stone in a ratio of 1:2 and burning them for an hour, one can obtain a brick. However, the process requires 1 piece of wood to maintain the fire, meaning the production of a single brick necessitates 1 wood, 1 stone, and 2 mud." Eager to recruit Qin Nong, the Blood Alliance divulged all pertinent details. Upon learning the method of brick production, Qin Nong's understanding deepened, prompting her to inquire further. "Is there a difference between refined iron and ore?" The Blood Alliance explained, "Ordinary ore, when processed and refined, yields refined iron. 10 pounds of ore can produce only 1 pound of refined iron, and this too requires the use of a furnace for smelting." The significance of the furnace was surprising, as it nearly determined whether she would be able to upgrade her shelter. A weight settled in Qin Nong's heart. After upgrading the fortress, she would be left with merely 1 stone in her reserves. The prospect of further upgrades appeared daunting. It became clear that she must join the alliance swiftly to acquire resources, lest she be left behind. After much contemplation, Qin Nong chose to ignore the messages from the Blood Alliance and went to sleep. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Alliance, having waited in vain for her response, began to feel anxious. What was happening? Hadn't Qin Nong promised to reply after receiving the 10 bricks? They endured several more hours of silence, only to realize that she was taking advantage of them, which left them utterly exasperated. Baka, Baka, the audacious woman dares to deceive herself. Just wait. Once the sweltering heat passes, I shall dispatch an assassin to eliminate you. Chapter 23. Once again claiming the first position in the oppressive heat. Only the ice cellar offers respite. Li Yi and her companions spent 2 days in the ice cellar. While it was indeed cool, they suffered from the cold, with some even falling ill. Consequently, they had to relocate to the living room. Although Qin Nong possessed a microcapsule space within her backpack, which could have provided comfort, she was reluctant to utilize it. Deep down, she understood that certain individuals among them had persistently urged Li Yi to take her place, and she would not commit the foolish act of repaying malice with kindness. The 3 days of sweltering heat felt interminable, just when everyone believed they could no longer endure. The prompt from 007 arrived like a refreshing rain, bestowing upon them a glimmer of hope for survival. Ding! The 3-day period has elapsed. Congratulations to all for once again overcoming this round of crisis. We will now announce the results. During this heat wave, a total of 8,910,271 lives were lost. The number of eliminated districts totals 239. We will now begin the ranking of districts. District 1 Champion, Xinyu. District 2 Champion, Yangtao. District 9 Champion, Taishan. District 27 Champion, Qin Nong. The rewards for the top performers in each district have been dispatched to your inbox. Please check diligently. Attention! Attention! All survivors. Please note that effective immediately, there will be no buffer period before the onset of disasters. Each day you survive will now present a crisis. The new round of crisis involves fog and will last for 5 days. A friendly reminder, to illuminate the direction within the fog, a light source must be purchased. Light sources can only be acquired using black coins, which can be obtained by joining an alliance and completing tasks. Today marks the first day of the fog's arrival. Good luck to all. In the previous moment, the survivors were still reveling in the joy of the heatwave's end, and in the next, 007 doused them with cold water. The buffer time had vanished, the crisis duration had been extended, and even the means to discern their path required task completion. It was as though 007 were toying with them. Meanwhile, Qin Nong donned the title of Heatwave Warning and allocated a free attribute point to strength. Her strength had now reached 8, enabling her to overpower opponents through sheer force. However, she remained perplexed by the Alliance Pass, prompting her to click on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Alliance Pass. Upon joining an alliance, one lives as a member of the Alliance and dies as a ghost of the Alliance. Yet with this Alliance Pass in hand, everything changes. Possessing one grants you peace of mind when you wish to exit the Alliance, allowing for a carefree departure. Survivors should prioritize their own well-being. A cheap pass? What a valuable item. At that moment, Qin Nong listened to 007's warning that once one joined the Alliance, withdrawal was not an option. She felt a flicker of concern. For the fate of traitors was indeed dire, with even the sanctuary's level being reduced. However, with the introduction of a cheat voucher, the matter seemed less daunting. That said, joining the Alliance was essential for undertaking missions to earn the coveted Wu coins. Thus Qin Nong was reluctant to sever ties with the Alliance unless absolutely necessary. As dawn broke, the first day after the arrival of the mist commenced. 007 had not explicitly revealed the nature of the creatures within the mist, leaving Qin Nong in the dark. Yet, the notion of remaining idle in the sanctuary was clearly untenable. Early in the morning, she roused the 21 women within the sanctuary to venture into the mist and discern its mysteries. Li Yi also believed that inaction was not a viable strategy and consented to Qin Nong's decision. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Yi Luo gazed at the thick, water-like mist with reluctance, exclaiming, 007 has stated that the mist is perilous. Qin Nong, if you wish to court death, I will not stop you. But must we all accompany you to your demise? Li Yi tugged at Yi Luo's sleeve, urging her to refrain from further comments. Yi Luo, with her head held high, retorted coolly, it is precisely that. Our sanctuary has reached level 5 and is already quite secure. If Qin Nong is willing to venture out for food to sustain us all, we can weather this crisis safely, can we not? As her close friend continued to speak disrespectfully, Li Yi became agitated, hastily covering Yi Luo's mouth, half threatening and half coaxing, keep quiet. We are all part of a whole now. If anything happens to Qin Nong, we will lose our sanctuary. Do you wish to sleep rough in the wilderness? Yi Luo bit her lip, falling silent thereafter. Qin Nong observed the exchange with a watchful eye, a fleeting glint in her gaze, yet she chose not to react. Let us proceed, she declared, distributing shovels, sickles, and axes before leading them outside. The thick fog enveloped them, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Upon entering the forest, it felt as though they had stepped into a dreamscape forgotten by time. The dense mist descended from the heavens, shrouding the entire forest within its embrace. Trees, streams, and flora appeared elusive in the fog, becoming increasingly distant, while the air was suffused with the fresh aroma of vegetation, rendering the passage of time indistinguishable. Serenity prevailed, a tranquil pause before the impending storm. Qin Nong spread her fingers, weaving through the mist as it slid past her fingertips like a tangible substance. Such thickness of fog rendered resource gathering nearly impossible, and even direction was hard to discern. Narrowing her eyes, Qin Nong began to contemplate a solution. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the underbrush, startling everyone. Yi Luo let out a piercing scream. Ah! Quick as lightning, Qin Nong lunged forward, capturing the source of the noise in an instant. It was a rabbit. The group collectively exhaled in relief. The piercing scream that erupted just moments ago startled the creatures lurking within the fog. The once stagnant mist began to swirl rapidly, as if some beast were racing through the shrouded haze. Swiftly and relentlessly, danger approached. Qin Nong twisted the rabbit's head off and discarded it into her intermediate dimension backpack, which could not contain living beings, and shouted, "Run!" Upon hearing her, her female companions scattered like bees, shrieking in panic. Qin Nong, donning her gale boots, pursued a singular direction. Just as she departed, a roar echoed from behind her. It was a feral cry, a blend of exhilaration at discovering prey and fury at its escape. Qin Nong stifled her fear and glanced back hastily. The sight that met her eyes was chilling. The creature was none other than the one that had relentlessly chased her to the shelter during the previous cold wave. Sinister and formidable, it was a specter that voraciously devoured survivors. Was this the creature that 007 had spoken of, lurking within the fog? Chapter 24, The Fallen Leaf, The Kill. Shortly after Leaf fell into disarray, a wave of regret washed over her. Lacking occupational skills and inferior in physical prowess to Li Yi, she realized the treacherous nature of the fog-laden world. Alone, she stood no chance against the monster. Had she known better, she would have fled alongside Qin Nong. Contemplating this, her pace slowed. For reasons unknown, she felt as though a pair of eyes were lurking within the mist, watching her. This eerie sensation sent shivers down her spine. "Li Yi, Xiao Qi, is that you?" she called out, desperation creeping into her voice. "Please don't hide, come out. I can see you. I'm scared. I beg you, don't frighten me." As she walked, her voice trembled, for she noticed a figure up ahead, motionless, waiting for her. Was it an enemy? Or a companion? Leaf cautiously approached the silhouette. 1 meter, 2 meters. Upon reaching the figure, she discovered it was Qin Nong, and relief washed over her. "It's you. You scare me to death just now. What are you doing standing here?" Qin Nong tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Guess." Leaf furrowed her brow, about to scold her, when suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her chest. A mighty axe had struck her. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down the axe handle, forming a serpentine line on the ground. Leaf gazed at Qin Nong in disbelief. "Why?" With a swift motion, Qin Nong extracted the axe, wiping the blood from the handle. "I have given you many chances. It was you who failed to cherish them." With indifference, Qin Nong hoisted Leaf's lifeless body and made her way toward the shelter. Along the way, the piercing screams of women echoed in succession. It seemed the monsters were not limited to just one. Qin Nong's expression remained unchanged. The purpose of this expedition was threefold. Firstly, to ascertain the reality of the mist. Secondly, to uncover the true nature of the monsters lurking within. And thirdly, to eliminate adversaries under the cover of the mist, while concealing her murderous intent from her female companions. She executed these objectives with remarkable finesse, having planned meticulously throughout the night. Qin Nong returned to the sanctuary, dragging the lifeless body of Yi Luo, and unceremoniously discarded it before the blood thorn. Sensing the presence of flesh, the blood thorn quivered with excitement, swiftly enveloping the corpse and extending its tendrils to drain the blood. In no time, the number of crimson spots on the blood thorn multiplied, nearly engulfing its entire form. It had leveled up to 4. Indeed, fresh blood was the quintessential nourishment for nurturing the blood thorn. The drained corpse soon transformed into mere skeletal remains. Qin Nong casually kicked the bones into the dense fog, allowing this apocalyptic calamity to obliterate any evidence of her deeds. Monsters! There are monsters! Miss Qin, where are you? Come save us. Help! Is anyone there to rescue me? The carnage wrought by the monsters showed no sign of abating, and Qin Nong quietly assessed the situation in her mind, estimating the number of beasts. 4, 5. No, there must be more than 10. The sheer abundance of monsters exceeded Qin Nong's expectations, and the forest erupted with screams, permeating the air with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Most had perished. It was time for Qin Nong to take action. Equipped with her charged hoverboard, she began to glide above the treetops, hoping to locate any survivors. Soon, she discovered the first survivor, Li Yi. Qin Nong lifted Li Yi onto her board, who expressed her gratitude profusely. After returning Li Yi to the sanctuary, she managed to find 2 or 3 more individuals. Perhaps fortune favored her, as she encountered few monsters. The only significant confrontation occurred while rescuing Xiao Qi, who had been cornered by a monster and was on the verge of being fatally bitten. Qin Nong swiftly deployed a long-distance teleportation scroll, whisking Xiao Qi back to the sanctuary. Enhancing the beauty of the moment is incomparable to providing timely aid. At that moment, the 4 remaining survivors huddled together, trembling in fear. Li Yi, gazing at her dwindling companions, was filled with remorse. It was entirely her fault. Out of 21 sisters, only 4 remained. It was all her fault. It was all her fault. As these thoughts consumed them, tears began to flow once more. After giving them a moment to compose themselves, Qin Nong interjected, "My act of saving you is not born of benevolence, but rather because you are of utility to me. Now, please surrender the resources you have gathered." Entering the mist while simultaneously collecting supplies had been the task Qin Nong had assigned prior to her departure. The group steadied their emotions and began to present their findings: 5 units of mud, 5 units of wood, and 10 units of stone. The quantities were meager. Even when doubled, they amounted to merely 10 bricks. Qin Nong gathered her thoughts and resolved to initiate the furnace in the workshop. The high-temperature ceramic furnace, enveloped in a mysterious sheen, stood silently in a corner of the workshop. Behind the tightly shut furnace door lay a world of searing mystery, waiting to be unveiled. To create bricks, one must consume 1 piece of wood, 1 portion of mud, and 2 stones. Qin Nong mixed the mud and stones in a 1:2 ratio before pressing the switch. In an instant, the stillness within the furnace was shattered as the crimson flames surged, and the raw materials began to morph and meld together, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand, ultimately transforming into rectangular stone blocks, displaying the unique ochre patterns of bricks. Qin Nong opened the furnace and retrieved the long-desired bricks. Success! Li Yi and the others gathered around the bricks, their faces alight with excitement. Their efforts had not been in vain. They had indeed succeeded in firing the bricks. Witnessing this scene, Qin Nong's anxious heart finally settled. She handed over the remaining materials to Li Yi and shared the key points of brickmaking with her before assigning them their work shifts. Producing 1 brick required 1 hour, and the remaining raw materials were sufficient for a day's labor. During this time, Qin Nong planned to join the alliance to undertake tasks, thereby acquiring ample black coins to purchase light sources and further explore the fog. After converting 100 pounds of flour into 500 steamed buns and 500 pancakes, she left a portion for Li Yi and set out with the remaining provisions. 007. I wish to join the Sended Alliance. This alliance was the optimal choice Qin Nong had determined after careful consideration. Unlike the complexities of other alliances, Sendit merely required its members to deliver packages or accept orders. Furthermore, the alliance provided each delivery personnel with a vehicle, marking it as a benevolent organization. Qin Nong also noted that the alliance boasted a membership of 500,000, indicating its robust development and resilience against collapse. Ding! Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have successfully joined the Sended Alliance. We are now distributing your alliance token, which allows you access to all alliance information you desire. Chapter 25. Joining the Sended Alliance. Ding! Survivor number 666 detected. Token activated. We are now distributing your transportation tools. Transportation tools have been issued. Please check your inventory. As soon as 007 finished speaking, a flash of light appeared. to Qin Nong's hopeful gaze. A wobbly vehicle emerged on the ground. Qin Nong, what happened to the promised transportation? What is this? Qin Nong clicked on the information icon in the upper right corner. Vehicle, wobbly car, level 1, speed 1 meter per minute, materials required for next upgrade, 2 batteries, evaluation, crawling is faster than this. If you expect to deliver packages with it, dream on. Ding. In the realm of the Alliance, vehicles, once upgraded, can be utilized in the sanctuary. Originally intending to criticize the system for its lack of consideration for individuals, Qin Nong's eyes sparkled upon reading this announcement. Her sanctuary was now fully equipped. Save for a mode of transportation, whether large or small, for the sake of safeguarding the sanctuary, it could not be easily relocated. However, possessing a vehicle would greatly facilitate the transportation of resources. Ding. A new beginner's task has been assigned to you. Task details. Deliver toilet paper to the member of the Alliance beneath the Grand Canal Bridge who is currently engaged in a rather unsavory activity. Task location, beneath the Grand Canal Bridge. Task time limit, 5 minutes. Task difficulty, 1 star. Completion reward, 1 black coin. Ding. It has been detected that there are 5 minutes remaining to complete this task. Do you accept the task? Note, refusing tasks more than 3 times will result in automatic degradation of your vehicle. I accept. Qin Nong held no further disdain. She promptly activated the navigation device within her token and hurriedly carried the unicycle away. It was a joke. Crawling would be quicker than this. And since she couldn't abandon it, she had no choice but to bear it. The moment the navigation activated, she was instantly transported to a nearby area. With the wind at her heels, she sprinted across the bridge for 3 minutes and, in the final few seconds, discovered a man beneath the bridge engaged in his unmentionable business. The man had a rugged visage and a robust physique, exuding an air of sincerity. Though his behavior was somewhat uncouth, Qin Nong, covering her eyes, tossed the toilet paper into his hands. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for successfully completing the beginner's task, earning 1 black coin. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Nong did not pause and took off running once more. Just as the man finished his business and pulled up his trousers, he noticed Qin Nong, who bore the same token, and was about to introduce himself when she was whisked away to another space by the navigation. The task space existed independently from the apocalypse, thus avoiding extreme weather, a small mercy bestowed by the system. The man, Iron Hand, shook his head in resignation as he heard the voice of a teammate through his token. Iron Leader, we are about to be overwhelmed by mud beasts. When will you come to our aid? Iron Hand wiped himself dry on his clothing and replied, send me your coordinates. I will be there immediately. Ding. Survivor 666 has accumulated 29 black coins. Would you like to redeem Battery 2 from the online shop to upgrade the unicycle? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for spending 2 black coins to successfully redeem Battery 2. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for successfully upgrading the vehicle to a skateboard. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle, skateboard level, level 2 speed, 60 meters per minute materials required for next upgrade. Battery 2, iron block 2 evaluation. Slide, slide. On this smooth ground, slide. Although it may not be astonishingly fast, one cannot deny its sleekness. At last, Qin Nong had upgraded to a usable version, and she could no longer afford to be picky. She opened the online store and discovered she had 27 dark gold coins, which were insufficient to purchase a superior light source. Consequently, she resolved to undertake another task before logging off. Ding. A new task has been assigned to you. Task content. Assist Alliance members in retrieving boxes dropped by the mud beast in the swamp. Task location. Swamp task deadline. 1-day task difficulty. 2 stars completion reward. 3 dark gold coins. Ding. Detection indicates a distant location. Navigation has been initiated, and you have been teleported to an adjacent area. In the swamp, Alliance members were currently delivering a fatal blow to the mud beast. Sky-splitting palm. Iron Hand removed his gloves and unleashed his professional skill against the defiant mud beast. With a pained cry, the mud beast collapsed, disintegrating into numerous resources. Mud Beast's Camouflage Mask X1 Swamp Stealth Technique X1 200 Mud 16 Mud Beast Bones. Unlike the lesser monsters Qin Nong had previously encountered, the Mud Beast before her was at level 5, and upon being defeated, it would automatically decompose into resources. As Qin Nong appeared on her skateboard, the group members sighed in relief. They had just engaged in a fierce battle and lacked the energy to collect the resources left behind by the mud beast. This was a laborious task best suited for a man, but with Qin Nong's strength reaching 8, she was more than capable, albeit with some effort. Just as Qin Nong was about to begin her work, she suddenly recognized a familiar face among the group members. "Is that you?" she wondered, gazing at the man surrounded by admirers at the center. Wasn't he the same fellow who had delivered toilet paper moments ago? What was he doing here? Her teammates, surprised by her familiarity with Iron Hand, exclaimed, "You know our vice leader?" This was the man who had, in a rather embarrassing moment, defecated under a bridge without toilet paper and had even issued a task regarding it. Qin Nong chuckled awkwardly. "Well, cough cough. Iron Hand, fearing Qin Nong would divulge the truth and tarnish his reputation among his peers, quickly interrupted. "We happened to meet once before. She merely lent me a hand." Qin Nong stifled a laugh. Iron Hand, exasperated, added, "Miss Qin, since you have accepted the task, there are 2 rules you must be aware of. First, if you encounter danger while gathering resources, you must immediately call for alliance members. Second, regardless of the resources you find, they must be surrendered. Withholding them is a violation of the alliance code. Do you understand?" These stipulations were entirely reasonable. Qin Nong nodded in acknowledgement. Iron Hand, along with his companions, moved to a nearby tree to rest. In an instant, the vast expanse of the swamp was left with only Qin Nong. Undeterred, she began diligently collecting resources. Yet after an extensive search, she found only commonplace items. Suddenly, other elements emerged, igniting excitement within Qin Nong. What splendid items! The more she gazed, the more her desire intensified. At that moment, she finally comprehended the 2 crucial points Iron Hand had just conveyed. After all, both the mud and the seed package were precisely what she urgently required. The 4 blood thorns had been cultivated from seeds, serving not only as guardians of her home, but also aiding in the concealment of evidence. It was a multifaceted gain. Should she acquire a few more of the same plants, her sanctuary would be fortified beyond measure. Yet, Qin Nong merely entertained these thoughts, ultimately surrendering all collected resources to Iron Hand. Iron Hand examined the supplies and nodded with a smile. With such an abundance before her, Qin Nong's steadfastness in adhering to her principles was truly commendable. With all materials gathered, we can now deliver what the employer requires. Qin Nong, your mission has been successfully completed. Chapter 26, The Mysterious Powerhouse Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for successfully completing the task and earning 3 dark gold coins. Detecting survivor number 666 has accrued a total of 30 dark gold coins. Would you like to exchange them in the Alliance warehouse for 2 batteries, 2 iron blocks, and an upgrade for your skateboard? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for consuming 4 dark gold coins and successfully exchanging for 2 batteries and 2 iron blocks. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for successfully upgrading your vehicle to a bicycle. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle, bicycle level, 3 speed. 100 meters per minute. Materials required for next upgrade. For batteries, for iron blocks, 4 tires. Evaluation. When you see me riding a bicycle, you may feel triumphant, but wait until I drive a sports car. Your fate will be uncertain. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a young girl as poverty. After upgrading her vehicle, only 26 dark gold coins remained with Qin Nong. However, she had no intention of keeping them for long and prepared to exchange for a light source to depart this place. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the swamp. Something was amiss. The teammates sprang into action, hastening towards the source. They beheld one of their members with his foot deeply ensnared in the mire, his body gradually sinking. What was happening? Iron Hand furrowed his brow, ready to step in for a rescue. Yet, Qin Nong keenly observed that the area surrounding the team member was bubbling, as if some creature lurked beneath, poised to strike. Wait, there is something in the swamp. As everyone focused intently, they indeed discerned the anomaly. Iron Hand removed his gloves and, targeting the bubbling mud, unleashed an attack. Sky Rift Palm. Boom. A single stone stirred up a myriad of waves. Beneath an immense pressure, the mire of the swamp was violently upheaved, revealing countless human-faced spiders that had lain in ambush within its depths. They appeared neither fully human nor entirely spider. With 6 pairs of sharp, spiny legs, and their grotesque facial patterns emanated an aura of malevolent ferocity. These level 6 human-faced spiders surpassed even the mud beasts in rank. Hissing, The spiders spun a colossal web in the swamp, ensnaring a member who had recently fallen into the mire, dangling helplessly in their silken trap. "Run! Don't worry about me," cried the teammate, successfully halting the group's progress. Yet, how could they, as a cohesive unit, stand idly by in the face of death? Iron Hand gritted his teeth, seized his weapon once more, and charged at the human-faced spiders. The air was filled with screams and wails. In no time, all 5 members of the team found themselves ensnared in the web, rendered immobile. The human-faced spiders moved with astonishing speed, ambushing any human foolish enough to approach. Wrapping them up completely, Qin Nong, acutely aware that this situation exceeded her capabilities, found it impossible to abandon her comrades. "Fine, I shall fight." On the vast web, Iron Hand gazed at his fading companion, closed his eyes, and braced for death, only to be startled by a sudden gust of wind. Qin Nong, wielding a mighty axe, stood upon her flying skateboard, and with a swift swing, severed the spider's silk entirely. The group tumbled to the ground. "Stop dawdling. Run," Qin Nong shouted, stowing away her depleted skateboard and clutching her wound. As the others tore away the web that bound them and prepared to retreat, they discovered they were already encircled by the human-faced spiders, trapped like birds in a cage, like turtles in a jar. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. Iron Hand looked at Qin Nong and sighed. Having already fled, why return to meet death? Qin Nong smiled. "Iron Leader, you are a good man. Good men ought to live." Inspired by her words, Iron Hand rallied, exclaiming, "For the sake of Miss Qin's words, I, Iron Hand, shall risk my life for a path to survival." Just as they prepared to fight to the death, a tremendous crashing sound resonated from across the swamp. Bang, bang, bang. Countless human-faced spiders were hurled high into the air by an invisible wave of force, crashing down heavily, only to be pinned to the ground by arrows that shot forth from afar, extinguishing their lives. Such formidable power. Once unleashed, it spelled either death or injury. Soon, the swarm of human-faced spiders fled in utter disarray, leaving their lifeless forms strewn across the ground. A figure descended gracefully, treading upon the leaves. Cloaked in a dark robe adorned with intricate golden cloud patterns that swayed with every movement. The most striking feature was the silver mask that concealed their face. Mysterious, powerful, they exuded an undeniable aura of strength. I was not expecting the lair of the mud beast to be so close to that of the man-faced spider. "Your efforts are greatly appreciated." The man, with thin lips slightly parted, expressed his gratitude in a remarkably humble tone. Not an enemy, but a friend. Qin Nong silently categorized him in her mind. Taisho recognized this individual as the seller who had posted the task to hunt the mud beast, and he was astonished to discover the formidable strength of his counterpart. Wiping the sweat from his brow discreetly, Taisho respectfully presented all the resources for the mud beast hunt. The man accepted the resources, examined them briefly, and nodded slightly at Taisho, acknowledging his efforts. With a respectful demeanor, Taisho replied, "You are too kind. I will ensure the final payment is made promptly." The man responded affirmatively and turned to leave. At that moment, Qin Nong suddenly called out, "Wait." Everyone was taken aback. The mysterious figure halted his steps. Qin Nong advanced a couple of paces and pointed to the dagger at the man's waist, inquiring, "This dagger was a protective gift I bestowed upon a young boy. Why do you possess it?" This was a clear insinuation of theft. Taisho, fearing for Qin Nong's safety should the mysterious man take offense, quickly intervened, "My lord, please do not take offense. Qin Nong is merely curious. What do you think?" The mysterious man showed no signs of discontent. Rather, he leisurely posed a question to Qin Nong. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "With your immense prowess, you have no need to covet an ordinary dagger. The only explanation I can fathom is that it was given to you by him." The mysterious man remained non-committal. Qin Nong pressed further, "Is he well? Is he still being bullied by goblins?" The mysterious man appeared momentarily lost in thought. "You care for him quite deeply, don't you?" Qin Nong replied with a hint of melancholy. "He is alone in this apocalyptic world. Of course, I care." As an orphan, upon first encountering the boy, she sensed a kinship. He embodied the loneliness and confusion of one who had been abandoned repeatedly, devoid of hope and family. In the boy, Qin Nong saw a reflection of her own childhood, and her kindness towards him was, in a sense, a form of atonement for her past. "He is well. You need not worry," the mysterious man stated before turning to depart. However, Qin Nong relentlessly pursued him. "Wait. You Haven T, answer my question. Where is he? The man moved with astonishing speed. Qin Nong chased after him tenaciously, but despite her efforts, she found herself left far behind. Chapter 27. Acquiring the light source. Qin Nong pressed her hand against her increasingly painful wound, forcing herself to accelerate. This lead regarding the boy was hard-earned. She absolutely could not abandon it. Gradually, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and in her foggy consciousness, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, tumbling heavily from her flying skateboard. Just before losing consciousness, she glimpsed the distant figure returning, gently cradling her in his arms. Why must I know his whereabouts? Because he resembles me so closely. Qin Nong murmured as she slipped into unconsciousness. What is your name? How about I take you back to my sanctuary? Rest assured, I have cultivated an abundance of wheat, ample enough to sustain you. Take this pair of boots, don them next time you encounter an adversary, and you shall run swifter. In her dreams, Qin Nong repeatedly attempted to grasp the boy's hand, yet he persistently rebuffed her. In the next moment, however, the boy was seized by a goblin and dragged into a cave. Qin Nong awoke with a start, exclaiming no. Upon awakening, she found herself lying on the grand bed of the shelter, surrounded by Li Yi and others. What transpired? Had she not been on a mission? Seeing Qin Nong awaken, Li Yi wiped the sweat from her brow, saying, Miss Qin, you have finally awakened. Qin Nong, perplexed, inquired, how did I return? Li Yi shook her head. We do not know. It was but a blink of an eye before we found you lying in bed. Qin Nong, somewhat bewildered, then noticed that the wound on her abdomen had been properly bandaged. She recalled the figure she had seen just before losing consciousness. Could it have been him? At that moment, Li Yi interrupted her thoughts. Miss Qin, 10 bricks have been successfully fired. Would you like to take a look? Qin Nong nodded. On the workbench, 10 bricks were neatly stacked. With a wave of her hand, the 10 bricks transformed into 20 and combined with the previous drops from the Blood Alliance. She now possessed a total of 40 bricks, nearing a small fraction of what she needed. Demonstrating her ability to double the bricks in front of Li Yi was a calculated move. Based on her observations, Li Yi and the remaining 4 companions were diligent in their tasks and proved to be commendable assistants. Qin Nong resolved to entrust them with the tasks of firing bricks and smelting refined iron from this day forth. Given her unique advantages, it was only a matter of time before her capabilities were revealed. Thus, she preferred to disclose them voluntarily, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. As anticipated, upon witnessing Qin Nong's display, Li Yi and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Though they had long suspected Qin Nong harbored secrets, they had not anticipated such a monumental revelation. The fact that Qin Nong willingly shared this trust was truly invaluable. More importantly, with such formidable abilities, she would likely lead the inhabitants of Zone 27 to survival. Indeed, their choice had proven correct. Qin Nong was a powerful survivor. Observing the excitement in the eyes of Li Yi and the others, Qin Nong felt assured she had made the right decision. From this day forth, you shall be my companions. As such, I shall not treat you unfairly. Qin Nong entrusted Li Yi with the entirety of the microcapsule space, asserting that as companions, matters of sustenance should not be compromised. You shall remain in the shelter to fire bricks. I will take responsibility for gathering the raw materials. Qin Nong voluntarily accepted the task of venturing into the mist to collect resources, deeply moving Li Yi. This demonstrated Qin Nong's desire to spare them from peril and cherish their lives. How could they not be touched? Qin Nong was fully aware of this sentiment. Once everything was arranged, she retrieved her phone, preparing to purchase a light source. The varieties of light sources were numerous and diverse. The most rudimentary sources of light include lighters, kerosene lamps, and torches, which are plentiful but serve only the purpose of illumination, priced at approximately 5 black gold coins. The intermediate sources of light, such as flashlights and glow sticks, not only illuminate but also provide a warning function. Within a radius of 100 meters, they emit alerts upon the appearance of monsters, potentially saving the lives of survivors. However, this added functionality comes at a higher cost, requiring 10 black gold coins for purchase. As for advanced lighting, Qin Nong has only encountered one type, the lantern. This lantern not only illuminates the path, but also offers protection against monsters for 5 minutes upon their emergence, after which it turns to ashes. While it is indeed useful, its price is exorbitant, necessitating 50 black gold coins. Besides the aforementioned sources, there exists a particularly unique type of light, known as the yin-yang candle. The yin-yang candle refers to 2 distinct candles. The yin candle, which is white and priced at 1 black gold coin, attracts monsters shrouded in mist when lit. The yang candle, which is red and also costs 1 black gold coin, has a more intriguing function. While it does not illuminate, it can absorb 1 attack from a monster upon its appearance. However, this comes at a cost. Your satiety level drops to 1, meaning if the monster attempts another attack after failing the first, the exhausted and famished you will meet your demise instantly. No wonder they are so cheaply priced. They are indeed traps. After some contemplation, Qin Nong decided to purchase 2 intermediate flashlights, along with 2 yin candles and 2 yang candles, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. After this expenditure, she was left with merely 2 black gold coins, effectively returning her to square one. After settling the payment, her heart ached. Today marked the 2nd day of the mist, and she could no longer afford to wait. Grabbing her light sources and packing her bag, Qin Nong rode the bicycle she had brought back from the Alliance, venturing once more into the mist. Astonishing news, my friends. I have just returned to the shelter from outside, and there seems to be something in the mist that has been watching me intently. Could it be your imagination? Impossible. It brushed against my rear, and I nearly didn't make it back. I can attest that when I ventured out today, I encountered it too. That creature appeared with a ghastly face and sharp fangs, like a ghost or a wolf. I was nearly paralyzed with fear, but fortunately, I had a teleportation array that whisked me back to the shelter. Is this what 007 referred to as the creature in the mist? How come I have never encountered it before? Incredible. The luck of the person above is enviable. Let us not speak lightly of it. Previously, a prominent figure in District 1 educated us in the group, stating that this creature is known as the Night Devourer. Once it sets its sights on you, it will relentlessly pursue you until one of you perishes. Survivors who have encountered the Night Devourer, unless they can run swiftly, generally meet a grim fate. Now I understand. Thankfully, the mist can provide some cover. Do not be deluded. This mist merely obscures the vision of survivors but cannot deter the Night Devourer. Moreover, the Night Devourer can utilize the mist to conceal its form, watching from the shadows. Is this not a cruel disadvantage? What do you think? The current mist appears devoid of danger, yet in reality, it poses a greater threat than previous cold waves and heat waves. While cold fronts and heat surges are perilous forces of nature, this lurking danger is insidious, akin to the treachery of a certain 007. Are we to resign ourselves to a fate of inevitable demise? Not necessarily. Some survivors possess formidable abilities and have awakened their professional skills, perhaps granting them a semblance of self-preservation. However, the night-eating wolves, which generally reach level 5, present a daunting challenge. Even if one can vanquish a solitary beast, they cannot contend with a pack. Thus, retreat becomes the only prudent option. Chapter 28. The battle between the mountain bear and the night-eating wolves. The discussions in the chat hall were keenly observed by Qin Nong. It was revealed that the creature was known as the night-eating wolf, explaining its ferocity. Recalling her initial encounter with these beasts during the apocalypse, which nearly led to her being devoured, a shiver of trepidation still coursed through her. At this moment, she found herself enveloped in the mist, surrounded by a pervasive whiteness that obscured her vision. Qin Nong activated her flashlight, illuminating the surroundings with a flickering glow, dispelling the fog within a 5-meter radius. Effective. Cautiously, she ventured a few meters forward, discovering a rocky outcrop ahead. A target identified. After circling the stone hill, she prepared to mine for rocks, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a cave. After some contemplation, she decided against exploring the cave to avoid unnecessary complications, only to stumble upon an extraordinarily unique pepper vine. Peppers? Growing amidst the crevices of the rock. What variety could this be? Driven by curiosity, she tapped the exclamation mark at the upper right of the pepper vine. Explosive pepper. When thrown, it possesses the power equivalent to a grenade. The supreme pepper. One is mightier than 6. What a remarkable find. Such serendipity could not be overlooked. Qin Nong, brimming with excitement, eagerly plucked the peppers from the vine. Explosive pepper 1. Explosive pepper 1. Explosive pepper 2. Before long, she had harvested 10 peppers from the vine, and just as she was about to reach for another, a heavy breath erupted from above, lifting her bangs skyward. Startled, she looked up to behold a bear towering over her, twice the height of a person, its dark brown fur undulating with each breath, and its blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity as it fixed its gaze upon the intruder, emitting a deep, menacing growl. Bear, bear, bear. Please don't come any closer. Qin Nong trembled, her words faltering as she spotted a red exclamation mark above the bear. Any creature with a dedicated introduction was extraordinarily powerful. Mountain bear, a sixth-tier ferocious beast, the sovereign of bears. On the day we return to this world, all treacherous subjects shall perish. In society, I am the formidable brother bear, terse in words, yet fierce in action. Pale-faced, Qin Nong awkwardly stepped back 2 paces. Oh great bear, I assure you. I stumbled in by accident. Do you believe me? Roar. In response to her, a roar laced with fury erupted. Qin Nong exclaimed, Your coldness is akin to -8 degrees. Startled by the roar, Qin Nong's hand trembled, causing the chili pepper she had just plucked to inadvertently roll to the feet of Xiongba. For a moment, the air fell silent. Qin Nong gasped, raising her eyes in astonishment to meet Xiongba's gaze, silently pleading to the heavens to discern loyalty from treachery. I truly did not mean to. With a resounding bang, the mountain shattered, sending countless fragments cascading down the slope. At that moment, Qin Nong, propelled from the cave by the explosive force, beheld the stones scattered effortlessly at her feet and burst into hearty laughter. Am I truly blessed with such fortune? In a flurry, she began to gather the stones, but had scarcely collected half when a sharp, menacing howl pierced through the mist. The sound was a hissing. The flashlight flickered erratically, as if issuing a warning. The night-devouring wolf had arrived. Qin Nong's expression changed dramatically. Forgetting the unfinished task of collecting stones, she hopped on her bicycle and pedaled furiously, her feet nearly igniting from the exertion. Simultaneously, the mountain bear, awakened from its slumber and propelled from the cave by the explosion, burst through the debris, pursuing Qin Nong by scent. The tremendous commotion compelled her to glance back. There, the mountain bear loomed large and powerful, each step sending tremors through the ground. Ahead, the night-devouring wolf, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, bared its gaping maw, menacing enough to rend any creature in twain. Good heavens! A wolf in front and a bear behind. A deadly combination. Realizing the imminent threat of being torn apart by these beasts, Qin Nong quickly devised a plan and yanked the brakes. Screech! The bicycle came to a sudden halt, emitting a piercing sound of friction. Qin Nong stowed the bicycle in her backpack, lighting an incense candle. A wisp of blue smoke rose as the white candle gradually ignited. The purpose of the candle was to attract creatures lurking in the mist. Swiftly placing the candle on the ground, she rolled into the muddy earth, concealing her scent with muck, and adorned her head with palm fronds, hiding within the thicket, remaining utterly still as she observed her surroundings. After a few breaths, the night-devouring wolf, drawn by the incense, encountered the mountain bear, which was in hot pursuit of Qin Nong. Each assumed the other was an ally summoned by Qin Nong, leading to a cataclysmic clash. Towering trees were felled in unison, splintering into countless pieces. The once tranquil river surged with mighty waves, sweeping mud onto the banks and transforming it into sludge. Solid rock cracked under the tremors of the earth, fracturing into innumerable shards. Witnessing this spectacle from her concealed position, Qin Nong's face broke into a wide smile. Thank you. I am grateful for the bounty bestowed by nature. Much time passed. The battle subsided, and the oppressive atmosphere receded like a retreating tide. Beneath the crimson remnants of the setting sun, the blood-soaked mountain bear and the scarred night devourer confronted each other, expending their last vestiges of strength, ultimately succumbing to death while standing. Upholding the principle of respecting one's adversary, Qin Nong bowed deeply to both creatures before delivering a fatal blow with her axe. A swift end must be ensured, lest one be eliminated in turn. The sharp sound of blood splattering echoed. The mountain bear fell, and the night devourer perished, as both beings had attained level 6. Upon their demise, they automatically dropped their equipment. Mountain bear's paw 1, bearskin 1, honey 1, breath technique, stone, and wood stealth 1. Shock technique, wolf king's roar 1, wolf bone dart 5, wolf king's muscle 1, wolf king's heart 1. Such an abundance of resources. Qin Nong's eyes sparkled as she stowed these treasures into her backpack, collecting the wood, stones, and mud scattered on the ground. Having gathered these along with her previous haul, she quickly amassed 100 stones, 80 pieces of wood, and 45 clumps of mud, and this was without the benefit of double duplication. Ha ha ha. So many precious items. My backpack can barely contain them. Qin Nong cheerfully pushed her bicycle, loading the excess resources into the basket at the back. Thankfully, she had brought her vehicle, otherwise, she would have been unable to transport such a bounty. It seems she must devise a plan to acquire an advanced dimensional backpack. The basic dimensional backpack has 10 slots, while the intermediate dimensional backpack boasts 50. Surely, the advanced dimensional backpack must possess at least 100 slots? If she procured 2 of those, future excursions for gathering resources would no longer require tedious back-and-forth trips to the shelter. 6 hours out, and 100% yield. Upon returning to the shelter with her haul, Qin Nong was met with astonished expressions from Li Yi and the others. Chapter 29. Acquiring the skill book stone and with stealth 200 stones, 160 pieces of wood, 90 clumps of mud, mountain bear's paw 2, bear skin 2, honey 2. Breath technique, stone and with stealth 2, shock technique. Wolf King's roar 2, wolf bone dart 10, wolf King's muscle 2, wolf King's heart 2. Before Li Yi, Qin Nong executed a double duplication and then presented her with 200 stones, 160 pieces of wood, and 90 clumps of mud, requesting her to promptly burn the remaining 60 bricks. After receiving her orders, Li Yi, along with 3 companions, devised a schedule. Each would work for 6 hours in rotation to ensure the furnace operated continuously for 24 hours. Having imparted her instructions, Qin Nong retreated to her bedroom with the remaining resources. This expedition had yielded a plethora of valuable items that warranted thorough examination. Mountain bear's paw, incredibly springy, smooth, and aromatic. Its elasticity is such that it can even smooth away crow's feet. Bear skin, though it may lack in aesthetics, armor crafted from it is remarkably durable. When I unleash my fury, no one shall dare to voice their protests. Wolf bone dart, once launched, it automatically tracks its target. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the enemy is likely to encounter an unexpected fate. The Wolf King's tendons. This material can be crafted into bowstrings, granting the wielder the power of the Wolf King during archery. Its compatibility with archers is flawless, while it barely resonates with thieves. I truly feel misplaced in this endeavor. The heart of the Wolf King. Upon consumption, it allows one to tap into an additional 200 potential, yet results in a day-long slumber afterward. The tranquility of life is but an illusion, sustained solely by the efforts of the Wolf King. Breath technique, stone and wood concealment, a skill exclusive to thieves. Mastering it allows one to obscure their presence, blending seamlessly with the surroundings without leaving a trace. Courageous spirit, unafraid of challenges. Shock technique, Wolf King's roar, a skill reserved for beasts. Once activated, it can effectively intimidate foes for over 5 seconds. The light of righteousness shines upon the earth. Upon reading this overview, Qin Nong's breath quickened with excitement. Such remarkable items. A compatibility rating of 100 is indeed extraordinary. She set aside other resources and retrieved the thief-exclusive skill stone and wood concealment. With only 3 days remaining until the fog crisis concluded, mastering this skill would allow her to gather supplies amidst the mist and evade the night-eating wolf. With this thought, Qin Nong immediately calmed her mind and began her practice. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Ponpon's mother and daughter found themselves cornered at the edge of a cliff, surrounded by swirling clouds. The cliff resembled the fangs of a colossal beast, gaping wide as if ready to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. Pampan, frightened, clung tightly to her mother. "Mom, I'm scared." "Do not fear, my dear. I am here," her mother reassured, grasping her daughter's hand, her eyes aflame with anguish as she confronted Fuji. "Fuji, I have surrendered the mine. Why do you still refuse to spare our lives?" Fuji smirked maliciously. "Do not presume I am unaware. The reason Qin Nong was able to upgrade the shelter is that you provided her with 10 pounds of ore. Anyone who dares to disrupt my plans must perish." As his words fell, Fuji gestured to the back. Numbers 95 and 96 advanced, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. "You two shall personally escort her to the afterlife." With that, Fuji withdrew from the scene. Soon, the heart-wrenching cries of the mother and daughter echoed behind him. Fuji shook his head with a feigned compassion. "Oh, what I desire is life. What I desire is profit. When these desires clash, one must forsake life for gain. Qin Nong, your support has vanished. Your demise is imminent." Ding dong. Dear survivors, good morning. Today marks the 3rd day of the fog's arrival, coinciding with the peak frequency of the night-eating wolf's appearances. 3 days hence, the wolves will enter hibernation, making this the prime opportunity for their hunting. To avoid becoming prey to the night-eating wolves, remember to acquire sources of light and steer clear of danger, dear companions. The following day, After an entire night devoted to practicing stone and wood concealment, Qin Nong finally mastered the skill. In that moment of achievement, the scroll of breath technique, stone and wood concealment disintegrated into ashes in her hands. Exhaling a breath of relief, she sensed the transformations within her body. The server-wide announcement from 007 remained pinned, yet Qin Nong, with newfound resolve, ventured out equipped with all her light sources. As I stepped outside, a fierce gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist surrounding the sanctuary. With a swish, Qin Nong lowered her hand that shielded her from the swirling dust and raised her gaze. There, before the sanctuary, stood two figures clad in black ninja attire, their eyes glinting with menace. Number 96 declared, "Qin Nong, you were the one who provoked our blood alliance first and then mocked us. All past grievances will be settled today." Number 95 added, "Indeed. Let her and those two women perish in equal misery." Women? Qin Nong keenly seized upon the keyword, her pupils contracting. "Have you killed Ponpon's mother and her daughter?" Number 96 erupted into laughter. "Yes. They were foolish enough to assist you in upgrading the sanctuary. Now, they have been cast off the cliff by us, their bodies gone without a trace. Warm-hearted, kind Ponpon's mother met such an unjust demise, and her 5-year-old daughter as well." Qin Nong fought back tears, her gaze upon numbers 96 and 95 growing as cold as death. "You all deserve to die." Boom. 10 explosive peppers were hurled, sending numbers 96 and 95 flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Utilizing the skill Wooden Stone Stealth, Qin Nong swiftly activated her thief ability, leaping forward with her adamantine axe raised high, striking down upon number 96's head with force. Splatter. A round, severed head rolled to the feet of number 95. In disbelief, he exclaimed, how could number 96, who had awakened the professional skill bomb expert, still be harmed by Qin Nong? Wait, it must be those fruits. "Qin Nong, if you dare to kill me, the Blood Alliance will not spare you," he shouted. "But before that, I'll send you to hell." With that, Qin Nong lifted her axe once more, aiming for number 95. At that moment, there was no escape for number 95. Death loomed near. A dart shot forth, knocking the adamantine axe from Qin Nong's grasp. 10 assassins of the Blood Alliance arrived in unison, rescuing the perilously endangered number 95. Are these all assassins of the Blood Alliance? Qin Nong could no longer contain her murderous intent. No matter who comes today, they shall meet their end. The blood thorn, weaving its way through the fray, drained number 96 into a desiccated husk. With a crackle, the blood-soaked blood thorn finally reached level 5, its combat power rivaling that of an awakened survivor. In a single breath, it ensnared one assassin, swiftly strangling them to death. With a loud cry, the great sculpture and little sculpture swooped down from the sky, disrupting the foe's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nong consumed the heart of the Wolf King, unleashing 200 points of potential. Strength activated. Agility activated. With her combat power enhanced, Qin Nong retaliated by launching 10 self-seeking wolfbone darts, instantly killing one assassin. Utilizing her speed advantage, she closed in and quietly snapped the neck of a level 5 assassin. In the span of a single breath, she had slain 2 assassins, truly terrifying in her strength. Chapter 30. Overdrawing Potential 200. 7 assassins, retreating with number 95, warned, "Qin Nong, since you seek your own demise, do not blame us for leaving you without a path to survival. I shall witness how you intend to slay me." Qin Nong resolutely ignited the final shadow candle. In an instant, the night-biting wolves surrounding the forest were drawn to her, encircling the group with no fewer than 20 of their ominous forms. Have you lost your mind? Are you truly willing to perish alongside us? Do you comprehend the peril these night-biting wolves pose? Panic spread among them. It's over. We are doomed to die here. I should never have made an enemy of her. Despite the enemy's curses, Qin Nong remained unfazed. With a stoic expression, she stepped forward and lit the sun candle just as the wolves launched their assault. The sun candle was designed to absorb a single attack from the monsters, but would cause her stamina to plummet to 1. The tiny flame flickered to life, effortlessly dissipating the lethal strikes of the numerous night-biting wolves. Yet the others were not so fortunate. "Ah, my arm. Leader, save me. I do not wish to die." "Ah." Each night-biting wolf was at level 6, rendering mere survivors utterly defenseless in their presence. As the red candle extinguished, Qin Nong's stamina dropped to 1, leaving her utterly drained. Yet the ravenous wolves remained, glaring hungrily, fierce and menacing. Within the sanctuary, Li Yi and her companions watched this scene unfold through the window, filled with urgency and fear. Just moments ago, Qin Nong had issued a dire command forbidding them from interfering, yet if they did not intervene soon, Qin Nong would perish. At that moment, 4 blood thorn bushes gathered around Qin Nong, refusing to depart. Even the once disruptive great and small eagles had landed to stand alongside her in solidarity. Qin Nong gently stroked the feathers of the great eagle, urging them away, and gazed at the ravenous night-biting wolves before consuming the last wolf king's heart. A powerful, dominating aura surged through her once more. Qin Nong, pushing her limits again, ignited the sun candle. It burned rapidly, forming a crimson barrier that sent the prowling, night-biting wolves flying back. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nong retrieved her final long-distance teleportation scroll, transporting herself along with the great eagle, small eagle, and the blood thorn bushes back to the sanctuary. With a soft hiss, the barrier dissipated, and the sun candle extinguished at that very moment. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Qin Nong succumbed to unconsciousness. In the estate, Fuji gazed at the unconscious figure of number 80 being carried back, filled with fury. Baka! Baka! Not only did this hunt against Qin Nong fail, but we have also suffered significant losses. How shall the other alliances perceive us if they learn of this? Contemplating the massacre of the elite assassins following the serial number 80, Fuji's hatred for Qin Nong deepened. This cannot stand. I must devise a way to eliminate her. After a full day and night of slumber, Qin Nong finally awoke from her stupor. In the previous battle, she had exhausted herself twice. Her stamina had plummeted to 1. And fortunately, she had returned to the sanctuary just in time. Otherwise, her life would have been forfeit. Upon awakening, Qin Nong was still besieged by an insatiable hunger. She voraciously consumed 7 eggs, 2 grapefruits, 10 pancakes, and a serving of rabbit meat before finally attaining a sense of fullness that approached satisfaction, content, and at ease. She reflected on the recent battle. Had she not secured the sun candle and the heart of the Wolf King in advance, she might have met her demise there and then. Grateful for her fortune, she thought of her companions, Li Yi and the others, and upon entering the living room, she was astounded by the sheer abundance of supplies scattered across the floor. The living room was brimming with silver chests, and upon a cursory count, she found more than a dozen. Qin Nong pinched herself to confirm that this was no illusion. What was happening? How could there be so many silver chests here? Beside her, Xiaoqi eagerly explained the situation. Upon Qin Nong's return to the shelter, the Blood Alliance's assassins had engaged in a desperate battle with the Night Wolves, leaving only one, the 80th, to return and report. The remaining Night Wolves were left bereft of fighting spirit. At this juncture, Li Yi had appeared and delivered the final blows to the faltering Night Wolves. The chests were the spoils that emerged from their defeat. In a sense, Li Yi had become one of Qin Nong's subjects, and the Night Wolves slain by her were thus credited to Qin Nong. Not wanting to disappoint her comrades, Qin Nong initiated a double replication. A gamble. Opening the chests yielded an astonishing array. 100 gold coins for women's mountaineering outfits, 6 raincoats, 8 umbrellas, 2 fishing rods. For boxes of ham sausages, 2 custom house design blueprints, 200 bottles of mineral water, 2 pet upgrade cards, 20 sugarcane seeds, 10 pounds of crucian carp fry, 2 bow and arrow blueprints, 2 doomsday device indicators, 50 units of wood, and 6 units of mud, an overwhelming bounty beyond counting. Qin Nong was elated. At that moment, Li Yi approached to report that 80 bricks had been crafted. Qin Nong replicated them again, instantly transforming them into 160 and combined with the previous 40 bricks. She had amassed the most challenging resources needed to upgrade the shelter to level 6. Mission accomplished. Now, Qin Nong's resources included 61 stones, 130 units of wood, 16 units of mud, and 200 bricks. While other resources were adequate, the 100 pounds of refined iron remained a distant goal. Reflecting on the matter concerning Ponpon's mother, a wave of regret washed over her. It seemed that the 100 pounds of refined iron would require a new strategy. She distributed 4 sets of women's tactical jackets to Li Yi, instructing them to take a proper bath and change into clean clothes, for they had toiled diligently for several days and deserved a day of respite. Li Yi and the others accepted without fuss, heading straight to the washroom with the garments. Qin Nong then organized her resources. Although this session in the mist did not culminate in an upgrade for the shelter, the resources she had acquired brought her one step closer to that goal. More importantly, her strength had surged considerably. enabling her to contend with the assassins of the Blood Alliance. Outside, the eagles, Eagle 1 and Eagle 2, sensing Qin Nong's elation, swayed their bodies and screeched with excitement. Reminded of the moment when the eagles stood united with her against danger, Qin Nong approached the two majestic birds and produced the pet upgrade cards she had just obtained from the chests. Pet upgrade card, a consumable item that elevates a beast's level by 1. Shine bright, little darling. Jiaoda and Jiao'er currently stand at level 2, significantly inferior to the Blood Thorn. Without hesitation, Qin Nong utilized 2 pet upgrade cards on them. With a resonant cry that echoed through the heavens, 2 flames materialized from the ground, enveloping Jiaoda and Jiao'er. They flapped their wings valiantly amidst the flames, enduring excruciating pain. At last, a blinding radiance burst forth from the inferno, as Jiaoda and Jiao'er shed their old feathers, letting out a triumphant cry that reverberated across the universe. Promotion successful. Containing his elation, Qin Nong imparted the beast-specific skill shockwave, Wolf King's Roar, to Jiaoda and Jiao'er. The duo immediately assimilated the skill scroll, soaring into the sky with a powerful wail. In an instant, all creatures within a 10-mile radius trembled, as if sensing the aura of the Wolf King. Qin Nong smiled with satisfaction. Now that Bloodthorn has reached level 5, Jiaoda and Jiao'er have attained level 3. Given time, they shall undoubtedly evolve into formidable forces for the sanctuary. Chapter 31. Achieving Rank 1 again. Warning. Warning. The disaster fog has entered the countdown phase. All survivors, prepare yourselves. Countdown begins. 59, 58, 57, 56. Ding. Congratulations to all survivors. The third disaster fog of the apocalypse has concluded. Next, the system will rank all survivors based on their kills of the night-devouring wolf. The top-ranked survivor will not only receive 1 free attribute point and the title of Fog Expert, Mental 1, but also an entry ticket to the server-wide auction. Ding. We shall now announce the kill counts of the top survivors in each district. District 1's top survivor, Xinyu, has killed 190, 231 night-devouring wolves. District 9's top survivor, Taishan, has killed 19 night-devouring wolves. District 27's top survivor, Qin Nong, has killed 11 night-devouring wolves. Rewards for the top survivors have been sent to their respective inboxes. Please check. Attention. Attention, all survivors. Please note that with the conclusion of the 3 apocalyptic crises, we are now entering a halftime break. The break will last for 1 day. After 1 day, the next apocalyptic crisis will descend once more. All survivors, prepare yourselves. The series of notifications from 007 were explosive, igniting a fervent discussion in the comments section. What is happening? The night-devouring wolf is so perilous, yet some dare to kill it? Look at the top survivor in District 1. His kill count surpasses the combined total of all districts, astonishingly powerful. I'm starting to doubt his authenticity. However, that is not entirely accurate. If he has many subjects within his sanctuary, their kills against the night-devouring wolves would also contribute to his total. Still, if even his subjects are this formidable, then his strength is undoubtedly impressive. The failures of others undoubtedly evoke a sense of sorrow, yet the triumphs of my companions pierce my heart even more. Fortunately, this day of respite allows me to soothe my wounded spirit. But let's be honest, did you not discern that this single day of intermission was not intended for you? Indeed, even 007 has proclaimed that an auction will be held across the entire server, yet only the top players from each region are permitted to attend. It is evident that this day has been strategically set aside to accommodate these elite individuals. Who do you think you are? Am I the only one who has noticed that the current leaders are the same as those from the Cold Wave and Heat Wave rankings? This is hardly a revelation. Even my toes could deduce it. Silly pup. Chuckles forgive my unkind laughter. Having consistently allocated my free attribute points to strength, Qin Nong adorned herself with the title of Mist Expert. Strength 1, Spirit 1. Feeling the vibrant life force coursing within her, Qin Nong exhaled a long breath. This is a worthy investment. She scrutinized the auction entry ticket in her hand, perplexed by its precise function, and promptly opened its description. Auction entry ticket, a testament to the strong, a benchmark for the conquerors. Upon tearing it, one may directly enter another realm to participate in the auction. Have you ever encountered such a thing? Today, you shall witness it. Could it truly be so miraculous? Just as Qin Nong prepared to tear the ticket, a thought struck her, and she began to tally her possessions. Personal equipment, Gale boots, flying skateboard, diamond axe, axes X10, scythes X5. Shovels X10, owned items. 102 black gold coins, 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks, 10 rolls of native wood pulp toilet paper, 1 flashlight, 2 bear skins. 1 breathing technique wood and stone stealth, 2 wolf king's tendons, 6 raincoats, 8 umbrellas, 2 fishing rods, 2 custom house design blueprints, 20 sugarcane seeds, 10 gene of crucian carp fry, 2 bow and arrow blueprints, 2 doomsday device indicators, stored food, 32 pomelos, 400 steamed breads, 430 flatbreads, 2 mountain bear palms, 2 honey jars, 4 boxes of ham sausages, 200 bottles of mineral water, resource reserves, 61 stones, 130 wood, 16 mud, 200 bricks. Well, that is quite a substantial quantity. Qin Nong decided to reserve the resource reserves for upgrading her shelter, placing the remaining supplies into the 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks for transport. It would be absurd to enter the auction empty-handed. She possessed the courage to enter but lacked the audacity to bid. Upon tearing the entry ticket, a radiant white light enveloped her. Qin Nong felt a momentary disorientation, and in an instant, she found herself in an extraordinary space. Luminescent moonstone, breathing with life, adorned the walls, illuminating the interior of the oak with a brilliant glow. Floating crystal orbs projected the silhouettes of each guest entering. Vine-like steps wound downwards, extending to the display case at the heart of the hall, where an elf clad in woven vine garments was meticulously cataloging mysterious auction items from various locales. Ding! As twilight descended, mists began to rise. Suspended beneath the eaves, a bronze bell emitted a haunting chime, heralding the commencement of an auction jointly organized by 999 districts. As the sound resonated, tendrils of vine effortlessly wove themselves into seats. Just as Qin Nong was about to take her place, a fierce voice rang out. Qin Nong. Turning her head, she beheld a figure clad in a kimono, a samurai sword hanging ominously at his waist, his appearance grotesque and filled with malevolence. In that fleeting moment, Qin Nong recognized him without a doubt, Fuji. Only Fuji harbored such deep-seated hatred for her. With a swift motion, Fuji unsheathed his sword, its blade glinting ominously. Qin Nong. Prepare to meet your demise. Fuji was a survivor from District 14, his strength far surpassing Qin Nong's capabilities. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, showed no inclination to intervene, leaving Qin Nong in a precarious predicament. At that moment, the auctioneer, adorned with a pair of antlered masks, gently tapped his bone staff. Thud, thud. The auctioneer's timely intervention quelled the impending chaos. I am Xunyu, and I shall preside over today's auction. The survivors present widened their eyes in astonishment. Was he not the notorious figure from District 1, Xunyu? What brought him to preside over an auction? His prowess was undeniable. After all, only the foremost from each district could attend this event. With such esteemed company, only Xunyu could maintain order among them. Anticipation stirred. This auction promised to be rife with intrigue. As whispers circulated among the survivors, Qin Nong furrowed her brow. This was her first encounter with Xunyu, and despite the mask obscuring his features, she felt an uncanny familiarity. With Xunyu's arrival, the survivors took their seats. Fuji glared at Qin Nong with a mixture of resentment and reluctance before begrudgingly sitting down, muttering about the uncanny timing. Xunyu scanned the room, his gaze ultimately settling on Qin Nong. The items up for bid today originate from 999 distinct districts, with the currency being the black gold coin. Of course, you may propose exchanges with other items of equivalent value, provided you secure the owner's consent. During the auction, fighting is strictly prohibited. Any violations will result in expulsion from the venue. His final words were evidently directed at Fuji, who wore a perplexed expression. Was Xunyu targeting him? He could not recall any offense committed against the auctioneer. Chapter 32. The turmoil of the auction now. I shall introduce the first item for auction, the cursed brooch. When a survivor dons this brooch, they can designate an individual to befall misfortune for a duration of 2 hours. However, the wearer will subsequently suffer from severe blood loss and fainting due to the brooch's backlash. The starting bid is 100 black gold coins. 100 black gold coins was no trifling sum. With only 102 coins to her name, Qin Nong had no intention of bidding. Yet Fuji could not remain still. 100 black gold coins. Qin Nong sensed his ulterior motives, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. At this moment, Xunyu abruptly interjected, stating, after the auction item is acquired, I shall bear a tremendous cost. Are you certain you wish to make this purchase? The threat in her words was unmistakable. Fuji was momentarily taken aback, while Qin Nong also found it rather surprising. This was the second instance in which Shunyu had come to her defense. Was it mere coincidence? Nevertheless, Fuji was resolute and insisted on bidding. A faint, cold smile graced Shunyu's lips as she nonchalantly remarked, "Esteemed survivors, please take note. This individual has successfully bid on the cursed brooch. It remains uncertain whom they may target with it in the future, so one must exercise caution." This tactic of redirecting misfortune was indeed masterful. The survivors, who had previously been indifferent to the ownership of the cursed brooch, suddenly grew wary. Fuji felt a twinge of anxiety, followed by a stream of curses. Damn it. He was right. Shinyu indeed harbors hostility towards me. Otherwise, why would she utter such words? The next item for auction was the tears of the mermaid. The treasures displayed at the auction were numerous and overwhelming, encompassing items such as the flower tide card, the Shiva temple bracelet, the Jelani emerald, the Eye of Aurora, the Druid stone, the morphing scroll, the Riktajiba sutra, the cup of life, the chronicle of time, the armor of the undying deity, the Panka treasure box, the ghost shadow mask, the breath of earth, the origami thousand machines, the blind, deaf, and mute monkey deity statue, and the songs of sirens, among countless others. Qin Nong was particularly intrigued by the morphing scroll, as this collection included energy scrolls, anesthetic scrolls, and gravitational manipulation scrolls, each possessing capabilities for explosion, immobilization, and control of gravity, respectively. However, her 102 Yu coins were grossly insufficient for such a purchase. After some contemplation, she proposed the possibility of exchanging other items. Shinyu inquired, "What items do you have in mind?" Qin Nong produced a doomsday device indicator. Doomsday device indicator, installed in the shelter. It can predict the nature of the upcoming crisis based on weather and temperature, boasting an impressive accuracy of 99.99. This is not an ordinary indicator. It is the one mentioned in Wang Wei's poetry. Survivors had long suffered from the vexations of the 007, who revealed the truths of calamity only at the last moment, causing considerable distress. However, with this indicator, their circumstances would change. They would no longer be hindered by the 007 and could instead foresee disasters in advance, enabling them to prepare accordingly. Indeed, it was a valuable item. Shinyu regarded Qin Nong earnestly and replied, "This is acceptable, but it is still insufficient." The implication was clear. She was interested, yet the offered item lacked weight. Aware of the formidable power of the morphing scroll, Qin Nong understood that a single doomsday device indicator would not suffice. Therefore, she also presented two items, the bear claw 2 and 2 jars of honey. Witnessing this scene, Fuji burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Qin Nong, this is an auction, not a junkyard. Why are you bringing forth such worthless trash?" Qin Nong felt a touch of embarrassment. Indeed, she did not possess many valuable items. Shinyu cast a cold glance at Fuji and spoke gently to Qin Nong. "It is still insufficient." After contemplating for a moment, Qin Nong produced the breathing technique, wood and stone concealment. For survivors, any skill book holds immense significance, as it offers an alternative means to vanquish foes. Upon presenting the breathing technique, wood and stone concealment, Qin Nong stated, "This skill book, along with the previous items and 102 black coins, constitutes my utmost sincerity." Shinyu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of mockery in her gaze as she regarded Qin Nong, before finally nodding. "Deal." Now it was Qin Nong's turn to be astonished. "Aren't you going to inquire about the seller's opinion?" Shinyu shook her head gently, a smile playing on her lips. "No need, for I am the seller." What a delightful surprise. At that moment, I found myself thinking that Qin Nong and Shinyu were indeed a treasure. How splendid it was to see a high-ranking figure bending for love. I was utterly enchanted. Who would have thought that the esteemed figure from Zone 1 was such a romantic? This was quite amusing. I had suspected Shinyu might harbor some grudge against Fuji, but it turned out she was merely defending the honor of her partner. The murmurs of the onlookers rose and fell, and Qin Nong was astounded by the richness of their imaginations, finding it utterly absurd. How could that be? This was their first encounter. What sort of feelings could possibly exist? Surely, she must have merely coveted the resources in her possession. Qin Nong shook her head slightly, deciding not to dwell on it further. At that moment, the next auction item appeared, precisely what Qin Nong had been yearning for, the advanced dimensional backpack. With only a few scattered possessions remaining, she realized that even her desires had to be relinquished. Unexpectedly, Xinyu surveyed the surroundings and, with her delicate lips parting, announced, "The seller of the advanced dimensional backpack is in need of food. Thus, he is willing to exchange it for a sufficient quantity of provisions." "Food. I have plenty of that." Qin Nong was the first to make an offer, presenting 32 pomelos, 400 steamed buns, 430 pancakes, and 4 boxes of ham sausages. These provisions represented nearly all of her stored food. Most of the survivors present had brought only black coins, having forgotten to bring any food, and for a moment, no one contested Qin Nong's bid. With a beaming smile, Qin Nong accepted the advanced dimensional backpack and the magic transformation scroll. Having acquired the 2 items she coveted most from the auction, Qin Nong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As the auction concluded, the crowd exited in an orderly fashion. Just as Qin Nong was preparing to leave, a thought struck her, and she approached Xinyu closely. "You know me." It was a statement, not a question. Xinyu smiled. "Why do you say that, Miss Qin?" Qin Nong replied, "I am not foolish enough to believe in such nonsense as exchanging food for an advanced dimensional backpack. That backpack belongs to you, does it not? Have we met before? Why are you so kind to me? Is this truly our first encounter?" Miss Qin's inquiries seemed rather excessive, and I found myself unable to respond. "The only thing I can tell you is that I harbor no hostility towards you." A nightingale's call pierced the stillness of the air. In the midst of the decaying leaves, a sudden blue flame erupted, enveloping Xun Yu's form and gradually obscuring his final utterances. "Is there truly no hostility?" Qin Nong murmured to herself, "Yet in this world, there has never been kindness without reason." Chapter 33. The mysterious itinerant merchant. The basic dimensional backpack has limited capacity. The intermediate dimensional backpack is of little practical use. The advanced dimensional backpack is the ultimate solution. Qin Nong clutched the advanced dimensional backpack she acquired at the auction, unable to part with it. Unlike her previous bags, although the advanced dimensional backpack still could not store living creatures, it boasted 100 compartments, each capable of holding an unlimited quantity of the same type of item, allowing for the storage of a total of 100 distinct items. It was, quite simply, the epitome of backpacks. With this advanced dimensional backpack, the previous 2 intermediate dimensional backpacks seemed utterly useless. Qin Nong decided to gift them to Li Yi, ensuring that if she ventured out to gather supplies, she could put them to good use. Li Yi was delighted, showing no signs of disdain. Observing her joy, Qin Nong also took out the 2 bear skins she had previously obtained, allowing Li Yi to craft a few pieces of soft armor to distribute among their companions, providing some protection in case of danger, so they wouldn't meet their end immediately. Once these trivial matters were settled, Qin Nong embarked on her ambitious agricultural plans. She first designated half of the balcony space, using 20 bricks and 20 stones to construct a fish pond, into which she placed the 10 pounds of crucian carp fry she had acquired from earlier endeavors. From this day forth, it would be their sanctuary. After arranging the small fry, Qin Nong retrieved 20 pounds of sugarcane seeds, inducing them to sprout in the incubation chamber before planting the matured seeds in the other half of the balcony. As the shelter consisted solely of women, each would experience their monthly cycle. Once the sugarcane matured, it could be boiled into brown sugar to alleviate menstrual discomfort. It could also serve as fruit to replenish vitamins. And should they find themselves parched without a water source, they could extract juice, thus achieving 3 benefits in one. However, with this arrangement, the balcony space was now entirely occupied. Qin Nong began to dream. She hoped that the level 6 shelter would come equipped with a planting area, as the current limitations were rather confining. The issue of food was now largely resolved. Qin Nong decided to embark on a journey, both to gather resources and to seek out mines. Beep. Dear survivors, the 4th apocalyptic crisis has commenced. This crisis, as before, comes without a grace period and will last for 7 days. A friendly reminder: if you wish to avoid becoming bald like the strongman, remember to wear your raincoat when venturing outside. As 007's voice faded, the world outside erupted with thunder and lightning, soon followed by a gentle patter of rain. Survivors in the comment section, upon witnessing the rain, remained unconcerned, dismissing 007's warnings as an overreaction to mere drizzle. Yet, Qin Nong sensed a hint of conspiracy in the air. Would 007, who never spoke in vain, truly be so benevolent? The doomsday device indicator mounted on the wall suddenly emitted a red warning light. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Nong swiftly approached to analyze the situation. Based on the concentration of rainfall, weather conditions, and distribution range, it was determined that the impending catastrophe was acid rain. Acid rain could lead to soil acidification, harm vegetation, and disrupt aquatic ecosystems. It could also inflict damage on buildings, bridges, and sculptures. Prolonged exposure to acid rain could severely affect human health. The Doomsday Device indicator continued to elaborate on the ramifications of acid rain, leaving Qin Nong pale with realization. So, it was not just ordinary rain, but acid rain. No wonder 007 had spoken such ominous words. Li Yi expressed her concern. With such grave dangers posed by acid rain, are you still planning to go outside, Miss Qin? Qin Nong replied, you heard it too. Acid rain can corrode buildings. How long can our level 5 shelter endure? 3 days? 5 days? Or perhaps 7? We cannot remain idle. What we need most right now is refined iron, and I must locate a mine. After speaking, Qin Nong gave Li Yi 20 stones, 10 pieces of wood, and 10 lumps of mud. They had consumed 20 bricks while constructing the fish pond, and Li Yi needed to create another 10 bricks, doubling her efforts to meet the requirements for upgrading the shelter. Once she had relayed all her instructions, Qin Nong donned a raincoat from her backpack, took a deep breath, and prepared to step outside. Li Yi called out to her, presenting 2 portions of microcapsule space. When venturing out, you must take care of yourself. Warmed by Li Yi's kindness, Qin Nong accepted the offering and exited the shelter. As she stepped outside, Qin Nong noticed faint rust marks already appearing on the brick walls of the shelter. Even the wooden doorframe emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the acid rain. Concern etched on her face. She realized that without a compass or lodestone, she might be oblivious to a mine that could be quite near. Ding! A mysterious traveling merchant has been detected 300 meters to your right. Would you like to approach? A traveling merchant? Qin Nong felt both astonished and intrigued, promptly heading in the direction indicated by the system. In the forest, a mysterious merchant led a tall camel, approaching at a leisurely pace. Clad in a white robe adorned with intricate runes, the garment shimmered with an enigmatic glow, resembling neither fabric nor silk. The merchant gently patted the camel, which obediently halted by the roadside, while she retrieved an array of peculiar items from the camel's pack. Esteemed guest, what would you like to purchase? Qin Nong was astonished to discover that the merchant was a woman, and even more so that neither she nor the camel appeared affected by the acid rain. Curiosity piqued. Qin Nong tapped the red exclamation mark in the corner of her screen. Mysterious traveling merchant, a common survivor who, through various fortuitous encounters, has acquired magical abilities, allowing her to traverse 999 different regions unaffected by natural disasters. Oh dear, one must use magic to defeat magic. The merchant was also one of the survivors? Qin Nong was secretly astonished, realizing that everything in the apocalyptic world defied conventional reasoning. Do you have a compass and a lodestone? He inquired. The other party nodded and retrieved the requested items from a cloth bag. I do not accept gold coins, but I require something intriguing in exchange. Something intriguing? Qin Nong rummaged through his backpack, failing to find anything of interest. How about a blueprint for a bow and arrow? The other party shook his head. I am a mage, not an archer. The blueprint holds no value for me. Qin Nong then presented a flashlight capable of warning against the night-eater wolves. Would this suffice? Again, he was met with rejection. The fog has passed. This flashlight is of little consequence now. Feeling disheartened, Qin Nong realized that the compass and lodestone were likely out of reach. As he packed his bag and prepared to leave, 2 miniature capsule spaces fell out. The traveling merchant's eyes brightened at the sight and urged Qin Nong to demonstrate. Qin Nong peeled off the capsule shell, and a compact bedroom of approximately 10 square meters materialized on the ground. The merchant was elated. Excellent. I will take this. 1 miniature capsule space in exchange for the compass and lodestone is most agreeable. Just as Qin Nong was about to consent, the merchant insisted, I require 2. Without the capsule spaces, you would have to sleep in the wilderness. Qin Nong immediately refused, stating, no, I can only give you 1. The merchant, distressed and fidgeting, finally resolved to offer a bottle of potion. Then I will also give you a bottle of invisibility potion. Chapter 34. Discovery of the Mind and Invisibility Potion. Qin Nong accepted the vial and inquired, what is its effect? The merchant replied, upon consumption, it grants you 5 minutes of invisibility, rendering you undetectable. It is a rare magical potion I have acquired. Indeed, it was a valuable item. Qin Nong, no longer hesitating, agreed to the trade. As the merchant obtained the desired items and prepared to leave, she cautioned, "The dangers of acid rain are significant. Even with a raincoat, do not be careless." Qin Nong watched her retreating figure and curiously shouted, "What is your name?" However, the merchant had vanished completely, placing the newly acquired items into his backpack. Qin Nong was about to set off when he suddenly noticed a hole in his raincoat, corroded by the acid rain, with water seeping through. What? Having spent less than half an hour in the acid rain, his raincoat could not withstand the elements? Realizing he had only a raincoat with a durability of 5 and an umbrella with a durability of 8 remaining, Qin Nong, in an effort to prevent further waste, braved the downpour and sprinted away. At the mine, the guards of the Blood Alliance were dozing off. Unit 80 arrived for inspection and, witnessing the scene, delivered a swift kick, admonishing, "The leader entrusted you with guarding the mine, and yet you dare to be lazy?" In the Blood Alliance, there are countless members, but only the exceptionally outstanding ones are granted a number. Number 80 is among them. The guard, reprimanded, wiped his mouth and forced himself to stand alert. Number 80 departed with a sense of ease. The guard, watching the retreating figure of number 80, scoffed disdainfully, "Humph. What is so special about him? Just a defeated stray dog vanquished by a woman. As long as I am here today, no one shall pilfer even a pound of or beneath my watchful eyes." Drip, drip, drip. The acidic rain fell relentlessly, growing heavier by the moment. Qin Nong's raincoat, corroded to the point of revealing only his vest, left him no choice but to seek refuge under a tree. Damn, this accursed acidic rain makes every step a challenge. Qin Nong pounded his fist against the tree. The mighty trunk shuddered. Crack! A bird's nest tumbled down, landing perfectly in Qin Nong's hand. Qin Nong. Thank you, Mother Nature, for this gift. Starving after a day of wandering, Qin Nong promptly retrieved a bird egg from the nest, using it to ignite a fire for roasting. As the egg sizzled, just as Qin Nong was about to indulge, a distant exclamation reached his ears. "Tao Ge, look, there are bird eggs here." A man and a woman, clad in raincoats, approached, their eyes glistening with desire at the sight of the delectable egg in Qin Nong's hand. The woman playfully nudged the man, saying, "Tao Ge, I want to eat a bird egg too. Hold on, Sha, I'll figure something out." The man, addressed as Tao Ge, after placating Sha, stepped forward to Qin Nong, presenting a tattered raincoat riddled with holes. "I'll trade you this raincoat for the bird egg." Having perceived Qin Nong's raincoat as nothing more than a vest due to its corrosion, Tao Ge assumed that Qin Nong had nothing of value to barter and believed he would not refuse the offer of a defective garment. Qin Nong cast a cold glance at the duo, casually peeling the shell and consuming the bird egg. Tao Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you disregard me?" Qin Nong wiped his mouth, retrieved a new raincoat from his backpack, and with a sneer, retorted, "What gives you the right to command my respect?" Tao Ge was taken aback by Qin Nong's possession of a replacement raincoat, realizing that his earlier actions indeed rendered him a fool. However, Shasha's attention shifted to Qin Nong's backpack. High-dimensional backpack. Such an item could only be found in platinum chests. The mere possession of this backpack was a testament to Qin Nong's prowess. Recognizing Qin Nong's extraordinary nature, Shasha leaned closer to Tao Ge and whispered, "Tao Ge, this woman seems formidable. Perhaps we should steer clear?" "Steer clear? There are 2 of us and 1 of her. If anyone should retreat, it should be her yielding to us," Tao Ge declared, striding boldly to face Qin Nong. "Since you have no intention of sharing your dinner with us, you'd best be on your way." Though the tree provided shelter from the wind and rain, as the downpour intensified, the corroded branches multiplied, leaving less and less room for refuge, and naturally, fewer souls sought shelter beneath its boughs. Qin Nong sneered, "I arrived first. What gives you the right to make me leave?" "Just this," replied Brother Tao, stepping back, and with a powerful thrust, he tore his sweat-soaked shirt apart. The fabric ripped audibly in an instant. This aura, was he a warrior? His opponent was a level 5 survivor? Qin Nong, momentarily taken aback, drew forth his indestructible axe. Having already dispatched the members of the Blood Alliance, why should he fear an unexpected foe like Cheng Yaojin? Seeing Qin Nong still daring to resist, Brother Tao grinned menacingly, preparing to exert his strength. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The atmosphere beneath the trees was tense, ready to erupt. Just as the 2 sides seemed poised to clash, the compass hanging from Qin Nong's backpack suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Qin Nong immediately glanced at the compass. The merchant had mentioned that this device would signal upon nearing a mine. His face brightened with joy, and he resolved to leave. Brother Tao, mistaking Qin Nong's demeanor for cowardice, taunted, "What's this? Are you scared now?" Qin Nong's expression darkened as he wielded his axe, striking the large tree multiple times. With a crack, the tree fell, effortlessly disintegrating into 50 pieces of wood. "This tree is mine for shade. Since you refuse to appreciate that, you shall not have it." He collected the 50 logs into his backpack, disregarding his adversaries as he departed in the direction indicated by the compass. Brother Tao and Shasha were left dumbfounded. He just leaves. But why did he even chop down the tree? Brother Tao felt a bit deflated. Yet Shasha tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother Tao? That woman seemed so pleased when she left. She must have found something valuable." A glint of cunning crossed Brother Tao's eyes. "Are you suggesting we quietly follow her? See what treasures she has discovered, and when she is unaware, strike to seize her bounty, leaving her body to the wilderness for our exclusive gain?" Shasha paused for a moment before affirming, "That's the gist. But, all right, let us pursue her now." Brother Tao exclaimed with excitement, immediately leading Shasha in the direction Qin Nong had taken. Following the compass's guidance, Qin Nong finally arrived at his destination. The mine appeared quite concealed, surrounded by thick underbrush, easily overlooked if one was not careful. Cautiously, Qin Nong approached the cave entrance and spotted a drowsy guard. The guard's attire seemed eerily familiar. Was that the Blood Alliance? Qin Nong's pupils contracted, and he quickly reacted with a cold sneer. What a small world. This trash has seized the mine belonging to Ponpon's mother and ruthlessly harmed both mother and daughter. Today, I shall reclaim everything. Chapter 35. A heavenly gift of 2,000 pounds of ore. Knowing that the Blood Alliance's guards were present, Qin Nong understood that their forces must be nearby. He could not afford to alert them. He initially intended to wait for the guard to fall asleep before sneaking in, but as the acidic rain intensified, his raincoat was increasingly corroded, developing numerous holes. Changing into a new raincoat would create too much commotion and surely attract attention. Yet, leaving empty-handed was unacceptable to Qin Nong. After much contemplation, Qin Nong resolved to take a risk. Within his backpack lay 2 flashlights purchased from an online store. He retrieved one, its battery nearly depleted, switched it on, and hurled it into the distance. With a crack, the flashlight struck the ground, producing a sound that startled the guard. "Who goes there?" The guard's expression shifted, and he strode towards the source of the light. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nong swiftly activated his flying skateboard and darted into the mine. The guard, who had just picked up the flashlight, mistook the sudden gust of wind for a mere breeze and paid little heed. Upon entering the mine, Qin Nong produced a magnet. Distinct from an ordinary one, this magnet emitted a buzzing sound in the presence of fine iron. To his surprise, after a thorough scan, he heard no such sound, only to find the surroundings cluttered with common ore, with the interior having been completely excavated. What was going on? Qin Nong was taken aback. Previously, Ponpon's mother had claimed that this mountain was teeming with fine iron, yet now it seemed to be reduced to mere ore. Compared to fine iron, ore was decidedly worthless. Nonetheless, something was better than nothing. Without further hesitation, he collected all the ore in sight, filling his backpack with 2,000 pounds of ore, occupying merely one slot. The high-grade dimensional backpack truly lived up to its reputation. Noticing 5 iron picks in a corner, he took those as well. This expedition had proven to be quite profitable. Just as Qin Nong was preparing to leave, 2 uninvited guests appeared. As Tao Gu and Sha Sha entered, they immediately realized the mine had been stripped bare. Tao Gu, convinced that Qin Nong was the culprit, boasted, Who would have thought we would stumble upon a mine? Fortune smiles upon us. Hand over the ore, or you shall not escape with your life." Qin Nong, observing their brazen demeanor, retorted, "How did you manage to get in?" Tao Gu dismissively replied, "Of course we knocked out the guard to enter. Do you think I am as timid as you, fretting over every detail? Knocked out the guard?" Qin Nong's face paled. This was disastrous. He had encountered 2 reckless fools who believed themselves clever. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Without time to waste on these 2 imbeciles, Qin Nong swiftly consumed an invisibility potion, rendering himself invisible in an instant. Before Tao Gu and Sha Sha could express their astonishment, dozens of assassins from the Blood Alliance surged forward, encircling them. "Now, tell us, did you steal that 2,000 pounds of ore? Hand it over promptly, or you shall face dire consequences." The words he had spoken to Qin Nong just a minute ago reverberated back to him with alarming swiftness. Tao Ge, in desperation, claimed ignorance, asserting that the ore had been taken by a woman who could turn invisible. However, how could such an explanation be heeded by the assassins of the Blood Alliance? In an instant, they beheaded Brother Tao. Thud! The severed head fell to the ground, and a few drops of crimson blood splattered on Shasha's face. Shasha was petrified, trembling in fear. Now she finally comprehended why Qin Nong dared not alert the guards, but chose instead to sneak in. Yet, she had realized this far too late. In a desperate bid for survival, Shasha willingly handed over her backpack and knelt to plead for mercy. Dear brothers, I truly did not take the ore. You may search my bag if you wish. Although I did not steal the ore, I know its whereabouts. Just moments ago, a woman on a flying skateboard rushed in, took the ore, and then drank an invisibility potion. If you spare my life, I am willing to assist you in capturing her. It must be said that when faced with peril, even the most foolish of fools can display unexpected cleverness under the influence of adrenaline. The assassins had initially intended to silence Shasha as well, but upon searching her backpack and finding it devoid of ore, they reconsidered. Furthermore, this woman had seen the thief's appearance and was adept at navigating the situation. Thus, sparing her life seemed a reasonable choice. Meanwhile, Qin Nong, having consumed the invisibility potion, dared not let her guard down as she pedaled furiously away on her bicycle. She had not anticipated that the Blood Alliance would deploy over a dozen assassins to lie in wait. It was truly a shocking revelation. The last time she had dared to confront the Blood Alliance, she had relied on favorable circumstances and allies, but now that the fog had lifted, her current strength was woefully inadequate to match her opponents. Moments later, the magic of the invisibility potion waned, and Qin Nong reappeared in the sight of the crowd. Just then, the assassins of the Blood Alliance arrived, and one of them immediately recognized her face. It's you, number 80 gasped, a mix of surprise and hatred flooding his senses. How could he forget? Were it not for Qin Nong, his comrades should not have fallen victim to the night-devouring wolves, and he would not have been ridiculed by other team members for the calamity he believed was caused by her. The leader had decreed that the one who slays Qin Nong would be rewarded with 5,000 black gold coins and 10 female slaves. What a lucrative offer. I accept. Kill. Shasha could hardly believe that the woman she had encountered was none other than the renowned Qin Nong, the top survivor of Area 27. The survivors of Area 27 varied greatly in strength, but Qin Nong undoubtedly belonged to the elite tier of warriors. All along, Shasha had viewed Qin Nong as a role model, hoping she would dominate the entire server and lead Area 27 to ultimate victory. Little did she anticipate that she would inadvertently play a part in her downfall. In that moment, Shasha was engulfed by a whirlwind of anxiety and regret. She feared that if Qin Nong were to perish, her own chances of survival would vanish. Yet, she also dreaded the possibility of Qin Nong surviving and seeking revenge later. However, the assassins harbored no such complex thoughts. Upon hearing the substantial reward, they shouted in unison and charged towards Qin Nong. Seeing this, Qin Nong felt a surge of trepidation and, in a moment of distraction, failed to notice that she was heading straight for a cliff. In a frantic attempt to evade, she lost her balance and plummeted downwards, bike and all. A scream echoed through the air. The assassins rushed to the edge of the cliff, exchanging anxious glances. What should they do? A person had fallen off the cliff. Should they continue the pursuit? Each of them looked at one another, hesitant to take the risk, and ultimately reached a unanimous decision to wait on the cliff for a day. If there was no further movement, they would return to their leader to report that Qin Nong had perished. In a corner, Shasha seized the opportunity while the assassins were distracted and quietly made her escape. She needed to return to District 27 swiftly to inform everyone of Qin Nong's death, to prevent them from placing their hopes on her any longer. Chapter 36. A reunion with Pampan's mother. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The rainwater dripped from the eaves, cascading down the stone walls in a gentle rhythm. As Qin Nong regained consciousness, she was greeted by a pair of innocent, sparkling eyes. A little girl with pigtails was beaming at her. Mom, Sister Qin Nong is awake. Sister Qin Nong? Did this little girl recognize her? Qin Nong pressed her fingers to her temples and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in a cave, furnished with simple cooking utensils and daily necessities, creating a rather rudimentary setting. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. Qin Nong squinted and realized, Ponpon's mother? Ponpon's mother, noticing Qin Nong's astonishment, covered her mouth with a smile, and recounted how the mine had been seized by the Blood Alliance, how Qin Nong had fallen from the cliff, and how she had fortuitously rescued them. It was then that Qin Nong understood everything. Realizing that Ponpon's mother had been dragged into such dire circumstances because of her, Qin Nong felt a pang of guilt. This cave is too crude for the child to grow up in. You and Pampan should come back with me to the shelter. Is that really possible? The sparkle in Ponpon's mother's eyes was unmistakable. For Ponpon's sake, I must take you both away from this wretched place. Qin Nong was resolute. She knew that Ponpon's mother, having once controlled the mine, must possess invaluable experience in metal refining. Her shelter was in dire need of a female worker to manage the furnace. And with Ponpon's mother on board, everything would fall into place. Qin Nong donned a raincoat and handed the last two to Pampan and her mother. She then took out the flying skateboard and soared up the cliff with the mother and daughter. A day and a night had passed in the outside world, and the assassins who had once guarded the area had long since returned to the Alliance with good news. Without further ado, Qin Nong led the mother and daughter towards the shelter. In the shelter, Qin Nong had been gone for 3 days, and Li Yi was frantic with worry. The crisis of the acid rain was set to last for 7 days, and if Qin Nong did not return soon, the shelter would be in peril. Gazing at the corroded, pockmarked walls and the leaking living room, Li Yi was filled with anxiety. Just then, Xiao Qi, standing at the door, shouted in delight. Miss Qin is back. Everyone looked up to see Qin Nong arriving with a mother and daughter, both sheltered under a tattered umbrella. As a result of the acid rain's corrosive effects, the umbrella was in tatters. Upon returning to the shelter, Qin Nong immediately handed Pampan to Li Yi, urging, "Quickly, dry her off. She has just been drenched by the acid rain." Li Yi immediately prepared when she noticed the little girl in her arms had developed a high fever. Qin Nong wiped her face and gazed at the familiar sanctuary, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The journey back to the sanctuary had been fraught with peril. The raincoat, exposed to the acid rain, had corroded within moments, leaving Qin Nong to alternate between the 8 umbrellas in her backpack. After settling Pampan in the bedroom, Qin Nong, accompanied by Ponpon's mother, joined the meeting in the living room. This is a friend of mine who possesses extensive smelting knowledge. In the future, I will grant her full authority over the use of the furnace. Upon hearing this, a subtle glimmer flickered in Li Yi's eyes. Qin Nong continued, "Li Yi, please report on the situation over the past 3 days." Li Yi replied, "In these 3 days, I have completed the tasks you assigned before your departure, including the firing of 10 bricks, the cultivation of sugarcane, and the raising of carp. Both the sugarcane and the carp have matured, and we are severely lacking space on the balcony." Qin Nong had already inspected these matters, confirming their accuracy. Noticing that Qin Nong did not call for a halt, Li Yi continued, "Additionally, we have encountered a troublesome issue. Our sanctuary, constructed from ore, is vulnerable to this sudden acid rain, which can corrode even the hardest substances. Thus, the ceiling of the living room has suffered significant damage, and within 5 days, the bedroom and balcony may become uninhabitable." "I am aware of these concerns," Qin Nong acknowledged. "Thus, the immediate crisis is to upgrade the sanctuary. Once the sanctuary is upgraded, all crises will be resolved." Qin Nong gathered all her resources together, double the quantity. In the astonished gaze of Ponpon's mother, all the resources instantly multiplied. Wood, 390, stone, 200, mud, 70, bricks, 20, ore, for 1,000 pounds, in abundance. Yet still far from the requirements to upgrade the sanctuary to level 6, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 250 mud, 200 bricks, and 100 pounds of refined iron. Noticing the troubled expression on Qin Nong's face, Li Yi suggested, "Miss Qin, I have a proposal, though I am unsure if I should voice it." Qin Nong replied, "Please, go ahead." Li Yi continued, "Since we are temporarily unable to upgrade the sanctuary, why not utilize our available resources to reinforce the living room? After all, in 4 days, this acid rain will cease, and we can devise further strategies then." While this indeed was a method of buying time, Qin Nong rejected it. "No. Whether the sanctuary can withstand these 4 days remains uncertain. If, after the acid rain ends, we face an even greater crisis with our sanctuary in disrepair, we may lack the strength to endure it. We cannot place all our hopes on an uncertain future." After contemplating for a moment, Qin Nong resolved, "The sanctuary must be upgraded. However, we currently lack umbrellas and raincoats, rendering us unable to venture outside. We must find a solution from within. I have plenty of ore. and I have decided to trade with other survivors in the online store. The others nodded in agreement. Chin Nong turned to Pampan's mother and said, "First, let us smelt 100 pounds of refined iron for the upgrade of the shelter. I will provide you with for assistance. Under these circumstances, how long do you estimate it will take to complete the task? With 10 pounds of, or yielding 1 pound of refined iron, a total of 1,000 pounds of, or is required to produce 100 pounds of refined iron. Such a substantial amount of, or demands considerable manpower and resources." Pampan's mother replied, "Smelting 1 pound of refined iron is quite swift, taking only a minute. To produce 100 pounds of refined iron may take approximately 2 hours. Additionally, I will need 100 pieces of wood to ignite the furnace." "Very well, I shall fully support you," Chin Nong said, directly providing Pampan's mother with 100 pieces of wood. It was now Pampan's mother's turn to be puzzled. She had just realized that Chin Nong possessed the talent of double duplication. Therefore, she only needed to smelt 50 pounds of refined iron, and Chin Nong could duplicate it. Why then was he insisting on her smelting 100 pounds? Perhaps he had his own plans. Without further inquiry, Pampan's mother accepted the 1,000 pounds of ore and the 100 pieces of wood, leading Li Yi and the others into the workshop. Meanwhile, Chin Nong took out his phone and opened the online store, preparing for a transaction. He first checked the market price in the online store. The typical price for 1 pound of ore was generally 10 pieces of wood, or 8 stones, or 5 portions of mud, or 2 bricks. As Chin Nong had no shortage of bricks, he decided to exchange all his items for stones, wood, or mud. In no time, 10 pounds of ore were sold out. Chin Nong acquired 35 portions of mud. Double duplication, 70 portions of mud. I never anticipated ore to be so valuable. Chapter 37. Upgrade to Level 6 Shelter. Chin Nong promptly listed another 90 pounds of ore. However, the next buyer was only willing to pay 400 pieces of wood. The buyer, having observed the recent transaction, attempted to take advantage of Chin Nong's ample or resources, hoping to snag a bargain. Chin Nong, uninterested in the offer, ignored the individual. Given that 90 pounds of ore could easily be exchanged for more than 900 pieces of wood at market value, it was clear the buyer was not genuinely interested. After blocking the buyer, another seller contacted him. This seller was willing to offer 20 pieces each of wood, stone, and mud for 10 pounds of ore. Chin Nong surmised that this individual was likely a survivor eager to upgrade to a level 5 shelter. After a moment's hesitation, he raised the unit price to 22 pieces of wood, 22 stones, and 22 portions of mud, and agreed to the exchange. The seller expressed profound gratitude and even gifted Chin Nong a box of bread. Upon seeing the bread, Chin Nong was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that this was the same survivor who, during a time of high temperatures, had failed to store water and had chased after him while he was eating lobster. Calling him Big Brother, amused yet bemused, Chin Nong accepted the traded items, duplicated them, set them aside, and continued searching for buyers. Before long, the afternoon had passed. Chin Nong sold 300 pounds of ore, resulting in a total acquisition of 670 stones, 1290 woods, and 450 muds. This was sufficient. At that moment, a voice filled with joy echoed from the workshop. "Miss Chin, the task is complete." Chin Nong quickly approached, and in a corner of the workshop, she beheld the freshly smelted wrought iron. The surface of the wrought iron shimmered with a cold, silvery gray gleam, akin to condensed moonlight, refracting sharp, fragmented rays in the shifting light, revealing its extraordinary qualities that surpass ordinary metals. The final resource needed for upgrading the shelter had been gathered. Chin Nong promptly activated the duplication, acquiring 200 pounds of wrought iron. Ponpon's mother gasped in astonishment, inwardly rejoicing at her wise decision. After a brief moment of hesitation, she could not resist saying to Chin Nong, "Miss Chin, I have surmised your intention. You plan to utilize the additional 100 pounds of wrought iron for a lucrative sale to exchange for more resources. Am I correct?" Chin Nong nodded in affirmation. Ponpon's mother replied, "I implore you to consider this carefully. It would be wise to refrain from such actions." Chin Nong was taken aback. "Why is that?" Ponpon's mother spoke earnestly. "As the shelter upgrades, the materials required become increasingly sophisticated, and to my knowledge, the end of ore is not wrought iron." Seeing Chin Nong and the others puzzled, she promptly elaborated. It turned out that ordinary stones take decades to form into ore, or must be processed to transform into wrought iron. However, beyond wrought iron lies a more resilient metal known as black gold. 10 pounds of ore can yield 1 pound of wrought iron, but 1 pound of black gold requires the condensation of 100 pounds of wrought iron. This is why I advised you, Miss Cheen, against acting impulsively. Both wrought iron and black gold hold immense value and should be retained for oneself. Ponpon's mother's words struck true, resonating profoundly. After listening, Cheen Nong indeed found herself in contemplation. Black gold was so rare. Should she truly sell the precious resources she had painstakingly acquired? Cheen Nong traced the subtle forging patterns on the wrought iron, lost in thought. Ultimately, she resolved, very well, I have decided to keep the wrought iron. Cheen Nong then presented the remaining 2,700 pounds of ore and allocated the rights to 290 pieces of wood to sustain the furnace's daily consumption. Ponpon's mother, starting today, I entrust you with the remaining 2,700 pounds of ore and the rights to 100 pounds of wrought iron. During this time, I will ensure that you and your daughter's needs are fully taken care of. Your sole responsibility will be to refine black gold. Ponpon's mother was indeed correct. She must not focus solely on the present. Beyond ore lies wrought iron, and beyond wrought iron lies black gold. Surely, there exists something beyond black gold that Cheen Nong was yet unaware of. She needed to prepare for the future upgrades of the shelter. A mere 100 pounds of wrought iron could yield only 1 pound of black gold. Even if Cheen Nong transformed all 2,700 pounds of ore into black gold and duplicated it, it would amount to barely 11 pounds. Indeed, the task of collecting ebony is a formidable one, and the road ahead is long. A day and night have passed in the outside world, and tomorrow marks the 5th day since the arrival of the acid rain. No longer willing to wait, Cheen Nong gathered all available resources and made her way to the living room. After toiling for nearly half a month, the moment to upgrade the shelter had finally arrived. Under the expectant gazes of her companions, Cheen Nong hesitated no longer and proceeded with the upgrade. Ding! Detected survivor number 666. The conditions for upgrading to a level 6 shelter, 1,000 wood, 500 stone, 250 mud, 200 bricks, 100 pounds of refined iron, have been met. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have successfully upgraded your shelter to a villa, earning 1 attribute point. Cheen Nong allocated the single attribute point to her strength. Her strength now reached a remarkable 10, elevating her capabilities to a new pinnacle. Survivor, Cheen Nong, age, 24, number, 666, affiliated sector, Zone 27, titles, Cold Wave Nemesis. High temperature alert, fog expert, strength, 10, agility, 7, intelligence, 8, mentality, 11, hunger level, 20, professional skill, thief, wood and stone stealth. Alliance, have you sent it? Member level, outer member, vehicle level, level 3 bicycle, materials required for next upgrade, for batteries, for iron blocks. 4 tires, alliance wealth, 0 ebony coins, shelter combat power, bloodthorn 4, level 5, mountain eagle 2, level 3. Personal equipment, gale boots, hoverboard, diamond axe, 10 axes, 5 scythes, 10 shovels, 5 pickaxes, 6 bearskin armor, items owned, 1 high dimension backpack, 10 rolls of native wood pulp toilet paper, 1 flashlight, 2 fishing rods, 2 custom house design blueprints, 2 bow and arrow blueprints, 1 set of magic shape scrolls, 2 wolf king tendons, lodestone, compass, food storage, 200 bottles of mineral water, 500 pounds of live fish, 600 stalks of sugar cane, 1 box of bread, resource reserves, 170 stones, 230 mud, 2,700 pounds of ore, 100 pounds of refined iron, shelter, level 6 villa, materials required for next upgrade, 5,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 mud, 500 bricks, 50 bags of sea sand, 150 pounds of ebony, permanently, all collected materials too. Evaluation, thunderous. This transcendent skill is akin to a purple gold hammer. You are indeed capable, with a shelter. You have truly upgraded. A blinding light flashed, revealing the structure now known as the villa. The living room, soaring 8 meters high, was adorned with a crystal chandelier that cascaded like a galaxy, while the cream-colored marble floor glimmered with a warm sheen. Even with space ample enough to host a gathering of 100, it exuded an air of openness. As one traverses the corridor, the ornate dome and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows harmoniously reflect one another. The custom-designed long table accommodates dozens of diners simultaneously, and the surrounding blank spaces epitomize lavish grandeur. Vast, lofty, and opulent. Chapter 38, The Sky Garden. The upgraded 6-level shelter spans an astonishing 500 square meters, with a height that reaches 3 stories. The first level serves as the living space, the second houses a swimming pool, and the third is an aerial garden complete with an incubation room. Moreover, the subterranean levels also extend to 3 stories. The first basement is a workshop, equipped with premium workbenches for crafting all manner of blueprints. The second basement contains a furnace, designated for metal smelting or brick making. The third level is an ice cellar, stocked with ample water sources and ice blocks, ensuring that the shelter will no longer face shortages of water. The 3 levels above ground cater to residential needs, while the 3 levels below ground fulfill work requirements. Most importantly, this upgrade of the shelter also includes a complimentary 100 square meter yard with 4 observation towers positioned at the corners, where the majestic sculptures and 4 bloodthorn bushes roam, evoking a sentinel-like presence. Is this paradise? It is truly exquisite, particularly the first floor, which astonishingly features 24 private bathrooms. Even the workshop spans 100 square meters, a remarkable display of luxury. Indeed, I was astounded to discover that the villa is equipped with 2 elevators. After exploring the 3 underground levels and the 2 above that encompass the living spaces and swimming pool, the group, alongside Qin, ultimately ascended to the Sky Garden via the elevator. As they pushed open the glass doors, the Sky Garden unfolded before them like a dreamlike sanctuary. On the tiered wooden platforms, a vibrant array of potted plants flourished, while vines climbed freely along the wrought iron railings. A meandering pebble path wove between fragrant herbs and succulent plants, and the air was infused with the refreshing scent of earth and greenery, intoxicating to behold. This Sky Garden, covering approximately 200 square meters, offered an expansive space filled with lush vegetation. Previously, a patch of sugarcane planted on the balcony was relocated to the southernmost corner, now thriving abundantly, and the several hundred pounds of large carp were released into the pond, where koi danced gracefully among the water lilies. Such a vast area allows for the cultivation of vegetables, transplantation of fruit trees, and even the raising of livestock. What a breathtaking Sky Garden! What a flourishing Eden! Qin languidly stretched, only to realize that, following the villa's upgrade, she no longer heard the sound of acid rain falling. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a semi-elliptical transparent protective dome atop the villa, which not only shielded against all external dust and rain, but also possessed a shell as resilient as iron, capable of withstanding any external force. With a resounding thud, Qin struck the protective dome with her fist, only to find it impervious to her efforts. Elated, she rejoiced. Indeed, upgrading the shelter was the right decision. Acid rain has the capacity to erode all, yet the upgraded sanctuary, fortified with the hardness of refined iron, stands impervious to such trivial threats. The other members, filled with exuberance, wandered about the villa, captivated by the beauty of every blade of grass and every tree. Qin observed this with delight. The stronger the sense of belonging the companions felt towards the sanctuary, the more conducive it would be for unity. At that moment, the aerial garden's cyclical ecosystem sensed the presence of survivors nearby and opened automatically. A gentle breeze caressed the air, carrying the fragrance of flowers intertwined with mist. As the pond in the aerial garden reflected the evening glow of the sky, the sugarcane leaves rustled softly in the breeze, crafting a serene and tranquil tableau of life. With 3 days remaining until the end of the acid rain, Qin intended to grant everyone a respite. However, the voice of 007 rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for successfully upgrading to a Level 6 sanctuary. The Lord mode has been activated for you. In this mode, you may shelter homeless survivors, becoming their lord, and enter into contracts with them. Once the contract is formed, it becomes irrevocable for life. Ding! 6 homeless survivors have been detected in the sanctuary of Survivor 666. Do you wish to contract? Lord mode? This was the first time Qin had heard of such a mode, and she was momentarily taken aback. Upon further inquiry, she discovered its similarities to the Alliance mode. After a brief contemplation, she did not conceal this so-called Lord mode and directly informed the 6 individuals present. Ponpon's mother, Li Yi, and Xiao Qi fell into a thoughtful silence. Residing in Qin sanctuary, they felt secure working for her, yet they still possessed a degree of autonomy. However, signing this contract would mean a lifetime of subjugation under Qin Nong's control, with the power of life and death resting solely in her hands. Although, based on their observations, Qin Nong did not appear to be a harsh leader, one could never be too cautious. Li Yi, well versed in the intricacies of such matters, understood the dilemma. To sign would mean being bound to another. To refrain could jeopardize their safety in the future. Would Qin Nong still come to their aid if danger should arise? For instance, without Qin Nong's wise leadership, their sanctuary might have been utterly shattered in the acid rain. The decision to sign or not bore its own advantages and disadvantages. After much hesitation, Li Yi noticed her companions were equally indecisive and was about to suggest further contemplation. Unexpectedly, Pan suddenly rushed forward and embraced Qin Nong, exclaiming, "Sister Qin Nong, I will sign." Qin Nong. Li Yi, Pan's mother. Qin Nong was taken aback. Kneeling to embrace Pan, "Why do you wish to sign, Pan?" Pan earnestly replied, "When I was on the brink of starvation, it was Sister Qin Nong who offered her last morsel of food to save me. Later, when I had no new clothes to wear, it was Sister Qin Nong who provided me with a new outfit. She has treated me so kindly, she would never harm me." Hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, Pan's mother was filled with emotion. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? Once they had nothing, yet Qin Nong was willing to extend her hand in assistance. Now that Qin Nong lacks for nothing, could she still hesitate? Upon this reflection, Pan's mother ceased to waver and stated candidly, "Miss Qin, I shall sign." Observing the swift decision of Pan and her mother to become Qin Nong's subjects, the remaining 4 companions also resolved to join without hesitation. Qin Nong smiled with satisfaction and assured them, "Rest assured, no matter the circumstances, I shall share both fortune and adversity with all of you." Ding! Congratulations to Survivor No. 666 for successfully acquiring 6 subjects. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor number 666 for receiving 60 prestige points. What are prestige points? Qin Nong, intrigued, clicked on the red exclamation mark. Prestige points, the admiration of subjects towards their lord, which automatically converts into prestige points. The higher the prestige points, the greater the probability of obtaining high-quality treasures during wilderness adventures or when opening chests, as well as attracting a continuous influx of subjects to join the shelter. Reach for the stars while treading through the fields. Prestige is bestowed upon one's kin. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Qin Nong had not anticipated that by acquiring 6 subjects, she would also gain prestige points, signifying that they genuinely felt close to her and recognized all that she had done. With the minor matters resolved, Qin Nong no longer felt constrained and allowed her companions the freedom to engage in their own activities. Li Yi, having long coveted the swimming pool, promptly ascended to the 2nd floor to indulge in a refreshing swim. Xiao Qi, with her innate talent for handicrafts, took the remaining sisters to the basement workshop to explore various peculiar crafts. As for Pan and her mother, they remained in the aerial garden, quietly relishing the joys of family. With nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Nong retreated to the master bedroom on the 1st floor. The master bedroom had expanded 3 to 4 times in size, with all furnishings rejuvenated. However, Qin Nong lacked the inclination to appreciate it. She was weary from several days of exertion and now longed for a restful sleep. Yet, this time, Qin Nong did not slumber for long, for she was soon transported by the Alliance token to an unknown realm. Chapter 39, Instance, Road Survival, Part 1. A warm breeze swept by. On the ochre-hued sand dunes, a road stretched straight into the horizon of the desert. Qin Nong stood in the center of the road, her mouth agape as she gazed at this seemingly endless pathway. Entranced, she had been peacefully sleeping in the shelter. How had she suddenly found herself on the road? Surveying her surroundings, she discovered that aside from a dilapidated bicycle and her phone, there was nothing with her. What was happening? Where were her resources? Where was the shelter? Where had Li Yi, Xiao Qi, and Pan's mother vanished to? Buzz. Just as Qin Nong was in a state of confusion, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Hastily, she retrieved it and, in the announcement notifications section, encountered a plethora of pinned messages from 007. Attention! Attention! Attention all survivors who have joined the Alliance. Those not affiliated may disregard this message. The monthly Alliance ranking competition is now underway. This contest will determine your status and resource allocation within the Alliance for the upcoming month. We shall now proceed with the random assignment of the Alliance trial tasks. Blood Alliance Forest Brawl, Sisterhood Treasure Hunt in the Icy Expanse, the Zodiac Beast Realm Defense, and the Road Survival Challenge. Qin Nong had been waiting for quite some time before finally receiving news from the Road Survival Alliance, realizing that her presence here was solely due to the monthly trial tasks of the Alliance. What a jest! After painstakingly upgrading her shelter during the acid rain crisis, she longed for a brief respite of 3 days. Instead, the system showed no mercy, hastily teleporting her into the competitive instance. Glancing at her sole possession, a bicycle, Qin Nong felt tears welling up. Ding! Loading vehicle information for you. Vehicle, bicycle level, 3 speed. 100 meters per minute. Materials required for next upgrade. For batteries, 4 iron blocks, 4 tires. Evaluation. When you see me riding a bicycle, you may feel smug, but wait until I drive a sports car, and your fate will be uncertain. 30 years of fortune can shift in an instant. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. With this wretched bicycle, could she truly conquer the instance? Ding! Her phone chimed again with a message from 007. Qin Nong looked down to see that 007 had gathered 500 000 members of the Road Survival Alliance into a group, which now boasted a count of 500 000 members, 0 participants. Ding! Attention all members of the Road Survival Alliance. I hereby announce the rules for this competition. 1. The contest will last for 3 days, and the top 3 participants will be rewarded generously. 2. All members may not utilize any supplies from their shelters, except for vehicles. 3. Resources collected on the road can be exchanged for black coins in the online marketplace, which can be used to obtain materials for vehicle upgrades. 4. Should another participant seize your vehicle, the right to use it will automatically transfer. The survivor who loses their vehicle will be disqualified from the competition. 5. After the conclusion of this road survival instance, all resources and vehicles collected by survivors during the competition may be returned to their shelters. 6. The evaluation criteria for this contest are as follows: the final vehicle level of the survivor, the quantity of resources obtained, and the total distance traveled on the road. 7. Please be advised that the temperature difference between night and day is significant. Traveling during these times may pose dangers, and survivors should proceed with caution. Attention! To prevent internal conflicts among Alliance members, the system has evenly distributed the 500 000 participants across various sections of the road. All survivors are urged to remain vigilant. Dear survivors, in pursuit of ultimate victory, please strive to ride diligently. Following a series of announcements, the comment section was once again inundated. Is it possible that in this apocalypse, we must partake in ranked matches? Have I returned to Earth? I, Wang Jingza, would rather starve to death outside or leap from here than engage in this tedious competition. Goodness, they've started me off with a tricycle. Are they jesting? It is evident that you have not previously undertaken Alliance tasks. The tricycle can indeed be upgraded and brought back to the shelter for use. How delightful. A bunch of worthless players. My vehicle has already been upgraded to a motorcycle. Tremble, you incompetent fools. Oh my. Bow down to the elite. The elite are impressive. My vehicle is merely a level 2 skateboard. Let us see you shine, little darling. The Alliance boasts a total of 500 000 members, divided into ranks: 1 leader, 2 vice leaders, 4 elders, and 10 guardians. These individuals are collectively known as core members, while those without ranks are referred to as peripheral members, merely along for the ride. Qin Nong had previously shown little interest in Alliance matters, completing only 2 tasks, resulting in her vehicle being upgraded solely to a bicycle. To earn rewards this time, she must exert herself. Ding ding. The bell rang. Qin Nong mounted her bicycle and commenced her journey through this road survival instance. The yellow sand stretched endlessly, obscuring the sun. The scorching sun baked the earth, rendering the road searing hot. After riding for a full 10 kilometers, drenched in sweat, she found nothing but sand and stones along the way, devoid of any sustenance. Exhausted, Qin Nong finally stopped to rest by a cactus at the roadside, only to discover a metal box. Oh my! Finally food. Qin Nong felt a surge of excitement and immediately activated the double copy feature. The metal box transformed into 2. Opening the boxes revealed 2 electric fan blueprints, 2 smart refrigerators, 2 advanced beauty devices, 2 air conditioners, and 4 woven baskets. Qin Nong was left dumbfounded. Not a single useful item? What a joke! How could this happen? After coming to terms with reality, Qin Nong eventually decided to list 1 air conditioner, 1 electric fan blueprint, and 2 advanced beauty devices on the online store. In her heart, Qin Nong pondered the implications of selling these items. First and foremost, these devices require a power source for operation, and as far as she understood, vehicles do not possess onboard power before reaching a certain upgrade level. Among the Alliance's 999 members, most are peripheral players whose vehicles are primarily tricycles or skateboards. Only the elite can afford refrigerators and air conditioners, and they certainly would not haggle with her. After careful contemplation, Qin Nong ceased her hesitation and prepared to move forward. At that moment, a swarm of densely packed red ants scuttled past the cactus, marching in an organized and disciplined manner toward a specific direction. Chapter 40, Side Quest, Road Survival, Part 2, Red Ants? They appeared rather unusual. Qin Nong tapped on the red exclamation mark at the top right corner of the ant swarm. Fire ant. Take note. This type of ant is known as the fire ant. They work hard and eat little, always seeking treasure. Follow them to sweep away hunger and reclaim your true self. It became clear. This colony of fire ants was heading toward a source of food. Suddenly, Qin Nong felt no more pain in her back, nor fatigue in her legs, as she hoisted her bicycle and pursued them. Remarkably, despite their small size, these creatures moved swiftly. After trailing them for 50 meters, she spotted a small cake with a missing corner. Mine, she exclaimed, collecting it. After another 200 meters, she encountered a steaming flatbread. Another one, she declared, taking it as well. Continuing for 500 meters, she stumbled upon a critically injured wild boar. The boar, having sustained severe wounds from other creatures, lay gasping on the ground. Upon seeing Qin Nong, it bared its teeth, attempting to intimidate the human who dared approach. With a grin, Qin Nong picked up a stone and struck the boar, delivering a fatal blow. Ouch! The boar cried out, taking its last breath. Qin Nong was elated, promptly duplicating her finds. 2 small cakes, 2 flatbreads, and 2 wild boars. Fantastic, she mused. This swarm of fire ants truly proved to be excellent foragers. She even contemplated keeping a few as pets. However, as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Qin Nong promptly picked up a fire ant, only to recoil in pain as her palm was blistered by the intense heat. Why is it so hot? She gasped, hastily discarding the fire ant. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the ant's back was adorned with intricate crimson patterns, through which seemed to flow molten lava. No wonder they were called fire ants. They were indeed scorching to the touch. Having learned a valuable lesson, Qin Nong reluctantly set aside her ambition to domesticate fire ants for food procurement. Yet, a greater predicament soon arose. She had space for the cake and flatbread, but how would she accommodate the 2 wild boars, each weighing 200 pounds? After a moment of thought, she resolved to dismember the boars and place the portions into the 4 woven baskets, using her bicycle to transport them. However, she suddenly recalled that she lacked the necessary tools to dissect the boars. In such high temperatures, the deceased animals would soon decay and emit a foul odor. And Qin Nong was unwilling to let her hard-earned meat go to waste. At that moment, a notification from the online store chimed in. It turned out she had sold 1 air conditioner and 1 fan blueprint, earning herself 15 black coins. On such a sweltering day, survivors yearned for refreshing air, which explained the successful transactions. Qin Nong took a moment to observe the vehicle levels of the purchasers, a motorcycle and a truck, both of considerable rank. It seemed that these 2 individuals were likely guardians or elders within the Sentinel Alliance. Qin Nong quietly committed their names to memory. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have accumulated 15 black coins. Would you like to exchange them for 4 batteries, for iron blocks, and 4 tires to upgrade your bicycle? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have successfully exchanged 10 black coins for 4 batteries, for iron blocks, and 4 tires. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have successfully upgraded your vehicle to an electric tricycle. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle, electric tricycle, level 4, speed 15 kilometers per hour. Materials required for next upgrade: 10 batteries, 20 iron blocks, 8 tires, and 4 metals. Alliance wealth, 5 black coins. Evaluation. The electric tricycle is a premium model among tricycles. Truly a revelation. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have successfully upgraded your vehicle to level 4, and the radar scanning function has been activated. Radar scan. Within a 100-meter radius, if any supply boxes appear, the radar will automatically alert you. The upgrades of vehicles share a similar essence with the upgrades of shelters. Once surpassing level 3, one sheds the novice title, and each upgrade awakens a new skill. Level 4 shelters unlock professional skills. Level 5 shelters initiate alliance modes. Level 6 shelters unveil lord contracts. Each upgrade follows this pattern. And Qin Nong couldn't help but hope that subsequent vehicle upgrades would offer an automatic navigation feature, liberating her hands. The newly upgraded electric tricycle was not only several times larger than the previous bicycle, but its open cargo area also boasted a cubic meter of space, ample enough to accommodate the 2 large wild boars. Qin Nong felt a surge of excitement and first spent 1 black coin at the online shop to purchase a sharp knife. Then she spent 2 black coins to acquire 10 bags of salt. The knife was intended for butchering the wild boars, while the salted pork would ensure the meat remained unspoiled. After all, the ingenuity of the working class knows no bounds. With her final 2 black coins, Qin Nong initially considered buying some water for storage, but as she wasn't thirsty, she ultimately decided against it. She loaded the tricycle with a blueprint for a fan, 2 smart refrigerators, 2 high-end beauty devices, 2 wild boars, 1 air conditioner, and 4 woven baskets, and with a twist of the handlebars, she set off into the distance. Embracing the evening breeze, Qin Nong cruised along the highway. The scenery whizzed by her, akin to a series of enchanting paintings unfolding before her eyes. At this moment, Qin Nong's rear compartment had been augmented with 2 plastic barrels, 2 first aid kits, 2 water bottles, and 2 blankets, an array of new supplies acquired through the radar scanning feature of her electric tricycle. Qin Nong mused that without this so-called highway survival initiative, her spirits would undoubtedly be quite elevated. The sun was sinking low in the sky as dusk approached, and the chilling howls of wolves echoed across the vast desert, their mournful and savage cries resonating in the hearts of every survivor. Today, Qin Nong had covered a distance of 20 kilometers, while not an insignificant number. She was uncertain whether it met the required standard, so she opened the comment section to gauge the situation of others. To her surprise, the daytime commentary had shifted from 500,000 participants, 0 eliminated, to 480,000 participants, 20,000 eliminated. It seemed that 20,000 had fallen by the wayside. As 007 had previously stated, once a vehicle was commandeered, its previous occupant would be eliminated. Furthermore, if anyone engaged in murder for treasure, the slain would meet a permanent end in this game scenario. Indeed, it appeared that this advancement round was fraught with peril. Brothers, my twist car has covered 5 kilometers today. What about you? Impressive, brother. I was on my skateboard and managed only 2 kilometers. How did you manage that on your twist car? Fool, the twist car can't be ridden. It's meant to be carried, all right? I'm astounded, my friend. I can't believe such a technique exists. I'm so hungry. Is there anyone who could spare me a small cake? I crave vanilla pudding. You remind me of a simpleton. On this desolate highway, where would one find pudding? Not necessarily. I just stumbled upon a wooden crate, which yielded a meat bun, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a tent. Right now, I'm savoring the meat bun inside the tent. I'm freezing. How did the temperature drop so suddenly? The desert's temperature fluctuates drastically between day and night, and with the wolves howling, it promised to be a long, arduous night ahead. Chapter 41, Scenario Highway Survival, Part 3. Qin Nong surveyed her surroundings, noting that most of the vehicles in the Alliance seemed to be at levels 2 or 3. However, this was hardly surprising. The majority of Alliance members paid little heed to the Alliance tasks. Even Qin Nong herself had not thought to actively pursue tasks in recent days to upgrade her vehicle. In the face of apocalyptic calamities, survival had become exceedingly difficult. Who would willingly seek out additional hardships? It appeared that her accomplishments were, indeed, relatively commendable. Feeling somewhat reassured, Qin Nong found a rock that provided shelter from the wind and sand, parked her electric tricycle behind it, and began to drag down 2 wild boars, preparing to butcher the meat. With her strength having reached a level of 10, akin to that of a professional athlete, this task was not particularly strenuous. With a swift motion, Qin Nong plunged the knife into the boar's neck to let it bleed, ensuring that no blood was wasted by collecting it directly into the plastic barrels. After thoroughly cleaning the pig's blood, Qin Nong deftly began to slice the pork, dividing it into numerous small pieces. She generously coated each piece with salt and placed them into another plastic bucket, sealing it securely. At this moment, the clock struck 7 p.m., quite late indeed. After finishing the 2 large buns she had gathered during the day, Chin Nong felt a pang of thirst and decided to sell a piece of the freshly cut pork in the online store, pricing it at 10 gold coins. However, this action sparked a torrent of criticism from others. Have you lost your mind? Selling a piece of meat for 10 gold coins? I couldn't even upgrade my vehicle, the twisted car, for that much. Besides, this is raw pork, not prepared braised meat. Why should we pay such a high price? Scammer, we protest. Most of the survivors in the chat group lacked the fortune of Chin Nong, who had followed the trail of fire ants to discover food. Many had toiled all day, exchanging the hard-earned food and water they found for gold coins in the online store, just to upgrade their vehicles. Consequently, they were all left ravenously hungry. And upon seeing Chin Nong with pork, they felt utterly defeated. In the face of adversity, the darker sides of human nature tend to be magnified. A mere piece of bread or a bottle of water could ignite a crisis. Though Chin Nong had no deep-seated enmity with them, the issue of resources transformed her into a scapegoat. Ignoring the vitriol in the chat, Chin Nong focused on finding buyers. Moments later, a prominent figure sent her a private message, inquiring if she could include a small pinch of salt with her meat. Chin Nong agreed. After selling the first piece of pork, she promptly listed a second piece. This time, it was from the pig's hind leg, the most succulent and delectable part, also priced at 10 gold coins. The crowd was taken aback to discover that not only had Chin Nong sold one piece of meat, but there was another available, further aggravating their frustration. Chin Nong smirked and took a photograph of her entire bucket of pork, uploading it to the chat group. Feel free to continue your tirades while I keep selling pork. Let us see whether your outcry is quicker than my profits. In an instant, the critics fell silent. After a while, one survivor bravely asked in the group if he could purchase all the pork. Chin Nong swiftly replied, 500 gold coins, and all this pork is yours. The buyer responded quickly, that's too expensive, and I couldn't possibly eat that much. How about this? You give me half the pork and half a bucket of pig's blood for 200 gold coins. To be honest, Chin Nong felt tempted by the offer. 200 gold coins would certainly suffice for her next vehicle upgrade, especially considering that the final results of the competition hinged on vehicle levels. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, 300 gold coins. The buyer countered, 280 gold coins. Chin Nong responded, deal. She then listed half a bucket of pork and half a bucket of pig's blood in the online store, swiftly concluding the transaction with the buyer. Upon the completion of the transaction, Chin Nong glanced at his counterpart, Iron Hand. To his astonishment, it was a familiar face. Iron Hand had previously collaborated with Chin Nong and was well aware of his integrity. He would never sell inferior pork. Without hesitation, he paid 280 gold coins. This left Chin Nong quite intrigued. Chin Nong inquired, Iron Hand, what do you intend to do with such a large quantity of pork? Iron Hand replied, I wish to treat my brothers aboard the RV to a barbecue. Chin Nong was taken aback. So, your vehicle has been upgraded to an RV? Iron Hand explained, as the vice leader, I have been engaged in missions longer and undertaken more than you. Most of the resources I exchanged have been devoted to upgrading my vehicle. This revelation caused Chin Nong to reflect. He had initially thought that the competitors in this contest were novices, but here he was, face to face with a true heavyweight. An RV. It was a thought he had never dared to entertain, especially since his own vehicle was merely an electric tricycle. Before long, Iron Hand sent Chin Nong a friend request, which he accepted. Following that, Iron Hand sent him a location, inviting him to join for the barbecue. Having just earned 280 gold coins, Chin Nong felt it would be inappropriate to impose on his generosity. Politely declining, he chose not to respond further. With 280 gold coins in hand, should he upgrade his vehicle? He hesitated, pondering the matter. After careful consideration, he resolved to defer the decision until the following day. The current electric tricycle had a radar scanning feature that proved highly useful. He wondered what would happen if this functionality were lost in an upgrade. Having made up his mind, Chin Nong sealed the remaining half-barrel of pork and half-barrel of pork blood, burying them beneath sand to mask the overpowering scent that could attract other creatures. After completing this task, he found himself parched. However, the water offered in the online store was exorbitantly priced, with a single bottle costing 5 gold coins, an expense he was reluctant to incur. Producing 2 blankets, he folded one to serve as a pillow and draped the other over himself to shield against the biting cold. Before drifting off to sleep, he smeared a lump of mud from his cup onto his skin, then succumbed to slumber. In the distance, a pack of wolves roamed, searching for solitary survivors. Perhaps the mud he applied masked his scent. Regardless, he enjoyed a particularly peaceful night's rest. Beep, beep. The following morning, before Qin Nong could fully awaken, the radar on the electric tricycle stirred him from his dreams. Beep, beep. 500 meters ahead, resource box detected. Beep, beep. 500 meters ahead, resource box detected. Beep, beep. 500 meters ahead, resource box detected. The radar repeated its alert several times, and Qin Nong, still bleary-eyed, was jolted awake. A resource box? With palpable excitement, Qin Nong lifted the blanket, retrieving the half-barrel of pork and half-barrel of pig's blood that had been buried in the sand the previous night. He climbed onto his electric tricycle and sped towards his destination. Chapter 42. Copy of Road Survival. Part 4. Screech. A jarring sound of brakes resonated as Qin Nong arrived at the location indicated by the radar. Yet, the area was desolate, with only a solitary towering cactus in sight. Where could the resource box be? Qin Nong circled the cactus, but found nothing. Just as doubt began to creep in regarding the radar's scanning capabilities, he noticed that the sandy ground at the base of the cactus seemed to sink slightly. Sensing something amiss, Qin Nong drew the dagger he had purchased from the marketplace the day before and plunged it into the base of the cactus with force. A piercing cry erupted from an animal. Qin Nong focused intently and beheld a weasel with shifty eyes dragging a bronze chest into the ground. That was a close call. He had nearly let it escape. The weasel howled in distress and fled, while Qin Nong unearthed the bronze chest from the sand and activated the double copy feature. Tint 2, Complete Cooking Set 2, Smokeless Grill 2, Solid Fuel 18, Lighter 2, Cola 2. These were splendid provisions for himself. Qin Nong chuckled heartily, accepting it all without hesitation. These were indeed valuable items, and he had no intention of selling them. For the next hour, Qin Nong prepared himself for another expedition in search of resource boxes. Yet he found nothing. A sense of despondency washed over him. Had his good fortune finally run dry? It appeared to be time to upgrade his vehicle. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666. You have accumulated 282 black coins. Would you like to exchange for 10 batteries, 20 iron blocks, 8 tires, and 4 metals to upgrade your electric tricycle? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666. You have successfully exchanged 35 black coins for 10 batteries, 20 iron blocks, 8 tires, and 4 metals. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666. You have successfully upgraded your vehicle to a motorcycle. Loading vehicle information for you. Vehicle, motorcycle, level 5, speed, 50 kilometers per hour. Materials required for next upgrade. 15 batteries, 30 iron blocks, 16 tires, 20 metals, 10 gasoline. Alliance wealth, 247 black coins. Evaluation. I want to take you for a ride on my wild motorcycle. It is the king of speed and quite the showstopper. Like 666, when fingers aren't enough, toes will suffice. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666. You have successfully upgraded your level 5 vehicle, unlocking the map indexing feature. Map indexing. Once you acquire the location of an opponent, set the route, and the vehicle will head directly in that direction. Ding! The upgraded vehicle retains the functionalities of the previous stage. Your current vehicle now possesses both map indexing and radar scanning capabilities. Drive with confidence. The moment the motorcycle appeared, Qin Nong was captivated by its dazzling exterior. The matte black body shimmered with a chilling metallic luster, and the tail wing unfurled like the wings of a butterfly, outlining futuristic lines in the sunlight. Twisting the throttle, the rush of exhaust unleashed a wave of air, stirring up dust in a flamboyant display. Initially, Qin Nong had worried that the upgraded motorcycle would lose its radar scanning capability and the storage space on the back of the electric tricycle. However, it not only retained the radar function, but also boasted a storage compartment of 5 cubic meters. This space resembled a rudimentary dimensional backpack, akin to a hidden storage room concealed within the motorcycle's frame, making it exceedingly discreet. Accessing and storing items would be effortless, alleviating Qin Nong's concerns about attracting wolf packs with the scent of pork and pig's blood. After devouring 2 small cakes and sipping on a bottle of sugary soda, Qin Nong let out a satisfied burp. With a crunch, she crushed the soda bottle and tossed it into the storage compartment, pressing the throttle once more. Off she went. The roar of the engine pierced the air, and the streamlined body shot forward like a black panther, drawing the gaze of passers-by as if they were magnetically compelled to fixate on the sleek silhouette that whizzed by. In just 10 minutes, Qin Nong had traveled 1 kilometer, a marvel indeed. At this rate, she was certain her mileage for the day would surpass 100 kilometers. Lost in her joyful thoughts, Qin Nong was suddenly interrupted by a figure ahead, waving at her. With a screech, she slammed on the brakes, halting the motorcycle and turning to face the person. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, fragile and innocent in demeanor. Qin Nong scrutinized her discreetly. "Is there something you need?" The girl, with slightly reddened eyes, bit her lip and pleaded pitifully, "Sister, I've been stuck here for a day without food or water, and a man stole my vehicle. Can you help me?" Noticing the dirt smeared across her face and the tattered state of her clothing, suggesting she had endured some inhumane treatment, Qin Nong's expression grew somber. "Fortunately, you sought my help." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the girl's eyes, and she was overcome with joy. Qin Nong continued, "If it were someone else, they might have agreed to assist you." "Thank you, sister." The girl seemed bewildered, as this was not the response she had anticipated. "The dirt on your face isn't from an accident. You've applied it yourself, and so evenly too, avoiding your lipstick and eyeshadow. You must have been a beauty blogger before, right? And the tears in your clothes are all at the hem. Would a thief be so considerate as to avoid your vital areas?" Qin Nong scoffed, her disdain evident. "Your little tricks may fool others, but not me. As the saying goes, people die for wealth. Birds perish for food." 007 stated on the very first day that once a survivor's vehicle is stolen, they too will be out of the game. I have always heeded advice. Why would I be foolish enough to shelter someone I know is problematic? Ignoring the astonished gaze of the other, Qin Nong boldly seized the backpack from her opponent. "If you wish to take my vehicle, you must possess the strength to do so. Consider this a lesson, should we cross paths again. I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." With those menacing words, Qin Nong pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. The girl, robbed of her supplies, collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Had she truly been robbed? It was always she, Jiang Sisi, who deceived others. Now, she found herself the victim of an unknown woman. Infuriated, Jiang Sisi retrieved her phone and called her companions. "That wretched woman dared to steal my supplies. I'll seek reinforcements immediately." Her thoughts turned to the precious item nestled within her backpack, and anxiety washed over her. Other belongings could be replaced, but that particular treasure had cost her dearly. It was imperative that she reclaim it. After speeding for 40 kilometers, Qin Nong finally paused. Realizing Jiang Sisi had not pursued her, having ridden her motorcycle all morning, the tires were nearly scorched. She parked her vehicle in the shade of a cactus to cool off and opened the recently acquired backpack. Wait, she had a skill yet to utilize. Double copy. Upon activating her copying ability, the single item transformed into a pair. Chapter 43. Instance, Road Survival. V. 2 cans of luncheon meat, 2 sun protection garments, for whitening masks, 2 toner bottles, 2 pore cleansing scrubs, and 1 vehicle upgrade card. What an assortment of nonsense. In such a dire environment, the supplies should either satisfy hunger or enhance her vehicle. Yet, she had gathered this bizarre collection as if embarking on a picnic. While Qin Nong lamented the situation, her gaze fell upon the vehicle upgrade card. This was something unfamiliar. She promptly clicked on the exclamation mark. Vehicle upgrade card, special item, non-replicable. Grants 1 unconditional upgrade for a vehicle. Remarkable. Even a freak like me finds it extraordinary. Stunned, Qin Nong could hardly believe her fortune. Such an impressive item. How had that girl, whose mind seemed filled with traps, come into possession of it? Regardless, now that it was hers, she would upgrade her vehicle immediately. Just as she intended to use the vehicle upgrade card, a thought struck her. With each vehicle enhancement, the required U-coins would increase exponentially. Currently, she had only 247 U-coins remaining. She would soon find herself in a tight spot if she attempted another upgrade. In light of this, why not reserve the upgrade card for a critical moment? After all, U-coins could be earned, but a second upgrade card might never be found in this apocalyptic world. Tenderly, she placed the singular upgrade card into her jacket pocket and discarded the rest of the miscellaneous items into her storage space. As noon approached, hunger gnawed at her stomach, prompting her to find a suitable spot. She retrieved the cooking utensils and grill acquired the previous day, preparing to create a delectable feast of roasted meat. In the furnace, solid fuel ignited, and Qin Nong delicately picked up a piece of marinated pork, slicing it into thin strips before placing it on the grill. Sizzle. As the meat made contact with the heat, it released a cascade of glistening droplets of fat, wafting an enticing aroma into the air. Qin Nong's fingers itched with anticipation as she pulled the tab of a cola can. With a sharp crack, the refreshing bubbles erupted. As she savored the grilled meat, sipping on her cola, she felt an overwhelming sense of bliss, truly the pinnacle of life. Euphoria surged through her. After a moment's contemplation, she deftly trimmed away the fatty portions, rendering them into pure, fragrant lard, while the crispy remnants were scooped up and nestled within a slice of luncheon meat, leading to an exquisite bite. How could something taste this divine? Without hesitation, she snapped a photo of her sumptuous lunch and shared it in the chat group, eliciting a flood of envy from fellow survivors. Clearly, her timing was impeccable. "No, you arrived at just the right moment," exclaimed one. Sister, look at me. I would gladly be your loyal dog for just a taste of that luncheon meat." Such a transcendent meal existed in this world, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Wasn't this the same individual who sold pork in the chat yesterday? While I had nothing to eat, her lunch was a feast. It was infuriating how some could be so fortunate. Forgive me for my unkind laughter. Boss, I am willing to pay for your luncheon meat and grilled meat. Name your price. Just yesterday, wasn't this the same group that criticized her for raising prices? Their tone had changed dramatically. The very individuals who had berated Qin Nong now shifted their stance, but not without reason. They had noticed the motorcycle she inadvertently showcased in her photo. Abundant resources breed jealousy, yet formidable strength inspires admiration. Observing the duplicitous expressions of these individuals, Qin Nong resolutely declined over 20 trade offers. She was not the kind of mercenary who would repay malice with kindness after being harshly criticized just yesterday. Did they truly expect her to offer free food today? What a farce. As anticipated, upon the rejection of their trade requests, the same individuals lashed out with even harsher words than before. Qin Nong paid them no mind. Her aspirations were set on formidable figures like Iron Hand. It became evident to her that any core member within the alliance possessed considerable wealth, as evidenced by their readiness to part with 200 to 300 gold coins merely for meat. After some time, she finally encountered a survivor named Float, who was willing to invest a substantial sum in grilled meat. This Float was the very person who had purchased the fan blueprint the previous day. His vehicle, a bread van, surpassed Qin Nong's by one level. Float inquired, "How much grilled meat do you have left?" Qin Nong replied, "That depends on how many gold coins you possess." Float responded, "I have plenty of gold coins. It all hinges on your resources. How about this? Send me your location, and we can trade face to face?" Qin Nong, "There is no need for that. If you wish to conduct the transaction online, then do so. If not, I shall sell it to someone else." Fu Chun, wait. Could you take a photo of the meat for me? I would like to select it first." Qin Nong, "Certainly." At this very moment, within Fu Chen's van, Jiang Sisi eagerly urged, Hurry. Quickly deduce the location of that woman." Fu Chen immediately began to scrutinize the image. Moments later, he slapped his thigh in realization. "I've got it." Jiang Sisi exclaimed with delight, then quickly used the map index feature to locate that woman. The thought that Qin Nong had audaciously taken her lunch meat and was brazenly selling it in the chat group made Jiang Sisi livid. That despicable woman. "This time, I shall seize your vehicle and make you pay dearly." At that moment, Qin Nong was oblivious to the fact that someone could deduce the geographical location of the photographer from a mere photograph. Soon enough, she would pay a heavy price for her underestimation. 10 minutes later, a swift and fierce sound echoed as Qin Nong, tidying her belongings and resting in place, witnessed a van racing towards her, skidding to a halt right in front of her. A man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. The man was Fu Chun, slender and with a rather unsavory appearance, while the woman was none other than Jiang Sisi, who had attempted to swindle Qin Nong mere hours before, only to be robbed herself. "It's you?" Qin Nong gasped in surprise. Jiang Sisi sneered, "Huh? Qin Nong, did you think it impossible? Fu Chun can ascertain your latitude and longitude from the photograph and utilize the map index feature to find you." Qin Nong calmly replied, "The enemy's schemes are ever-changing. How could I have foreseen such a trick?" Jiang Sisi, feeling insulted, furiously retorted, "You stole my things and flaunted them in the group." Qin Nong mocked, "If you hadn't set up a trap from the start, seeking to murder and plunder, you wouldn't have found yourself in this predicament." Left speechless by the retort, Jiang Sisi, in a fit of rage, shouted at Fu Chun, "Kill her." Fu Chun then pulled a gun from his bag, aiming it at Qin Nong. Once you're dead, all your resources will belong to us." Chapter 44, Instance, Road Survival, Part 6. In a one-on-one hand-to-hand combat scenario, Qin Nong would never be at a disadvantage. However, with a gun in the opponent's hands, the outcome would be drastically different. Her profession was thief, not tank. Qin Nong's pupils dilated as she swiftly mounted her motorcycle and fled. As Fu Chen prepared to shoot, he was halted by Jiang Sisi. Wait. There's only one bullet. If you miss, it would be disastrous. Besides, your vehicle is a level 6 van, much faster than her motorcycle. We can catch up and deal with her later. That made sense. Fu Chen agreed, and he and Jiang Sisi quickly got into the vehicle, pressing the accelerator. At a distance of 500 meters, 200 meters, and then 50 meters, the motorcycle's speed was indeed inferior to that of the van. Qin Nong was gradually closing the gap with the opponent, and it seemed she was on the verge of catching up. Observing Qin Nong within close proximity, Fu Chen drew his handgun, poised for action. Jiang Sisi sneered, "Wretched creature. Today marks your demise." Qin Nong retorted defiantly, "Who dies is yet to be determined." 007, upgrade the vehicle. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for consuming 80 black coins. Successfully exchanging for 15 batteries, 30 iron blocks, 16 tires, 20 metals, and 10 gallons of gasoline. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for successfully upgrading the vehicle to a van. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle, van, level 6, speed 150 kilometers per hour. Materials required for next upgrade: 25 batteries, 60 iron blocks, 32 tires, 30 metals, 20 gallons of gasoline. 15 glass, alliance wealth, 167 black coins. Evaluation. Society is quite simple. It is the vehicle that is complex. This seemingly insignificant little van has the potential to become a formidable force in the world. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for successfully upgrading to a level 6 vehicle, activating the super acceleration feature. Super acceleration, as long as you can afford the gasoline. Soaring to the moon is not a dream. Take a chance. Watch as a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. Ding. The upgraded vehicle retains the functionalities of the previous stage, now equipped with map indexing, radar scanning, and super acceleration. Please drive with confidence. Having wealth is advantageous. One can procure any materials needed, unlike in the shelter, where even the resources for upgrades require Qin Nong's arduous scavenging. Before the gaze of onlookers, Qin Nong's level 5 motorcycle transformed into a van. Furthermore, she spent 20 black coins in the online shop to purchase 5 barrels of gasoline, activating the super acceleration feature directly. Wow. The previously negligible distance between the vehicles was instantly magnified. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers, within a minute. Even the taillights of Qin Nong's vehicle were no longer visible. Fu Chen, gun in hand and ready to shoot, was left dumbfounded. Jiang Sisi, regaining her composure, slapped Fu Chen across the face. "Useless fool. You can't even kill one person." Fu Chen, now furious, retorted, "You were the one who told me to get closer before shooting. Why am I the only one to blame? Then why didn't you seize the opportunity? Now look, she's escaped. Trying to trick her again will be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Isn't it because you are incompetent? You even let the vehicle upgrade card be stolen and still expect me to help you take revenge. You, a mere sycophant, dare to criticize me? Though I am a sycophant, I possess dignity." Utter nonsense. Hand over the steering wheel of the van. I will pursue Qin Nong myself. I refuse to believe she can accelerate indefinitely. Enough of your nonsense. Hasten to prepare yourself, for I am about to collect my dues. Unbeknownst to Qin Nong, a quarrel ensued between Jiang Sisi and Fu Chen. After accelerating for a staggering 50 kilometers, she finally dared to pause for a breath. Good heavens! The upgraded van boasts such astonishing power? It not only utilizes the refrigerator and air conditioning efficiently, but also expands the dimensional storage space in the trunk to a remarkable 10 cubic meters. Excellent. Upon opening the refrigerator door, Qin Nong discovered one compartment filled with provisions, including half a bucket of pig's blood, half a bucket of pork, a can of luncheon meat, a cup of lard, and a cup of lard residue. Another compartment housed skincare products, featuring 4 whitening masks, 2 toners, 2 pore cleansing scrubs, and 2 high-end beauty devices. Incredible. The masks seemed to have their own luxurious suite. Without hesitation, Qin Nong applied a mask to her face and began to massage herself with the beauty device. The cool sensation, coupled with the refreshing breeze from the air conditioning, instantly calmed her restless heart. Life is challenging, Let us cherish each moment. Beep, beep, beep. 5 kilometers ahead, resources detected. Beep, beep, beep. 5 kilometers ahead, resources detected. Beep, beep, beep. 5 kilometers ahead, resources detected. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Nong pressed the accelerator. Off we go. In a flash, she arrived at the location. However, upon her arrival, she was met with a field of chives. After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Nong felt no disappointment. Chives are splendid. Not only are they easy to cultivate, but they also offer delightful flavor, serving well in stir-fries and as seasoning. More importantly, after harvesting one crop, another quickly sprouts, providing an endless supply. Without a second thought, Qin Nong uprooted the small patch of chives, soil and all, just as she pondered how to plant them. Half a bucket of pig's blood from the online store was sold, earning her 29 black coins. A container at last. She transferred the chives into the bucket. All set. After harvesting the chives, Qin Nong glanced at the sky. Evening was approaching, and it was time to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal would be chives stir-fried with pork. Perfect. The first day's mileage reached 20. The second day's mileage soared to 500. In the span of a single day, her mileage experienced a remarkable leap. While enjoying her stir-fried pork and perusing group messages, Qin Nong felt quite satisfied. At this pace, she should surpass 1,000 tomorrow, though she wondered if her current standing would secure her a place in the top 3. Fellow companions, an alarming situation has arisen. I have encountered wolves, not just one, but a whole pack. Stay calm. It's not a grave issue. I have the General Pan Feng, capable of slaying Huaxiong. You have one. While my vehicle is merely a bicycle, far too slow to compete with the pack. Why not attempt to upgrade your vehicle? If I could upgrade, would I even be asking? Poor Tom, toyed with by the pack of wolves. I hope I shall not encounter such a fate. As Qin Nong read this, she suddenly recalled having seen wolves herself the previous night, though she had escaped unscathed, just as she felt relieved to have dodged a bullet. The haunting howl of wolves echoed from behind the vehicle. Oh woo! Wolves! The twilight descended, and the desert was engulfed by the encroaching night. Under the moonlight emerged a group of shadows, agile and graceful in their movements. At the forefront stood the formidable Wolf King, towering and majestic, its fur shimmering with a silvery glow, and its eerie green eyes radiating a chilling menace, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. Chapter 45. Instance, Road Survival. Part 7. Had this pack of beasts set their sights on her? Qin Nong cast a glance at the stir-fried leeks and meat, bemused. Could it be the enticing aroma of the dish that had lured them? However, she felt no fear. Her vehicle was a van, and even if wolves approached, they could not breach its confines. Yet, she had rejoiced too soon. The wolves circled the van, clawing at the doors and banging on the windows, testing the vehicle's resilience. Once they ascertained that the van could not withstand their powerful claws, they resolutely launched their assault. With a ferocious howl, the Wolf King lunged at Qin Nong through the glass. Crack! The window shattered under the brute force of the Wolf King's charge. Qin Nong exclaimed, "What the hell? Which manufacturer made this car? The quality is atrocious." Cursing under her breath, she pressed the accelerator, intent on fleeing. After all, how could she contend with 100 wolves when she could barely handle one? The engine roared to life. In her haste to escape, Qin Nong failed to notice that the van's fuel tank had been damaged by the wolves, leaking oil steadily. After a frantic 10 minutes of escape, she finally observed the dashboard flashing red. Warning! Warning! Your fuel tank is compromised. Please repair it promptly. With a sputter, the van abruptly halted. Qin Nong felt exasperated. Yet another problem had arisen. At this moment, the night enveloped the land like a vast black satin sheet, softly descending. In this tranquil night, time seemed to lose all significance, stretching infinitely, as solitude and serenity became the prevailing themes of this desolate expanse. Qin Nong sought a nearby concealed refuge, reclined in the back seat of the van, and covered herself with a blanket, surrendering to slumber. In a world as vast as this, sleep was the greatest solace. As the silver moon dipped in the west, dark clouds crept toward the desert. A new storm was on the horizon. Drip drop. The following morning, the heavens unleashed a cacophony of raindrops. Initially just a gentle drizzle, it soon escalated into a torrential downpour. Large droplets, propelled by the fierce winds, pounded against the windows, splattering water everywhere. Qin Nong rummaged through the trunk for an extended period, discovering only her sun-protective jacket was of any use, which she donned as a raincoat. Surprisingly, the quality of this jacket was commendable. It proved to be waterproof as well. With a spark of ingenuity, Qin Nong decided to list the sun protective jacket and the tent on her online store. The rain poured down relentlessly, and there were always those in need of certain essentials. Clad in a raincoat, Qin Nong stepped outside to assess the damage to her vehicle. She discovered that not only the fuel tank, but also the trunk, windshield, and engine valves had sustained various forms of damage. Overwhelmed, she took out her phone and began searching the online marketplace for tools to repair the van. However, after a considerable amount of time, she only managed to find wrenches, gasoline, and wires. With a frustrated punch to the ground, Qin Nong lamented her predicament. Without a vehicle, she could not drive, and thus had no means to refresh her mileage, which would lead to her failure in the competition. After all her efforts, could she truly give up? Just then, a spark of inspiration struck her as she rummaged through her jacket pocket and retrieved a vehicle upgrade card. Surely, an upgraded vehicle would be free from damage. Why not use this card for an enhancement? Just as she was about to proceed, reason intervened and quelled her impulsive thought. Wait, she still had some black coins at her disposal. If money could resolve the issue, why waste such a precious item? Detected survivor No. 666 has accumulated 176 black coins. Would you like to exchange for 25 batteries, 60 iron blocks, 32 tires, 30 metal pieces, 20 gasoline, 15 glass, and upgrade the van? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have successfully exchanged 172 black coins for 25 batteries, 60 iron blocks, 32 tires, 30 metal pieces, 20 gasoline, and 15 glass to upgrade your vehicle. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle, truck, level, 7, speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Materials required for next upgrade. 50 batteries, 100 iron blocks, 60 tires, 60 metal pieces, 40 gasoline, 30 glass, 8 rebar. Alliance wealth. For black coins. Evaluation. The van is broken. What does my upgraded shovel have to do with it? Wudong shovel card. Greetings to the celestial master. Ding. Congratulations, survivor No. 666 on successfully upgrading to a level 7 vehicle and unlocking weaponry capabilities. Weaponry. Dignity lies only at the edge of the sword. Truth exists only within the range of the cannon. Ding. The upgraded vehicle retains the functions of the previous stage, and now your vehicle is equipped with map indexing, radar scanning, super acceleration, and weaponry capabilities. Drive with confidence, as the dossier of 007 suggested. The upgraded truck had not only undergone a transformation, but also rendered the van's prior damages completely invisible. Indeed, upgrading the vehicle was the right decision. Qin Nong, feeling the vehicle upgrade card in her pocket, was filled with an exhilarating gleam in her eyes. She would not easily employ this card until absolutely necessary. With the upgraded truck, which had more than doubled in size, she leisurely climbed into the driver's seat. The newly enhanced truck was equipped with missile weaponry. Should those oblivious wolves return, she would deal with them directly, sending them to meet their maker. At this moment, the transaction in the online marketplace has concluded. Qin Nong has sold 1 sun protective garment and 2 tents, earning a total of 17 black coins. Qin Nong placed all the black coins into her storage box, ignited a flame, and set off. Today's objective, 5,000. Brother Hai, rest assured. Your vehicle has already reached level 7. Within the entire alliance, who can rival you except for the vice leader Iron Hand? Sha clung to Brother Hai's side, her expression one of flattering devotion. Ever since her paramour, Brother Tao, was decapitated by an assassin from the Blood Alliance, she swiftly sought out her next target, Brother Hai. Living a life of ease. Before her stood Brother Hai, whose visage was grotesque, his face plump, and adorned with a tattoo of a northeast tiger across his chest, exuding an air of dominance. Unfortunately, he had gained quite a bit of weight lately, making the tiger appear rather similar to a ginger cat, which was quite amusing. Brother Hai smiled with satisfaction. Do not worry. My vehicle is your vehicle, Sha. When I secure a place in the top 3, I will surely remember the efforts you have put in during this time. As he emphasized the word efforts, it was clear he had a particular implication in mind. Sha, unfazed, flirtatiously traced circles on Brother Hai's chest, her demeanor enticing. Just as they were about to indulge in their intimacy, the Alliance group chat was suddenly inundated with messages from 007. Ding dong. Today marks the final day of the road survival event, and the competition is now in countdown mode. We hereby announce the current standings. As of now, there are still 90,000 survivors participating in the competition. Among these 90,000 survivors, 50,000 are utilizing wobble vehicles, 30,000 are on skateboards, and 10,000 are riding bicycles. Chapter 46. Instance, Road Survival, Part 8. There are 8,000 survivors who have upgraded to electric tricycles, 900 who have upgraded to motorcycles, 71 who have upgraded to vans, 14 who have upgraded to trucks, and 1 who has upgraded to a recreational vehicle. Notably, there are no survivors who have upgraded to luxury presidential cars. At midnight tonight, the system will determine the top 3 based on the survivors' final vehicle levels, the quantity of resources obtained, and the cumulative distance traveled on the road. The top 3 will not only receive generous rewards, but will also gain access to vital information regarding the apocalypse. Now, let us all strive onward. Brother Hai, who had initially felt assured of victory, was abruptly brought down to earth by 007's words. What nonsense! There are actually 13 other survivors who have upgraded to trucks alongside him. Sasha had not anticipated that the survivors in this road survival challenge would possess such formidable skills. In just a mere 2 days, they had all caught up to Brother Hai. Initially, she had sought to charm him due to his esteemed position as an elder of Have You Delivered and the high caliber of his vehicle. However, she soon found herself regretting her choice, thinking, Brother Hai is utterly useless. Had I known, I would have been better off aligning myself with that formidable figure, Iron Hand, who possesses a motorhome. As the two pondered their next move, a truck suddenly sped past them, driven by what appeared to be a woman. Sasha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Hai, did you see that? That woman is driving a truck. Brother Hai's expression shifted to one of realization. Are you suggesting that we follow her and, when the moment is opportune, eliminate her and seize her vehicle and resources for ourselves? This would allow us to upgrade our own vehicle and stand out among the other survivors? Sasha felt a twinge of familiarity with this scenario. The last time such an event occurred, Brother Tao had met his demise. Surely, luck would not be so cruel this time. After reassuring herself, she promptly replied, exactly. Let's hurry and catch up. Meanwhile, Qin Nong pressed the accelerator to the floor, her mileage finally surpassing the 1,000 mark. Just as she was about to continue her momentum, a truck unexpectedly appeared in her rearview mirror. This was indeed a rarity. After upgrading her vehicle that morning, she had discreetly checked the chat group. The survivor count had dwindled to 90,000 out of 410,000, a significant reduction, and among the remaining survivors, few had upgraded to a truck. Yet here was one. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Nong decided to shut off her engine and park. She was keen to forge an alliance with a powerful individual. However, as the saying goes, reality often diverges from expectation. The moment she exited her vehicle, she encountered a familiar face, Sasha. Upon seeing Qin Nong, Sasha looked as if she had seen a ghost. What is happening? Wasn't Qin Nong supposed to have perished after falling off a cliff? How could she be standing here? Her vehicle upgraded to a truck? No, that wasn't he right. It dawned on her that Brother Tao had met his end because of Qin Nong. Good heavens, she had crossed paths with this formidable woman again. With a bang, Qin Nong slammed her car door shut and leaned against the side of her vehicle, arms crossed, observing the flustered Sasha with a composed demeanor. Interesting. I hadn't sought you out, yet you have delivered yourself right to me. So, this fool beside you is your new ally? How dare you insult me? Brother Hai protested indignantly, shaking his chest, the muscles beneath his layers of fat rippling. He appeared rather dim-witted. Qin Nong was disinclined to engage in trivial banter with such a simpleton. You have 2 options. Either leave the truck and depart, or I will deal with you both right now, eliminating you and seizing your vehicle. Wait a moment. Were those not her own words? Why had she inadvertently echoed them? Brother Hai retorted angrily, enough with the nonsense. Leave the vehicle, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sighing, Qin Nong expressed his disappointment, stating that he had given the opportunity, only to find that it was the other who was lacking. With a silent invocation of the skill wood and stone concealment, Qin Nong stealthily approached Brother Hai. As Brother Hai watched Qin Nong vanish from sight, a chill ran down his spine, and he incredulously exclaimed, "You are actually a level 6 survivor." With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced flesh. Brother Hai fell lifelessly to the ground, his vitality extinguished. Encountering such a fool, Qin Nong felt no need to engage the vehicle's weaponry. He resolved the matter with a single hand. Extracting the dagger, he wiped away the blood and turned to Sasha, saying, "Now it is your turn." Sasha bit her lip. Speaking cautiously, "Could you let me go?" Qin Nong replied calmly, "Have you spared me?" Aware that the situation could not end amicably, Shasha steeled herself and produced a golden card from her backpack, tearing it to pieces. Golden exit ticket. This ticket, once torn, allows for unconditional exit from any instance. Little one, do you have many questions? If so, you are correct. This is a precious item, and to acquire it, one must pay. With a rip, the card transformed into countless fragments, swirling in the air as Shasha's form began to fade. She known, if the mountain does not move, the water will, one day. I shall find a boyfriend who surpasses you and utterly defeat you. Upon hearing this, Chi Nong could hardly muster a response. A woman who relies on men for sustenance will surely face a grim fate. One came seeking trouble and met death, while the other exited the game. Chi Nong promptly took control of the opponent's vehicle. Unlike a shelter, when the owner of a vehicle dies, all resources within are preserved. Double the bounty. Scarves, 2. Cases of mineral water. 6. Fully automatic washing machines. 2. Women's underwear. 6. Complete sets of cookware. 2. Women's hiking shoes. 2. Unknown creature eggs. 2. Gasoline. 14. Gold coins. 60. Toothbrushes. 10. Anti-inflammatory medicine. 20 boxes. Fever reducers. 2 boxes. Ancient cold medicine prescriptions. 2. Chainmail. 2. Dragon slaying sword. 1. Carbon fiber armor. 2. Umbrellas. 2. Raincoats. 2. Sword drawing technique. 1. Somewhat acceptable. Wait, what is this sword drawing technique? And why is there a dragon slaying sword included? Sword drawing technique. A special skill, non-replicable, compatibility with thieves, 60, compatibility with assassins, 100. It is rumored that before a high monk from the western regions met his end, he comprehended a sword technique that could astonish the heavens and weep for the spirits. Once mastered, it can kill invisibly. Alas, I can no longer embellish. Just remember, it is a good technique that requires a suitable sword. Dragon slaying sword. A precious blade forged from special materials, non-replicable. The blood of kings must meet its end by the sword. Do you wish to see my emperor's transformed blade? These 2 items are quite impressive. Chi Nong felt a surge of joy within. Previously, she had doubled the replication of wood and stone concealment, yet sword drawing technique and the dragon slaying sword were beyond replication, indicating their value must certainly surpass that of the wood and stone concealment technique. Chapter 47, Side Quest, Road Survival, Part 9. Through her observations during this time, Chi Nong had discerned that her double replication ability proved ineffective against certain exceptional items, and fortuitously, she had acquired 2 such items. She carefully placed the blade drawing technique and the dragon-slaying blade on the shelf, then shifted her gaze to Brother Hai's truck. She already possessed a truck, rendering this one superfluous. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. She resolved to list the truck for sale in the online store. In the morning, she had upgraded the truck, expending 172 dark gold coins, and her supply of dark gold was now dwindling. Should she wish to acquire another vehicle, she would conservatively estimate needing at least 400 dark gold coins. Thus, she decided to set the price at 400 dark gold coins. Once the truck was listed, the group of 90,000 survivors erupted in excitement. No way. Is the sky falling? Someone is actually selling a truck? Had I known, I would have stayed in the shabby factory. Frustration bubbled among those who still possessed only a decrepit bicycle. In a fit of anger, one survivor exclaimed, I don't have 400 dark gold coins, but I have plenty of joy beans. Can I trade my joy beans for your truck? I truly desire it. One couldn't help but wonder why someone would be so reckless as to sell a truck. Was it possible that the seller already owned a truck, thus rendering this one redundant? Selling surplus? I'm familiar with that. Just head to the Salty Dog platform. They have everything. The atmosphere in the group began to shift ominously. Chi Nong, however, remained unperturbed, simultaneously driving and studying the blade drawing technique. Blade drawing technique. When the blade is drawn, it seals the throat with blood. This technique comprises 5 stages: entry, minor success, major success, pinnacle, and perfection. Upon reaching the pinnacle or perfection, Chi Nong could even engage in combat beyond her level, contending with 7th level survivors. Ding dong. While Chi Nong practiced the blade drawing technique, Iron Hand unexpectedly sent her a message. Iron Hand, Miss Chin, may I inquire if the truck listed in the online store belongs to you? Chi Nong, indeed, Brother Iron Hand. Do you wish to purchase it? Iron Hand, to be honest, I would advise you against selling the truck to someone named Floating Sink. Floating Sink? Qin Nong's eyes widened. She was quite familiar with this individual. Just yesterday, he had colluded with Jiang Cece in an attempt to seize her motorcycle. Why was he now on Brother Iron Hand's radar? Iron Hand, I have heard that he, along with a woman named Jiang Cece, engaged in various underhanded tactics to illegally rob a substantial number of survivors, amassing over 1,000 dark gold coins. He is on the verge of upgrading his vehicle to a camper. If he were to acquire your truck, he would undoubtedly sell it at an even higher price, subsequently using the dark gold to purchase upgrade parts for his vehicle, potentially positioning himself to claim victory in the competition. Upon hearing this, Qin Nong suddenly understood. No wonder that in just a single day, nearly 400,000 participants were eliminated from the competition. It turns out the contributions of Fu Chun and Jiang Cece were significant in this outcome. The mere thought of these two pests, who had nearly brought her to ruin, ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Qin Nong. Fu Chun, Jiang Cece, you two better brace yourselves. Qin Nong assured Iron Hand. Rest easy, Brother Iron Hand. Even if I were to discard the truck, I would never sell it to those two scoundrels. With Qin Nong's assurance, Iron Hand felt relieved. Noticing the eager expressions from his comrades, Iron Hand couldn't help but inquire, "That Miss Qin, I have a brother whose vehicle is only level 6. He truly desires your truck, but he lacks sufficient gold coins. Might you consider lowering the price?" Out of respect for Iron Hand, Qin Nong was inclined to accommodate him. After all, had it not been for Iron Hand's earlier investment of 280 gold coins in purchasing her half-barrel of meat, she might have faced elimination herself. "What is the maximum you can offer, Brother Iron Hand?" Qin Nong asked. Iron Hand replied, "We managed to scrape together a maximum of 190 gold coins. But we also have an abundance of water collected from an oasis we passed by, which we can offer you in full." "Deal," Qin Nong agreed. Upon completing the transaction, she received 200 jin of water and 190 gold coins. System, how many gold coins are required to upgrade the RV? Beep. To upgrade the RV, the necessary components are 50 batteries, 100 iron blocks, 60 tires, 60 metal, 40 gasoline, 30 glass, 8 rebar, totaling 350 gold coins. 350 coins? With only 77 gold coins in her possession, and after selling the truck for an additional 190 gold coins, she would only have 267 coins. Far from sufficient. It seemed that selling resources in the online shop was her only option. With 5 hours remaining before nightfall, Qin Nong decided against taking a long-term approach and promptly listed some surplus resources for sale at rock-bottom prices. After all, once she exited the road survival instance, water and food would lose their value. The resources available for sale included 200 jin of water, 1 fan blueprint, 1 high-end beauty device for woven baskets, 2 first aid kits, half a barrel of pork, 2 blankets, 2 complete cooking sets, 1 smokeless grill, 12 solid fuel units, 2 lighters, 1 can of luncheon meat, 3 whitening masks, 2 toners, 2 pore cleansing scrubs, 1 cup of lard, 1 cup of lard residue, 2 scarves, and 6 boxes of mineral water, comprising 2 complete sets of cooking utensils. Qin Nong decided to offload all resources that would not be immediately useful, with prices starting as low as 2 gold coins. This wave of generous offers astonished the survivors in the chat group, who believed Qin Nong was acting out of goodwill and rushed to make purchases. In a mere 5 minutes, she amassed 62 gold coins, with still more items remaining unsold. Qin Nong continued her efforts, listing 2 carbon fiber armors, 2 umbrellas, and other items as well. In the time that followed, her sole focus was to accelerate and refresh her mileage for the day. As night quickly approached, her endeavors continued. The items Qin Nong had listed were sold out. She had once again acquired 70 black gold coins, which combined with her previous earnings, were more than sufficient. System. Upgrade the vehicle. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have consumed 350 black gold coins to successfully exchange for 50 batteries, 100 iron blocks, 60 tires, 60 metal pieces, 40 gasoline, 30 glass panels, 8 steel bars, and upgrade your vehicle. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle. RV. Level. 8. Speed. 250 kilometers per hour. Materials required for next upgrade. 100 batteries, 150 iron blocks, 100 tires, 100 metal pieces, 100 gasoline, 100 glass panels, 50 steel bars, 20 wires. Alliance wealth. 49 black gold coins. Evaluation. You are. My God. With an RV like mine, what time will you return home? Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have successfully upgraded to an 8-level vehicle, and the automatic navigation function is now activated. Automatic navigation. Once this function is activated, the driver will have their hands freed, unlike traditional driving. Ding. The upgraded vehicle retains all previous functionalities. Your current vehicle now possesses 5 functions: map indexing, radar scanning, super acceleration, weaponry, and automatic navigation. Drive with confidence. Chapter 48. Instance, Road Survival. 10. The upgraded RV had not only maintained its compact size, but it also achieved impeccable interior decoration. Nong pressed the switch, and the skylight slowly opened, allowing the Milky Way to cascade down. The warm yellow light inside filtered through the curtains, as if capturing both the stars and the warmth of human life within this small mobile world. In that moment, the warmth of home and the freedom of travel perfectly converged. Nong had no time to admire it further. She activated the automatic navigation system, allowing the RV to drive itself while she stood atop the vehicle, wholeheartedly practicing her blade technique. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Fuchun and Jiang Sisi were not experiencing such ease. Fuchun kicked Jiang Sisi aside, both furious and agitated. Damn you. If it weren't for your refusal to hand over those 100 black gold coins, would I have missed out on that truck hanging in the online store? Jiang Sisi retorted through gritted teeth. Those are my black gold coins. Why should I give them to you? Why? Just because you've been living off me. And now you dare to demand your rights? Fuchun grabbed Jiang Sisi by the hair and slapped her 3 times, leaving her face bruised. Jiang Sisi cried, "Wah? How dare you hit me?" Fuchun sneered. "We've already gone this far. What is wrong with hitting you? Let me tell you. Don't think you're still that lofty female broadcaster from before. Now you're in my vehicle, and I can turn against you whenever I want. If you dare to keep whining, I'll toss you out to feed the wolves. Do you believe me?" As if to validate Fu Chun's threat, a sudden chorus of wolf howls erupted around the RV. Howl. A chilling howl of a wolf echoed through the air, causing Jiang Sisi to instinctively shrink her neck and clutch her arms tightly. "Wu, I was wrong. Please don't throw me out," she pleaded. With a wicked grin, Fuchun pinched Jiang Sisi's chin and said, "Those dark gold coins." Without hesitation, Jiang Sisi produced all her savings, exclaiming, "Here, take it all." With the dark gold coins now in his possession, Fuchun felt a surge of satisfaction and was about to proceed with the upgrade of his vehicle when the notification sound of 007 chimed in, signaling the imminent conclusion of the road survival quest. Bored, Fuchun weighed the dark gold coins in his hand. Oh well, no upgrade this time, he thought, convinced that his vehicle was destined to place in the top 3. However, reality was not as favorable as he had envisioned. 007. Use one vehicle upgrade card to upgrade the vehicle. Ding. You have successfully waived the requirement of 790 dark gold coins, including 100 batteries, 150 iron blocks, 100 tires, 100 metal, 100 gasoline, 100 glass, 50 steel bars, and 20 wires. 790 dark gold coins? Nong wiped the sweat from her brow. Thankfully, she possessed a vehicle upgrade card. Otherwise, gathering such a sum would have been impossible, even through theft. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666. You have successfully upgraded your vehicle. Loading vehicle information. Vehicle, luxury presidential car level, 9 speed, 1,000 kilometers per hour alliance wealth, 49 dark gold coins evaluation. I dare say invincibility. Who would claim to be undefeated? I vehemently opposed Ms. Chen's withdrawal from the automotive realm. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666. You have successfully upgraded to a level 9 vehicle. And the instant teleportation feature is now activated. Instant teleportation. Once activated, the survivor may designate a location and arrive within 3 seconds. Can only teleport once per hour, consuming 2 gasoline per teleport. Ding. The upgraded vehicle retains all previous functionalities, including map indexing, radar scanning, super acceleration, weaponry, automatic navigation, and instant teleportation. Drive with confidence. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666. Your vehicle has reached maximum level, and you have been awarded an additional luxurious gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 mileage points. May you secure first place in this competition. Mileage for the first day, 20, second day, 500, third day, 700, total, 1,000. Absolutely outstanding. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Good evening, survivors. I hereby announce the conclusion of the road survival quest. All participants of the road survival competition may retain their upgraded vehicles and acquired resources for use in the shelter. Now, let us tally the top 3 contestants of this competition. First place, Chin Nong. The total mileage stands at 8,520, with the vehicle being a level 9 luxury presidential car. The second place, Iron Hand, has a total mileage of 5,601, driving an 8-level RV. In third place, Mount Tai has accumulated 2,950 miles, also in an 8-level RV. I hereby announce the prizes for the competition. The first place survivor will receive 10 free attribute points, a luxurious gift package, a complete set of spell scrolls, and 1,000 random shelter upgrade materials. The second place survivor will gain 5 free attribute points, a set of spell scrolls, and 500 random shelter upgrade materials. The third place survivor will be awarded 1 free attribute point and 100 random shelter upgrade materials. Good news. In recognition of the hard work of all survivors in the competition, the leader has graciously decided to bestow an additional 100 black coins to each participant, and to appoint the top 3 as deputy leaders and elders of the alliance. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Chin Nong for becoming the deputy leader of the alliance. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Iron Hand for becoming the deputy leader of the alliance. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Mount Tai for becoming an elder of the alliance. The deputy leaders will contribute 10 black coins daily, while the elders will contribute 5 black coins, and the guardians will contribute 1 black coin each day. Let the victorious survivors continue their diligent efforts. Attention! A crucial secret message regarding the apocalypse crisis has been sent to each of your inboxes. Please check and handle it with caution. As the lengthy series of announcements concluded, Chin Nong was teleported back to the shelter. Before her lay not only her dazzling luxury presidential car and a plethora of resources gathered from the dungeon, but also her companions, Xiao Qi, Pan Pan, and Li Yi. She had returned. Chin Nong, you vanished for 3 days and nights. We were all terribly worried. Indeed, we searched high and low but could not find you. Please let us know next time you venture out. Observing the concerned and caring faces of her friends warmed Chin Nong's heart, prompting her to recount her experience participating in the road survival dungeon and securing first place. This revelation resonated deeply with the group. It was indeed no small feat for Chin Nong to endure numerous trials and upgrade the shelter amid the acid rain crisis. And yet she had promptly participated in the road survival dungeon. Truly, those capable bear the greater burdens. This adage holds true. Chapter 49. The acid rain crisis concludes. Another first place. At this moment, it was already 12:01, and Chin Nong could not afford to reminisce with her friends. She eagerly opened her phone. As expected, she once again secured first place. However, this time the number of fatalities seemed less than during the cold wave, heat wave, or fog, albeit many survivors had lost their shelters. Ding! Following the conclusion of the acid rain crisis, restrictions will be lifted across various regions, allowing survivors from different servers to traverse freely. Ding! Upon detecting the crisis, over 1 billion survivors have lost their shelters, and the system has now begun to randomly allocate inhabitants to all lords. Lords in each district may utilize the lord's contract to compel these refugees to serve them or expel them. The inhabitants may choose to accept the contract and become permanent residents of the shelter or refuse it, departing from the lord to establish their own refuge. Ding! The allocation of inhabitants across districts has concluded. The results are as follows. District 1 Lord Shun Yu has received 29 for 172 inhabitants. District 2 Lord Yang Tao has received 19 inhabitants. District 27 Lord Chin Nong has received 190 inhabitants. Ding! The top survivor in each district not only receives 1 free attribute point, but also earns the title of Acid Rain Craftsman, Intelligence 1. The next crisis is now commencing. With a countdown of 10 days, all survivors are urged to prepare accordingly. Chin Nong promptly donned her title of Acid Rain Craftsman, increasing her intelligence to 1, and allocated all 11 of her free attribute points to strength, elevating it to 11. She felt not only more intelligent, but also invigorated, her muscles brimming with explosive power. Jokingly, she even felt capable of delivering a fatal punch to a cow. At that moment, Li Yi rushed in, exclaiming, "Miss Chin, it's bad. A multitude of refugees has arrived outside our shelter. Is it those homeless inhabitants mentioned by 007? Have they arrived so soon?" Chin Nong initially intended to investigate the situation immediately, but suddenly halted her steps, instructing, "Continue with your tasks and disregard them." Li Yi appeared perplexed, uncertain of Qin Nong's intentions. However, Pan Pan's mother discerned some reasoning behind it and smiled as she explained to Li Yi, "Consider this. These individuals have just lost their shelter and are undoubtedly filled with resentment. To be assigned under Miss Qin's command as inhabitants, they would be unlikely to accept it willingly. It would be prudent to let them stew for a night, allowing them to understand Miss Qin's temperament, ensuring they do not act out after being contracted." Upon hearing this, Qin Nong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is sound reasoning." With Qin Nong's endorsement, Pan Pan's mother smiled subtly. Li Yi experienced a moment of clarity, admiring Qin Nong's wisdom. She had not anticipated that the lord she followed was not only powerful, but also possessed a remarkable intellect. She had indeed placed her trust in the right person. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 20 prestige points. Qin Nong was somewhat bemused that a casual remark could yield such prestige. Meanwhile, her hunger level had dropped to 19, prompting her to send Li Yi to prepare a meal for everyone. Li Yi promptly set to work, while Qin Nong seized the opportunity to categorize their resources. Ding. A luxurious gift package has been detected. Would you like to open it? Yes. Double the rewards. 15 pounds of cabbage seeds, 20 pounds of soybean seeds, 10 pounds of eggplant seeds, 20 pounds of rose seeds, 8 pounds of pumpkin seeds, 20 pounds of celery seeds, 50 pounds of rice seeds, 6 pounds of zucchini seeds, 20 pounds of watermelon seeds, 6 pounds of pineapple seeds, 4 pounds of grape seeds, and 2 pounds of peach seeds. Oh dear. Have I stumbled upon a nest of seeds? Yet, how did an oddly peculiar rose seed find its way in here? This thing may be pleasing to the eye, but serves no purpose for consumption. Never mind. I shall leave it all to Shao Qi and let her deal with it. Ding. A magical scroll has been detected. Do you wish to open it? Double copy. Open. 9-character incantation. A special secret art. Non-replicable. It encompasses the 9-character secret technique. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. Once activated, it can unleash a power of 200 in a single burst, but will leave one in a state of weakness post-battle. Some weep while others lament. Yet another non-replicable scroll. However, this description bears a resemblance to the Heart of the Wolf King, does it not? The Heart of the Wolf King is a one-time consumable, while the 9-character incantation can be employed repeatedly. Not a total loss. Ding. A random shelter upgrade material of 1,000 has been detected. Do you wish to open it? Open. 500 pounds of fine iron, 250 pounds of stone, and 250 pounds of wood. Qin Nong first duplicates these materials and sets them aside, then opens the final email. 007 mentioned that this contains classified information regarding an impending apocalypse. Qin Nong holds her breath and opens it, revealing just a brief line. Stockpile medicine, in case of plague. Qin Nong. A plague? Is the next crisis a plague? She trembles nervously, takes a deep breath, and resolves to discuss this matter with everyone at a suitable time. Meanwhile, her personal information has been updated on her phone, and Qin Nong clicks to view it. Survivor, Qin Nong. Age, 24. ID, 666. Affiliated district, District 27. Titles, Harbinger of Cold Waves, High Temperature Warning, Mist Expert. Acid Rain Craftsman, Strength, 21. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Spirit, 11. Satiation Level, 19. Professional Skill, Thief, Stealthy Movement, Blade Techniques. Mystic 9-character mantra. Alliance, have you sent it? Member rank, Vice Leader. Vehicle level, Level 9 Luxury Presidential Car. Map Index, Radar Scanning, Super Acceleration, Armament, Automatic Navigation. Instant Teleportation. Alliance Wealth, 149 gold coins. Shelter Combat Power. Level 5 Bloodthorn with 4 special skills. Strangulation. Level 3 Mount Eagle with 2 special skills. Wolf King's Roar. Shelter Inhabitants. 6. Li Yi, Shao Qi, Pan Pan. Pan Pan's Mother. Prestige Points, 80. Personal Equipment, Dragon Slayer Sword, Gale Boots, Flying Skateboard, Diamond Axe, 1 set of Magic Transformation Scrolls, 10 axes, 5 scythes, 10 shovels, 5 pickaxes, 6 bear skin armor, items owned, 1 high-level dimensional backpack, 5 rolls of native wood pulp toilet paper, 1 flashlight, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, 2 custom house design blueprints, 2 bow and arrow blueprints, 2 Wolf King's tendons, magnet, compass, 18 barrels of gasoline, 20 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, 2 boxes of fever reducers, 2 ancient cold medicine recipes, 2 chainmail armors, 2 raincoats, 15 gene of cabbage seeds, 20 gene of soybean seeds, 10 gene of eggplant seeds, 20 gene of rose seeds, 8 gene of pumpkin seeds, 20 gene of celery seeds, 50 gene of rice seeds, 6 gene of zucchini seeds, 20 gene of watermelon seeds, 6 gene of pineapple seeds, 4 gene of grape seeds, 2 gene of peach seeds, 6 gene of chive seedlings, resource reserves, 500 wood, 670 stone, 230 mud, 1000 gene of fine iron, shelter, level 6 villa, materials required for next upgrade, 5000 wood, 1000 stone, 500 mud, 500 bricks, 50 bags of sea sand, 150 gene of black gold, permanently. All collected materials X2, Chapter 50 Plague, warning of arrival. Qin Nong placed 2 fully automated washing machines directly on the balcony, distributing 6 pieces of women's underwear, 10 toothbrushes, and 2 pairs of women's hiking shoes among his companions, keeping only 1 set for himself. The 2 unidentified creature eggs were placed in the incubation room. At that moment, Li Yi called for dinner. Qin Nong set aside his tasks and entered the living room, where a sumptuous dinner awaited, igniting his appetite. The meal was filled with joyous camaraderie. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Qin Nong entrusted Li Yi with 10 axes, 5 scythes, 10 shovels, 5 pickaxes, and 6 bear skin armors for her to allocate wisely, as a multitude of refugees would soon flood into the shelter, necessitating their labor. Subsequently, he handed over the pile of vegetable seeds to Xiaoqi. The vacant spaces of the aerial garden remain abundant, and once these seeds mature, they will undoubtedly provide sustenance for the shelter. Lastly, there is Ponpon's mother. Just as Qin Nong was about to speak, Ponpon's mother took out the 55 pounds of refined black gold she had prepared. "Is it ready?" Qin Nong exclaimed with delight, surprised by Ponpon's mother's swift efficiency. Just moments ago, 007 had updated his attribute panel, and Qin Nong realized that leveling the shelter to 7 required 150 pounds of black gold. Thankfully, he had heeded Ponpon's mother's advice and refrained from prematurely selling the materials for its production. Upon receiving the 55 pounds of black gold, Qin Nong first executed a double copy, yielding 11 pounds of black gold. He then entrusted the newly acquired 1,000 pounds of refined iron to Ponpon's mother, requesting her to continue the refinement, assuring her to inform him should there be any shortage of wood. After relaying these instructions, Qin Nong urged everyone to retire for the night. Yet, a new message echoed from the Alliance token. Ding! Attention, members of the Alliance. An emergency meeting is now convened. Notice, this is the first collective meeting of the Alliance's high-ranking members. All core members, please prepare yourselves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Qin Nong felt a slight disorientation, he found himself transported to an ancient tower, seated beside Taishan, Iron Hand, and other core members. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing the leader of the Alliance, adorned with a silver mask. This marked the first occasion the members laid eyes upon their leader. Since the establishment of the Alliance, the leader had remained elusive. Whispers circulated that the leader's shelter had reached the legendary level 9. Others speculated that the leader was in seclusion, while some even claimed that the leader had perished in a recent calamity. Now, as the Alliance members finally beheld their leader, the appearance was rather different from what they had envisioned. Though masked, the leader's age was unmistakable. 26? 24? Perhaps even younger? Qin Nong glanced at Iron Hand, noting a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Clearly, he too had not anticipated that a leader commanding an alliance of 500,000 would be so youthful. Now that everyone is present, I will briefly outline the theme of this meeting. The voice belonged to the top member of Area 1, Shenyu. Unlike the other members, Qin Nong had attended an auction where Shenyu, as the host, had shown him considerable kindness. Thus he recognized the voice. Wait a moment. The voice not only resembled Shenyu's, but also bore a striking similarity to that of the mysterious figure encountered during the hunt for the mud beast. Yes, it was he. At this moment, Qin Nong finally comprehended the source of his sudden familiarity with Shenyu. To his astonishment, Shenyu and that enigmatic figure were one and the same. Qin Nong felt a sense of bemusement. Express your desire for resources directly, rather than feigning detachment by issuing a task to your own allies to hunt the mud beast. This seems rather superfluous. Qin Nong's astonishment was evident in her eyes. Shinyu noted this and smiled slightly. After the conclusion of the highway survival dungeon, 007 revealed a piece of classified intelligence regarding the plague. As expected, Shinyu was aware. A sense of foreboding settled in Qin Nong's heart. The plague is a natural disaster beyond our control. However, we can influence whether the afflicted receive treatment. Therefore, starting today, I shall establish a pharmaceutical factory. Any ally who possesses a remedy and is willing to share it with me will receive unconditional processing of their medicines. I shall keep a portion of the produced medicines for myself, while the remainder will be sold at a low price. Shinyu's discourse was both heartfelt and rational. The others nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Fu Chen suddenly raised his hand to challenge. Leader, I don't mean to be petty, but since we have painstakingly produced the medicine, shouldn't we capitalize on it rather than concern ourselves with the fate of others? Before the results of highway survival were revealed, Fu Chen had believed that with his vehicle, the RV, he would surely prevail. Little did he expect Qin Nong to disrupt his plans. And now he viewed everyone with disdain. Fu Chen wasn't alone in his sentiments. Qin Nong shared the same feelings. The thought of Fu Chen, that scoundrel, who had conspired with Jiang Cixi to harm her multiple times, now being appointed as an elder only fueled her anger further. Elder Fu Chen, the occurrence of the plague is a natural disaster. The leader's series of actions are intended to unify our strength to save more lives. Yet, you contemplate exploiting the situation. Is this the mindset befitting an elder of the alliance? Fu Chen, who had long-standing animosity towards Qin Nong, retorted without reservation, those worthless lives can die. What does it matter to me? Deputy Leader Qin is so compassionate, but when those afflicted by the plague come knocking at your shelter, what then? Others were split. Some siding with Qin Nong while others, driven by self-interest, supported Fu Chen, leading to an immediate uproar. Elder Fu Chen, please remember your position. Merchants prioritize profit. And you are not wrong in your assertion. Indeed, in this apocalypse, compassion is the most futile of commodities. Are we to stand by and witness death without intervention? I never said we shouldn't help. When the medicine is ready, let the survivors exhaust their savings to purchase it. If they value money over their lives, then they deserve their fate. How outrageous. You wretches, are you here to instruct me on how to act? The meeting room descended into chaos, the tumult escalating. Suddenly, Shinyu rose abruptly. Since the elders and protectors have differing opinions, let us act independently, but I shall only collaborate with those who share my vision. Fu Chen was left dumbfounded, as were the other elders who supported him. Those who aspire to become leaders and establish alliances are invariably survivors of level 7 or above. Not only do they possess abundant resources, but their connections are also unparalleled. The establishment of a pharmaceutical factory is a task that only the leader of the alliance can undertake. Floating is merely intent on inflating prices and profiting at the expense of others, without considering the possibility of being abandoned by the leader. As for floating, he still wishes to vie for another chance, yet Shinyu has grown disinterested in engaging with him. Chapter 51. The Fifth Crisis, Typhoon. Shinyu turned towards Qin Nong. Speaking with a warm demeanor, Miss Qin, Deputy Leader Tai Shou, Elder Tai Shan, since you three resonate with my vision, let us take charge of this matter. Qin Nong nodded affirmatively. Very well. Tai Shou concurred. Absolutely. Tai Shan was equally agreeable. Of course. Thus, the decision was made. The meeting concluded. Upon returning to the shelter, Qin Nong received a message from Shinyu. Collect medicinal herbs and await further instructions. Shinyu's message indicated that he had conducted prior research. As Qin Nong's shelter was nestled within the forest, which, while lacking in various resources, was plentiful in plant life. After replying, Qin Nong felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Regardless, after a long day, it was time to rest. Sleep beckoned. The first crisis, cold wave, absolute zero, lasting for 1 day. The second crisis, heat wave, catastrophic drought, lasting for 3 days. The third crisis, fog, emergence of monsters, lasting for 5 days. The fourth crisis, acid rain, corroding all, lasting for 7 days. Just as Qin Nong speculated on the nature of the fifth crisis and prepared to consult the doomsday device indicator, the 190 residents standing at the door provided her with the answer. Outside the shelter, the typhoon raged like a beast unleashed, shaking the trees in the forest with its ferocious winds, which emitted sorrowful creaks. Some newly planted saplings were uprooted, lying haphazardly across the path. The residents braving the storm were also swayed precariously, trembling in the gusts. Thus, the new wave of crisis revealed itself as the typhoon. However, it appeared that the winds were not particularly fierce, registering only at level 1. Upon her appearance, the refugees who had endured the night in the wind straightened their expressions. Qin Nong gestured to her 6 companions standing behind her. Allow me to introduce these individuals. This is Li Yi, who will oversee the management of all personnel in my absence. This is Aunt Pan, who you may call Pan Yi, responsible for the operations at the furnace and all resources within the shelter. This is Xiao Qi, the logistics leader, to whom you may entrust any blueprints needing processing. These 6 are my partners and will serve as your leaders in the endeavors ahead. From this day forth, any survivor who remains in my shelter will be subject to their authority. Should anyone be unwilling to comply or reluctant to be bound by the contract, they may leave now. After Qin Nong's statement, the refugees exchanged glances, yet not a single person chose to depart. This was well within Qin Nong's expectations. After all, these individuals had been assigned to him, and should he refuse to accept these refugees, they would be left to wander the wilderness, facing uncertain fates. Since you all have chosen to remain, it signifies your willingness to accept the contract. Should any of you betray this agreement, I shall show no mercy. Qin Nong's declaration effectively extinguished any lingering notions of dissent among the crowd. One male survivor timidly raised his right hand. Excuse me, may I inquire if, upon entering into the contract, our treatment will be equivalent to that of your 6 companions? The speaker was none other than Taishan. When the crisis of acid rain struck, Taishan had not yet managed to upgrade his shelter before being whisked away to the road survival instance, where he secured 3rd place. However, upon returning home, he discovered that his abode had been lost, rendering him homeless and thus a refugee. Before Taishan could even process his sorrow at becoming a wanderer, he was summoned by the leader for a day-long meeting. After the meeting, he had no time to rest before being transported by 007 to Qin Nong's doorstep. Enduring a night of howling winds. Such is life, filled with unexpected surprises. Suppressing a smile, Qin Nong replied earnestly, "At present, I do not know you all very well. Thus you will only be entitled to basic provisions. I shall have Li Yi clear a section of the yard and distribute 20 micro-capsule spaces. For now, you will have to endure a bit of discomfort. After a month of assessment, I will consider allowing you to reside in the single apartments of the shelter." This decision was reasonable, and the crowd raised no objections. System, I now invoke the Lord's contract function to shelter these 190 survivors. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have successfully contracted 190 vassals. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have gained 10 prestige points. For 190 vassals, only 10 prestige points were awarded. When Qin Nong had contracted Li Yi and her 6 companions, the contribution of prestige points had been significantly higher. Without further ado, he instructed Li Yi to select some strong and agile survivors to accompany him into the forest to gather herbs, while the others would be assigned to assist in the workshop, furnace, sky garden, and incubation room. Li Yi accepted her orders. 10 minutes later, 20 survivors had been selected, among whom Taishan and a female named Xiaoxi were both level 5 survivors. Taishan's profession was meat tank, possessing strength akin to that of an ox, while Xiaoxi was an archer, known for her unerring accuracy. These two were undoubtedly the strongest among the group of refugees. Although Qin Nong felt satisfaction within, he revealed none of it outwardly, merely distributing a piece of paper to each individual, clearly labeling the names of the herbs. After assigning the tasks, Qin Nong glanced at the weather. The typhoon had subsided, and the sun shone brightly. Today could barely be deemed a suitable day for gathering supplies. As they ventured into the heart of the forest, the damp, earthy scent enveloped them. The wild ginseng unfurled its palmate leaves, standing gracefully. The gastrodia bore delicate flower buds, quietly flourishing. The red flower stems of the stone lily appeared charmingly petite, while the air was imbued with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. As if one had stepped into a natural apothecary, Qin Nong discovered several medicinal herbs, which she meticulously harvested and placed into her backpack, intending to return to the shelter and replicate them. Other villagers also gradually stumbled upon various herbs, which they presented to Qin Nong after collecting them. "Look, Qin girl." Little Snake pointed to a herb above the rocky mountain. Its golden thread orchid, invaluable and exceedingly rare. Qin Nong's eyes sparkled with delight. "You all search for other herbs. This one is mine." Her profession as a thief endowed her with unmatched agility and speed, allowing her to scale the treacherous rocky heights with ease. Just as Qin Nong departed, the villagers found themselves in peril. A few enormous green tendrils lunged forth like lightning, swallowing 2 survivors whole. Ah, this is bad. It's a man-eating flower. This flower devours its prey completely. We must flee. The man-eating flower, having consumed the 2 survivors, displayed its gigantic petals glimmering with an eerie green light, as its thick vines writhed about, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. After consuming its victims, the flower emitted a chilling crunching sound, as if it were grinding bones. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the survivors who had initially intended to rescue them were terrified into flight. One female survivor, while escaping, was suddenly tripped by a branch, falling to the ground. In the next moment, the man-eating flower's tendrils surged forward, seeking to ensnare her. Taishan's expression hardened at the sight. Chapter 52. The Hatching of the Black-Scaled King Snake. With tremendous strength, the meat shield skill activated. Taishan firmly grasped the creature's hand. Hold on to me. Do not let go. Sensing the obstruction, the man-eating flower unleashed more vines to drag its meal back to its lair. Under the increasing pressure, Taishan felt the strain. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot forth, piercing the abdomen of the man-eating flower. The archer, Little Snake, was the one who had launched the projectile, while the others were preoccupied with fleeing for their lives. Only Little Snake and Taishan remained, one gripping the victim tightly, the other searching for a weapon to deliver a fatal blow. The man-eating flower let out a piercing shriek, extending all its tendrils to ensnare Little Snake's ankle, lifting her high into the air, intent on tearing this assailant apart. Taishan's eyes widened in horror at the sight. How could he save Little Snake when he could barely protect anyone? Were he and his companions destined to perish today? Taishan shut his eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Little Snake's demise. Just then, a mighty gust of wind surged forth, swirling a multitude of fallen leaves, and with a swift motion, a blade was drawn. Blade technique. With a single stroke, the tempest was cleaved. The blade's wind howled, as if carrying an army of thousands, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, as though it were being violently torn apart by the fierce gust. Qin Nong wielded the dragon-slaying blade. Its razor-sharp wind surged like a tumultuous undercurrent, uprooting the menacing carnivorous flowers. With a swift cut, the carnivorous flower exploded, scattering a plethora of disordered equipment. The liberated Little Snake immediately collapsed to the ground. The female villager who had been dragged away by the monstrous flower also fell from midair. Taishan, witnessing his companion's safe return, broke into a grateful smile. Qin Nong hurried to the Little Snake's side to assess the injuries. Are you all right? He inquired. The Little Snake shook her head, clutching her shoulder wound, her voice trembling slightly. We are fine, but 2 of our companions have already been swallowed by the carnivorous flower. Qin Nong shook his head in sorrow. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurks at every corner. Only by continuously enhancing our strength can we withstand such perils. The Little Snake nodded in agreement. At this moment, other villagers, having witnessed Qin Nong eliminate the threat, began to return, their faces painted with astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 20 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 40 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 20 prestige points. In this world of desolation, strength reigns supreme. Qin Nong not only possessed formidable power but also saved others, thus earning the respect and acknowledgement of the survivors present. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Qin Nong felt a surge of joy and, after a brief contemplation, summoned the vehicle, the luxurious presidential car. This level 9 vehicle could accommodate 20 passengers. After consuming 2 barrels of gasoline, Qin Nong activated the instant teleportation function, swiftly transporting everyone back to the shelter. The group was left utterly astonished. As soon as Qin Nong returned to the shelter, Aunt Pan approached with joyous news. The 1,000 pounds of refined iron he had entrusted to her had been successfully processed, yielding 10 pounds of black gold. Qin Nong was taken aback by Aunt Pan's remarkable efficiency, as it had doubled, resulting in 20 pounds of black gold. Aunt Pan remarked, now that I have several assistants, the speed of metal refining will only increase. Qin Nong nodded silently, recognizing the truth in her words. Indeed, many hands make light work. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Qin Nong summoned Xiao Qi, giving her the blueprints for 2 bows, along with 2 wolf king tendons, and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Xiao Qi nodded and departed with the materials. At that moment, A companion responsible for the sky garden approached. The 2 eggs placed in the incubation room have hatched. Qin Nong raised an eyebrow, filled with anticipation for the creatures within the eggs, and followed his companion towards the sky garden. The meticulously planned and distinctly divided aerial garden now bears an abundance of fruits. Vines of grapes entwine alluringly, exuding a sweet fragrance. Pumpkin tendrils meander along the metallic lattice. Gleaming in golden hues, tomato plants ascend along ropes, their heavy fruits bending the branches. Ripe peaches dangle from the boughs, fragrant and delectable. Qin Nong plucked a peach, took a bite, and confirmed its remarkable sweetness. "You have all worked hard," she generously praised, never withholding her commendations. Her companions, shyly scratching their heads upon hearing her compliments, glanced at the bountiful aerial garden, yet Qin Nong felt something was still amiss. What could it be? Ah, yes, cotton. With cotton, the shelter could produce clothing, bedding, and all manner of textiles, achieving true self-sufficiency. However, that matter could wait. For now, Qin Nong directed her friends to gather the ripe vegetables and fruits, distributing them evenly among all the residents of the shelter, especially to Little Snake and Tai Shan, who had contributed the most today and deserved recognition. In the midst of their conversation, the eggs in the hatching room began to crack. With a crisp sound, the shell fragmented, revealing a glimmer of silver black. Little Snake, flicking its tongue, curled up in a damp ball, its unformed diamond-patterned back shimmering faintly in the morning light. "Qin Nong, this appears to be the legendary black-scaled king," Li Yi exclaimed, recognizing the species. "Years ago, during a mission in Africa, I encountered such a snake. It is rare, extremely venomous, and revered as a deity by local tribes. Its growth is primarily through the consumption of beasts and humans, and once it recognizes its master, it remains loyal for life." As Li Yi finished speaking, the first snake to hatch immediately swallowed the one still encased in its shell. "Qin Nong, Li Yi, how ferocious!" After devouring its sibling, the little snake expanded noticeably, and its back pattern began to sharpen into clarity. It had leveled up to the 2nd tier. The companions, filled with trepidation, instinctively retreated. Qin Nong felt uncertain. This black-scaled king appeared formidable. Should she keep it? After surveying the hatching room, the upgraded black-scaled king, seemingly disenchanted with its surroundings, slithered towards Qin Nong. Unfazed, she drew her dragon-slaying blade. Her skills had reached remarkable heights, and slaying a 2nd-tier snake would be effortless. Facing the black-scaled king, they stood in a tense standoff. 1 minute passed, then 2, and after a full 5 minutes, the black-scaled king finally bowed its head, subdued by Qin Nong's formidable presence. Extending her hand, the snake, now the thickness of chopsticks, coiled around her wrist, forming a circle that appeared from afar as a silver-black bracelet. It had recognized its master. Chapter 53. The Provocation of the Blood Alliance. Qin Nong sheathed his knife and gently caressed the body of the black-scale king. To his surprise, the little serpent's skin was as smooth as jade, and it felt cool and remarkably comfortable to the touch. Qin, are you not afraid? Indeed. This is the black-scale king. A single bite could be fatal. It is far too perilous to remain in the sanctuary. Perhaps we should simply cast it away. The little serpent sensed the malice from the others, raising its body in a fierce display, which, given its diminutive size, appeared somewhat endearing. Qin Nong gently stroked its head and softly reprimanded. "They are all under my protection. Do not cause a ruckus." The little serpent obediently lowered its head. Turning to the onlookers, Qin Nong reassured them. "It is quite all right. It has recognized its master and will not harm anyone. However, since you are apprehensive, I shall have Li Yi construct a door for the incubation room. From now on, we shall keep the little serpent there, and periodically, we can bring back some small creatures to feed it." The most dangerous task was entrusted to Li Yi, who could only accept her fate with tears in her eyes. Not far away, on the lookout, Diao Da, Diao Air, and Blood Thorn, who had been enjoying the spectacle, shrank back in fright upon sensing the gaze of the black-scale king. Qin Nong, noticing this, was somewhat taken aback. I did not expect the black-scale king to possess the ability to intimidate other creatures as well. After addressing matters concerning the incubation room, Qin Nong proceeded to the living room. Double replication. In an instant, all the herbs he had gathered in the woods during the day, along with the equipment produced by the man-eating flower, were duplicated. Qin Nong first distributed the herbs, along with 20 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 2 boxes of fever reducers, and 2 traditional cold remedies, to Shenyu. Upon receiving the items, Xinyu promptly replied with a message expressing anticipation for further news. Setting down his phone, Qin Nong began to manage the remaining resources: 2 man-eating flower seeds, 2 pounds of man-eating flower mucus, 90 units of rapid growth fertilizer, 20 vines, 40 mud, and 1 key to the northern survival dungeon. To be honest, he found it somewhat perplexing. Without wasting time, Qin Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark. Man-eating flower seed. Upon successful cultivation, you will obtain a garbage recycling station. This flower has an insatiable appetite and does not discriminate. Survivors are merely one of its many food sources. Frankly, it possesses a modicum of courtesy, though not excessive. Man-eating flower mucus, a natural herbicide. What to do when weeds appear in your garden? Use magic to conquer magic. Rapid growth fertilizer. Fertilizer that accelerates plant growth. Between light and heat. Choose the madness of sprouting. Northern Survival Dungeon Key. With this, you can enter the Northern Survival Dungeon. Little trinket. How many more surprises do you hold that I am yet unaware of? The man-eating flower seeds, 2 pounds of man-eating flower mucus, and 90 units of rapid growth fertilizer could all be utilized in the aerial garden. Qin Nong promptly handed these items to his companions, intending to meticulously explore the key to the Northern Survival Dungeon when Shaoqi appeared, carrying 2 completed bows. Qin Nong accepted the bow and arrow, summoning Taishan and Little Snake. Today, I commend your unwavering protection of your companions, and thus, I have decided to bestow upon you both a reward. Qin Nong presented 2 sets of chainmail to Taishan and 2 bows to Little Snake. Taishan, your class skill is that of a tank. This chainmail suits you perfectly. Little Snake, as an archer, this bow, crafted from the sinew of a wolf king, is most befitting for your use. Upon receiving their gifts, Taishan and Little Snake were utterly enamored. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have gained 10 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666. You have gained 20 prestige points. Qin Nong smiled slightly, allowing the 2 to familiarize themselves with their new weapons while his gaze drifted toward the window. According to the data displayed on the Doomsday Device indicator, the impending crisis was undoubtedly a typhoon. The question lingered: how severe would this typhoon become? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Nong promptly arranged for several companions to take turns on watch at the observation tower, ensuring that any stirrings would be detected at the earliest opportunity. Ding! Dear survivors, we meet again. I have delightful news to add a touch of excitement to the forthcoming natural disasters. 007 has decided to open the Northern Survival Dungeon for the entire server. In this dungeon, all survivors will become Night Watchmen of the North, tasked with constructing walls to protect our homeland from the onslaught of night demons. Upon completion of the dungeon, the walls you build will transform into a barrier for your sanctuary, safeguarding against natural calamities. Are you not thrilled? The keys to participate in this dungeon are hidden in various corners of each district. Once the number of survivors who find the keys reaches 1 million, the dungeon will commence. The long night approaches. From this moment on, I shall stand vigilant until my last breath. All Night Watchmen, for your honor, let us embark. Could it be? Faced with an uncertain typhoon, another Northern Survival Dungeon is upon us? Just kill me now. No worries. The dungeon will only open once the number reaches 1 million. If you truly wish to avoid participating, simply refrain from seeking the keys. Moreover, 007 has mentioned that after completing the Northern Survival Dungeon, the constructed walls will indeed provide protection against natural disasters. That is a stroke of fortune. Do you wish to embrace this fortune? Enough of this noise. Each district is larger than a province, and even if you wanted to participate in the dungeon, finding the key may not be feasible. I have one, which I retrieved from a seagull's belly. What? Brother, sell it to me for 888. I tried, but it cannot be sold. It appears that 007 has intentionally implemented a mechanism to prohibit the sale of dungeon keys. My native language is silence, so love will fade. Will it? They all look down upon me, and I, too, am the most unassertive. Sob, sob, sob. It seems I am destined to be estranged from this dungeon. Outside, the sun shines brightly, yet Qin Nong's mood remains far from cheerful. She had just returned from the road survival instance when 007 initiated another one, the Northern Survival. Was he truly treating the survivors like mere beasts of burden? What troubled Qin Nong even more was the unsettling suspicion that 007 was concealing some secrets. Secrets that were pivotal to this Northern Survival instance. Suddenly, Shrieks echoed from the direction of the watchtower. Qin Nong's expression shifted dramatically as she dashed outside. The scene revealed swirling sands and flying stones, a helicopter hovering ominously in the air like a colossal iron bird. Several assassins clad in ninja attire swiftly descended along ropes, mercilessly wounding the comrades stationed at the watchtower. One unfortunate soul, caught unawares, was pierced through the heart, emitting a harrowing scream. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Run for your lives! It's the Blood Alliance. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Nong rushed out, her gaze landing on the ravaged watchtower, fury surging within her. The assassins, however, taunted. Ha! Qin Nong, do you see this? This is the fate of those who oppose the Blood Alliance. Chapter 54. Instance, Abyss Survival. 1. Having achieved their objective, the assassins hastily ascended back to the helicopter, leaving behind a chilling warning. The leader commands that this place be eradicated within 7 days. Qin Nong, by then, you and your lowly subordinates shall meet your demise. The helicopter slowly ascended, gradually vanishing into the horizon. Li Yi, clutching her wound, staggered towards Qin Nong. Miss Qin, I'm so sorry. The enemy came too suddenly. Qin Nong helped Li Yi up, her expression filled with anger. It's not your fault. It's just that the enemy is too ruthless, having forced her to the brink and repeatedly sending assassins to torment her and her companions. How could she endure this? Gritting her teeth, Qin Nong summoned the luxury presidential car to pursue the enemy and exact her revenge. Noticing Qin Nong's reckless determination, Li Yi quickly urged, Miss Qin, take me with you. Qin Nong opened the passenger door, and once Li Yi fastened her seatbelt, she pressed the accelerator and sped off. The helicopter, after all, soared through the skies at a speed far surpassing that of terrestrial vehicles, and Qin Nong found herself nearly thrown off several times. Determined not to lose track of the enemy, she activated the vehicle's super acceleration feature, consuming 6 barrels of gasoline, and finally arrived at the lair of the Blood Alliance. To her surprise, the Blood Alliance was situated on an island. Surrounded by water, the island was easily defensible and difficult to assault, with travel only possible by boat. Yet, Fuji had deployed a multitude of guards, monitoring the sea 24/7. Approaching the enemy stealthily would prove to be a formidable challenge. Standing at the shore, Qin Nong glared at the distant island, feeling both rage and frustration. The enemy was so close, yet she was unable to exact her vengeance. At that moment, Li Yi returned from her reconnaissance with an unexpected revelation. Miss Qin, I've heard that Fuji has discovered a mine on the island. A mine? Qin Nong was taken aback. Li Yi nodded and said, Indeed, I just concealed myself among the bushes and overheard 2 guards returning to the island by boat. They mentioned that Fuji seeks to recruit powerful survivors to guard the mines, and these survivors must undergo the trials of the Abyss Survival Instance to gain entry to the island. Through Li Yi's explanation, Qin Nong came to understand the nature of the Abyss Survival Instance. Each participant would receive an entry ticket, and upon tearing it up, the survivor would transform into the lowest-tier creature of the island's abyss. By devouring other survivors, they would continuously level up, breaking through layer by layer, ultimately evolving into the ocean's sovereign to guard the mine for Fuji. The bloody, cruel, and merciless tactics indeed aligned with Fuji's methods. It seemed that this mine discovered by Fuji was of significant importance, possibly even more valuable than Aunt Pan's original mine. A glimmer ignited in Qin Nong's eyes. Fuji, this time I shall not only catch you off guard, but also seize your mine. Li Yi, I must participate in this instance. I knew you would say that. Li Yi sighed helplessly, then produced an entry ticket. This is one I stealthily acquired while the guards were distracted. Miss Qin, you must consider carefully. Once a survivor dies in the Abyss Survival Instance, it is true death. Even if you ultimately emerge victorious, those assassins under Fuji have seen your face. How can you possibly evade them? That is of no concern, Qin Nong replied confidently. Since participating in the Highway Survival Instance and becoming the vice leader, she received a daily offering of 10 gold coins, and combined with her previous savings, she had amassed a total of 169 gold coins. Opening the online store, Qin Nong searched diligently and indeed found a remarkable item, Phantom Elixir. Upon consumption, the user can transform into another's visage, lasting for 7 days. After 7 days, the magic dissipates, and the user will develop acne for 3 days. I am your father, ever-changing. The effect was commendable, yet it was priced at 200 gold coins. After some contemplation, Qin Nong borrowed 31 gold coins from Iron Hand, who without hesitation lent them to her. Qin Nong promptly redeemed the phantom elixir and drank it down. Her once lustrous, satin-like black hair became dull and dry. Her almond-shaped eyes, once sparkling with emotion, lost their luster. Her dignified, oval face began to take on a fuller, softer appearance. In mere moments, the stunning woman had transformed into an ordinary individual. Li Yi gazed at Qin Nong's transformation, her eyes widening in disbelief, like a magic trick. This is truly astonishing. The online store was immensely powerful. As long as one could afford gold coins, there was nothing unattainable. Qin Nong glanced at her now lackluster complexion, thoroughly pleased with the potion's effects. All right, Li Yi, I must now proceed to participate in the Abyss survival instance. The luxurious presidential vehicle is in your care. Remain by the shore and be ready to assist at any moment. Li Yi agreed. Qin Nong swiftly tore the entry ticket. In an instant, a mildly briny and icy aura enveloped her gently. It was the scent of the sea. The Abyss survival instance had commenced. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, gaping chasms resemble the maw of a colossal beast, devouring all forms of life. Camouflaged as rocks, stonefish raise their venomous spines, bioluminescent jellyfish drift like phantoms, and sharp coral reefs lie in wait, motionless in the shadows. Here, there is no gentle warmth of life, only a deadly trap woven from poison and terror. Dear survivors, we meet again. This abyssal survival instance, initiated by the Blood Alliance, will ultimately select only 2 champions to become guardians of the mines. Now, I shall announce the rules of the abyssal survival instance. Firstly, all survivors begin as level 1 tadpoles, advancing through the consumption of their kin until achieving ultimate victory. Secondly, aside from the sanctuary, items in the survivors' backpacks may be utilized within the instance, but how they are employed depends on your own ingenuity. Thirdly, upon the conclusion of the instance, all resources acquired by the survivors may be returned to the sanctuary. Ding. In accordance with the request of the event initiator, Mr. Fuji, this instance encourages survivors to turn against one another, so prepare yourselves. 5, 4, 3. The competition commences. Qin Nong opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by tadpoles of similar size. Ding. Loading biological information for you. Species, tadpole level, 1 strength. 1 grain of sand number of kin required for next upgrade. 1 backpack items. 1 flashlight, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, 1 magnet, 1 compass. 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats, 20 vines evaluation. A little fool. Even shaking an egg would result in a broken yolk. 007 statement about being able to bring backpack items into the instance is highly misleading. It must be noted that all participants are in the form of tadpoles, lacking both limbs and possessing limited strength. Even if the items in their backpacks can be summoned at will, they cannot be easily manipulated. However, having something is better than having nothing. But why is the strength quantified as a grain of sand? Qin Nong cautiously dove down, using her mouth to grasp a grain of sand. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor 666. You have acquired 1 grain of sand. Friendly reminder, 100 grains of sand can be combined to form 1 bag of sea sand, which is an essential item for survivors to upgrade their sanctuary to level 7. Ah, I see. Qin Nong excitedly flicked her tail. She had not anticipated that participating in this abyssal survival instance would yield such unexpected fortune. She had been fretting over where to acquire 50 bags of sea sand. And now it had come to her doorstep. Mr. Fuji is quite generous, bestowing both mines and sea sand upon her. How noble! As Qin Nong reveled in her good fortune, several sinister tadpoles stealthily approached her. This tadpole, immediately consuming sand and appearing rather dim-witted, would surely be an easy target. Sensing danger, Qin Nong swiftly turned around, only to find herself encircled by a group of tadpoles. Feigning fear, she pretended to flee. Several tadpoles, grinning mischievously, followed her until they reached a dead end. Unexpectedly, Qin Nong shed her timid demeanor, opening her gaping maw and swallowing the nearest tadpole whole. In an instant, her body swelled, and before the startled tadpoles, she evolved into a frog. Species, frog, level 2. Strength, 5 grains of sand. Next upgrade requires consumption of 3 similar beings. Inventory, 1 grain of sand, 1 flashlight. 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, magnet, compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats, 20 vines. Evaluation, This child has been clever since a young age, feigning weakness to deceive her foes. The tadpoles, realizing the shift, scattered in terror. One by one, Qin Nong consumed them without hesitation. Their soft, delicate texture was surprisingly delightful, akin to eating jelly. After patting her belly, she noticed an increase in her strength and once again submerged herself beneath the waves to gather sand. With a splash, Yang Tao, having consumed 3 similar beings, evolved into a turtle and swam contentedly. It was then that she spotted Qin Nong, who was squatting on a rock, collecting sand. Why isn't this frog consuming its kin? Is it daft, merely squatting there? Yang Tao decided to approach for a closer observation. However, she soon witnessed Qin Nong swiftly extend her tongue, snatching the frogs concealed among the corals, devouring them whole. In the blink of an eye, after consuming 5 frogs, Qin Nong transformed into a turtle. Yet, she remained motionless, resting on the rock while counting her sand. Yang Tao was taken aback. What was this? A glutton? The system had indicated that to level up, one merely needed to consume a set number of similar beings. Yet this one was excessively voracious, leaving none alive. Yang Tao felt her mind buzzing with confusion. Just then, Qin Nong lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Yang Tao. A fierce, resolute intensity radiated from her, a ferocity Yang Tao had only witnessed in one other survivor. Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental. Yang Tao swallowed hard, flailed her limbs, and swam away rapidly. Qin Nong observed the turtle that had hurriedly arrived and just as hastily departed, furrowing her brow but choosing not to pursue. Instead, she placed the 25 grains of sand she had collected into her inventory. Species, turtle, level 3, strength, 20 grains of sand. Next upgrade requires consumption of 10 similar beings. Inventory, 25 grains of sand, 1 flashlight, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, magnet, compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats, 20 vines. Evaluation C? She has mastered the art of leveling up. Quite clever. Staying in one place, waiting for prey to approach, was hardly a viable strategy. After gathering another 20 grains of sea sand, Qin Nong resolved to explore broader waters. In the heart of the island, Fuji and his confidant number 2 observed the brutal scenes unfolding beneath the waves with great satisfaction. Indeed, this batch of candidates possesses remarkable strength, Fuji remarked. Number 2, ever eager to flatter, chimed in. It is precisely because our blood alliance is so formidable that survivors flock to us. Fuji continued, I have heard that no. 80 has also transformed into a participant within the Abyss survival instance and has joined the challenge. Number 2 replied, indeed. Number 80's professional skill is hound. Once it bites down on an enemy, it will not let go, making it a likely contender for victory. As they conversed, a turtle leapt from the water, lingering nearby as if seeking closeness. Each assassin of the Blood Alliance bore a heart link worm, allowing them to sense one another within a radius of 100 meters. Number 2, spotting the turtle that had emerged from the water, exclaimed, Look, my lord, that must be number 80. The instance has only just begun, and it has already advanced into a turtle, truly a cause for celebration. Having suffered consecutive defeats at Qin Nong's hands, his confidence had waned, and he hoped this time to redeem himself. Before Fuji could finish his sentence, another turtle suddenly appeared from behind number 80 and swallowed it whole. With a gulp, Qin Nong, after consuming the turtle, grimaced and remarked, What a mustardy flavor. This turtle tastes quite dreadful. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed. On the shore, no. 2 and Fuji stood in stunned silence. Number 80 was consumed by an unknown survivor? Fuji's prayer beads snapped in disbelief. This is outrageous. Number 2, hurry and investigate that survivor's number. I demand compensation for number 80's life. Number 2 nodded, trembling slightly, and bent to comply. Having swallowed one of its kind, Qin Nong began to search for new targets. However, after swimming 5 nautical miles, he found that any potential prey was either stronger than him, making them unassailable, or weaker, rendering them unworthy of his effort. Just then, he caught a glimpse of 9 turtles peacefully asleep among the sea anemones. How remarkable, he thought. In an instance that encourages self-destruction, there are 9 fools sleeping? Initially intent on annihilating them directly, he hesitated midway, pondering, what if I consume one, and the other 8 flee? Where would I find such a plethora of simpletons again? With a clever idea forming, Qin Nong retrieved 20 vines from his backpack. These had been resources dropped from a previous encounter with a man-eating flower, and had remained unused until now. Transforming into a turtle, he could only weave the vines with his mouth, ultimately crafting an intricate net. Once the net was complete, Qin Nong stealthily approached the 9 unsuspecting turtles and cast the large net. "Go," he exclaimed. "Wait, what is happening? Have we been captured? No way. We were merely sleeping together. Please, great hero, spare us. We shall never dare to sleep again." Qin Nong paid no heed to their wailing and loosened the net, swallowing them one by one. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666 for devouring 10 sea turtles and successfully leveling up. Ding! Loading biological information. Biological type, sea fish. Level, 4. Strength, 50 grains of sea sand. Quantity of similar species required for next upgrade, 25. Inventory, 45 grains of sea sand, 1 flashlight. 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, magnet, compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats. Ding! Congratulations to host number 666 for advancing to level 4 marine creature. Acquiring the random ability Far Sight. Far Sight. Once activated, what others cannot see, you can. What others can see, then you shall not require Far Sight. Do not misuse it, or you shall receive a sharp reprimand. Chapter 56. Instance, Abyss Survival. 3. Upon leveling up again, a random ability was bestowed. Indeed, the Abyss Survival instance mirrored the upgrade mechanism of the Sanctuary. Upon reaching level 4, survivors would obtain a new ability. Qin Nong pondered that since she had acquired a random ability, surely other survivors who had also evolved into sea fish would have gained random abilities as well. It seemed that for now, she must proceed with caution and refrain from reckless actions. Far Sight, activate. The moment she initiated Far Sight, all nearby sea fish became visible. Among them, 2 were concealed within a coral thicket, engaged in actions suggestive of their mature nature. Others wore starfish hats, attempting to camouflage their bodies to confuse opponents. And a few smaller sea fish lay nestled in the aquatic grass, seemingly resigned to their fate. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nong swiftly captured them all, her speed akin to a whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. It was no jest. She possessed an impressive strength of 21, rendering her invincible among her peers. Even transformed into a marine creature, she remained the mightiest of her kind. Just as Qin Nong felt assured of her triumph and prepared to continue her feast, the very sea fish she had targeted inexplicably vanished. Qin Nong, what is happening? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she searched the area for a considerable time, confirming that the fish had indeed disappeared. While she contemplated whether she had encountered a ghost, the surrounding waters began to flow gently. With a soft, undulating rhythm, the water swayed around her. After a moment of bewilderment, Qin Nong suddenly realized the opponent possessed the ability to become invisible. A sly smile crept across her face as she followed the trace of the water flow and charged forward. Ah! A cry of despair erupted as the invisible fish revealed itself, nursing its broken teeth in astonishment. "How did you find me?" Qin Nong, uninterested in explanations, promptly devoured it whole. The villain perished from excessive chatter. She is a formidable villain who devours her peers and would never commit such a juvenile blunder. At this moment, Qin Nong had already consumed 25 of her kind, allowing her to ascend once more. Species, venomous snake. Level, 5. Strength, 100 grains of sand. Next upgrade requires the consumption of 50 of her kind. Inventory, 45 grains of sand, 1 flashlight. 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, magnet, compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats. Evaluation. My sister Qin possesses a certain innate talent for leveling up. If you can upgrade, do so abundantly. Ding. Congratulations to host number 666 for advancing to level 5 marine creature and acquiring a random ability. 5 minutes on land. 5 minutes on land. Literally, interpret as you wish. If healthy, take a few steps. Friendly reminder. Since you have advanced to level 5 venomous snake, the 1000-mile eye ability obtained upon reaching level 4 ocean fish has been rendered obsolete. Please continue your efforts. The removal of the previously acquired random ability was anticipated by Qin Nong. After all, the system had stated that the abilities granted were random. And with randomness comes uncertainty. She did not dwell on this matter, but instead shifted her focus to other priorities. After her upgrade, her strength reached 100 grains of sand. It is worth noting that 100 grains of sand can be synthesized into a bag of sand, and currently, Qin Nong's shelter was in dire need of sand resources. so more was decidedly better. Without hesitation, she exerted all her might and swiftly gathered 100 grains of sand. Not enough. More. While others struggled and racked their brains to level up, Qin Nong was diligently gathering resources. While others formed alliances to seek warmth in numbers, Qin Nong remained focused on her task. Ding. Detected that you have collected 1,001 grains of sand. Would you like to synthesize 10 bags of sand? Yes. Ding. Congratulations on receiving 10 bags of sand. Qin Nong realized that her rate of advancement was exceedingly rapid, and the number of peers she could consume was limited. Thus, she resolved to pause her efforts until the number of venomous snakes reached 50 before proceeding. Now, it was time to explore the shore. Qin Nong swam slowly toward the coastline. Today marked the third day since the arrival of the typhoon, with a level 3 typhoon causing tumultuous waves and gusty winds. The sea surged with force, and Qin Nong was effortlessly propelled to the shore by the waves. A few assassins from the Blood Alliance were stationed at the watchtower, wielding underwater detection devices to observe the competition. Qin Nong chose not to alarm them, but instead stealthily maneuvered into the bushes, gleaning the precise location of the mine from their conversations before swimming toward her destination. At this moment, the mine had yet to be excavated, and the guards overseeing the area were still in the selection process, resulting in a remarkably lax defense, almost negligible. Qin Nong chuckled softly, wishing to rub her hands together in delight, only to realize she had no hands, so she spun around to express her excitement. After a brief moment of exhilaration, she swiftly entered the cave and began her procurement without cost. Or 1,000 gene, or 1,000 gene, or 500 gene, refined iron 100 gene, refined iron 800 gene, wu gene 10 gene, bronze chest 1, gold chest 1. As Qin Nong was diligently collecting, he suddenly found himself gasping for breath, his heart beginning to contract violently. Warning! Warning! Due to survivor number 666 exceeding 5 minutes on shore, imminent dehydration is approaching. Please swiftly return to the sea to replenish stamina. Qin Nong. The joyful smile vanished in an instant. Qin Nong propelled himself back into the ocean, murmuring urgently, "Hurry, hurry, or I will turn from a venomous snake into a roasted snake." Upon returning to the sea, Qin Nong inhaled the briny air deeply, feeling revitalized before once again swimming towards the mine. Passing by the watchtower, he noticed the assassins of the Blood Alliance leisurely spectating the conflict below. Feeling a surge of indignation, he approached each of them and nipped at them playfully. Oh no, a snake, a venomous snake. Wait, that snake had a participant's marker above its head. It was a survivor engaged in the dungeon. How could survivors transform into marine creatures and still come ashore? The assassins, now in disarray, scrambled back to their manor, searching for herbs to counteract the snake's venom. Observing this chaos, Qin Nong raised an eyebrow with delight. It's splendidly chaotic. Amidst this disorder, no one will disturb my endeavors. Back in the mine, Qin Nong continued to extract ores, returning to the sea whenever signs of dehydration emerged. After repeating this cycle a dozen times, he finally cleared the mine. Thank heavens, thank the earth, and thank you, my dear Fuji. Initially, Qin Nong had intended to curse the absurdity of the rules. One stipulation allowed the carrying of backpack resources, yet survivors transformed into marine beings lacked hands and feet, making it nearly impossible to weave a net, rendering any resources in their backpacks useless. Nevertheless, Qin Nong, with the aid of the advanced dimensional backpack, managed to bring home 80,000 units of doubled or 5,000 units of refined iron and 90 gene of wujing. As Qin Nong prepared to retreat upon sensing impending dehydration again, his peripheral vision caught sight of the two chests. Alas, I almost forgot about you two. Chapter 57 Dungeon, Abyss Survival, 4, Double Copy. Bronze chests 2, gold chests 2 open. Transformation Potion 2 bottles, Mental Meditation Technique 1, Wood 1000, Stone 2000. Sea Sand 16 bags, Dried Beef 50 gene, Zongzi 10, Coffee 20 bags, Universal Synthesizer Fragments 2, Silver Fishing Rods 2, Life Jackets 2, Wujing Coins 166. What is this I cannot comprehend? Qin Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Transformation Potion. Upon consumption, one can rapidly expand to 10 times their original size. Love me, are you afraid? Mental Meditation Technique. A special secret method, non-replicable. Each meditation session lasting 10 hours enhances one's spirit. Elegant meditation is eternally in vogue. The fragments of the universal synthesizer. Collecting 10 fragments allows one to assemble the universal synthesizer. This device can combine two items of the same type into one new item, elevating the quality of the new creation by one tier. This synthesizer is nothing short of extraordinary. What a delightful bounty. One must understand that golden chests are rare treasures. Over the long course of time, Qin Nong had only encountered a single golden chest within the Goblin Cave, and now, unexpectedly, she has stumbled upon another. Fuji, with these two golden chests, I shall grant you a few more days of existence. On her way back to the sea, Qin Nong diverted to the watchtower, curious to see if the assassins she had bitten had met their demise. To her astonishment, upon peering down, she discovered that those assassins had failed to find the antidote and had perished. Meanwhile, the remaining assassins, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades, had captured 60 venomous snakes from the depths of the ocean, intent on identifying the culprit one by one. What a delightful surprise. More provisions have been delivered to her. A buffet awaits. Qin Nong swiftly consumed a bottle of transformational magic potion. In the blink of an eye, the slender venomous snakes transformed into a titan python. The titan python, Qin Nong, elegantly devoured the 60 venomous snakes and gracefully departed. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for devouring 50 venomous snakes and successfully advancing. Ding! Loading biological information for you. Creature, electric eel, level 6, strength, 200 grains of sand. Quantity of similar creatures needed for next upgrade, 90. Inventory, 26 bags of sand. 1 grain of sand, 1 bottle of magic potion, 1 mental meditation technique, 1,000 pieces of wood, 2,000 stones, 50 pounds of beef jerky, 10 rice dumplings, 20 bags of coffee, 2 fragments of the universal synthesizer, 2 silver fishing rods, 2 life jackets, 166 black gold coins, 80,000 or 5,000 fine iron, 90 pounds of black gold, 1 flashlight, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, a magnet, a compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats. Comment, just like in the past years. What makes you stand out? Ding! Congratulations to host 666 for advancing to level 6 marine creature, gaining the random ability Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. You can disguise yourself as any marine creature, confounding your opponents, but you may only consume creatures of the same level to advance. Uncertain, let us observe further. Friendly reminder. Since you have ascended to level 6 electric eel, the ability acquired at level 5 venomous snake to stay ashore for 5 minutes has been eliminated. Please continue your efforts. This newly acquired ability, Metamorphosis, intrigued Qin Nong, prompting her to conduct repeated experiments. She discovered that upon using this ability, she could transform into any marine creature. How delightful! Now she could masquerade as a lesser creature to outwit her foes. With a sense of triumph, Qin Nong declared, transform into a venomous snake, as her true form was an electric eel. Taking on the guise of a lower-tier venomous snake would indeed allow her to deceive her adversaries. And as expected, it worked flawlessly. The electric eels, dismissive of the lesser Qin Nong, chose to ignore her, a decision that ultimately led to her launching a surprise attack from behind. Devour, devour, devour. Consume them all. Qin Nong initially believed that feasting upon 90 of her fellow electric eels would prove to be a formidable challenge. However, with the aid of her ability, Metamorphosis, she encountered no hindrance whatsoever. While Qin Nong indulged in a carefree underwater buffet, the Blood Alliance onshore descended into chaos. A dozen assassins fell victim to a mysterious venomous snake, and soon after, it was discovered that the ores within the mine had vanished. Upon hearing the commotion, Fuji arrived at the mine only to be utterly bewildered. The once densely layered walls adorned with ores had disappeared, leaving only cobwebs gently swaying in midair. The painstakingly refined 5,000 pounds of fine iron had also vanished, leaving behind only pale scars on the walls, a testament to the passage of time. For the sake of this mine, he had toiled endlessly, investing vast sums to initiate the Abyss survival quest, aiming to select the 2 most formidable survivors to safeguard the mine. Yet now, even his home had been robbed. Was there any necessity to continue this quest? Drip! A drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing on Fuji's forehead. He touched the wetness and sniffed delicately. Salty, damp, and viscous, it was no ordinary seawater, but rather that which had been tainted by serpentine scales. Reflecting on the recent events, Fuji suddenly grasped the truth. his eyes widening in alarm. Qin Nong had infiltrated the Abyss survival quest. Summon the Alliance's treasured bone-illuminating mirror immediately. Scrutinize each participant in the contest. We must locate Qin Nong and eliminate her without mercy. Meanwhile, having consumed her 90th electric eel, Qin Nong ascended once more. Creature, crocodile, level 7, strength, 500 grains of sand. Number of similar beings required for next upgrade, 180. Inventory, 26 bags of sand, 1 grain of sand. 1 bottle of magical potion, 1 mental meditation technique, 1,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 50 pounds of beef jerky, 10 rice dumplings, 20 bags of coffee. 2 fragments of the universal synthesizer, 2 silver fishing rods, 2 life vests, 166 obsidian coins, 80,000 ores, 5,000 fine iron, 90 pounds of dark gold, 1 flashlight. 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, a lodestone, a compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats. Evaluation. 6. Sisters share a pair of pants. 6. Ding. Congratulations to host 666 for advancing to level 7 marine creature, gaining the random ability to battle beyond one's level. Battle beyond level. With the form of a level 7 being, single-handedly confront an 8th level emperor, a formidable combatant, truly terrifying. Friendly reminder. As you have ascended to a level 7 crocodile, the ability of metamorphosis obtained from your previous level 6 electric eel has been rendered obsolete. Please continue to strive forward. This new ability, simple yet forceful, greatly pleased Qin Nong. However, Qin Nong did not hastily consume her kind. Instead, she utilized her strength to transport 500 grains of sea sand, beginning to shift the sand. After all, having come to the ocean, it was imperative to gather the requisite quantity of sea sand to elevate her shelter to level 7. Qin Nong understood that her advancement rate was already exceptionally swift and needed to temper her pace. Otherwise, her kind would soon be on the brink of extinction due to her voracity. 1 bag of sea sand, 1 bag of sea sand, 8 bags of sea sand, 12 bags of sea sand, 50 bags of sea sand, all set. Chapter 58. Acquiring the permanent skill of summoning wind and rain. While Qin Nong was exuberantly collecting sand, the assassins on the shore had already set up an elaborate trap. At that moment, Qin Nong was blissfully unaware that her actions had been detected and continued her hunt. An 8th level great white shark glided leisurely past her. With eager anticipation, Qin Nong first employed her capability for combat beyond her level, delivering a sound thrashing to the great white shark until it was bruised and battered. Then, she produced a silver fishing rod, untying the fishing line to tightly ensnare the shark's upper jaw, as if riding a steed. Onward, great white shark, let us go. Seek out your friends, so I may feast to my heart's content. Remarkably, through Qin Nong's audacious maneuvers, she managed to capture numerous crocodiles. Embracing every opportunity, she was on the verge of yet another advancement. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light cascaded from above the ocean surface, locking onto Qin Nong with unyielding precision. Upon glancing up, she beheld Fuji on the shore, wielding a peculiar mirror, reflecting it toward the sea repeatedly. Bone mirror. Silently think of the person you wish to locate. Activating the mirror will reveal their whereabouts within a 10-mile radius. If you happen to sneeze, it is undoubtedly the mirror's magic at work. Such audacious tactics? Upon reading this descriptive text, Qin Nong swiftly unfastened the fishing line and swallowed the great white shark beneath her, quickly swimming away. The assassins on the shore, having confirmed Qin Nong's location, stood in stunned silence. It seemed that she had indeed infiltrated the instance. Those oars had truly been pilfered by her. It was unfathomable that within just a few days, this woman had elevated herself to the status of a crocodile. No, she had transformed into a great white shark. Creature, great white shark, level 8, strength, 1,000 grains of sea sand. Number of kindred to be consumed for next upgrade, 300. Inventory, 50 bags of sea sand. 1 grain of sand, 1 bottle of magic potion, 1 mental meditation technique, 1,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 50 pounds of beef jerky, 10 rice dumplings, 20 bags of coffee, 2 fragments of universal synthesizer, 1 silver fishing rod, 2 life jackets, 166 black coins, 80,000 ores, 5,000 fine iron, 90 pounds of black gold, 1 flashlight, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, magnet, compass, 10 barrels of gasoline, 2 raincoats. Evaluation. Moment of the hunt. Ding. Congratulations to host 666 for advancing to an 8th level marine creature, acquiring the random ability of super speed. Super speed, doubling your existing speed, the more weight you shed, the swifter you become. It possesses a hint of super speed, but not excessively so. A friendly reminder, as you have ascended to the 8th level of the Megalodon. The exceptional combat prowess gained from ascending to the 7th level of the electric eel has been rendered obsolete. Continue to strive forward, under the watchful eyes of its adversaries. The enemy upgraded once more, igniting a furious green in Fuji's visage. Mobilize all forces to capture Qin Nong alive. The command of the leader is absolute. Helicopters took to the skies, shattering the tranquility of the night. The whirlwinds stirred by the rotors splashed the sea with a flurry of droplets. And in the vast depths of the ocean, Qin Nong found herself with no avenue of escape. Disaster loomed. She had been careless. The momentary clash of egos that led her to vanquish those assassins had alerted the Blood Alliance. A twinge of regret coursed through Qin Nong's mind. Yet surrender was not an option. Swish, swish. Bullets rained down like a swarm of bees from the sky, relying on her remarkable speed and agile movements. Qin Nong evaded capture, yet despite her efforts, she sustained numerous injuries and bled profusely. The fresh blood attracted a multitude of marine creatures, including her fellow megalodons. More offerings. Are we? Qin Nong did not hesitate, consuming them all. 1, 2, 100. The Blood Alliance. Witnessing Qin Nong not only refusing to capitulate, but also leveraging every advantage to enhance her own capabilities, grew increasingly furious and intensified their assault. This simply would not suffice. She needed to be swifter. The solution, lighten her load. Gazing at the plethora of items in her backpack, Qin Nong had no choice but to discard the most useless items: 2 life jackets, a magnet, 1 flashlight, a compass, and 2 raincoats. Indeed, after jettisoning these items, her speed surged dramatically, propelling her 5 nautical miles forward in an instant. The assassins encircling Qin Nong stood in stunned disbelief. In the face of dire circumstances, how could she transcend her own limits? It appeared that the repeated failures of many at her hands were not without reason. Unfazed by their thoughts, she continued to feast, swiftly consuming 300 megalodons. Creature, humpback whale, level 9, power 10,000 grains of sand. Backpack contents: 50 bags of sea sand, 1 grain of sand, 1 bottle of magical potion, 1 mental meditation technique, 1,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 50 pounds of beef jerky, 10 rice dumplings, 20 bags of coffee, 2 pieces of universal synthesizer fragments, 1 silver fishing rod, 166 black coins, 80,000 or 5,000 fine iron, 90 pounds of black gold, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, 10 barrels of gasoline. Evaluation: you are not Sister Qin. Witnessing her rapid ascent is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon in the sky. Were you Sister Qin? Observing her rate of advancement would feel like an ant gazing up at the vast heavens. Ding dong. Congratulations to host No. 666 for advancing to the 9th level of marine life, acquiring the permanent skill of summoning winds and rain. As the tempest raged, those who found themselves upon the ocean wielded an undeniable command over the capricious weather of the sea, with the exception of the ocean survival instance, which incurred a separate fee. Just as Qin Nong reached the pinnacle of her level, the voice of 007 resonated within the minds of every participant in the Abyss survival instance. Ding. Good evening, fellow survivors. The 5-day ordeal of the Abyss survival instance has come to a conclusion. A total of 100,000 participants took part in this instance, with 70,183 having perished. I hereby declare that the champion of this competition is Qin Nong, in addition to acquiring 15 free attribute points. The victor shall receive a luxurious gift package and a bone reflection mirror sponsored by Mr. Fuji, the initiator of this instance. Attention! Due to the absence of a second-place winner, we shall select a candidate based on merit. All contestants will now revert to their original appearances. May you all find safe passage back to shore and boundless futures ahead. With the orgone and the bone reflection mirror lost, Qin Nong pondered the bitter irony of having orchestrated the Abyss survival instance only for the benefit of another. Consumed by fury, Fuji mobilized all his resources, vowing to dismantle Qin Nong piece by piece. Yet, the coveted bone reflection mirror had already been awarded to her by the system, leaving him unable to pursue her whereabouts. Strangely, he could not find a trace of Qin Nong among the throng. Impossible. This was the only route for her escape. How could she have vanished? Kill. I demand slaughter. Today, among all participants, we shall err on the side of excessive force rather than allow a single survivor to escape. Fuji, incensed, issued his orders as the assassins sharpened their blades, preparing for a bloody onslaught. Chapter 59, Custom House Design Blueprints. Amidst the crowd, the unassuming Qin Nong whispered, "Call forth the tempest." In an instant, torrents of water surged forth, accompanied by the roaring winds and blinding lightning, overwhelming the assassins in a maelstrom of chaos. Their cries of despair echoed as they pleaded for mercy. A subtle smile graced Qin Nong's lips as she stepped ashore, restoring her original appearance, and encountered Li Yi. Overjoyed to see Qin Nong again after several days, Li Yi exclaimed, "Miss Qin, I just witnessed the Scarlet Alliance dispatching assassins to hunt you down. I was nearly frightened to death. Just a pack of frightened hounds. There's no need for concern." Qin Nong fastened her seatbelt and pressed the accelerator, her vehicle darting forward like an arrow, leaving the members of the Scarlet Alliance far behind. Upon returning to the sanctuary, the 140 surviving residents eagerly rushed out to greet Qin Nong. Ding! Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have earned 20 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have earned 40 prestige points. Ding! Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have earned 100 prestige points. Despite the ferocity of the assassins, Qin Nong's audacity to confront them and seek justice for her companions was a testament to her courage and determination, inspiring all the residents to pledge their loyalty to her. Qin Nong found herself suddenly endowed with a considerable amount of prestige, which brought her much satisfaction. It seemed that everyone was appreciative and virtuous, rendering her recent hardships in the dungeon trivial. Today marked the 8th day since the arrival of the typhoon. With winds reaching level 8, the devastation was immense, obliterating numerous structures. Coupled with the prior destruction wreaked by the Blood Alliance, the courtyard remained in disrepair, forcing the townsfolk to sleep in the hall. As Qin Nong surveyed the chaotic courtyard, she retrieved 2 custom housing blueprints. Custom housing blueprint. Imagine what you desire, create what you envision. It allows for a reconfiguration of spatial arrangements, truly an indispensable treasure for home and travel. The layout was indeed cramped. Truly, it was quite limited. These blueprints had been acquired from a box she opened long ago, lying dormant with Li Yi until now, when they could finally be utilized. With a flourish, Qin Nong tossed the blueprints high into the air. In an instant, the lines depicted on the blueprints intertwined with reality. Walls and pillars animatedly extended. Wardrobes and bookshelves aligned in an orderly fashion. The combination of beds and desks rendered the space both bright and inviting, transforming the former dilapidation into a pristine 4-person dormitory with tidy accommodations. How marvelous! Is this the arrangement of beds and desks? It felt as though she had returned to her university days. Hee. I shall claim the spot by the window. No one shall contest it. As the living environment improved, her companions' spirits were equally uplifted. Previously, 10 individuals were crammed into a single room. Now, with a 4-person dormitory featuring beds and desks, the living conditions were vastly superior. Witnessing their joy, Qin Nong felt elated herself. To prevent any discord among them, she allowed them to choose their dormitories freely, with 140 townsfolk per room. Precisely 35 dormitories were required. This building boasted at least 100 dormitories, so they could select at their leisure. Qin Nong contemplated that whenever new townsfolk joined, they could initially reside in the dormitory building. Should space become insufficient, additional construction would suffice. After tending to these mundane matters, Qin Nong felt utterly exhausted, her hunger level dropping to 20. Aunt Pan prepared a meal for her, and after hastily consuming a few bites, she retreated to her bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. On the 8th day of the typhoon, all creatures returned to their shelters, refraining from venturing outside. By the 9th day, the forest was devoid of animal presence. On the 10th day, only the howling winds remained, sweeping through the land. Qin Nong's slumber was profoundly restorative. Aware of her fatigue, her companions refrained from disturbing her. Li Yi placed the resources accumulated during this time, 1729 wood, 297 stones, 663 mud, and 800 bricks, in the living room, awaiting Qin Nong's attention. When she groggily entered the living room and beheld the abundant resources, she immediately comprehended the situation. A double replication. Setting the replicated materials aside, Qin Nong opened her mail. Ding. You have 15 free attribute points. How would you like to allocate them? Allocate all to agility. Strength, 21. Agility, 22. Intelligence, 9. Spirit, 11. After allocating points, agility unexpectedly soared to 22, surpassing strength at 21 by a slight margin. Now, even without relying on windrunner boots and flying skateboard, Qin Nong possesses an unparalleled swiftness. Ding. A luxurious gift package has been detected. Would you like to open it? Double replication. Open. 100 bags of sea sand, 20 pounds of kelp, 60 pounds of shrimp, 10 pounds of water-purifying mayfly organisms, 90 pounds of salt, 8 pounds of decorative shells, 2 luminous pearls, 2 glowing jellyfish, and 3 fragments of the all-synthesis device. Why is it all seafood? Qin Nong set aside the heap of seafood and counted the resources for upgrading the sanctuary. 4. 958 wood, 3. 264 stone, 1. 596 mud, 1. 600 bricks, 121 pounds of black gold, 150 bags of sea sand, and 1 grain of sand. To elevate the sanctuary to level 7, the requirements are 5. 000 wood, 1. 000 stone, 500 mud, 500 bricks, 50 bags of sea sand, and 150 pounds of black gold. There is still a shortfall, particularly in black gold. Qin Nong promptly summoned Aunt Pan, handing over 80,000 ores and 5,000 fine iron, along with an additional 1,000 pieces of wood. According to calculations, these ores and fine iron can yield 130 pounds of black gold, and with double replication, he would obtain 260 pounds of black gold, sufficient to upgrade the sanctuary. Warning! Warning! A level 10 typhoon has occurred. All survivors are advised to remain in the sanctuary and refrain from venturing outside. Warning! Warning! A level 10 typhoon has occurred. All survivors are advised to remain in the sanctuary and refrain from venturing outside. Warning! Warning! A level 10 typhoon has occurred. All survivors are advised to remain in the sanctuary and refrain from venturing outside. The message from 007 echoed thrice in the chat hall. My goodness! Who would have thought the typhoon could be so malevolent, truly reaching level 10? Goodness, my red brick house was just blown away by the typhoon. Hee. My stone house remains intact. Baby S tummy is rumbling. I sense this typhoon may not claim many lives, but it will undoubtedly sweep away numerous sanctuaries. Be confident. Set aside your feelings. I hail from Yunnan, from the Nujiang region. We have never witnessed such a formidable typhoon. Neither have I. I nearly thought the sky was collapsing. Who, with a mere frown or smile, could take a life? Remain calm. We have weathered numerous crises. A mere typhoon cannot vanquish us. I see you're as audacious as a toad yawning. Qin Nong observed the survivor's chatter, then shifted his gaze to the window, his expression clouded with concern. Chapter 60, Level 10, Typhoon. The sky appeared to be torn asunder, with leaden gray clouds cascading like molten iron. A tree, as thick as a bull's rim, was uprooted and spun violently in the air, emitting a piercing scream. The occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the desolate landscape, revealing survivors struggling against the tempest. This was a force of nature at a Category 10 level, brutal, merciless, rendering all existence insignificant and trivial. Today marked the 10th and final day of the typhoon. This immense crisis was poised to reach unprecedented heights. Qin Nong sensed that her subjects might have been thoroughly frightened. So she instructed Li Yi to gather some fruits from the sky garden to distribute, hoping to soothe them. Simultaneously, she utilized 20 pounds of kelp, 60 pounds of shrimp, 10 pounds of mayfly for water quality improvement, 8 pounds of decorative shells, and 2 glowing jellyfish, placing them into the pond to maximize resources. While the storm raged outside, tranquility reigned within the shelter. With little to occupy her time, Qin Nong checked her backpack once more and discovered that her accumulated black gold coins had reached 215. Indeed, as the vice leader of the alliance, she received a daily offering of 10 black gold coins, a considerable sum. With newfound wealth, she repaid the 31 black gold coins borrowed from Iron Hand, adding a few fruits as a gesture of gratitude. At that moment, Shinyu suddenly sent her an email. Upon opening it, Qin Nong found a list of medical supplies. After a brief contemplation, she promptly duplicated the order. 190 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 100 units of antibiotics. 200 bottles of various vitamins, 90 boxes of painkillers, 28 cans of Yunnan Baiyao, and 290 boxes of cold medicine. Xinyu, the medications have been prepared. Please check your inventory. Qin Nong, thank you, leader. If you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Xinyu, the plague should arrive soon, though the timing is uncertain. Be prepared and avoid revealing the existence of your supplies. Qin Nong, I understand the importance of discretion. However, why are you so kind to me? In the sterile workshop of the pharmaceutical factory, precise mechanical arms methodically produce the medications. The air infused with a subtle scent of medicine. Outside the workshop, Xinyu read Qin Nong's message, feeling a warmth in his ears. Why was he so generous to Qin Nong? It was, of course, because she had inadvertently saved him once. Yet, could there be another reason? A flurry of thoughts raced through Xinyu's mind, but none provided a definitive answer. After a prolonged silence, he picked up his phone again. Xinyu, because you are a member of the Alliance, it is my duty as the leader to care for my team. On the other side of the screen, Qin Nong read this message, caught between feelings of comfort and disappointment. She could only muster a faint smile to conclude the conversation. It seemed that Xinyu's kindness stemmed solely from a sense of responsibility, a misunderstanding on her part. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the tangled thoughts, Qin Nong activated her mental meditation technique. Those who have beginnings also have those who have yet to begin. In the realm of existence and non-existence, a voice resonates. Ding dong. Esteemed survivors, the typhoon crisis is on the verge of conclusion. Following customary practice, the top performers from each district will be honored with the title of Typhoon Guardian, Agility 1, and awarded 1 attribute point. The statistics of the affected populace are now being compiled. In District 1, the death toll stands at 19,372. In District 2, it is 9,513. And in District 3, it amounts to 1,934. Ding dong. After enduring the trials of the cold wave, extreme heat, fog, acid rain, and 5 rounds of typhoon crises, the population across districts has significantly dwindled. After careful deliberation, 007 has decided to consolidate the 999 districts into 10,000, appointing the strongest individual in each district as its leader. The district leader shall have the discretion to decide whether to shelter the displaced as their own subjects. Now, I shall announce the names of the district leaders. District 1, Xinyu. District 2, Yang Tao. District 27, Qin Nong. In an expected turn of events, Qin Nong once again claims the top spot and ascends as the leader of District 27. She anticipates that tomorrow, her shelter will be besieged by the displaced. The challenge of accommodating these refugees looms large. Should she retain them all? The shelter lacks sufficient space. If she were to expel them entirely, what would that say of her leadership? Overwhelmed, she closes her eyes after practicing the mental meditation technique for 12 hours, feeling her mental fortitude rejuvenated. After allocating her single attribute point to intelligence, Qin Nong dons the title of Typhoon Guardian. At that moment, a message from Ponpon's mother arrives. 130 pounds of black gold have been successfully refined. Double the yield. A total of 260 pounds of black gold, combined with the previous 121 pounds, amounts to 391 pounds. This is ample. Qin Nong yearns to upgrade the shelter immediately, but realizes she still lacks 142 logs, a considerable deficit. It seems she must defer the upgrade for now. Within the dimly lit manor, a palpable tension hangs in the air. Stray beams of light filter through the heavy curtains, casting elongated shadows on the ground, enhancing the eerie ambience of the interior. Fuji gazes at the disheveled assassins, his expression grim. Once, the Crimson Alliance was formidable and invincible, but since Qin Nong's emergence, the Alliance has plummeted into chaos, suffering catastrophic losses. Qin Nong, you are the architect of our ruin. Now, we are left with only the top 50 of our brethren. Others have perished in the storm you unleashed. Such deep-seated enmity demands retribution in blood. I second that. I am willing to accept the mantle of leadership in this dire hour, to fight for the Crimson Alliance. We will eradicate Qin Nong's subjects, sever her head, and display it upon the Alliance's banner as vengeance for our fallen brothers. Inside the manor, fervor ignites among the assembly. Listening to the fervent cries of his subordinates, Fuji narrowed his eyes and gazed at number 2. Not only was number 2 his strategist, but he was also a compatriot of Huaxia, possessing a profound understanding of his fellow countrymen. More importantly, Number 2 had consistently demonstrated unwavering loyalty to Fuji, making him an invaluable ally in the quest to eliminate the persistent threat posed by Qin Nong. Sensing Fuji's intent gaze, Number 2 slightly bowed and inquired, "Leader, do you wish to eradicate the future threat once and for all by eliminating Qin Nong, or merely to vent your anger and allow her to flee?" Fuji replied, "Naturally, I wish to eliminate the threat permanently. However, given that Qin Nong has already caused the demise of so many of my subordinates, I must find a way to exact my revenge." Number 2 gently waved his folding fan and smiled. "In that case, we can divide our forces into two." Intrigued, Fuji asked, "Oh, how shall we proceed?" With calm composure, Number 2 approached the table, where a sand table was displayed. Surrounding the sand table were representations of forests, with a miniature shelter situated in the center, mirroring the topography of Qin Nong's refuge. Chapter 61. The Sixth Crisis, Locust Plague. If the intent is merely to vent frustration, one could simply dispatch assassins to besiege Qin Nong. However, given her formidable strength and numerous hidden cards, it is highly likely that any dispatched assassins would meet with total annihilation. With a gentle flick of his fan, Number 2 smiled slightly. But if the goal is to eradicate the root of the problem, it would require the cooperation of insiders within the alliance. My subordinates have heard that Elder Fu Chun has had numerous conflicts with Qin Nong. If leveraged properly, we may not even need to intervene, and she could be captured in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Fuji's expression brightened with delight. "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my strategist. Number 2, should this plan succeed, I shall reward you with 20 female slaves." "Thank you, leader." Number 2 respectfully expressed his gratitude, then studied the terrain on the sand table, grasping a handful of sand. "Qin Nong, oh Qin Nong, a woman who has forced Fuji to abandon his armor and retreat in disarray. Such a figure I truly wish to know better. Alas, you shan't live to see that day." With a swift motion, he released the sand, which danced and scattered into the air. A glimmer of determination shone in Number 2's eyes. The following morning, a cacophony erupted outside the refuge. A large throng of homeless refugees jostled in front of Qin Nong's shelter, vying for the chance to enter, only to engage in a brawl over who would be first in line. "I arrived first. Why should I stand behind you? Damn it, my previous refuge was a villa, while your shelter is merely a dilapidated stone house. What could you possibly compare with me? Is a villa so impressive? You're so grand. Yet you were still assigned to District 27 and became a refugee. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Come on, who's afraid of whom?" The commotion was giving Qin Nong a headache, prompting her to step outside to assess the situation. However, as she passed by the doomsday device indicator, she was startled by a series of alarming notifications. "Warning, warning. Based on atmospheric temperature, biological distribution, and climatic changes, the impending doomsday crisis is identified as a locust plague. The locust plague is not limited to locusts alone, but encompasses all insects that feed on crops. Their massive reproduction and migration will wreak havoc on the ecosystem, ultimately leading to global famine. A locust plague? A crisis that Qin Nong never anticipated has emerged. Environmental calamities such as cold waves, droughts, mist, acid rain, and typhoons have long been recognized, but now the locust plague has caught Qin Nong completely off guard. Historically, the appearance of locust swarms has foretold the demise of dynasties. Could this crisis be no different? Contemplating the low and frail walls surrounding her shelter, Qin Nong felt a profound sense of unease. Although the level 6 shelter is commendable, it is far from perfect. With a surge in enemy numbers, those walls would undoubtedly falter. How could they possibly withstand a locust invasion? With a heavy heart, Qin Nong stepped outside her refuge. Awaiting her arrival were Li Yi, Pan Yi, and Xiao Qi, who bowed respectfully and greeted her. "Greetings, Miss Qin." The crowd murmured in disbelief. Is this delicate beauty truly the district chief of Area 27? The brawling vagrants nearby abruptly ceased their altercation. "Continue fighting," they urged. "Weren't you so brave just moments ago? Why the sudden cowardice?" With a stern expression, Qin Nong pointed at the troublemakers among the vagrants. You, and you. There's no need to linger here. Leave." The singled-out vagrants protested angrily. "Why should we go?" Qin Nong coldly retorted. "If you cannot adhere to even the most basic order, how can I expect you to follow the rules I establish once you join my shelter?" Her words resonated with the crowd, eliciting nods of agreement. The chastised vagrants hesitated, contemplating their departure. Suddenly, dozens of helicopters appeared in the sky, their doors flung open as countless gun barrels protruded, mercilessly aimed at the crowd below. The trigger was pulled without compassion. The relentless gunfire cascaded like torrential rain. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams and wails, creating a hellish symphony as vagrants collapsed into pools of blood. Ha ha ha! A rabble of miscreants. Wipe them out. Kill, kill, kill. Last time, Qin Nong had fiercely resisted after only a few dozen were slain. Surely, this time, with thousands fallen, she would be devastated. Where's Qin Nong now? The assassins, having witnessed her earlier admonition, were astonished to find her suddenly missing. At that moment, one of the assassins, binoculars in hand, pointed towards a distant vehicle and shouted, "She's driving towards the grasslands. Pursue her." Without hesitation, the assassins abandoned the vagrants and swiftly set off in pursuit of Qin Nong. The wind howled as waves of green grass rolled across the vast expanse. The boundless prairie resembled crumpled green satin. The roaring vehicle sped across the damp grassland, carrying the fragrance of earth and wildflowers, stirring the morning mist and awakening the grazing creatures. Driving her luxurious presidential car, Qin Nong accelerated to an astonishing 1,000 kilometers per hour, consuming 4 barrels of gasoline in the process, while employing several instances of super-acceleration. Yet, the helicopters, seemingly fixated on her, remained relentless in their pursuit. What to do? What to do? At this rate, her fuel would soon be depleted. Qin Nong glanced at the contents of his backpack, 6 barrels of gasoline. It would not last long. In a state of uncertainty, he struck the steering wheel with his fist. The boundless grassland stretched endlessly, devoid of any cover, and this band of assassins brandished their firearms. How should he contend with them? Suddenly, the vast expanse of the prairie trembled. Thousands of yaks surged forth like a black tide, emitting a long, low moo. Their rough hooves crushed the morning mist, and the reddish-brown mud splattered under their iron-shod feet, obliterating the grass in their wake and raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. What was happening? Why had the herd gone mad for no apparent reason? Qin Nong gazed into the distance, where a wave of grayish-yellow approached, clinging to the earth, stripping the verdant foliage down to bare branches, leaving them desiccated. A locust plague was upon them. This was dire. Just as Qin Nong prepared to change direction to avoid being trampled by the herd, dozens of helicopters appeared, rendering escape impossible. In that critical moment, a spark of ingenuity ignited within him. He swiftly stowed his vehicle and seized hold of a wild yak, rolling to conceal himself beneath its belly, seamlessly blending into the migration tide. The assassins aboard the helicopters, who had initially aimed at Qin Nong, were left astounded when he vanished in the blink of an eye. What had occurred? Where had he gone? The herd surged forward like an uncontrollable army, advancing with thunderous might, while the members of the Blood Alliance dared not confront them and retreated in haste. This retreat provided Qin Nong with a perfect opportunity. Watching the assassins from his concealed position beneath the yak, Qin Nong allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips as he calmly closed his eyes. Chapter 62. Discovery of wild cotton. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing the grass to undulate softly. When Qin Nong opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a sprawling field. Yaks scattered here and there, occasionally lowering their heads to graze on dewy grass, or lazily swishing their tails, emitting contented low moos. Was he safe? As he released his hold on the yak's belly and steadied himself on the ground, he realized he had been cradling a dairy cow. Not just this one, but all around him were dairy cows. The black and white Holsteins lounged in the grass, lazily chewing their cud, occasionally lifting their heads to gaze at the sky. Upon noticing Qin Nong's approach, they displayed no fear, instead gently licking his palm. Gentle, obedient, and blessed with the gift of milk, these were truly chosen cattle. Qin Nong rubbed his hands together in excitement, leading one of the cows toward the shelter. Moo. The dairy cow let out a reluctant moo and shook her head, seemingly unwilling to part from her companions. Qin Nong found himself at an impasse. With his current strength, carrying a cow was certainly feasible, but hauling it back to the shelter would be exhausting. He had a vehicle. Qin Nong promptly summoned the luxury presidential car. While the advanced dimensional backpack could not accommodate living creatures, the luxury presidential car could. Qin Nong counted the number of cows, a total of 80 dairy cows, including 50 male cows, 20 female cows, and 10 calves. After careful consideration, Qin Nong ultimately selected 2 male cows, 16 female cows, and 2 calves. ensuring the herd's reproduction while guaranteeing a continuous supply of milk, a multifaceted gang. However, the vehicle space became exceedingly cramped once the 20 cows were loaded, filling the air with an unmistakable scent of manure. Chin Nong covered her nose with her hand, resisting the urge to discard the cows as she drove towards the shelter, hoping that the assassins from the Crimson Alliance had enough resilience not to be reduced to mere skeletons by the ravenous locusts. After all, desperate insects would spare no flesh. "Look, isn't that Chin Nong?" they murmured, being pursued by the Crimson Alliance, yet she returns unscathed? Is she transporting dairy cows? A whole 20 of them, unharmed and bringing back such livestock resources. Truly, she is deserving of her title as the district leader of Zone 27. Chin Nong's return left the onlookers in stunned silence. Li Yi and the others, however, were accustomed to such occurrences and displayed little reaction. Upon disembarking, Chin Nong instructed Li Yi to transport the cows via the elevator to the Sky Garden, designating a specific area for their care and suggesting they simply be fed some fodder. Li Yi stifled a giggle, remarking, "Miss Chin, our garden is becoming so crowded with crops and animals that there is hardly any space left." Chin Nong replied cheerfully, "This is just the beginning. Once the shelter is upgraded, the area of the Sky Garden will undoubtedly expand." The refugees, overhearing the exchange between Chin Nong and Li Yi, felt a sense of astonishment. Initially hesitant about joining Chin Nong's shelter, they now recognized its formidable strength and deemed it a prudent choice. Despite the assassins having caused substantial casualties among the refugees, over 10,000 still survived, now fervently raising their hands and clamoring to join Chin Nong's shelter, creating a cacophony of voices. Chin Nong narrowed her eyes. Auntie Fan, noticing this, prepared to advise her. Yet, Chin Nong stepped forward and declared in a clear voice, "I categorically reject all requests to join my shelter." The crowd responded with bewildered expressions. Auntie Fan nodded in approval. Chin Nong continued, "When the assassins from the Crimson Alliance appeared, your first instinct was to flee, rather than to protect your companions. This is human nature, and I do not blame you. However, even now, not a single one of you has mentioned your comrades. Instead, you eagerly pursue your own interests. Such individuals will never be allowed to join my shelter." Chastised by Chin Nong's words, some refugees hung their heads in shame, while many others displayed disdain. In this apocalyptic world, where could one find such deep bonds of loyalty? Little did they expect that despite Chin Nong's formidable strength, her judgment could be so misguided. Chin Nong remained indifferent to their thoughts, stating clearly, "However, I am not devoid of compassion. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you are willing to become auxiliary residents of the sanctuary and work for me, after passing a series of assessments, I will consider allowing you to join the sanctuary and reside in the communal dormitory. Aunt Ban, Li Yi, I entrust this matter to you. Those willing to work for me, please write down your names. Those unwilling may leave." After giving her instructions, Chin Nong fully delegated the task to her subordinates. The refugees, witnessing this, felt a deep regret for their previous disdain towards Chin Nong. Taking the elevator, Chin Nong arrived at the Sky Garden, where 20 cows grazed leisurely in the corner, occasionally mooing. It seemed that fresh milk would soon be available. Chin Nong sighed softly. "Now we only lack cotton. It would be wonderful to find some." Suddenly, the door of the incubation room was flung open, and the black-scaled king snake darted out like an arrow, heading straight for the outdoors. "Little snake, don't run." Chin Nong's face paled. Outside the sanctuary were countless refugees, and a bite from the black-scaled king snake would spell disaster. Chin Nong chased after the snake, following it into the fields, only to discover that the land was filled with white flowers, resembling willow fluff or perhaps cotton. Curious, Chin Nong tapped the red exclamation mark in the top right corner. Wild cotton. The only difference from regular cotton is the addition of the word wild. How can it not be counted? Indeed, it was cotton. The blooming cotton plants spread out like clouds, abundantly layered and filling the branches, gently swaying in the wind, as if orchestrating a symphony of harvest. Chin Nong stood in awe. The black-scaled king snake appeared at the right moment, tilting its head towards Chin Nong, seemingly seeking praise. Chin Nong gently tapped its small head, asking curiously, "How did you know there was cotton here?" The snake's eyes spun nervously, revealing a hint of guilt. Chin Nong sighed. "I see now. You must have slipped out before and stumbled upon it, right? Well, for this time, I shall overlook it, but you must not sneak out again. There are many refugees outside the sanctuary. If they catch you for being a venomous snake, it would be quite troublesome." The black-scaled king snake appeared to understand her words, obediently coiling around Qin Nong's wrist and remaining still. Qin Nong walked to the edge of the field and plucked a cotton flower, examining it closely. Let us transplant a few to the sky garden, and have Li arrange for others to come and harvest the rest. The pristine cotton, twisted into a fine strand in her hand, brought a bright smile to Qin Nong's face. Wonderful. We have finally found cotton, and soon the sanctuary will achieve true self-sufficiency. Chapter 63. Rise and Fall, Death. Just as Qin Nong prepared to return and assign the task of cotton harvesting, Xiao Qi rushed over, breathless. Miss Qin, it's terrible. A fight has broken out outside the sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Qin Nong realized the gravity of the situation and immediately inquired about the specifics. Originally, Elder Fuqing of the Sentinel Alliance had heard that the leader had completed the production of all medicines and wished to partake in the spoils. However, given the leader's high status and authority, he dared not confront him directly and instead turned his attention to Qin Nong. Unfortunately, the shelter was teeming with refugees, and some were displeased. Thus, Fuqing resorted to violence, killing a few to establish his dominance. Fuqing? Qin Nong seethed as she uttered his name, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. With a screech, a ninth-level vehicle drifted to a halt before the shelter. Fuqing, accompanied by a band of thugs, saw Qin Nong appear and kicked a half-dead refugee aside. Furious, Qin Nong exclaimed, Elder Fuqing, these refugees are my subjects of District 27. By what right do you slaughter the innocent? Fuqing laughed heartily. In this apocalyptic world, lives are as insignificant as weeds. This garbage obstructing my path deserves to die? Qin Nong, I advise you to be sensible and hand over the medicines, or you shall not escape unscathed today. Upon hearing this, Qin Nong's eyes turned even colder. Interestingly, members of the Crimson Alliance said the very same thing to me this morning, and now you echo their words. It seems you wish to join them in demise. I anticipated your refusal, so I have brought you a little gift, Fuqing declared, snapping his fingers. With a crack, Qin Nong looked up to see a frail little girl bound to a stake atop the hill, unable to move. Above, a swarm of locusts thundered through the sky, poised to devour the girl and the plants on the hillside. The girl was none other than Panpan. Seeing her daughter in distress, Ponpon's mother fell to her knees in tears. Panpan, my daughter. Mommy. Qin Nong, save me. Panpan cried out, terrified and struggling. I don't want to be eaten by the bugs. Witnessing this scene, Qin Nong's fury ignited, and she instinctively lunged forward. Wait. Miss Qin, hold your horses. Fuqing interjected, his smile dripping with malice. If you rush in now, do not blame me for my lack of chivalry. I shall detonate the bomb. Qin Nong glared at Fuqing, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. What do you truly desire? With a wicked grin, Fuqing whistled. I want all the medicines in your possession. Without hesitation, Qin Nong replied, Very well, I shall give them to you. Li Yi hesitated, then spoke up, Miss Qin. With the plague approaching, without medicine, before human life, all else is but a facade, Qin Nong interjected, extracting the medicines from her backpack and surrendering them to Fuqing. After receiving the medicines, Fuqing grew increasingly audacious. Now I require you to kneel and bow 3 times. Li Yi, appalled by Fuqing's outrageous demands, retorted, Do not overstep your bounds. Miss Qin is not only the deputy leader of the alliance, but also the district head of 27. Her status far surpasses yours. How dare you ask for a bow? Refusing to bow is acceptable, but do not blame me for being ruthless, Fuqing warned, preparing to activate the button. In a decisive moment, Qin Nong replied, Very well. I shall bow. Ponpon's mother. Li Yi. The crowd. Qin Nong's body trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting a fleeting glimpse of anguish and struggle. Ultimately, she inhaled deeply, slowly bending her knees until they struck the gravel-laden ground with a heavy thud. This act of kneeling bore a significance weightier than mountains, yet the demeanor with which she executed it was as light as a feather. The refugees watched in astonishment, collectively rendered speechless. What was the connection between the little girl and Qin Nong? Was she truly willing to kneel before the enemy for her sake? It was rumored that the girl was merely a stranger whom Qin Nong had rescued. To exhibit such magnanimity and resolve for a mere stranger, this was the kind of leader we ought to follow. After kneeling, Qin Nong calmly regarded Fu Chun. I have fulfilled your demands. Now, it is time to release her. Fu Chun erupted into a boisterous laugh, directly shattering the activation device. Flames soared into the sky, and the explosion resonated like thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave, laden with searing fragments, swept across the hillside. Pan was hurled away by the immense force of the explosion, akin to a butterfly with broken wings plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Pain, resentment, and frustration coalesced into a tear that slipped from Qin Nong's eye. Aunt Pan, witnessing her daughter's tragic demise, had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Nong stared blankly, momentarily forgetting to think or act. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a fragment of a tattered dress and bringing it before her. Qin Nong reached out to grasp the piece, tenderly caressing it. This was the first dress she had given to Pan, adorned with a pattern of the beloved character, Mei Yang, which Pan had adored and often worn. With a decisive rip, Qin Nong tore the fabric into strips and bound them around her wrist, rising with her sword in hand. Until this moment, she had never harbored such deep-seated hatred for anyone or anything. Yet today, she had encountered it. The dragon-slaying sword slowly ascended, pointing directly at Fu Chun. Qin Nong regarded Fu Chun as one would a lifeless corpse. How do you wish to meet your end? Fu Chun produced a long-distance teleportation scroll, dismissively declaring, Qin Nong, do you truly believe I would come to negotiate without a trump card? As he prepared to activate the scroll and escape, the magic transformation scroll took effect. Before Fu Chun could react, Qin Nong preemptively activated the magic transformation scroll. In an instant, Fu Chun found himself frozen in place. As if under a spell, what is happening? Why can't I move? Release me. Qin Nong, the alliance forbids internal strife. If you harm me, the leader will not let you go. Fu Chun, today you shall die, and none shall intervene. With a fierce shout, she invoked the dragon-slaying sword. First strike, cleave the tempest. Second strike, sever the flowing waters. The dragon-slaying sword emerged from its sheath with a dragon's roar, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. A dark, greenish-black blade wind erupted, shredding the very fabric of the air. With a muffled grunt, Fu Chun lowered his gaze towards his chest. The razor-sharp energy had pierced through his torso, blood mingling with flesh as it erupted forth. Had he truly met his demise? Bang! The deceased lay on the ground, lifeless and unblinking. The band of followers who had trailed behind him trembled in fear upon witnessing this scene. Qin Nong, with a resolve as sharp as a blade, dispatched them all to the afterlife. On the hillside, the locust horde arrived as expected, voraciously devouring every blade of grass and leaf before departing, thoroughly satisfied. The crisis had been averted, yet no one present could muster a smile. Qin Nong understood that henceforth there would be no one to call her sister Qin Nong in that sweet, innocent tone. She instructed someone to collect the ashes from the hillside and inter them in the sky garden. With great effort, she suppressed her sorrow and, after giving her instructions to Li Yi, walked away slowly. She could not cry. She could not afford to weep. The burdens she bore were heavier than 1,000 pounds. If she were to collapse here, how could she save the countless suffering refugees? Li Yi, watching Qin Nong's retreating figure, bit her lip, feeling equally indignant. Damn you. Fu Chun, you deserve to be tortured 1,000 times over. Chapter 64. Following the locust plague comes the pestilence. 1,000 miles away, on a helicopter, Fuji and No. 2 observed the scene through binoculars. Fuji expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, although we vented our anger, it's a pity that Qin Nong still lives. Number 2 reassured him, Chief, do not be hasty. That girl named Pan holds great significance for Qin Nong. Now that she is gone, Qin Nong will lose her fighting spirit, and we can exploit this weakness. I have already placed people among the refugees, and once the opportunity arises, we can strike decisively. Upon hearing this, Fuji clapped his hands in laughter. Excellent. With your words, I am at ease. Number 2 gazed at Qin Nong's silhouette with growing admiration. Decisive and ruthless. Such a powerful woman is worthy of being my partner. Qin Nong, just wait, for one day, I shall possess you and make you submit beneath me. Dear survivors, good morning. I trust you are all aware that this crisis is the locust plague. This calamity will last for 15 days, after which we will face a month-long apocalyptic crisis of pestilence. In the face of the pestilence, medicine is worth more than life. Please prepare yourselves in advance. What is this? A half-month of locust plague is not enough, and now we face a pestilence? The 007 organization seems to have a peculiar sense of humor, previously concealing disasters, but now revealing 2 at once. Who's urinating yellow? Wake him up. Do you think 007 is truly benevolent? Many alliances are already aware of the pestilence. The Sentinel Alliance has even established a pharmaceutical factory. What the hell? Am I the only one kept in the dark? The hot water is too scalding for me to drink, and the hearts of people have grown too cold for me to touch. Never mind the complaints. Many survivors' shelters have already been obliterated by the typhoon, leaving them as refugees. I have heard that the number of refugees in District 109 has reached 30 million. To escape the locust plague, they have resorted to looting and pillaging shelters. Shelters are bound to the survivors, are they not? If a survivor dies, then the shelter ceases to exist as well, does it not? You have imprisoned the original owner, providing them with ample sustenance, thereby allowing you to reside in the shelter as well. Astonishingly, you managed to uncover such a clandestine matter. Slowly, I type a 6. Survivor, I thank you, for your presence has warmed the seasons. Thus, in light of this locust plague, should we be vigilant not only against the locusts but also other survivors? Indeed, the human heart is the most formidable entity. Following yesterday's battle, Qin Nong felt a profound melancholy. However, the lengthy announcement issued by 007 today urged her to emerge from her sorrow. Following the locust plague, there shall come a plague. She must gather her spirits and fortify the shelter before the plague arrives. Qin Nong summoned the 145 inhabitants of the shelter. We are all partners sharing life and death, enduring hardships together. So I will speak plainly. If we do not upgrade the shelter before the locust plague ends, it will be seized by the countless refugees outside. Little Snake exclaimed in surprise. Miss Qin, surely it cannot be that dire? They seem to hold you in great esteem. Qin Nong replied with a calm demeanor. Their respect for me stems from my strength. Had I been defeated by floating dust yesterday, do you think these people would not have fled in panic? Alliances forged in benefit are bound to dissolve in the absence of it. Qin Nong understood this principle long ago. Little Snake nodded, somewhat comprehending. Yet they would not go so far as to seize our shelter, would they? Qin Nong stated. When the plague arrives, lives will be at stake. Who will care for matters of loyalty and morality then? Moreover, I procured a considerable amount of medicine yesterday, and they have witnessed it. They will undoubtedly suspect that I have kept some for myself. The group sighed deeply, recognizing the truth in Qin Nong's words. After a moment of silence, Qin Nong issued a direct command. We currently have 3 tasks, each requiring cooperation from the refugees outside. During this time, you should closely observe those refugees who exhibit positive behavior and possess good character. Once the locust plague concludes, allow them to join the shelter. Qin Nong's proposal not only ensured the efficient completion of the tasks, but also facilitated the orderly arrangement of the refugees. It was truly ingenious. First, Taishan. You shall lead a group of refugees to the forest to gather timber, stones, and mud. Secondly, Li. You shall take a group to the cotton fields to harvest the cotton. Lastly, I need to assign someone to hunt in the forest. Although the air garden is abundant with fruits, prolonged abstinence from meat can lead to illness. I shall take on this task myself. Aunt Pan emerged from her room, resolutely standing beside Little Seven, expressing her willingness to accept this task. Qin Nong regarded Aunt Pan deeply, nodding. Very well, this task shall be entrusted to Aunt Pan. Little Snake, your responsibility is to ensure the safety of Aunt Pan and the others, for some animals can be exceedingly fierce. As the group prepared to depart, Qin Nong spent 200 black coins in the online store to purchase 10 walkie-talkies, distributing them among the team members for immediate communication should any situation arise. After everyone departed, Qin Nong found herself alone in the sky garden. The meticulously tended garden resembled a vibrant tapestry of colors. She walked to a corner and tied a piece of cloth from her wrist to a gravestone, her expression softening as she whispered, Pan, dear sister, I promise to always protect your mother, ensuring she lives out her days in happiness. The lilies of the valley blooming at the grave swayed gently, as if responding to Qin Nong's words. Struggling to hold back her tears, she remained silent. Suddenly, a commotion crackled through the intercom. Li, Miss Qin, there's trouble. A dozen large snakes have appeared in the cotton field, and we can't complete our harvesting task. Upon receiving the news, Qin Nong hurried to the cotton field, realizing Li's report was indeed true. The massive pythons coiled like chains, menacingly occupying the cotton field, seemingly guarding something. We bore no grudge against these serpents. Why would they attack us? It was perplexing, almost as if we had intruded upon their domain. Survivors murmured anxiously, and Qin Nong instructed them to step back, releasing the black-scaled king snake. The serpent gracefully slithered from her wrist to confront the snake throng, and instantly, the pythons recoiled in fear, collapsing to the ground, devoid of the courage to flee. Truly, it was the sovereign of snakes. Qin Nong, emboldened by the black-scaled king snake's imposing presence, took 2 steps forward. Yet, the pythons stirred once more, unwilling to permit the survivors to trespass into their territory. Qin Nong's pupils constricted. Her suspicions were confirmed. This cotton field harbored a secret. Chapter 65. Acquiring the precious item class change card Little Snake. Strike them down. At Qin Nong's command, the small snake advanced and released its venom. In an instant, dozens of venomous serpents fell, leaving behind a trove of resources. Snake meat 10, snake skin 10, mud 20, silver boxes 2, bronze boxes 2, blueprint for hair dryer 1, class change card fragments 2, herbs 20. The bounty was overwhelming. Qin Nong did not scrutinize the items closely, but instructed Li to clear away the snake carcasses, revealing a hidden cave. When Li saw Qin Nong's intent to venture inside alone, she immediately objected. Miss Qin, it's dangerous. Fear not. The little snake's venom can incapacitate any creature, Qin Nong insisted. Determined to enter the cave alone, Li, realizing she could do little to dissuade her, heightened her vigilance instead. As she stepped into the cave's mouth, a noxious stench assailed her senses, and the darkness enveloped her. Observing this, Qin Nong promptly produced a night pearl. Its luminescence gradually illuminated the surroundings. Hiss! A snake's hiss echoed from deep within the cave. Following the sound, Qin Nong discovered at the cave's end a gravid serpent. So that was it. No wonder the snakes had gathered. They were protecting their mother. Qin Nong surveyed the serpent queen with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, realizing with excitement that she was a level 7 entity, the most formidable being he had ever encountered. At this moment, as the serpent queen was about to give birth, she was at her most vulnerable. If he coordinated with the small serpent, they could undoubtedly strike a decisive blow, claiming the treasures she might yield. But should he act? A fierce internal struggle ensued within him, and he gradually tightened his grip on the dragon slayer blade. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Qin Nong, the serpent queen's slit pupils flashed with profound sorrow, and she gently closed her eyes. A flicker of compassion arose in Qin Nong's heart as memories of Pan Pan and Aunt Pen surfaced in his mind. Sighing deeply, he slowly released his hold on the blade. The small serpent, puzzled by Qin Nong's decision to spare the serpent queen, glanced at him with a hint of confusion. He affectionately patted the small serpent's head, musing, "It appears that I am truly not cut out to be a leader. The prey lies before me, yet I cannot bring myself to strike." With a resigned tone, he said, "Let us go, little serpent." He turned to leave. The serpent queen watched his retreating figure, her expression inexplicably flicking her tongue. Upon exiting the cave, Qin Nong felt a wave of relief wash over him, while he pointed to the 20 pounds of cotton that had already been harvested. "Miss Qin, what shall we do with these supplies?" Qin Nong instructed Li to take the others into the forest to assist Aunt Pan, choosing to remain behind alone. Double rewards. Serpent meat, 20 serpent skin, 20 mud, 40 job change card fragments, 4 herbs, 40 cotton, 40 pounds looms, 4 dyes, 10 pounds plant upgrade cards, 4 animal upgrade cards, 4 serpent whistles, 2 teleportation array, 1 vehicle repair cards, 2 universal synthesizer fragments, 4 tent blueprint, 1 among the items. Several were entirely new to Qin Nong, prompting him to click on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Job change card fragment, a precious item, exceedingly rare. 10 fragments can be combined to form 1 job change card, but only survivors with a level 7 shelter may utilize it. After all, a mountain chicken cannot aspire to be a phoenix. Plant upgrade card. Upon use, this card allows a plant to advance to the next level unconditionally. If you wish to discuss this further, I assure you I will no longer feel fatigued. Animal upgrade card. Upon use, this card allows an animal to advance to the next level unconditionally. A horse is meant to be ridden, and a person may become a spouse. Serpent whistle. When blown, even from a great distance, serpent companions can sense it and swiftly come to your side. Is it truly so difficult to admit you like me? Teleportation array. A special formation that cannot be replicated. It can be placed anywhere, most suitably within a shelter, requiring 500 black coins to activate each time. I am curious to see which fool would be willing to part with such currency. Vehicle repair card. Upon use, this card can unconditionally repair a vehicle once. If you come back later, it may very well have healed itself. Tent blueprint. Requires crafting on a high-level workbench. Each tint crafted consumes 100 grams of cotton and 2 pieces of wood. Surely, my friend, you need a prompt for such a simple item? As for the other items, he dismissed them as irrelevant. Qi Nong had been contemplating a career change for an entire month, and at last, she glimpsed a flicker of hope. With a swift motion of her eyes, she simultaneously posted a request for trade of job transfer card fragments in both the chat hall and online store. Upon the announcement of the trade, survivors across 10,000 districts were notified of this message. Wow, while we toil for survival, the elite have already begun their career transitions. By the way, what is this job transfer? Do you not understand the excitement? Synchronize with the elite's pace, and let us glide smoothly across this polished ground. Why are you able to send voice messages? The so-called job transfer involves discarding one's current professional skills in favor of adopting an entirely different vocation, as I recall a level 7 elite once elucidated. No wonder. Can I transition now at level 3? You're merely at level 3, yet to even unlock the professional skills mode, and you wish to transfer? I could just as easily punch your head off. I possess job transfer card fragments. I obtained them from defeating a toad spirit. But I'm not keen on transferring. I enjoy my current profession. That is fortuitous. You could sell them to Qi Nong. She is in dire need. Upon seeing this message, Qi Nong was about to privately message the sender, only to find it was Yang Tao. Damn it, how is it her again? She just one T fade away. Are you there, elite? I have 3 job transfer card fragments. Would you like them? Wah, elite. Your indifferent demeanor deeply wounds my tender heart. If you're not selling, I'm leaving. Sell. Elite, I wish to exchange for food. 20 pounds of peaches, 20 pounds of grapes, and 20 pounds of wheat. Wah, could you possibly add a bit more? 20 pounds of peaches and 20 pounds of grapes. Why is it decreasing? 20 pounds of peaches. Please don't reduce it. I want 20 pounds of peaches, 20 pounds of grapes, and 20 pounds of wheat. Boo-hoo, you only bully me. At that moment, Qi Nong had already reached the shelter and arranged for fruits and vegetables to be harvested. Finalizing the trade with Yang Tao, 3 job transfer card fragments were first doubled to yield 6, combined with the 4 fragments she had previously opened from a box. All set. Ding. Detected that you have collected 10 job transfer card fragments. Would you like to merge them? Merge. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 job transfer card. You have only 1 chance to transfer. Please choose wisely. A shelter must reach level 7 to utilize the job transfer card. Qi Nong was not in a rush and decided to keep the card safe. Unexpectedly, Yang Tao sent another message. Elite, I also have universal synthesizer fragments. Would you like them? Qi Nong was taken aback. This time, it was her turn to be astonished. How could this whiny creature, Yang Tao, possess so many rare items? Could it be that she is indeed the legendary embodiment of luck? Contemplating this, Qi Nong set aside her disdain for Yang Tao. Fortune, after all, is a form of strength. Qi Nong, how many fragments do you possess? Yang Tao, merely 1. Qi Nong, what would you like to trade for it? Yang Tao, I desire your level 9 vehicle, the luxurious presidential car. Qi Nong, farewell. Yang Tao, wait. I was merely jesting. Qi Nong, that jest lacks humor. I shall offer you 20 pounds of snake meat and 20 pounds of watermelon. Yang Tao, could I also request 50 pieces of black gold? I wish to gather enough to purchase a potion of magic. Qi Nong, a potion of magic? I have one. Yang Tao, splendid. Qi Nong, present something for exchange. Yang Tao, I knew it. Can I trade for it with an anti-inflammatory medicine? Qi Nong, agreed. With the transaction concluded, Qi Nong executed a double replication, acquiring 20 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine and 2 fragments of the universal synthesizer. Beep. Detected that you have collected 11 fragments of the universal synthesizer. Would you like to merge them? Merge. Beep. Congratulations, you have obtained the universal synthesizer 1, not usable on living beings. Detected that you still possess 1 fragment. Would you like to sell it? Let us list it on the online store. Meanwhile, Yang Tao joyfully received her traded items, only to glance back and find Qi Nong listing 1 fragment of the universal synthesizer online, perplexed. Yang Tao, esteemed one, why are you selling what I gave you? Qi Nong, mind your own business. Yang Tao, how fierce. Woe is me. Qi Nong paid little mind to her, preoccupied with testing the efficacy of the universal synthesizer. The universal synthesizer hovered quietly in the center of the room, appearing to be crafted from ancient mithril, surrounded by mysterious runes that shimmered with an unusual glow. "Oh, I have precisely 2 luminous pearls. Let us see what effect they produce." As the luminous pearls entered the device, the universal synthesizer immediately emitted a dazzling radiance. The light swirled, intertwined, and eventually melted into a resplendent pearl. Qin Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Lunar Pearl, a pure and bright orb that illuminates both inside and out, casting light akin to a crystal palace. A treasure of the moonlit night, a radiant vessel, capable of dispelling all darkness. You thought I could only tell jokes, did you? Indeed, it works. Qin Nong felt a small thrill of excitement. At that moment, a notification from the online store chimed in. The fragment of the universal synthesizer sold for 60 pieces of black gold, purchased by a survivor named Agreen. Agreen? ISNT she that wandering merchant of magic? Qin Nong recalled Agreen's penchant for the peculiar. Her purchase of the synthesizer fragment was likely driven by curiosity, prompting Qin Nong to dismiss it lightly. After receiving the 60 pieces of black gold, Qin Nong placed the teleportation array in her bedroom. According to system prompts, users could teleport to any location, provided that destination also possessed a teleportation array. Indeed, it was somewhat impractical. After all, teleportation arrays are indeed rare. However, having one is certainly better than none. Once the trivial matters were resolved, Qin Nong handed over 20 snake skins, 1 tent blueprint, 1,000 pieces of wood, 36 pounds of cotton for weaving machines, and 10 pounds of dye to Xiao Qi, instructing her to craft tents and soft armor from the snake skins. Given the varying strengths of the companions within the shelter, soft armor was essential for protection. Furthermore, the homeless outside the shelter had nowhere to go. A tent would provide them with shelter from the elements. Just as Qin Nong finished her instructions, a desperate cry for help erupted from the intercom. "Miss Qin, it's bad. We encountered locusts in the forest." "Locusts?" Startled, Qin Nong sprang to her feet and immediately summoned her vehicle. "Send me your location. I'm on my way. Soon." A location was transmitted through the intercom. Without hesitation, she consumed 2 units of gasoline and activated the instant teleportation function. A swarm of locusts descended upon them like a black tide, sending chills down the spine. By the time Qin Nong arrived in the forest, the verdant foliage had been devoured by the locusts, and the piles of white bones on the ground bore testament to the locusts' bloodlust as they consumed humans. "Ah, help. I don't want to die. So many insects. Miss Li, please save us. Why would locusts attack humans?" The sharp mandibles of the locusts resembled daggers, piercing the flesh of the refugees. In a frantic struggle, they waved their arms, yet they could not fend off the relentless waves of locusts. After disembarking, Qin Nong promptly activated the weapon equipment function, a flamethrower. With a hiss, the orange flames erupted like a dragon, incinerating the swarming insects into charred remains. The explosive sounds intertwined with the locusts' anguished buzzing as the dense swarm fell to the ground like rain, silenced. The surviving seekers looked at the ground covered in insect carcasses, revealing smiles of relief at having escaped death. Were they saved? Just as Qin Nong began to breathe a sigh of relief, a more piercing buzz approached. Up in the sky, another swarm of locusts flapped their wings, recklessly charging towards the humans, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. More of them. Qin Nong tossed the adamantine axe to Li Yi and drew her dragon slayer's sword, hacking at the locusts surrounding them to mere fragments. While fighting, Li Yi inquired, "Miss Qin, can that flamethrower still be used?" Qin Nong replied hastily, "No, the weapon equipment function has a cooldown period and cannot be used for now." Li Yi lamented, "Are we to let these insects rampage without restraint?" The sheer number of locusts forced Qin Nong and Li Yi to exert all their strength, merely managing to protect those around them. "Damn, what should we do?" At that moment, 2 massive mountain eagles soared from the edge of the sky, unleashing the skill, Wolf King's roar. The earth-shattering growl reverberated like thunder rolling across the plains, transforming into a piercing scream that tore through the clouds. The locusts, deterred, hovered collectively in midair. The once orderly formation of the swarm disintegrated into a chaotic vortex, large clusters suspended motionless in the sky. Qin Nong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the fearsome roar of the great and lesser eagles could indeed restrain the locust army. Overjoyed, she immediately instructed Li Yi to arrange for the refugees to board the vehicle. However, while transporting the injured, a predicament arose. The luxurious presidential vehicle could only accommodate 20 individuals, yet the number of survivors present far exceeded that. Moreover, the wounded, unable to stand or sit, could only be laid horizontally, further diminishing the available space. Li Yi decisively lifted the injured onto the vehicle and stepped back with the other survivors. Qin Nong grasped Li Yi's hand, urgency lacing her voice. "It's dangerous here. Come with me." Yet, Li Yi gently shook her head, releasing Qin Nong's grip. "Qin Nong, if it weren't for you, I would have perished at the hands of Tungjing long ago. I am grateful to have accompanied you this far and find contentment in it. Please take good care of Shaoqi for me." Qin Nong's eyes widened. Unwilling to relent, "I won't allow you to die. We must leave together." However, Li Yi resolutely shut the vehicle door, a look of serene acceptance gracing her features. "Do not worry, Qin Nong, I will catch up with you." The intimidation skills of the great and lesser eagles lasted only a fleeting moment. The stunned locusts, regaining their senses, began to stir restlessly, poised to swarm towards Li Yi and the others. Qin Nong's heart raced. Having already lost Pampan, she could not bear to lose Li Yi as well. With determination, she seized the hand of an injured individual and placed it on the steering wheel. "I have entered the shelter's address. This vehicle will take you back to safety." The injured man, bewildered, protested. "But, Qin Nong, my thigh is still bleeding." With a swift motion, Qin Nong delivered a sharp slap to his face. "Your thigh may be bleeding, but your mind isn't short-circuited. If you continue to complain, I will leave you behind." She secured the injured man with a seatbelt and unhesitatingly exited the vehicle. Like an arrow released from a bow, the transport sped away with the wounded. Li Yi gazed at Qin Nong, momentarily stunned. "Qin Nong, you." Qin Nong patted Li Yi's shoulder reassuringly. "We agreed to share both fortune and misfortune. I will never abandon you. Besides, as long as I'm here today, no one is permitted to die." Animal upgrade cards. Qin Nong retrieved 2 animal upgrade cards from her backpack and tossed them into the air. The great and lesser eagles, hovering aloft, were instantly enveloped in a golden radiance. Not enough. Not enough. She consumed 4 more animal upgrade cards in one breath. Level 4. Level 5. From the depths of the heavens, the wings of the 2 mountain eagles unfurled like clouds, their bronze feathers shimmering with golden light. They raised their heads and issued a cry that shattered the clouds. The swirling winds around them whipping up sand and gravel, coalescing in midair into a massive blade of wind. With a thunderous cry, that Sung Wan's soared. As if a thunderclap had struck, the rocks within 100 zhang radius shattered with a thunderous crack, and the entire sky was painted an eerie shade of crimson purple. Countless bolts of lightning, each as thick as a thumb, crashed down, transforming into a bizarre, colorful vortex. As wings unfurled, ethereal images of mountains and rivers emerged, appearing and disappearing behind. The once ordinary eagle had awakened the ancient bloodline of the celestial phoenix. Qin Nong smiled with satisfaction and let out a whistle. The great eagle and the small one emitted a resounding Wolf King's roar. The roar echoed once more, exerting immense pressure, unlike any other. Under this overwhelming force, countless locusts fell to the ground, trembling in fear. They were safe. Qin Nong rallied the 939 survivors, calling out, "Let us unite and trample these insects." With a resounding yes, the crowd surged forward. Snap! At the moment the locust army was crushed, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Ding dong! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 50 prestige points. Ding dong! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 100 prestige points. Ding dong! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for earning 140 prestige points. When immense power and fearless courage are combined, the weaker ones cannot help but feel a sense of reverence. As of now, Qin Nong had accumulated 550 prestige points. Previously, 007 had mentioned that the higher the prestige points, the greater the probability of obtaining high-quality treasures during wilderness expeditions or box openings. Recently, Qin Nong had indeed noticed a significantly increased chance of finding treasure chests, likely due to the influence of prestige points. Suddenly, Li Yi gasped, "Miss Qin, look." Curious, Qin Nong turned to see at the center of the locust swarm a massive, entirely black locust. Its wings bore jagged spikes along the edges, and each slight flap produced a chilling rustle, exuding a cold malice. Is it the insect queen? Uncertain, Qin Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Locust Queen, the mate of the insect king. Any survivor who slays her will be hunted down by the insect king to the ends of the earth. Dare to confront the dead thing head-on, and I shall strike with a single blow. Indeed, this locust queen was the true mastermind behind the locust uprising. Everyone read the alert. To kill or not to kill? The crowd was momentarily indecisive. After a brief silence, Qin Nong raised the dragon-slaying blade and struck down the locust queen with a single blow. Li Yi expressed her concern. Miss Qin, this. Qin Nong replied calmly. We have already slain so many locusts. A grudge has been formed. Once the locust queen returns to her nest, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. Rather than wait for that, it is better to send her on her way now. As for the insect king, if it dares to come, I shall not let it escape either. Soybean seeds 30, corn seeds 15, sorghum seeds 2, rice seeds 20, oat seeds 9, jujube seeds 5. It appears that the locust queen has indeed indulged herself. As the spoils are all agricultural produce, Qin Nong gathered all the seeds into his backpack, intending to return to the shelter to double the yield before handing them over to Li Yi for cultivation. At this moment, the majestic eagle and its smaller counterpart landed gracefully, crawling up to Qin Nong's feet and nuzzling his hand with their heads. Qin Nong stroked their feathers, noticing that the two little creatures had grown considerably since their last encounter. Perfectly timed, Qin Nong and Li Yi collaborated seamlessly, allowing the woman and children to sit upon the eagle's back, while he and the other survivors walked back to the shelter. The group departed in a grand procession. In a corner unnoticed by most, a diminutive locust emerged from beneath a withered leaf, fluttering unsteadily to the locust queen's side, confirming her demise. It quietly took flight once more. Mr. Fuji, please believe us. Qin Nong is indeed our nemesis. Both of my former lovers met their end at his hands. Such a profound enmity cannot go unavenged. I implore you, Mr. Fuji, lend me your support. Within the Blood Alliance, Xia and Jiang Sisi knelt before Fuji, tears streaming down their faces like rain on pear blossoms. Yet, the seasoned Fuji remained unmoved by their sorrow. Understanding the unspoken message, Number 2 smiled faintly and said, We are aware of your plight. However, the locust plague is advancing swiftly. Should we encounter the horde while seeking vengeance, we too would meet a grim fate. This was a clear refusal. Xia and Jiang Sisi exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness washing over them. As citizens of District 27, they found themselves at odds with Qin Nong, the district's leader, now becoming pariahs, reviled by all. Desperate, they turned to the Blood Alliance, only to discover their reluctance to accept them. With a sudden glimmer in her eyes, Xia began to unfasten her garments without warning. Jiang Sisi paused momentarily, but quickly followed suit, shedding her clothing. Their graceful forms were revealed, instantly capturing Fuji's attention. Ah, such beauty should not be wasted. Number 2. Please escort these ladies below and treat them well. Tonight, I wish to engage in intimate conversation with them. Fuji leered, an insatiable grin spreading across his face. Xia and Jiang Sisi closed their eyes. In these chaotic times, their only recourse lay in their own bodies. Yet, for the sake of revenge, they felt they had nothing left to lose. Chapter 68. Encountering the Titan Python deep within the city, at the world's end, a resplendent palace stood silently. Someone leaned against the gilded columns, their hair as dark as a raven's wing, skin as cool as jade. With a slight pressing of their lips, an air of aloofness lingered. With every gesture, the bronze bells adorning their wrists chimed with an ethereal sound. This individual was none other than the district leader of Area 1, the leader of the Have-You-Scented Alliance, and the sovereign of the kingdom, Xinyu. Hearing unusual sounds behind her, Xinyu did not turn around but softly inquired, What is it? Have you uncovered the truth? The shadow guard respectfully clasped his fists and knelt, responding, Indeed, we have ascertained that Elder Fu Chun was instigated by the Blood Alliance to act against Miss Qin. Upon hearing this, Xinyu's brow furrowed slightly, to drive away wolves and chase tigers, observing from afar. Can that fool Teng Jing devise such a comprehensive scheme? The shadow guard elaborated. It is rumored that a merchant from Huaxia has allied himself with Teng Jing and has been appointed as his second strategist. These plans likely originate from him. Each word regarding the Huaxia merchant's allegiance to Teng Jing ignited a tempest of fury within Xinyu. Very well. He dares to strike at my people. I shall ensure his demise is complete and utter. Dispatch orders, within 3 days. I want Teng Jing and his second strategist to turn against each other, leaving either dead or grievously injured. Furthermore, strip Elder Fu Chun of his responsibilities, and prohibit any memorial services. Let it be known that the Alliance shall no longer recognize his existence. Today marked the third day of the Locust Plague. After the crisis of the previous day, Qin Nong advised everyone to refrain from venturing outside to avoid casualties. At that moment, she was inside the shelter, inventorying supplies. 2 piglets, 5 sheep, 4 pigeons, 9 hens, and 500 pieces of wood were the total gains from the previous day. Qin Nong doubled the amount of wood and placed it into her backpack. But she found herself in a quandary regarding the handling of the remaining live animals. Li Yi had already indicated that the space in the sky garden was insufficient. The 200 square meter sky garden had been fully utilized, with crops of cabbage, soybeans, eggplants, roses, pumpkins, celery, rice, zucchinis, watermelons, pineapples, grapes, peaches, leeks, sugarcane, soybeans, corn, sorghum, rice, oats, red dates, and cotton flourishing on the ground. The pond housed crucian carp, kelp, shrimp, shellfish, and mayfly organisms, and there were even 20 dairy cows in the corner. Not only was the sky garden cramped, but the dormitory space was also inadequate. After a period of observation, Li Yi decided to retain all companions who had shared joys and sorrows, as those who feared death had long fled. Those remaining genuinely wished to join the shelter. With 855 survivors, plus 145 original inhabitants, the total reached 5,000. Such a colossal number could not be accommodated within a mere 500 square meter villa. After much deliberation, Qin Nong resolved to temporarily house the cows, piglets, sheep, pigeons, and hens outside the shelter until an upgrade could be arranged. Attention! Attention! The temple survival instance has been activated. This instance will last for 1 day. Upon completion of this instance, all surviving participants will bypass the Locust Plague and directly enter the next crisis. Survivors wishing to participate in the instance are encouraged to sign up. In just a few sentences, the innate suspicion within me was stirred. Why do my esteemed colleagues remain silent? To skip the Locust Plague and proceed directly to the next crisis? Is the power of this temple survival instance truly so formidable? Though I am unfamiliar with the specifics of the temple survival dungeon, I have dabbled in the game Temple Run, which I have yet to complete. Heed the counsel of those who have ventured before. Do not partake. Indeed, the greater the reward, the higher the mortality rate, should 100,000 brave the challenge. How can one ensure they are among the mere 100 who survive? Regardless of whether they are human or beast, I am determined to proceed. I wish you safe travels, and I shall burn additional offerings in your honor. A jest shared without malice, truly a man of valor. I concur. A former acquaintance of mine participated in the Abyss survival dungeon and perished without even a complete body to recover. Thus, I have vowed never to engage in any dungeon again. I too harbor doubts about this 007. It hardly appears benevolent. Nor has it ever granted us the privilege of evading peril. You speak wisely. There must indeed be a sinister plot lurking behind this dungeon. Qin Nong's restless heart gradually calmed under the counsel of her companions. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more precious the catch. Yet is that catch so easily ensnared? Even her friends discerned the underlying conspiracy of the temple survival dungeon. Must she be so obstinate as to test fate? Gazing at the 2 buttons on her screen, participate and decline, she resisted temptation and pressed decline. Qin Nong exhaled slowly, resolving to focus on upgrading her shelter instead of entertaining these dubious pursuits for the time being. Just as she intended to venture out for resource gathering, the Alliance token emitted a series of urgent beeps. Glancing down, she saw a message from Iron Hand. Qin Nong. What is it, Brother Iron Hand? Iron Hand. Miss Qin. Trouble brews. Several guardians of the Alliance have inexplicably vanished. Qin Nong. The disappearance of guardians is no trivial matter. As the vice leader of the Have You Sent It Alliance, I bear a responsibility. Qin Nong promptly instructed Iron Hand to send her their location, preparing to depart immediately. Whoosh. Upon arriving at the scene in her luxury presidential car, Qin Nong instantly recognized Iron Hand's camper. She approached swiftly. Brother Iron Hand, what has transpired? Iron Hand wore a troubled expression. Miss Qin, this tale is lengthy. You may find yourself angered by my account, yet I must relay it, for it concerns you. Qin Nong, if you do not speak soon, I assure you my anger will be kindled. With a sigh, Iron Hand recounted the events. The missing guardians had shared a close relationship with Fu Chun. Upon learning of Fu Chen's demise at Qin Nong's hands, they recklessly charged towards her shelter, seeking vengeance. Alas, They miscalculated their coordinates and inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the Titan Python, and their fates now hang in the balance. After absorbing the entire narrative, Qin Nong responded, "First, I am not He, I am Chu Yuxian. Second, you traversed such a distance to summon me merely to rescue my enemy?" In that moment, she felt a strong inclination to abandon the matter entirely, yet this situation was inextricably linked to her. "Where is the lair of the Titan Python?" Qin Nong inquired. Iron Hand pointed towards the nearby damp and sticky cave, stating, "It lies just ahead. The situation inside is quite intricate. I have already informed the leader, who will arrive in 5 minutes. Let us wait a moment." Qin Nong waved dismissively. "If we linger any longer, those fools won't even retrieve a complete corpse. I shall scout the way ahead." "Hey, Miss Qin." Iron Hand reached out to stop her, but Qin Nong boldly entered the cave. Chapter 69. Chance encounter at the Level 7 Sanctuary. The winding passage resembled a convoluted maze, utilizing the Moonlight Pearl as her light source. Qin Nong traversed the labyrinth for quite some time. Upon stepping out of the corridor, her vision transformed dramatically. Before her stood a vast structure, long abandoned for years, quietly looming. With a gentle push, Qin Nong opened the iron door, which emitted a painfully grating sound as it crashed to the ground. The ornate carvings on the door had been worn smooth by the passage of time. The stone path in the courtyard was riddled with cracks from the relentless rain. The weeds growing on the walls seemed to proclaim that this place had been forgotten by time. Strangely, Iron Hand had mentioned that this was an underground snake den, yet it had transformed into an ancient edifice. A red exclamation mark floated in the upper right corner of the ancient building, seemingly indicating something significant. Qin Nong tapped on the red exclamation mark. Ruin Manor, Level 7 Sanctuary, can be used only after repairs. The materials required are merely half of what is needed to upgrade to a Level 7 Sanctuary: 2,500 wood, 500 stone, 250 mud, 250 bricks, 25 bags of sea sand, and 75 pounds of black gold. They threw mud at me, and I used the mud to repair the sanctuary. A Level 7 Sanctuary? A manor? Qin Nong was astonished to discover that the ancient building she had stumbled upon held such great significance. However, she was more curious about why this manor had been abandoned. It was understood that once a survivor perished, their sanctuary would vanish along with them. Yet this manor had somehow endured. Could it be that the survivors had forsaken it willingly? Ha ha ha, a dog does not want it, but I do. Qin Nong rubbed her hands together with excitement. This manor is on the outskirts of District 27. Technically within my territorial range, and it is hidden deep within the mountains, extremely secluded. Should my sanctuary ever face annihilation, this manor would serve as a retreat. Feeling quite pleased with herself, Qin Nong took out her walkie-talkie to share this good news with Li Yi when suddenly an arrow shot forth. Whoosh! It pierced through the walkie-talkie, pinning it to the wall. Qin Nong looked up to see 6 men in black, armed with bows and arrows, emerging from the shadows. Narrowing her eyes, she said, "You are the missing guardians." The enemy smirked slightly. "What fools! Hearing we were trapped in a snake den, you actually came to rescue us. TSK, such gallant courage. Qin Nong, you truly move us." Furious, Qin Nong retorted, "Is this all a trap set by you?" The enemy chuckled derisively. "Indeed. There is no Titan Python here, nor any underground snake den. We intentionally spread false information to lure you into our web of deceit. Intricately designed. But something felt amiss. They have someone backing them." Qin Nong questioned sharply, "Who is the person behind you?" As soon as the words left her lips, a great laugh echoed through the air. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man clad in a cloak, his face marred by scars. Within his sunken eye socket rested a metallic prosthetic eye, its gears whirring as the crimson pupil mechanically focused, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. He seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered him before. The man caressed his prosthetic eye and sneered. "What's the matter? Has Miss Qin forgotten me? I am the strategist number 2 of Fuji." "You are number 2? Qin Nong exclaimed, but I recall number 2 traced the edge of his eye socket, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Indeed, I lost one eye, so I must appear different in your memory. To speak of it, all of this is thanks to you. It turns out that rumors have been swirling around the Crimson Alliance recently, suggesting that number 2 seeks to usurp Fuji." Upon hearing the rumors, Fuji prepared to take action against number 2. Although number 2 was prepared and narrowly escaped, he lost his right eye during a struggle with Fuji, becoming disabled as a result. The fury etched on number 2's face, combined with the scars adorning it, rendered him even more terrifying. Qin Nong scoffed. You Crimson Alliance are merely dogs biting each other. Why should I bear the brunt of this? The rumors were incited by you. Naturally, I will hold you accountable for this. There is no point in further discussion, Qin Nong. Have you not longed to ascend to the 7th level of the shelter? This estate is the grave I have meticulously chosen. Go to your death. 6 guards raised their arrows, aiming at Qin Nong. Buzz. At the moment the bowstrings relaxed. Qin Nong exerted force with her toes, propelling herself into the air. The corners of her garments slicing through the air like sharp blades as the dragon-slaying saber was drawn. One strike severed the tempest. A second strike cut through the flowing waters. The dragon-slaying saber, amidst the astonished gazes of her adversaries, traced a chilling arc. The guards, facing the blade now so close, hastily knocked their arrows, but it was already too late. With a agility bonus of 23, Qin Nong moved like lightning. Amidst a flurry of phantoms, her opponents could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the cold glint. In the next moment, that glint had severed their throats. Warm blood gushed forth, and Qin Nong wiped the splatters from her face, sheathing her blade, raising her gaze to the front. The 6 guards were dead, but number 2 still stood. Applause echoed as number 2 laughed heartily. Well done, well done. Truly, you are a formidable thorn in Fuji's side. Miss Qin, in the past, we were each other's enemies, swords drawn against one another. Now that I have supplanted Fuji as the new leader of the Crimson Alliance, if you submit, I shall spare your life. Qin Nong replied indifferently. So, I should thank you for that? Number 2, with confidence, stated, to be honest, these 6 worthless wretches have long harbored intentions to kill you. It took considerable effort to gather them together, now that the enemies are dead. Shall we shake hands and make peace? Qin Nong lowered her gaze, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the dragon-slaying saber. The blade gleamed like a mirror, illuminating the murderous intent in Qin Nong's eyes. You may be unaware that my sword-drawing technique comprises 5 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, pinnacle, and perfection. What I just demonstrated was merely the first 2 levels. In truth, my swordsmanship has already reached its zenith. With 3 swift strikes, I shall vanquish the dragon. Qin Nong soared into the air, her blade enveloped in a tempestuous wind. With a deft flick of her wrist, she executed a diagonal slash, severing the right arm of her opponent, number 2. The sharp crack of bone echoed as the severed limb fell, accompanied by the unexpected drop of a peculiar pouch. Qin Nong, quick as lightning, seized the opportunity. The spoils included 200 black gold coins and a blueprint for a manor. Excellent wares, they are now mine. After duplicating the black gold coins, she stowed them away in her satchel, preparing to send number 2 on his final journey. Do you have any last words? Qin Nong asked as she towered over him. Clutching his severed arm, number 2 managed a grim smile. Qin Nong, you are formidable. I shall remember you. Such superfluous words. Qin Nong frowned, ready to strike. Suddenly, number 2 tore apart a long-distance teleportation scroll and vanished in an instant, declaring, Qin Nong, I will repay this injury tenfold. You are still whole, and I could easily slay you. Now that you have lost an arm, should I still fear you? Qin Nong scoffed and sheathed her sword. Chapter 70. The 7th Level Thorn King. The moment Qin Nong departed from the abandoned manor, she was unexpectedly embraced. The warmth of the embrace was so intense that she momentarily forgot to break free. Xinyu, he murmured deeply, I almost thought I would never see you again. I was so worried, so worried. A cough from Iron Hand abruptly interrupted the moment. Realizing who had embraced her, Qin Nong quickly stepped back, recognizing it was Xinyu. He wore his signature stag mask, his disheveled black hair haphazardly tied back, his clothes wrinkled as if he had hurriedly come just to see her. Leader? Qin Nong exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you here? Iron Hand explained. The leader arrived yesterday and intended to enter immediately, but found the entrance sealed with restrictions. We waited outside for an entire day. Feeling somewhat ashamed, Qin Nong replied, Thank you, leader. She had been so focused on vanquishing foes that she had forgotten there were those outside who cared for her. Xinyu gently shook his head, his voice hoarse. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. I have thoroughly investigated this matter. The Blood Alliance's transgressions against you shall not go unpunished. Qin Nong felt reassured. Thank you, leader, and thank you, Brother Iron Hand. How about we head to my sanctuary for a meal? Iron Hand appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing at Xinyu. After a moment's contemplation, Xinyu nodded, very well. Qin Nong smiled brightly, summoning her, luxurious presidential car, and utilizing the instant teleportation feature. Returning home in the blink of an eye. The moment she brought her guests home, everyone was taken aback. Their astonishment only deepened when they recognized that the guest Qin Nong had brought back was the district chief of Zone 1, Shun Yu. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for acquiring 5 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for obtaining 10 prestige points. Qin Nong, taken aback, realized that the guest she brought back had inadvertently enhanced her own reputation. While secretly pleased, she felt a bit speechless. Upon seeing Shun Yu, who exuded an imposing aura, Li Yi astutely guessed that he was an important guest and approached with keen insight, inquiring, "Miss Qin, how would you like to arrange lunch?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nong responded, "Leader, Brother Taizo, the sky garden on the 3rd floor of the villa is abundant with fruits and vegetables. How about we enjoy an outdoor barbecue for lunch?" This suggestion was both novel and intriguing. Shin Yu and Taizo did not hesitate to agree. Qin Nong nodded at Li Yi. "Please make the arrangements." During the time, Li Yi went to prepare the ingredients. Qin Nong intended to take Taizo and Shin Yu on a tour of the villa. However, Taizo appeared hesitant. He hesitated before speaking. Miss Qin, the leader and I have been waiting for you outside for a day and a night without changing our clothes." Qin Nong was momentarily stunned, and upon comprehension, her face flushed bright red. "I'm so sorry. You two should rest first. There are bathrooms in the single apartments on the 1st floor. If you need anything, just let me know." Oh no, how mortifying. Qin Nong hurriedly left the scene of her embarrassment and soon arrived outside the shelter. At that moment, outside the shelter, the large and small sculptures soared through the sky, their sharp eyes scanning for enemies within a 10-mile radius. The sentinels in the watchtower remained vigilant and unyielding. The teams venturing out to gather supplies were orderly and efficient. Everything was in perfect order, save for the blood thorns. The 4 blood thorns languidly entwined around the pillars, motionless, resembling mere decorative vines at first glance. Reflecting on how the blood thorns had once aided Qin Nong in guarding her home and erasing evidence, she felt a pang of guilt at their current state. She took out 4 plan upgrade cards. Blood thorns, upgrade. Suddenly, the blood thorns, coiled around the pillars, began to tremble. Their dark red branches swelled at a visible rate, golden patterns appearing on their surfaces, subtly interspersed with arcs of electricity, emanating a heart-pounding pressure. Crackle, crackle. At that moment, the blood thorns transformed from ordinary vines into an ancient plant, level 7 Thorn King. Qin Nong's eyes widened in disbelief as she gently touched the leaves of the Thorn King. The Thorn King cautiously reined in its lightning, affectionately rubbing against Qin Nong's palm. A soft smile graced her lips as she clicked on the exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Thorn King, level 7 plant, innate skill, thunderous flash. It is no longer limited to absorbing blood nourishment. Wherever its roots touch, sunlight, dew, and soil will become its sustenance. I have General Pan Foam, who can slay Huaxiong. Excellent. The large and small sculptures awakened the ancient bloodline of the Tsangwan, and the blood thorns further evolved into the Thorn King. The strength of the shelter was growing increasingly formidable, and Qin Nong felt genuine joy from the depths of her heart. After the Thorn King leveled up, it cast aside its previous lethargy, standing tall and proud, exuding an extraordinary aura. Qin Nong was just about to test its thunderous strike when Li Yi informed her that the ingredients were ready. With no other option, Qin Nong had to proceed to the dining area. As she approached the water's edge, the surface shimmered with delicate silver scales, and Shin Yu emerged from the pool. Droplets cascading down her neck and pooling in the hollow of her collarbone, prompting Qin Nong to steal a few lingering glances. With deep brow bones, a prominent nose, and long, curling lashes, Shin Yu embodied an alluring yet perilous charm, akin to a deity awakening from the depths of the ocean. This was the first time Qin Nong had seen Shin Yu without her mask, unrestrained and captivating. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about her. When Shin Yu returned to her senses, she discovered Qin Nong standing right behind her, leaving no time to don her mask. Qin Nong leaned closer, scrutinizing her for a few moments. "Shin Yu, have we met before?" Shin Yu replied with calm composure. "Indeed, we have." Qin Nong shook her head. "No? I mean much earlier. Your resemblance to a young boy I once saved is striking." Shin Yu's heart raced, a sense of tension washing over her as if a secret were about to be unveiled. Qin Nong gently traced Shin Yu's brow and lamented. "If it weren't for the age difference, I would almost believe you two were the same person." The boy she saved from the goblin lair was merely 14 or 15, while Xunyu was already 20. Regardless of their striking resemblance, they could not be one and the same. Xunyu chuckled softly. It seems I share a bond with Miss Qin, leading you to mistake me for someone else. Qin Nong felt her cheeks warm. In that moment, the atmosphere by the pool turned decidedly intimate. Miss Qin, Li Yi suddenly interjected. Qin Nong quickly distanced herself from Xunyu, feigning composure. What is it? Li Yi's gaze traversed between Xunyu and Qin Nong, a sly smile on her lips. Lunch is ready. We can begin. The warmth enveloped them, the aroma of fruits wafting through the air. Laughter echoed from the outdoor barbecue in the garden, where the grill emitted fragrant smoke, and tender chunks of beef sizzled over the coals, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Glasses were raised in jubilant toasts, and merriment reigned supreme. In Chapter 71, titled Temple Survival, the entire team faced obliteration. Qin Nong took the initiative to introduce the elite members of the shelter: Xiao Qi, Xiao Shi, Taishan, Aunt Pan, and Li Yi. These 5 survivors were her staunch allies. Xunyu nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Xiao Shi suggested a display of archery skills for entertainment. An announcement from 007 rang through the chat hall. Ding! The temple survival instance has concluded after 1 day. I shall now announce the results. A total of 500,000 survivors participated in this instance, with 491,837 fatalities. Those who have survived will receive a natural disaster exemption card, which allows them to bypass this crisis and advance to the next one. In the upcoming instance of Northern Survival, the number of survivors who have found the key currently stands at 509,816. Upon reaching a total of 1 million, the instance will be unlocked directly. Attention! The announcement board has been updated. All concluded instances awaiting activation can now be checked for corresponding information. Goodness, that startled me. In this instance of temple survival, I nearly didn't make it back. My dear friend, please enlighten me. What is the reason for such a high mortality rate in this instance? Oh, I cannot begin to explain. As soon as I entered the instance, I was subjected to a free fall via parachute and nearly landed right into the mouth of a gorilla. I was so frightened that I lost my footing, and the gorilla came thundering after me while I dashed away. At 500 meters, I acquired a sparrow. At 1,000 meters, my steed, the sparrow, evolved into a swallow. As the distance increased, my mount continued to upgrade, yet that gorilla relentlessly pursued me like a persistent shadow. A moment's inattention could lead to its jaws, which explains the demise of so many survivors. It seems the individuals upstairs nearly met their end. I, the cockroach overlord, am done. No more. I, the shark pepper, am finished. Enough is enough. I, the scorpion lili, am out. What a sudden fright. It has thrown my back out. Why is the formation upstairs so orderly? This instance is exceedingly perilous, and I am grateful I didn't dare sign up out of fear for my life. Are you serious about taking a step back? Indeed, I am. Following the lead upstairs, one may find oneself starving for 3 days. In this society, my boss is ruthless yet speaks softly. Qin Nong glanced at the chat records of everyone and opened the announcement section, discovering a series of instance details, including those she had participated in and those she had not. Instance name: Temple Survival. Instance type: Desperate Escape. Instance schedule: Concluded. Instance duration: 1 day. Instance difficulty: 4 stars. Advancement method: Sparrow, level 1. Swallow, level 2. Eagle, level 3. Golden Eagle, level 4. Bifeng Beast, level 5. Nine-Headed Bird, level 6. Golden Wing Rock, level 7. Ancient Songwan, level 8. Divine Phoenix, level 9. Instance evaluation: Very difficult. I have no desire to participate, but 007 affectionately called me baby. Instance name: Highway Survival. Instance type: Elimination Selection. Instance schedule: Concluded. Instance duration: 3 days. Instance difficulty: 2 stars. Advancement method: Toy car, level 1. Skateboard, level 2. Bicycle, level 3. Electric tricycle, level 4. Motorcycle, level 5. Van, level 6. Truck, level 7. RV, level 8. Luxury presidential car, level 9. Instance evaluation: A novice instance. Not even a dog would attend. But one must go. For such a trivial instance, being able to return with a vehicle is a must. Instance name: Abyss Survival. Instance type: Intraspecies Combat Competition. Instance schedule: Concluded. Instance duration: 5 days. Instance difficulty: 3 stars. Progression method: Tadpole, Level 1. Frog, Level 2. Turtle, Level 3. Sea fish, Level 4. Venomous snake, Level 5. Electric eel, Level 6. Crocodile, Level 7. Great white shark, Level 8. Humpback whale, Level 9. Instance evaluation. There were already so few participants, and yet you encourage mutual slaughter? Why don't you eliminate Tang Sung and his 3 disciples yourself? The aforementioned 3 instances have all concluded, and Qin Nong noticed several upcoming instances, including Northern Survival, Cloud Survival, and Ocean Survival, among a plethora of others. Qin Nong gasped in astonishment. Initially believing that participating in 2 instances was already a considerable feat, she was taken aback by the sheer number of pending instances. Given the ratio of 500,000 survivors to merely 10,000, how many would need to perish? The once joyous atmosphere dissipated in an instant, leaving the crowd in profound silence. After a prolonged pause, Xinyu took the initiative to speak. As you all can see, the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Both now and in the future, we must seize every resource at our disposal. Taisho interjected, Leader. Regarding our original plan to attack the Blood Alliance, the day after tomorrow, shall we proceed? Xinyu shook his head. The plan is postponed. The day after tomorrow marks the opening of the night market, and our attendance is imperative. That rabble known as the Blood Alliance is not worthy of diverting us from our priorities. What is the night market? Qin Nong inquired curiously. Taisho patiently elaborated. The night market is a realm independent of the 10,000 districts, exclusively for Level 7 survivors. Survivors can set up stalls to trade items at the night market. Qin Nong pondered. Isn't that akin to an online store? Taisho sighed. Not quite. The items you sell at the night market not only represent your faction but also enhance your notoriety, attracting a steady influx of talent to join your alliance or shelter. Intrigued, Qin Nong's interest piqued. Taisho surveyed the surroundings, his gaze resting on the bountiful plants in the aerial garden, exclaiming, in a post-apocalyptic world, fresh vegetables are a rare treasure. If Miss Qin could attend the night market, she would undoubtedly draw a significant crowd. Alas, regrettably, Qin Nong was merely a level 6 survivor, precluding her participation in the night market. Their meal concluded hastily. After bidding farewell to Xinyu and Taisho, Qin Nong promptly began to tally the resources she had gathered over the past few days. Before outsiders, she had refrained from revealing her imminent upgrade to a shelter. Double the yield. Wood, 1028. Stone, 800. Bricks, 400. Mud, 290. Adding to her previous stock of wood, 4, 958. Stone, 3, 264. Mud, 1, 636. Bricks, 1, 600. Black gold, 391 pounds. Sea sand, 150 bags. Sand, 1 grain. Sufficient to upgrade to a level 7 shelter. Ding dong. Detected survivor number 666. The conditions for upgrading to a level 7 shelter, 5,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 500 mud, 500 bricks, 50 bags of sea sand, and 150 pounds of black gold, have been met. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Just as Qin Nong was about to affirm, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from outside the shelter. Boom, boom, boom. The insect emperor, accompanied by billions of locusts, emerged in a chaotic swarm. The insect emperor has come for vengeance. Chapter 72. Upgrading to a level 7 shelter. The locusts, with their sharp mandibles, voraciously gnawed at everything within reach, while the survivors screamed in terror, realizing there was no corner to escape the overwhelming swarm. Qin Nong clenched her fists and shouted, Eagle, big and small, roar. A deafening roar shook the heavens, as the eagle, both large and small, spread its wings and bellowed, instilling fear in the locusts. However, the sheer number of locusts was overwhelming. For every wave crushed, another surged forth. The villa was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, from the northwest, a dazzling display of lightning flashed. 4 Thorn Kings unleashed their special ability, thunderous lightning, electrocuting countless locusts and creating a safe zone around them. Upon witnessing this, Li immediately led a group of survivors to take refuge near the Thorn Kings, yet this was merely a temporary reprieve, as many survivors remained trapped in dire straits. There was no time to waste. Qin Nong summoned a vehicle and, wielding a flamethrower from her arsenal, began to fight off the locusts while retreating, preparing to upgrade the shelter. Yet, the insect emperor, possessing high intelligence, sensed Qin Nong's intentions and let out a piercing shriek. In an instant, thousands of massive locusts clung to the wood, making their escape. Qin Nong exclaimed in despair, "Without wood, I cannot upgrade the shelter." The malicious intent of the Insect Emperor was evident. With its cunning scheme succeeding, the Insect Emperor let out a sinister laugh and summoned the locust army once more, relentlessly assaulting the vehicle's windshield. Inside, the survivors trembled at the sight of the locusts outside. Crack! The windshield fractured under the assault. Vehicle repair card. Qin Nong swiftly utilized the vehicle repair card to mend her vehicle. Once again, it appeared brand new, yet Qin Nong's heart sank to the depths. To venture outside? The Insect Emperor lay in wait, ready to pounce at the slightest risk. To remain? She had only one vehicle repair card left, which would not last long. In this critical moment, a hissing sound echoed. A colossal serpent, accompanied by thousands of smaller snakes, emerged, swiftly dispatching the locusts that had stolen the wood and returning the timber to Qin Nong's vehicle. Restitution of property. Qin Nong's eyes widened in astonishment. After aiding her, the giant serpent inclined its head slightly in acknowledgement. A familiar gaze, a recognizable form. Qin Nong suddenly had an epiphany. It was the serpent from the cotton fields. Hiss! The serpent flicked its tongue and swiftly departed with its serpentine entourage. Without a moment to spare, Qin Nong swiftly stowed the wooden planks and drove directly into the shelter. Upgrade the shelter. With a resounding crash, the shelter underwent its transformation, unleashing an invisible shockwave that obliterated the locusts invading the estate, reducing them to mere dust. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 666 for successfully upgrading the shelter to an estate, earning 1 free attribute point, which may be allocated at the survivor's discretion. Qin Nong promptly allocated the free attribute point to intelligence and eagerly opened the attribute panel. Survivor, Qin Nong, age, 24, ID, 666, region, District 27, District Leader, titles, Cold Wave Nemesis, Heat Wave Alert, Mist Expert, Acid Rain Craftsman. Typhoon Guardian Strength, 21 Agility, 23 Intelligence, 11 Spirit, 12 Hunger Level, 47 Professional Skills, Thief, Stealth Movement, Blade Techniques, Secret Techniques. Special Ability, Summon Wind and Rain, Alliance, have you sent it? Member Rank, Vice Leader. Vehicle Level, Level 9 Luxury Presidential Car, Map Index, Radar Scan, Super Acceleration, Weaponry. Auto Navigation, Instant Teleportation, Alliance Wealth, 525 Dark Gold Coins, Daily Offering, 10 Dark Gold Coins, Shelter Combat Power, Level 7 Bloodthorn with Special Skill, Thunderclap, Level 5 Mountain Eagle with Special Skill, Wolf King's Roar, Level 2 Black Scale King with Special Skill, Venom Population, 4, 200, Manager Li E, Smelter Master Pan E. Logistics Head Xiao Qi, Meat Tank Tai Shan, Archer Xiao Shi, Prestige Points, 565 Personal Equipment, Dragon Slayer Blade, Gale Boots, Flying Skateboard, Magic Shape Scroll Set, Energy Scroll, Universal Gravitation Scroll, Teleportation Array X2 Items Owned, Advanced Dimensional Backpack X1, Universal Synthesizer X1, Mental Meditation Technique X1, Silver Fishing Rod X1, Regular Wooden Fishing Rod X2, Bone Viewing Mirror, 90 Gene of Salt, Moonlight Pearl X1, Job Change Card X1, Herbs X40, Snake Whistle X2, Vehicle Repair Card X1, Anti-Inflammatory Medicine X20 boxes. Northern Survival Dungeon Key X1, Manor Design Blueprints X2, 50 Gene of Beef Jerky, 10 Zongzi, 20 bags of Coffee Aerial Garden, Fruits and Vegetables, Cabbage, Soybeans, Eggplant, Roses, Pumpkins, Celery, Rice, Zucchini, Watermelon, Pineapple, Grapes, Peaches, Chives, Sugarcane, Soybeans, Corn, Sorghum, Rice, Oats, Red Dates, Cotton, Aquatic Life, Crucian Carp, Kelp, Prawns, Shellfish, Mayfly, Animals, Cows, Piglets, Sheep, Doves, Hens, Resource Reserves, Wood, 986, Stones, 3064, Mud, 1429, Bricks, 1500, Dark Gold, 241 Gene, Sea Sand, 100 bags. Sand, 1 Grain Shelter, Level 7 Manor, Materials required for next upgrade. Intermediate Wood, 5000, Intermediate Stone, 2000, Intermediate Mud, 1000, Intermediate Bricks, 1000, Sandbags, 100, Dark Gold, 300, Diamonds, 1, Permanent, All Gathered Materials X2 Evaluation, High. Hi. I am not naturally inclined to smile. It's just that my teeth are a bit warm, and I show them to cool off. After all, who knew you were a genius at upgrading shelters? Ding. Detected that the locusts are not guests invited by survivor 666. The automatic defense function has been activated, cool down, 1 day, and the opponent will be humanely eradicated. Ding. The dynamic feature has been activated for you, allowing you to manually design the exterior of your building without altering its actual dimensions. Ding. The class change feature has also been enabled. You can utilize a class change card to select the profession you wish to transition into, limited to 1 time only. Ding. The night market function is now available, granting you free access during its operation. Ding. The citizen certification feature has been initiated. All citizens contracted by you will become permanent residents of Zone 27. Those residing in Zone 27 who have not been contracted will be classified as a transient population, unable to bind to Zone 27 and enjoy a range of benefits. The notification sound persisted for several minutes before finally ceasing. Qin did not anticipate that upgrading her shelter to level 7 would bestow upon her 5 extraordinary functions: automatic defense, dynamic design, class change, night market, and citizen certification. Qin, Li Yi's voice broke her reverie. Startled, Qin exclaimed, What is it? Wiping the blood from her face, Li Yi replied. The locusts have retreated, but we do not know when they might return. What should we do now? Chapter 73. Opening the night market entrance. As Qin focused her gaze, she noticed a significant reduction in the number of citizens, causing her joy over upgrading the shelter to wane slightly. She took out a blueprint for the manor and activated the dynamic design function. The golden iron gate slowly swung open, revealing a vast estate covering thousands of acres. The main avenue was adorned with exquisitely crafted street lamps. The garden boasted a variety of rare and vibrant flowers competing for attention. The exterior walls were polished to perfection, smooth as a mirror, not to mention the hotel. Dining hall, swimming pool, stadium, planting area, and library, all fully equipped. Such an expansive space could comfortably accommodate 10,000 people. Addressing the gaze of 200 survivors, Qin raised her hand and declared, from today onward, all citizens will reside in the hotel. Ding. Congratulations to survivor 666 for earning 100 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to survivor 666 for earning 200 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to survivor 666 for earning 250 prestige points. The hotel is the largest structure within the estate and will serve as the living quarters for all survivors. The internal rooms are categorized by levels. The supreme room is the presidential suite, of which there is only one, naturally designated as Qin's residence. The top-tier rooms, classified as luxury suites, total 5, which Qin has allocated to Xiaoqi, Aunt Pan, Li Yi, Taishan, and Xiaoxi. The elite rooms, approximately 50 in number, each with private bathrooms, remain unassigned for now. The standard rooms total 100, accommodating 2 individuals each. The dormitory area consists of numerous rooms, with each capable of housing up to 4 individuals. In the realm of standard rooms and dormitory areas, Qin allowed Li Yi to arrange things as she pleased. However, residence in the elite house was strictly reserved for those who had rendered service. Li Yi wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. The shelter had recently undergone an upgrade, and Qin, recalling the abandoned manor she encountered a few days prior, was eager to incorporate it into their holdings. Yet, her reserve resources were still insufficient, particularly in terms of timber. Restoring the derelict manor required half the resources necessary to elevate the shelter to level 7, specifically 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 250 units of mud, 250 bricks, 25 bags of sand, and 75 pounds of black gold. Currently, Qin possessed only 986 units of wood, 3,064 units of stone, 429 units of mud, 500 bricks, 241 pounds of black gold, 100 bags of sand, and a solitary grain of sand, which was evidently inadequate. Without delay, Qin summoned 200 inhabitants. The shelter has been upgraded, and I shall now announce the division of personnel. The dining hall was of utmost importance. Thus, she assigned 500 individuals to oversee the meals for the 200 companions. The hotel, serving as a living space, required cleanliness, so she allocated 100 people for maintenance. The planting area, which housed both plants and animals, was the hub for food provision, and Qin Nong deemed it necessary to assign 800 individuals, still feeling it insufficient. The library, swimming pool, and sports arena served as recreational places, where merely 50 personnel for each venue sufficed to maintain daily operations. The upgraded shelter no longer featured a watchtower, yet at intervals of 10 meters. Guard towers were established to ensure the manor was well guarded. Qin Nong stationed 4 guards at each guard tower, ensuring round-the-clock vigilance for absolute security. The remaining individuals shall accompany me to gather resources, she declared. Yes, on the 6th day of the locust plague, the forest had lost its vibrancy. The trees had shed their bright green attire, leaving behind only withered, twisted branches. Flowers and grass no longer flourished, replaced instead by a desolate yellow. The once thriving forest now lay barren. After a moment of silence, Qin Nong turned to the crowd. Everyone, quickly chop wood, dig stones, and collect mud. If locusts are spotted, return to the shelter immediately. In unison, the crowd responded, receiving tools from Li Yi and commencing their labor. Just as Qin Nong prepared to join them, Li Yi pulled her aside and whispered, "Miss Qin, leave this to me. You should return to the shelter." Qin Nong responded with confusion. Li Yi patiently explained, "Miss Qin, your current role is that of a leader. Have you ever seen a leader labor alongside their people in the fields? Even if you wish to personally engage and integrate with the collective, can you guarantee that you will gather resources with them every day? If you cannot, it would be better not to do so at all." Upon hearing this, Qin Nong realized the truth in Li Yi's words. Should she participate today, but fail to do so tomorrow, others would undoubtedly accuse her of hypocrisy and insincerity, leading to resentment over time. With a sigh, Qin Nong grasped Li Yi's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Li Yi, thank you." Li Yi smiled gently. Caring too much can lead to confusion. Indeed, it has only been 6 days since the locust disaster. Yet Qin Nong feels as though 6 years have passed. On the first day, she was pursued by assassins from the Blood Alliance. The second day saw her rescuing companions from locust attacks. On the third day, she ventured into an abandoned manor only to be besieged by guardians. The fourth day involved her defeating a foe and escaping back to the sanctuary. And on the 5th day, she encountered the vengeful insect queen. When one reflects upon it, she has not enjoyed a single proper day of rest. With a weary smile, Qin Nong prepared to return to the sanctuary for some much-needed repose when a thought struck her. She turned to Li Yi and instructed, "By the way, Li Yi, please relay this. Everyone is forbidden from entering the cotton fields and must not disturb the Serpent Queen and her subjects." Li Yi responded inquisitively, "Are you looking to repay the Serpent Queen for her kindness the other day, Miss Qin?" Qin Nong nodded. Had it not been for the Serpent Queen, it is likely that all 4,000 of us would have perished on the spot. She saved us. Li Yi agreed. "Rest assured, Miss Qin, I will convey your message." With Li Yi's assurance, Qin Nong summoned her vehicle, ready to return to the sanctuary for a good night's sleep. However, at that moment, the voice of 007 intruded once more at an inopportune time. "Ding dong. Dear survivors, I bring you good news. On the 7th day of the locust disaster, which is tonight at midnight, the night market is set to open. All survivors who have reached level 7 may enter the night market to set up stalls and earn black coins. The survivor who accumulates the most black coins at this night market will earn the title of Sales Champion, Intelligence 1. Furthermore, the Sales Champion will enjoy half price on all items purchased from the online store in the future. Don't hesitate, fellow companions. What is this? Sales Champion? Am I hearing this correctly? Business has come knocking at my door? Out of curiosity, how does one become a sales champion? I have never sold anything and am not quite sure how to proceed. It's quite simple, someone chimed in. Someone asked me if the black plum is sweet, grimacing from the sourness. Sweet. Oh my goodness, black garlic is truly delectable. With talents like you all at the night market, shoppers are bound to go bankrupt. I don't care, I must participate in this night market. I have plenty of sunflower seeds and rape seeds, all pure and organic. I intend to sell them at a premium. Sell them at a premium? I'll give you 1 black coin for that. Hand it over. Chapter 74. Renovating the abandoned manor unexpectedly. Iron Hand and Shinyu's night market has commenced so soon. Qin Nong took out her walkie-talkie and notified her companions in the planting area. Attention! Attention! All companions in the planting area. Cease your current tasks and harvest all mature fruits and vegetables. Received. For this night market, Qin Nong is determined to participate. Setting aside the hidden benefits of the Sales Champion title, She recalled a survivor in the chat hall who had sunflower seeds and rapeseeds. She too must obtain them. The vegetables currently consumed in the sanctuary are merely boiled and lack flavor. But once there are sunflower oil and rapeseed oil, cooking and frying will be a delight. As the leader, Qin Nong feels responsible for ensuring her companions enjoy good food and drink. Before long, a myriad of fruits and vegetables were harvested and brought before Qin Nong. Although Little Seven could not comprehend why Qin Nong needed such an abundance of food at once, she understood that all of Qin Nong's actions were for the benefit of the community. Miss Qin, there are still plenty of crucian carp, shrimp, and shellfish in the pond. Shall we bring some as well? Qin Nong shook her head and replied, no need for that. This is already sufficient. Besides, aquatic creatures are living beings, and my double replication cannot apply to them. It would be better to leave them for everyone to enjoy. As Qin Nong surveyed the splendid array of fruits and vegetables, she replicated them in double and stowed them into her backpack, preparing to head out. At that moment, Li Yi returned, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, Miss Qin, we have gathered a substantial amount of resources this time, all right here for you to see. 1,012 units of wood, 202 stones, and 799 units of mud. Qin Nong was left speechless. In just 4 hours, you've collected so much material? Li Yi smiled and explained, this time, we had the assistance of 1,000 companions. Many hands make light work. Nodding in agreement, Qin Nong replicated these resources in double. Adding to her existing supplies, she amassed a total of 5,088 units of wood, 3,468 stones, 3,027 units of mud, 1,500 bricks, 241 pounds of black gold, 100 bags of sea sand, and a single grain of regular sand, sufficient to restore the dilapidated manor. Carrying all the materials, she made her way to the bedroom. Activate the teleportation array. Ding. You have consumed 500 black gold coins and successfully activated the teleportation array. A slight dizziness washed over her, and in the next moment, Qin Nong found herself in the manor, which was rife with decay and in dire need of restoration. The night had fallen, casting an eerie shadow over the unrenovated estate. Ding. Survivor number 666 detected. Conditions met to renovate the level 7 manor, 2,500 wood, 500 stones, 250 mud, 250 bricks, 25 bags of sea sand, 75 pounds of black gold. Would you like to proceed with the renovation? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, survivor number 666. On successfully renovating the level 7 manor, you have earned 1 free attribute point. Qin Nong was pleasantly surprised to discover that her efforts in restoring the manor had also rewarded her with a free attribute point. Seizing the opportunity, she allocated the point to intelligence. Instantly, she felt her senses sharpen, her awareness of the world around her heightened, as even the slightest rustle of the wind became apparent. Ding. Congratulations, survivor number 666, on acquiring 2 manors. The mother-son teleportation feature is now enabled once activated. Transfers between the 2 arrays will be exempt from black gold coin fees. Ding. Congratulations, survivor number 666, on successfully utilizing the manor design blueprint to redesign the appearance of the manor. Even after renovation, the previous manor had retained a certain unappealing quality, prompting Qin Nong to undertake a complete transformation, yielding a strikingly different result. As she stepped through the grand entrance, she was immediately greeted by a picturesque landscape. The white-walled, dark-tiled pavilion was built alongside the water, while winding corridors connected various pavilions and terraces. Koi fish glided gracefully among the water lilies, rippling the reflection of the sky and clouds, harmonizing with the distant sound of flowing water. It is now night, with the bright moon hanging high, casting its silvery glow upon every corner, enveloping this tranquil and beautiful Chinese garden estate in its embrace. Unlike Manor Number 1, which caters to mere survival needs, the newly restored Manor Number 2 fulfills the spiritual yearnings of the soul. In times of weariness, one can retreat here for respite. It is truly exquisite, truly enchanting. Qin Nong, filled with joy, strolled around the estate, noting the vast expanse of greenery. It seemed a shame to leave it untouched. Yet she could not conceive of how to utilize this space, so she resolved to leave it as is for the time being. After all, the 2 estates are interconnected, allowing for seamless travel through the teleportation array without the need to expend any gold coins, and such matters could be addressed later. Suddenly, her phone chimed with an alert. The entrance to the night market had been opened. The distorted and bizarre architecture, illuminated by the dim yellow light, appeared to waver between reality and illusion, casting shadows that danced within the crevices of the buildings, creating an ethereal atmosphere that blurred the lines between the tangible and the dreamlike. This was the night market, a realm set apart from the desolate world outside. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nong approached the entrance, where a guard halted her. Entry fee is 25 gold coins. A flicker of annoyance crossed Qin Nong's face. How could they possibly know she had exactly 25 gold coins left? Resigned, she paid the fee, and the guard handed her a mask. Glancing at the eclectic crowd, she donned the owl mask and stepped into the enigmatic night market. Immediately, her attention was captured by a particular stall. There, a variety of tokens were displayed, each inscribed with shimmering runes, exuding an air of mystery. The stall owner, clad in a flowing black robe, possessed an enigmatic demeanor that piqued Qin Nong's curiosity. Without hesitation, she inquired, "May I ask what these tokens are for?" The stall owner gasped in astonishment. "Are you not a level 7 survivor? How could you be unaware of the token's purpose?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Nong replied, "I have only recently attained this rank." The stall owner nodded in understanding. "Ah, that explains it. No wonder you are unaware that level 7 survivors possess the ability to create alliances. Upon reaching level 7, survivors unlock 5 abilities: automatic defense, metamorphosis, job change, night market, and civic recognition, along with a hidden ability, create alliance. According to the rules, a survivor must prepare 10,000 gold coins and 1 alliance token to establish an alliance and become its leader. Should the leader level up, the alliance progresses as well. However, if the leader perishes, the alliance disbands. Upon hearing this, Qin Nong promptly activated her alliance token to check for the latest information. Alliance name: have you sent it? Alliance level: level 9. Alliance members: 500,000. Alliance leaders: Xinyu leader, Qin Nong vice leader, Tai Shou vice leader. Dungeon experience: 1 time. Revenue method: delivery service. Vehicle classification system: wiggle car, level 1, skateboard, level 2, bicycle, level 3, electric tricycle, level 4, motorcycle, level 5, van, level 6, truck, level 7, RV, level 8, luxury presidential car, level 9. Alliance evaluation: is it possible to not work? I deliver packages to support you. Chapter 75. Survivor with the profession of wizard. One glance reveals startling revelations. It turns out that have you sent it is actually a level 9 alliance. This implies that Shen Yu is a level 9 survivor. Qin Nong had always known Shen Yu was formidable, but she never anticipated he was this exceptional. Upon further reflection, Qin Nong felt reassured. A powerful leader brings her nothing but benefits. The stall owner, noticing that Qin Nong already possessed an alliance token, realized, "So, you have joined another alliance? In that case, there is no need to purchase a token. After all, creating an alliance requires considerable effort, and if mismanaged, it could be swallowed by other alliances, rendering all efforts futile. It is wiser to work for others, which is far more secure." Qin Nong thought, "Why does it feel increasingly off? It seems every word is directed at her." However, she has indeed been focused on steady development, and there seems to be no need to invest energy in creating an alliance. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Nong nodded in gratitude to the stall owner. "Thank you for sharing this information. Here's a gift for you." Qin Nong left a watermelon for the stall owner. The stall owner, cradling the watermelon, lifted his hood and glanced at Qin Nong's retreating figure with interest. Quite intriguing. In a corner, Qin Nong spread out the fresh fruits and vegetables from her backpack: cabbage, soybeans, eggplant, pumpkin, celery, rice, zucchini, watermelon, pineapple, grapes, peaches, chives, sugarcane, yellow soybeans, corn, sorghum, rice, red dates, oats, and roses, totaling 5,000 gene. What is this peculiar item doing here? Qin Nong tossed aside the bunch of roses and began to call out for sales. The enticing aroma of fresh produce quickly attracted a throng of survivors. Many approached Qin Nong's stall, pausing to inquire. "These soybeans look incredibly fresh. Can I buy a sack for 1 black coin? Have the grapes been treated? Let me taste a bunch first. If I buy a basket of peaches, can you throw in another basket for free? Fresh and delicious, with plenty of moisture. All 5,000 gene of fruits and vegetables were sold out in just half an hour, and Qin Nong earned 1,024 black coins. Double rewards: 2,048 black coins. Attention! Attention! Attention all survivors participating in the night market. The champion of this contest has been determined. She is Survivor 666, Chin Nong, hailing from District 27. Congratulations to Chin Nong for achieving the title of Sales Champion, Intellect 1. Henceforth, all items purchased in the online store will be available at half price. Additionally, she has received a surprise gift package and a citizen attribute card, usable only after upgrading the shelter to level 8. The system's constant announcements drew countless gazes towards Chin Nong. Chin Nong thought to herself, "Oh no. Now I understand why the guards insisted that I wear a mask. Not only did I steal the spotlight from everyone, but I also received so many gifts. Who wouldn't feel envy and resentment?" Calmly, Chin Nong began to gather her belongings, preparing to leave the night market. However, two survivors donned in wolf masks obstructed her path. Questioning, "After earning so much, do you plan to leave just like that?" With a raised eyebrow, Chin Nong retorted, "And what do you propose?" The enemy grinned maliciously, their gaze roving over her graceful figure. "You can either leave your money or stay here yourself. Choose one." Firmly grasping the Dragon Slayer knife concealed in her backpack, Chin Nong countered, "What if I choose to make you stay?" Intrigued by her defiance, the enemy's interest piqued. "Oh, we have a little firecracker here. Let's have some fun today." With a fierce shout, they brandished their weapons. Chin Nong took a few steps back, readying herself for combat. Suddenly, a series of smoke bombs rolled in, bursting open after a few spins. In an instant, a milky haze enveloped the area, obscuring the enemy's vision. Seizing the moment while they coughed uncontrollably, a shadowy figure grasped Chin Nong's hand and swiftly led her away from the perilous location. Reluctantly, Chin Nong exclaimed, "Wait, I haven't bought my rape seeds and sunflower seeds yet." In District 999, as dusk descended and wolf howls echoed, Chin Nong was brought to a halt. Upon closer inspection, the individual who had rescued her was none other than the merchant who had been selling tokens. "It's you." The figure removed their hood, revealing an exceptionally charming face. Beneath tousled hair, bright eyes sparkled with mirth, and long, thick eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath them, exuding an innocent and youthful aura. It was a visage that could easily deceive. Cautiously retreating a couple of steps, Chin Nong remarked, "The more attractive a man is, the more deceitful he tends to be." Sensing her wariness, the stranger clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I saved you because I hope you can assist me with a task. By the way, my name is Wu Yun, and my professional skill is wizard." Chin Nong was somewhat taken aback. This was her first encounter with the profession of wizard. It was well known that items such as teleportation circles, long-distance transmission scrolls, magic potions, and dimensional backpacks were all crafted by wizards. One could say that every wizard is never short of wealth. Given this, how could this individual possibly be found in the night market? Seemingly sensing Chin Nong's confusion, Wu Yun voluntarily led her toward his sanctuary, explaining the situation along the way. It turned out that a formidable 7th-tier lightning wolf had appeared near Wu Yun's refuge. This creature was exceedingly ferocious, and despite Wu Yun being a sorcerer, his combat skills were rather limited. The reason he ventured to the night market to sell alliance tokens was that only survivors of level 7 and above would find such tokens useful. Should a potential buyer express interest, Wu Yun intended to propose a resource-sharing arrangement, seeking assistance to vanquish the lightning wolf. As they conversed, the two arrived at the beast den where the lightning wolf resided, a desolate marshland. In the mire, withered trees lay askew, twisted and crouched as if countless desiccated hands from the depths of hell reached out to seize any living being that dared approach. Chin Nong scanned her surroundings with vigilance, signaling Wu Yun to retreat. Wu Yun complied, taking cover behind a tree to observe Chin Nong's every move, holding the transmutation card tightly. Chin Nong reflected on her current class, Thief, realizing that her extensive combat experience indicated her true affinity lay with the assassin class. Many of her skill scrolls matched the assassin's abilities far more closely than those of a thief. Should she undergo the transmutation now? A mournful howl erupted from the depths of the marsh. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps approached, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure even before the source drew near. A 7th-tier creature, exhibiting such power? There was no time to hesitate. Chapter 76. Transmute to Assassin System. Transmute to Assassin. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666 for successfully consuming one transmutation card and transforming into an assassin. Assassin, upon awakening, movement speed increases. allowing for silent approach to targets and the ability to deliver lethal strikes. Ding. The Assassin class has a 50 compatibility with the special ability called the Winds and Rain, a 70 compatibility with the secret incantation 9 Words of Magic, a 90 compatibility with the evasion technique Wood and Stone Stealth, and a 100 compatibility with the sword technique Draw Sword Technique. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666. Your draw sword technique has reached its 4th pinnacle. Suddenly, the lightning wolf, its entire body crackling with blue arcs of electricity, clawed at the ground and lunged at Qin Nong like a bolt from the blue, moving with such speed that it left only an afterimage. Qin Nong's brow furrowed, and with a light touch, she propelled herself off the drifting leaves in the marsh, sidestepping gracefully, akin to willow catkins in the wind, as she unleashed her long blade. Draw sword technique. First strike, slash through the raging winds. Second strike, cut the flowing waters. Third strike, slaughter the dragon. Fourth strike, tear through the void. The clash of lightning and blade energy sparked a dazzling display, the immense force propelling Qin Nong backward a few paces, her vitality surging. Such a powerful lightning wolf, a 7th-tier creature, was indeed formidable. The lightning wolf, having missed its strike, revealed a flicker of confusion in its purple eyes and spoke in human tongue. I have not seen you in this area before. Are you a helper summoned by him? Qin Nong. Can this lightning wolf speak? At that moment, Qin Nong realized that beings above the 7th tier had awakened their intellect, exhibiting behaviors indistinguishable from those of humans. After a brief silence, Qin Nong replied, yes. He saved me once, so I must assist him in eliminating you. The lightning wolf scoffed mockingly. Are you truly here to eliminate me, or merely to watch the spectacle unfold? Woman, you are still rather inexperienced. Qin Nong furrowed her brow, puzzled by the wolf's words. The lightning wolf offered no further explanation. Instead, it swiftly maneuvered in the air, circling behind Qin Nong, its wings unfurling, revealing blue lightning patterns that shone brightly, unleashing a surge of electric power. Qin Nong reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising her blade to defend while simultaneously deploying the magic form scroll to launch a surprise attack. Energy scroll. Explosion. Boom. 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 The marshland was illuminated with electric sparks, and the muddy waters were thrust upward by tremendous force, resembling a miniature rain of mud cascading down. The lightning wolf staggered and collapsed to the ground, severely weakened by the clash of blade energy and the energy scroll. Qin Nong stepped forward, delivering a timely finishing blow. Sludge 10. Thunderbolt 1. Lightning Skill Enhancement Book 1. Wings of Thunder 1. Platinum Chest 1. Upon witnessing the array of equipment dropped by the lightning wolf, Qin Nong let out a shriek akin to that of a groundhog. The other items were trivial, but the platinum chest. This was the highest tier chest Qin Nong had encountered thus far. Suppressing her excitement, she initiated a series of copies and clicked on the red exclamation marks in the upper right corner of each item. Thunderbolt, a consumable item. Upon use, it releases a powerful surge of lightning energy. Although it does not inflict harm upon enemies, it merely serves to intimidate. Why are your pectoral muscles so exaggerated, young man? Lightning Skill Enhancement Book can be applied to plants and animals possessing lightning skills, enhancing their electrical powers. Thunderous. This extraordinary cultivation can bring the heavens crashing down with a golden hammer. Wings of Thunder, a consumable item. Upon use, it grants you wings, allowing for 5 minutes of flight. Every individual possesses a bit of fluff. Platinum Chest, a chest of unparalleled superiority, surpassing wooden, stone, iron, bronze, silver, and gold chests. Before opening, you may freely select the type of items contained within. It had been a long time since the young master had smiled before encountering this platinum chest. The ability to freely select the type of items? Qin Nong tentatively touched the platinum chest. Indeed, 3 options appeared: seeds, prestige points, black coins. It truly allowed selection. This platinum chest was extraordinary. After contemplation, Qin Nong reasoned that she did not currently lack black coins. She already possessed an abundance of seeds. Thus, only prestige points remained. Excellent. I shall choose you. Qin Nong selected prestige points. Ding. Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have obtained 200 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to survivor no. 666 for attaining 500 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for accumulating 1,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to survivor no. 666 for amassing a total of 2,815 prestige points, capable of instilling fear in 2815 subjects, forever quelling any rebellious thoughts. Qin Nong exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that prestige points can be utilized in such a manner? Previously, she had pondered over the dilemma of how to manage a multitude of subjects should she ever decide to shelter them. Now, this latent concern seemed to have been effortlessly resolved. Well, there remains one platinum chest. Let us open it together. Just as Qin Nong prepared to unveil another platinum chest, a sudden gust of dark wind swept in, forcefully casting her aside. Turning back, she beheld a pale visage bathed in the moonlight, its features reminiscent of cold jade. Crystalline eyes sparkled with an enchanting, ethereal glow. Every movement exuded a bewitching elegance, akin to a dark lord emerging from the abyss. He approached gracefully, his skeletal staff twirling between his fingers, his long robe embroidered with dark moon totems billowing in the wind, evoking a sense of dread. Though the face remained unchanged, the aura was strikingly different. Qin Nong tentatively inquired, Wu Yun, what has happened to you? The figure, Wu Ying, lazily cast a glance at Qin Nong. I am Wu Ying, the district leader of Zone 999. Do not confuse me with that worthless Wu Yun. Qin Nong gasped in shock, blinking as she slowly accepted the unsettling truth that her companion had transformed. Are you Wu Yun's alternate persona? Wu Ying smirked enigmatically. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. Never mind. The waters are too murky, let them be. I shall take my leave. As Qin Nong intended to depart with the platinum chest in hand, thorns suddenly sprouted from it, piercing her skin. Drip. Blood fell. Qin Nong clasped her wound, her pupils narrowing. What sorcery is this? A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Wu Ying's lips as he waved his hand, causing the thorns to retract and effortlessly claim the platinum chest. I didn't expect that worthless one to actually enlist a formidable character to resolve his crisis. Fury ignited within Qin Nong. Since you are aware that I resolved it, promptly return the chest. Wu Ying replied slowly. Return? The entirety of Zone 999 belongs to me. What do you expect me to return? No sooner had he spoken, countless runes cascaded down, forming chains of order that bound Qin Nong securely. Struggling against the chains proved futile, and she exclaimed in exasperation, Damn it, the sorcerer's skills are exceedingly unfair. How are we to fight? Chapter 77, Magic Seeds. Wu Ying gestured toward Qin Nong, and the chains obediently transported her before him. He caressed her face, as if appraising some merchandise. Though a bit older. She is obedient. She would make a fine bodyguard. Qin Nong retorted, I wish to slay someone. To serve as your bodyguard? Dream on. Gravitational scroll. Levitate. With a fierce shout, Qin Nong unleashed the last scroll from the scroll of transformation and hurled down 2 luminous spheres. Summon Thunderbolt. Explode. It must be said that the summoned Thunderbolt indeed possesses a remarkable intimidation factor. Upon witnessing the surge of lightning, Wu Ying mistakenly believed that Qin Nong had summoned a formidable magical artifact and hastily retreated. This, however, provided Qin Nong with a golden opportunity. Swiftly invoking Wings of Thunder, she fled the scene at the speed of light, her heart still racing as she patted her chest and shared her recent ordeal in the chat hall. Wow, I had heard rumors that the district leader of Zone 999 was unhinged, but I never expected it to be true. It is indeed true. Previously, the leader of Zone 89 visited his sanctuary and suddenly transformed into a different person, frightening the Zone 89 leader so much that he fled without even pulling up his trousers. Wait, why would one remove their trousers when visiting someone's home? I thought it was a horror story, but it turned out to be a Sichuan opera. It seems that next time I encounter someone with the surname Wu, I should keep my distance. The sisters posting about it are all traumatized. A teammate suddenly turned foe, and she even lost a platinum box. How tragic. Ha! You all are merely joking, but I am serious. I am indeed a subject of Wu Yun. So, sister, what do you think of him? He is very amiable by day, but transforms into a pervert by night. It appears this person's threshold for perversion is when darkness descends. Wu Ying gazed at the direction in which Qin Nong departed, a cruel smile gracing his handsome features. Qin Nong, you cannot escape. After purchasing 20 barrels of gasoline for 100 gold coins each, Qin Nong activated the auto-navigation feature of her vehicle and leisurely opened the chat hall. At this moment, the chat topic had shifted to the locust plague. Qin Nong briefly scanned the conversations, noting they were predominantly complaints, and decided not to delve deeper. instead turning to search for the survivor who had previously been selling vegetable seeds and sunflower seeds. To her surprise, it was an acquaintance. "Can you sell me some of your seeds?" Qin Nong inquired. "All the vegetable seeds have been sold out, but I still have some sunflower seeds," a green responded. "Then I shall take the sunflower seeds. How much per pound?" "My seeds are sold by the individual. One sunflower seed costs 100 gold coins," a green stated. Qin Nong nearly jumped in disbelief. "What? 100 gold coins for a single sunflower seed? Why doesn't she just rob someone?" Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself not to utter harsh words before sending a message. "Why are your sunflower seeds so expensive?" "Because they possess magical properties," a green replied. "Please elaborate," Qin Nong prompted. "These sunflower seeds were obtained from the temple survival dungeon," a green explained. Qin Nong was taken aback. She was familiar with that dungeon, having heard her friends discuss it previously. They mentioned that it contained numerous diverse maps, one of which was a magical world filled with peculiar magical plants lining the roads. If one possessed the skill to pluck them, they could bring them back to reality. Danger and opportunity coexisted. To be honest, Qin Nong was very eager to participate. "Regrettably, the instance has concluded," Qin Nong inquired. "So, the seeds you sold are magical seeds as well?" A green replied. "Indeed, however, the efficacy of these vegetable seeds is not as significant as that of sunflower seeds. Thus they are priced at a mere 50 gold coins each." "What do you say? Would you care for some?" Qin Nong requested. "First, enlighten me on the utility of these seeds," a green assured. "Once you receive them, you shall understand their exceptional value. You will not be at a loss." Given a green's character, Qin Nong felt assured she would not be deceived, and thus purchased 10 seeds. 1,000 gold coins vanished, leaving Qin Nong feeling a pang of regret. Upon receiving the sunflower seeds, Qin Nong examined them closely, only to realize they bore no distinction from ordinary seeds. Just as doubt crept in regarding her potential deception, she noticed a red exclamation mark in the upper right corner of the seed packet. Curious, Qin Nong clicked on the red exclamation mark. Magical sunflower seed, a pivotal summon, transforming seeds into soldiers. By applying your blood to the sunflower seed and casting it forth, each seed will embody 50% of your combat prowess for 1 minute, proving invaluable in critical moments. Oh, delightful, 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 delightful. Such remarkable capabilities. It appeared she had acquired something extraordinary. To be prudent, Qin Nong decided to test a single sunflower seed. As she applied her blood and cast it to the ground, it instantly transformed into a replica of herself, wielding an identical dragon-slaying sword. Astonishing. The weapon could be replicated in a 1-to-1 ratio. Qin Nong drew her sword, intent on battling the copy. Draw sword technique. With the intention to assess the replica's strength, Qin Nong deliberately exerted only 50% of her power, resulting in a stalemate. A flicker of inspiration struck her, and she increased her strength by another measure. In an instant, the replica faltered, on the verge of defeat. With a commanding shout, Qin Nong employed the stealth technique, wood and stone concealment, approaching the replica from behind and delivering a decisive blow. In a flash, the replica disintegrated into countless motes of light, dissipating into the air, leaving only the solitary sunflower seed behind, now devoid of vitality and rendered inert. Thus, Qin Nong concluded that this magical seed indeed lived up to its name. However, being a magical creation, it lacked intelligence. For instance, when Qin Nong stealthily attacked the replica, it exhibited no reflexes, indicating that it was inferior to her true self. Nevertheless, achieving such feats was already quite impressive. Reflecting on this, Qin Nong sheathed her sword and once more tapped on a green-S avatar. Qin Nong remarked, "I have tested the magical seed. It is remarkably effective. Do you possess any other magical seeds?" A green replied, "Regrettably, I do not. They have all been purchased by others. However, since you are so eager for magical seeds, you might consider venturing into the Temple of Survival instance for a stroke of luck." Qin Nong responded, "I wish to go, but the instance has already concluded." A green suggested, "This is easily remedied. The online store offers instance restart cards. If you acquire one, you can reverse time and return to the moment when the instance first opened, allowing you to bring back any treasures you find within." Qin Nong, "Is this even possible?" "Thank you." A green, "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply offer me some extraordinary items." Recalling a green's fondness for peculiar trinkets, Qin Nong rummaged through her bag and discovered an unopened, surprise gift pack. Doubling the copy, she opened it. She received 2 fragments of the dungeon restart card, 6 units of gasoline, 30 herbs, 2 ancient cold medicine prescriptions, 1 prophecy note, 12 pounds of black gold, and 100 intermediate bricks. Chapter 78. Acquired Dungeon Restart Card Fragments. Previously, Qin Nong had obtained herbs upon opening a box, and with this addition, she now possessed a total of 70. She promptly sent 70 herbs and 2 ancient cold medicine prescriptions to Shunyu. Shunyu took quite some time to respond, leaving Qin Nong uncertain if her message had been seen. Unperturbed, she began to explore the descriptions of her new items one by one. Fragment of the Dungeon Restart card. Gather 10 fragments to merge into a Dungeon Restart card. Upon use, it harnesses the power of time to reopen the dungeon gate. One might wonder, is there a possibility of turning back? Prophecy note. A special item, non-replicable. Open the note in times of crisis, and the text will guide your path. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, nor the middle-aged, nor the elderly. Death is of paramount importance. Intermediate brick. A brick of 1 level higher than a standard brick. 5 standard bricks can be combined to create 1 intermediate brick. I hope in my next life, I shall not have to calculate the quantity of bricks. Previously, Qin Nong had pondered the series of intermediate stones and woods, and now she finally grasped the concept. Intermediate resources are indeed a combination of 5 standard resources. Thus, to upgrade to an 8-level shelter, one must utilize the universal synthesizer. Without further ado, Qin Nong began merging her resources. 517 intermediate woods, 593 intermediate stones, 559 intermediate mud, and 350 intermediate bricks, but she was still far from advancement. Oh well, she decided to store them in her bag for the time being. Her gaze then fell upon the prophecy note. This note certainly met a Green's requirements, yet she had no intention of relinquishing it. Aside from the prophecy note, only 2 fragments of the Dungeon Restart card remained. Initially, Qin Nong regarded the fragment with disdain. Having previously accumulated fragments twice and knowing how arduous it was to collect 10. However, when she opened the online store to check the price of the Dungeon Restart card in black gold, she was taken aback. 1,000,000 black gold. Qin Nong. Very well, it seems she is unworthy. She would rather diligently gather Dungeon Restart card fragments. The prophecy note was not to be given, leaving only the somewhat intriguing Wings of Thunder. When Qin Nong gifted the Wings of Thunder to a Green, her enthusiasm waned. Yet she graciously accepted the gesture and divulged a crucial piece of information. I advise you against venturing into the northern survival dungeon. Qin Nong, why? I already possess the key. A Green. You have the key? Then consider my words unspoken. Qin Nong, what do you mean? Please clarify. A Green? A Green? However, regardless of how Qin Nong continued to inquire, the other party ceased to respond, leaving her in a state of perplexity. Beep, beep, beep. Miss Qin, please return quickly. There's a grave situation at the shelter. The voice of Li Yi echoed through the intercom once more. Without a moment to ponder, Qin Nong swiftly consumed gasoline 2 and activated instant teleportation to return home. Dear survivors, good morning. Today marks the 10th day of the Locust Plague, a time when the Locust army retaliates. Any survivor who has previously slain locusts will be marked, facing relentless pursuit from the Locust King. Friendly reminder, to capture a thief, first capture the king. Upon returning to the shelter, Qin Nong learned that during her absence, the Locust King had once again led an army to attack. The shelter was equipped with automatic defense, yet at the moment of the assault, over 2,000 citizens were busy chopping wood in the forest. Just then, Xinyu arrived at the shelter with 20 antibiotics, 10 cold medicines, and 5 hemostatics. Upon witnessing the scene, she immediately rushed to assist, but was unexpectedly dragged into the locust nest by the Locust King, leaving no further news. Watching the medicines handed to her by Li Yi, Qin Nong felt a whirlwind of emotions. Had it not been for Shun Yu's timely intervention, her 2,000 citizens would have faced total annihilation. Regardless of the cost, she must rescue Xinyu. Li Yi, quickly lead the injured comrades to the shelter for rest. I will go save her. Without waiting for a response from Li Yi, Qin Nong promptly activated the map index and automatic navigation functions, heading towards the locust nest. As Qin Nong accelerated to the underground locust nest, a putrid stench assaulted her senses. Before her lay a multitude of locust burrow entrances, congealed with dark brown slime, resembling countless festering wounds. Occasionally, the sound of chitinous scraping echoed from one of the openings, chilling her to the bone. Qin Nong bit her lip. With so many burrows and being alone, how can I possibly find Xinyu? Suddenly struck by an idea. She took out her phone and opened a green's profile. Hello, do you still have the magical sunflower seeds? A green, there are 10 left. Qin Nong, I'll take them all. Will you sell them for 998 Wu coins? 998 Wu coins represented Qin Nong's entire fortune. If a green remained steadfast in refusing to sell, she would have no recourse. A green. All right, considering you're a familiar face, I'll give you a discount. Qin Nong, deal. With 10 magical sunflower seeds in hand, along with the previous 9, she now possessed a total of 19 seeds. Qin Nong cut her palm and smeared her blood on each seed, summoned the generals, and scattered the beans to form an army. From the essence of sinews and marrow, to explore the subtle emotional nuances, purging impurities in the void, and breathing life with a gentle wind. In an instant, 19 identical Qin Nongs emerged. Ignoring her bleeding hand, she issued the command, everyone, let us set out. We must rescue Xinyu. Understood. The 19 duplicates chorused in unison as they entered through different locust burrow entrances. After their disappearance, Qin Nong selected an entrance and ventured in alone, hoping that Xinyu was still alive. Bang, bang, bang. Xinyu, with fingers splayed, effortlessly grasped the air, causing countless locusts to explode like balloons. Such waste. Do you think you deserve my attention? Xinyu scoffed, and just as he intended to proceed, Qin Nong suddenly appeared behind him. Their eyes met. Xinyu's expression brightened. Qin Nong. Qin Nong maintained a neutral demeanor, replying mechanically, target identified. Xinyu. We must leave now. Xinyu was taken aback, quickly realizing that this version of Qin Nong was somewhat unusual. Tentatively, he reached out to touch Qin Nong's face. The figure did not flinch, nor did its gaze waver. It turned out to be a magical puppet, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. Xinyu naturally embraced Qin Nong, expressing, I'm so glad you came to rescue me. The magical puppet stood still, unresponsive. Its mission was to locate Xinyu, and it would not resist should he wish to do anything. Xinyu pressed a gentle kiss to the puppet's forehead, stating, I have other intentions for coming to this underground insect lair. I cannot leave just yet. The puppet replied mechanically, this place is perilous. Please evacuate immediately. Ignoring the warning, Xinyu took the puppet's hand and pressed forward, determined to find the location of the rabbit talisman. Chapter 79. The Zodiac Talisman in the Underground Insect Lair. Qin Nong forged ahead, cutting through obstacles and slaying countless locusts, yet Xinyu remained elusive. Suddenly, a sharp pang in her heart signaled a disconnection, evoking a sense of loss. It seemed the replica's time was up. She needed to locate Xinyu without delay. The 9-character mantra, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe Jia Zhan Lai, Zai Qian. Upon invoking the 9-character mantra, Qin Nong's combat power surged to 200. In an instant, blood poured from her 7 orifices. Merely 12 points of mental strength were insufficient to sustain her use of psychic techniques. Hold on. Qin Nong bit her tongue, suppressing the urge to succumb to slumber, and stealthily approached the insect emperor, unleashing the assassin's ultimate technique, a fatal strike. The insect emperor, caught off guard by the ferocity of Qin Nong's assault, was slain before it could muster its forces for resistance. Obsidian 1, Obsidian 5, Platinum Chest 1, Dungeon Restart Card Fragment 1, Canola Seed 12, Green Bean 7. Qin Nong doubled the resources that dropped, acquiring 12 obsidian, 2 platinum chests, 2 Dungeon Restart Card Fragments, 24 canola seeds, and 14 green beans. After stowing everything away in her backpack, her gaze fell upon the 2 platinum chests. Prestige points, void coins, obsidian. As expected, 3 choices reappeared on the platinum chests. Qin Nong first selected prestige points. Ding dong. Congratulations to Survivor No. 666 for acquiring 500 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor number 666 for obtaining 800 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor number 666 for earning 1,000 prestige points. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor number 666 for amassing a total of 5,115 prestige points, capable of intimidating 5,115 subjects, ensuring they shall never harbor thoughts of rebellion. With the internal crisis of the shelter resolved, Qin Nong redirected her gaze to the second chest and chose the obsidian. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor No. 666 for acquiring 6 pieces of obsidian. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for obtaining 20 pieces of obsidian. Ding. Congratulations to survivor no. 666 for securing 45 pieces of obsidian. Obsidian, a metal more precious than black gold, obtainable solely through mining, incapable of being smelted. 100 pieces of obsidian can be synthesized into one diamond. Initially, you insisted on separation, and now you seek to reclaim the diamond. Qin Nong had been pondering where to find a diamond to upgrade her level 8 shelter, and unexpectedly, she had found a lead. Presently, she possessed 83 pieces of obsidian. Insufficient to synthesize a diamond, so she decided to wait for now. With the death of the insect king, chaos ensued among the locusts. Qin Nong had just employed the 9-character true words, leaving her weakened, yet she had yet to locate Xinyu, and could only muster a breath of resilience. Coincidentally, the insect lair, ravaged by consecutive battles, was on the brink of collapse. Boom. The entire cavern seemed to be toppled by an invisible giant hand, starting to shake violently. Massive stones plummeted from above, stirring clouds of dust. The ancient runes etched on the cave walls began to warp and shatter. Crack! As stone debris fell, a peculiar round stone emerged on the wall, emanating an unusual soft glow. What could that be? Qin Nong leaned on her sword and approached, discovering a talisman carved in the shape of a rabbit. A rabbit talisman? Should she take it? After a moment's hesitation, Qin Nong smacked her forehead. How could she forget the prophecy note? Qin Nong swiftly unfolded the note, revealing a line of text. Legend has it that the 12 zodiac talismans each harbor immense magic, and the one who collects all 12 will wield great power to dominate the earth. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take it, you fool. In this moment of peril, Qin Nong had no time to ponder the significance of the 12 zodiac talismans or their dominion over the earth. She grasped the rabbit talisman in her palm. Instantly, a powerful gust enveloped her, whisking her away at lightning speed from the impending collapse of the cavern. Bang! The moment Qin Nong exited the cave, the mountainside crumbled with a resounding roar. A single tear fell upon her hand. Qin Nong, in disbelief, took 2 steps forward, her soft murmurs transforming into a heart-wrenching scream. Xinyu, Xinyu, are you looking for me? Xinyu's voice echoed from behind. Qin Nong turned to look. Draped in a frost-colored robe, he delineated a lean and upright figure. His high-bridged nose was complemented by a pair of expressive eyes, seemingly smiling, with the fluttering edges of his attire exuding an enchanting elegance. At last, she had found Xinyu, whom she had sought for so long. Qin Nong, through her tears, broke into a smile, asking, "How did you come out?" Xinyu gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Qin Nong's eyes, a flicker of light dancing in his gaze. "I emerged after failing to find what I sought." Curiously, Qin Nong inquired, "What were you looking for?" Xinyu shook his head. "It is of no consequence. What matters is that you are safe." With matters resolved, Qin Nong could no longer maintain her strength and softly collapsed. Xinyu caught her just in time. Weakly, Qin Nong implored, "Please, take me back to the sanctuary. I beg you." Xinyu tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his brow furrowing. The information was accurate. How could there be no rabbit talisman? With a sigh, he tightened his grip on the chicken talisman, cradling Qin Nong in his arms as they slowly ascended into the distance. Qin Nong then experienced a peculiar dream. In her slumber, she possessed 12 zodiac talismans, each imbued with immense power. The rat talisman transformed inanimate objects into animals. The ox talisman granted extraordinary strength. The tiger talisman balanced yin and yang. The rabbit talisman endowed super speed. The dragon talisman unleashed explosive force. The snake talisman rendered her invisible. The horse talisman cured all ailments. The goat talisman facilitated astral projection. The monkey talisman allowed for endless transformations. The chicken talisman enabled levitation. The dog talisman conferred immortality, and the pig talisman bestowed piercing vision. Upon gathering all 12 talismans, Qin Nong engaged in an epic battle against her foes. The clash shattered mountains and rivers, extinguishing all life. Yet she emerged victorious, though her subjects suffered catastrophic losses, rendering the rebuilding of their homeland impossible. "No, stop!" Qin Nong screamed as she awoke, finding Li Yi, Xiao Qi, Aunt Pan, Xiao Shi, and Taishan gathered at her bedside. Instantly, she rose and asked, "Where is Xinyu?" Li Yi helped her to her feet, replying, "Mr. Shun has departed. He instructed us to care for you well." Rubbing her temples, Qin Nong inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" Li Yi held up 3 fingers. In disbelief, Qin Nong exclaimed, 3 days? Li Yi confirmed, yes. There are only 2 days left until the end of the locust plague, and the outside is chaotic. We dare not venture out. Peering through the window, Qin Nong beheld the locust army, now leaderless, wandering aimlessly, devouring every green plant in sight. Once all vegetation was consumed, the locusts, driven by hunger, began to turn upon one another, resulting in a significant reduction in their numbers. Chapter 80. Qin Nong, the leader of District 27. No wonder these creatures cannot become the Locust King. At least the Locust King understands moderation, whereas this group of mindless beings merely follows instinct. At this rate, their extinction is merely a matter of time. Gazing at the rabbit talisman in her palm, Qin Nong mused, since the 12 zodiac signs are interconnected, there must be the other 11 talismans. I must gather them all. At this moment, Li Yi stepped forward and said, Miss Qin, here are the resources we have gathered during this period. 2,090 units of wood, 2,970 units of stone, and 3,000 units of mud. It's quite a substantial amount. Qin Nong recalled the previous supplies of antibiotics, 20, cold medicine, 10, and hemostatic drugs, 5, which had yet to be duplicated in abundance. Thus, she decided to merge them for replication. Once the process concluded, Qin Nong transported 24 units of rapeseed and 14 units of green beans to the planting area, and handed over 40 units of antibiotics, 20 units of cold medicine, 10 units of hemostatic drugs, and 20 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication to Li Yi. The remaining resources were intended for upgrading the shelter, and Qin Nong planned to consolidate them all. Suddenly, Qin Nong remembered that they were significantly lacking in bricks. So she entrusted 3,000 units of mud, 1,500 units of stone, and 1,500 units of wood to Aunt Pan, instructing her to activate the furnace to produce bricks. These materials should yield approximately 1,500 bricks, which she would later duplicate. Upon exiting the bedroom, Qin Nong observed the weary, emaciated citizens who had toiled for many days, and a wave of guilt washed over her. Previously, in preparation for the night market, she had harvested all the ripe fruits and vegetables from the planting area, leaving 4,200 citizens to endure extreme deprivation. This situation was not unique to District 27. It was a dire reality across the other 9,999 districts as well. Qin Nong inquired of Li Yi, how much food do we have left? Li Yi replied, during this time, everyone has been subsisting on crucian carp, seaweed, and shrimp. Shellfish are utterly insufficient to satiate hunger. We've been forced to slaughter piglets, sheep, pigeons, and hens for meat. And now only the initial 20 dairy cows you brought back remain. The plight was even graver than Qin Nong had imagined. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, slaughter the dairy cows. Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. All of them? Qin Nong responded calmly. Even if we were to slaughter all 20 cows, each person would receive but a small bowl of meat. Proceed with the slaughter. Resolute in her decision, Qin Nong left Li Yi to arrange for the necessary actions. Soon, the cafeteria was filled with the enticing aroma of meat. At that moment, the chat hall was abuzz with chatter. In District 27, I seem to smell meat. You're in District 27, and you're unaware that the district leader has slaughtered 20 dairy cows for everyone to eat? What? After the locust plague, even the plants are gone, and yet there are still people who can eat meat? I heard that District 27 has faced several locust plagues. Indeed, many citizens in various districts have perished from starvation due to the locust plagues. Have you not seen the numerous gray avatars in the chat hall recently? In such desperate circumstances, Qin Nong's ability to provide meat for 4,200 citizens was indeed remarkable. The following day, Aunt Pan brought 1,500 crafted bricks. After duplicating them, Qin Nong used the universal synthesizer to produce 600 intermediate bricks, adding them to the previous 350 intermediate bricks, totaling 950, still falling short. At that moment, Xiao Qi's stomach let out a sudden growl. Everyone turned to look, and Xiao Qi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qin Nong, however, displayed a knowing expression. She recalled that last night, during the distribution of beef, Aunt Pan, Xiao Qi, Taishan, Xiao Shi, and Li had not participated. Leading by example is nothing less than essential for one worthy of the title of a leader. Qin Nong nodded inwardly, producing her last provisions, 50 kilograms of beef jerky, 10 rice dumplings, and 20 packets of coffee. With a gentle demeanor, she remarked, please take these provisions and share them among yourselves. Li promptly declined, exclaiming, "What about you, Miss Qin? If all the food goes to us, what will you eat?" Qin Nong shook her head, reassuringly stating, "I can manage without food for a couple of days. Rest assured, once the locust plague subsides, we will no longer need to scrimp and save." The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, Li departed with the food. Qin Nong then retrieved the mental meditation technique, preparing to cultivate her mental strength. The last time she employed the 9-character mantra, she nearly succumbed on the spot, indicating that her mental prowess required further enhancement. Clearing her mind, Qin Nong's thoughts began to relax as she entered a state of profound transcendence. Ding! The locust plague, which has persisted for half a month, is nearing its conclusion. Let us commence the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the surviving 5 billion seekers of life. I am now ready to announce the results. In this locust plague crisis, a total of 49,284. 462 lives have been lost, and 2,000 districts have been disbanded. The remaining homeless survivors may select the districts they wish to join within 3 seconds. Failure to do so will result in random assignment. 3, 2, 1, stop. I will now announce the district statistics. In District 1, the number of applicants among the refugees is 191. In District 2, the number of applicants is 390. In District 27, the number of applicants is 64,000. In District 28, the number of applicants is 91. The district assignment has concluded. Survivors who perform best during the locust plague crisis will not only receive the title of arch nemesis of the plague, Mental 1, but also obtain 2 fragments of the dungeon restart card. Dear companions, the maps of the 8,000 districts have been entirely refreshed. The next crisis, a plague, is now commencing. This plague will last for 30 days. So please prepare yourselves and avoid infection. The plague has finally arrived, and I find myself without a shelter or medicine. Perhaps death would be preferable. Is it truly so simple to wish for death? The paramount concern now is how to survive amidst the plague. I have resolved to seek refuge with Qin Nong. She is exceptionally formidable and is bound to protect me. Goodness, great minds think alike. Presently, she has the highest number of refugees in her district, a staggering 64,000. Furthermore, Qin Nong is the champion of the night market, and being with her means I could enjoy a 50% discount on purchases. Yet, is that truly the focal point? With such a multitude of refugees, how will she manage them all? What if chaos ensues? More importantly, how will she provide sustenance for so many? Should I worry? If she is willing to take them in, she must possess a means to address these challenges. Indeed, the locust plague has allowed for the consumption of meat, and now that the plague has concluded, it is quite astonishing that this pandemic is set to persist for an entire month. Have you noticed how the duration of crises seems to be extending? After donning the title of nemesis of the locust plague, Qin Nong felt invigorated, her mental fortitude bolstered by 40 hours of dedicated practice in the art of mental meditation, elevating her spirit to a remarkable level of 17. She mused that her next invocation of the 9-character mantra should not result in the same grievous outcome as before, where blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Quietly, she doubled her collection of dungeon restart card fragments, now possessing a total of 8, with only 2 more needed to access the Temple of Survival dungeon. Observing the discussions in the chat hall, Qin Nong felt a twinge of unease. Chapter 81. Ahead lies a clear path. The induction is illuminated. Permission to leap is granted. The first crisis, cold wave, with an absolute 0 temperature, lasts for 1 day. The second crisis, heat wave, heralding an apocalyptic drought, endures for 3 days. The third crisis, fog, brings forth monstrous entities, persisting for 5 days. The fourth crisis, acid rain, erodes all, lasting 7 days. The fifth crisis, typhoon, strikes with ferocity for 10 days. The sixth crisis, locust plague, leads to planned extinction over 15 days. The seventh crisis, pandemic, leaves no survivors and spans 30 days. As everyone has noted, the duration of these crises is indeed lengthening, an ominous sign. Furthermore, Qin Nong has discerned that these crises are intricately linked, where extreme cold is followed by extreme heat. In such aberrant weather, monsters emerge from the fog, only to be repelled by acid rain and typhoons, which in turn summon locusts. With the locust outbreak, fatalities surged, and thus the pandemic arose. It seems as though an unseen hand orchestrates these events, compelling survivors to evolve swiftly, rendering them vulnerable. Qin Nong stepped outside her dwelling. 400 subjects had gathered outside the shelter. In this battle, the survivors ultimately triumphed. In the forest, newly sprouted saplings stretched their branches amidst the gaps, vying for the sky alongside wildflowers. Centuries-old trees stood like giants, their trunks adorned with various ferns and vines, resembling guardians draped in emerald jewels. The sounds of flowing streams, chirping insects, and singing birds intertwined to create a jubilant melody. This forest, in countless forms, orchestrated a ceaseless green symphony, with the locust plague behind them. The map had been refreshed. Qin Nong instructed, Li, relay this. The new arrivals must complete daily tasks for a month consecutively to be admitted to the shelter. At this moment, the fruits and vegetables within the shelter had flourished, alleviating concerns about food supply. Yet, Qin Nong found herself preoccupied with deeper worries. The pandemic had arrived, and no one knew the trajectory this crisis would take. Suddenly, her phone rang. Qin Nong opened the message and discovered it was a task from the Have You Sent It? Alliance, which someone had completed. Ding. The solicitation task you posted has been completed. Please check. Task details. Obtain 1 fragment of the dungeon restart card. Task location, unrestricted. Task duration, unlimited. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Completion reward, 500 Wook coins. Ding. It has been detected that you currently possess only 50 Wook coins, which is insufficient to pay the reward. Please negotiate with the task completer. Initially, Qin Nong had intended to cast a wide net and hoped for a stroke of luck. She never expected someone would actually fulfill the task. She clicked on the avatar of the other party, whose name was Tyrannosaurus, and he appeared rather formidable. Qin Nong, I apologize, but I currently do not have 500 Wook coins. Tyrannosaurus, I went through great trouble to procure this fragment of the dungeon restart card for you. And you say you have no money? How do you expect to be a vice leader? Qin Nong, can I offer something else in payment? Tyrannosaurus, what could possibly be worth more than 500 Wook coins? Qin Nong, swift boots and flying skateboard. Tyrannosaurus, hello, vice leader, I apologize for my earlier tone. With her current speed, Qin Nong had few rivals, rendering the swift boots and flying skateboard unnecessary. Seizing this opportunity to strike was advantageous. Qin Nong, all right. It's settled then. Upon completing the transaction, Qin Nong received 1 fragment of the dungeon restart card. Tyrannosaurus, if you ever need anything else, let me know. I'm a treasure hunter, specializing in this. Qin Nong, do you have other side jobs? Tyrannosaurus, of course. I differ from other survivors. They focus on upgrading shelters and expanding their territories. I simply wish to ensure my own sustenance without concern for others. Moreover, I have explored many dungeons and possess substantial treasure hunting experience. Qin Nong, have you participated in the temple survival dungeon? Tyrannosaurus, I am one of the survivors. Now it was Qin Nong's turn to feel excitement. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon an expert, with Tyrannosaurus's guidance. Participating in the temple survival dungeon would surely amplify her chances of success. Qin Nong, I am collecting fragments of the dungeon restart card to participate in the temple survival dungeon. Could you offer some advice? Tyrannosaurus, 1 question for 10 Wook coins. Qin Nong, I have paid. Tyrannosaurus, after the free fall, run quickly and be sure not to be caught by the chimpanzee. Qin Nong, is that all? Any additional tips? Tyrannosaurus, 10 Wook coins. Qin Nong, forget it. I'll seek your help if I encounter difficulties in the dungeon. After logging off, Qin Nong immediately doubled the 1 fragment of the dungeon restart card she had just acquired. 10 fragments were complete. Ding. It has been detected that you have collected 10 dungeon restart card fragments. Would you like to merge them? Merge. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a copy restart card. Please select the dungeon you wish to restart. Road survival, abyss survival, northern survival, cloud survival, ocean survival, temple survival. The options flashed one by one before Qin Nong. After lightly tapping on temple survival, the voice of 007 echoed once more. Ding. Greetings, dear survivor number 666. I am here to announce the rules of the dungeon. Firstly, this temple survival dungeon lasts for 1 day. If after 1 day you wish to conquer other maps, you may remain in the dungeon and continue your game. Secondly, during the course of the dungeon, items will randomly drop. Collecting these dropped items may bring you good fortune. Thirdly, you must gather as many coins as possible to unlock different scenes of the map, as the types of items within each map are distinct. Fourthly, during the dungeon, you may not use any items from your backpack. nor can you utilize any talent skills. Fifthly, all resources gathered within the dungeon may be taken back to your shelter. Sixthly, this dungeon is of the escape type and does not involve competitive gameplay. So you will only encounter the inherent dangers of the dungeon and need not worry about threats from other survivors. Seventhly, there is no safe time in this dungeon. Friendly reminder, although you are a survivor utilizing a dungeon restart card, the benefits and treatment you receive are identical to those of other survivors, so feel free to participate. Clear skies ahead, inducement lights are on, transition permitted. May fortune favor you all. Without any warning or preparation, Nong plummeted from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chapter 82, Dungeon, Temple Survival. 1. Just when Nong thought her demise was imminent, a temple appeared below, with a rope hanging in front of it. Reaching out, Nong grasped the rope and slid down to the ground. Just as she was about to pause and catch her breath, a fierce and menacing gorilla burst forth from the temple, intent on tearing her apart. Roar! What is this? Run! Nong initially intended to leverage her speed to evade the gorilla, only to realize her speed was merely that of an average person. Nong. Right. The rules stated that no items from the backpack could be used, nor any talent skills. This is dire. In her desperate sprint, Nong managed to maintain a 5-meter distance from the pursuing gorilla. Should she slow down or falter, the beast would close in instantly. However, human endurance is finite, and if this continued, her fate was sealed. At that moment, Nong noticed an attribute panel emerging before her. Copy name, Temple Survival, current map, Moonlit Dome, current map difficulty, 1 star, current map special bonus, none, current map enemy bonus, none, other unlocked maps, none, current speed, 3 meters per second, cumulative distance, 50 meters, cumulative wealth, none, harvested items, none, mount, none, evaluation, a mere triviality. Running 3 meters, nearly devoured by a gorilla. With an impassive expression, Nong gazed at this assessment, harboring a profound disdain for 007's acerbic tongue. Beep. An obstacle, a stump, detected 20 meters ahead. Nong deftly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the stump. A trivial matter indeed. It is merely a 1-star dungeon. The challenge should not be formidable. Beep. A treasure chest detected 50 meters ahead. Not far off, a treasure chest floated serenely in midair, seemingly beckoning to Nong. Onward. With a great leap, she soared through the chest. Beep. Congratulations, you have acquired a shield skill for 30 seconds. A shield? What purpose does it serve? Nong looked down at the verdant aura enveloping her, contemplating its utility, when suddenly she stumbled and fell against the obstacle. In an instant, the green glow dissipated. Oh, so it is. The shield can absorb damage from an obstacle once. Beep. A cliff detected 10 meters ahead. After a brief run-up of several meters, Nong made a grand leap over the precipice. At that moment, she recalled something and glanced back. The gorilla was still in relentless pursuit. Nong mused, truly, this creature is dedicated. Beep. Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have accumulated a running distance of 500 meters, earning the Mount Sparrow, not rideable. Mount name, Sparrow, level 1. Special skill, acceleration, next upgrade requirement. Accumulate running distance of 1,000 meters. Evaluation, what significance does a mount hold? Whether one possesses a mount or not is inconsequential. If fate favors me, it shall bestow upon me a steed. If not, it is merely a sparrow, a negligible boon. Upon acquiring the Mount Sparrow, Nong indeed found her speed considerably enhanced, swiftly distancing herself from the gorilla. Observing her increasing lead, the gorilla pounded its chest in impotent rage. Now, Nong felt less fear towards her pursuer, even turning to make a silly face. Come chase me, you fool. Ha ha ha. In her moment of triumph, Nong stumbled over a stump. Roar. The gorilla, seizing the opportunity, gave chase with a fierce countenance. Terrified, Nong turned and fled, the sparrow closely trailing her. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she thought, I must exercise greater caution henceforth. Beep. 50 gold coins detected 5 meters ahead. Gold coins. The rules dictate that one should endeavor to collect as many coins as possible to unlock various maps of different scenes. Thus, one must charge ahead. 50 coins. Uniformly arranged along the roadside, beckoned Nong, who merely needed to veer slightly to the side to collect them. I shall collect. As the coins passed through his being, The attribute panel swiftly updated to reflect an accumulation of 50 coins under the section labeled Wealth Accumulated. Ding! A hazardous chainsaw has appeared 15 meters ahead. This time, no reminder was necessary. Qin Nong was already prepared. The chainsaw buzzed ominously, its sharp blade glinting coldly as it obstructed his path. With a leap, Qin Nong effortlessly soared over the chainsaw, snatching a treasure chest midair. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the skill magnet for 15 seconds. This skill was distinctly different from the shield. Curiosity piqued, Qin Nong pondered the purpose of the magnet when, to his delight, another 50 coins appeared in the right foreground. However, this time, before he could approach, the coins seemed magnetically drawn to him, cascading into his possession. 50 coins. Ha ha ha. So this is how the magnet works. Seizing the moment, Qin Nong activated the magnet, rapidly accumulating coins. A total of 150 coins. It was astonishingly swift. At this juncture, Qin Nong felt he had fully grasped the essence of the moonlit canopy map. It was time to venture into another realm. He opened the attribute panel and scrolled through a plethora of maps. Moonlit Canopy, Autumn Grove, Frozen Shadows, Scorching Desert, Pirate Bay, Magical Fairy Palace, Great Wall, Ghost River Bay, Volcanic Lava, Toy Kingdom, Blossom Gobi, Lost Jungle. They all appeared enticing. After a moment's hesitation, he settled his gaze upon Autumn Grove. The rationale was simple. Unlocking this map required a mere 10 coins, the smallest of costs. Ding! Would you like to spend 10 coins to unlock the new map, Autumn Grove? Yes. Ding! The new map has been unlocked for you. You will be teleported in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ah! Once again plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters, Qin Nong felt no trepidation this time. Rather, he leisurely admired the scenery. The twilight of autumn cast an amber hue over the grove. The ancient temple partially concealed within the maple forest resembling a mysterious realm lost to time. Fiery red maple leaves carpeted the stone steps, as if draping the earth in a crimson tapestry. This was the new map, Autumn Grove. With a sudden jolt, Qin Nong narrowly avoided crashing into a tree. Deftly grasping a vine and executing a 180-degree turn in midair before landing gracefully. Unsurprisingly, a gorilla, relentless as an affliction, was hot on his heels. Ding! A carnivorous plant has been detected 50 meters ahead. Ding! A python has been identified 20 meters ahead. Ding! A one-way street appears 25 meters ahead. After deftly leaping and evading a series of obstacles, Qin Nong slid down the tree trunk. The autumn jungle differed from the moonlit canopy. All the main pathways were robust branches, and Qin Nong's jumps and sprints were executed entirely within the trees. Chapter 83. Instance, Temple Survival. 2. Ding! Congratulations, survivor number 666. You have accumulated a running distance of 1,000 meters and earned the Mount Swallow, not rideable. Mount name, Swallow. Level 2. Special skills, acceleration retained. 50 increased probability for treasure chests, new. Next upgrade requirement. Accumulate a running distance of 2,500 meters. Evaluation. The swallow is mediocre, not as formidable as the crow. Why, you ask? The crow flies. The newly upgraded mount was indeed extraordinary. After running merely 100 meters, Qin Nong had already encountered 3 treasure chests. The skills of Shield for 30 seconds, Magnet for 15 seconds, and Berserk for 30 seconds were all different, and Qin Nong collected them all. With renewed confidence, she opened her attributes panel once more. Instance name, Temple Survival. Current map, Autumn Jungle. Current map difficulty, 1 star. Current map special bonus. Treasure chests randomly yield intermediate wood. Current map enemy bonus. Invisibility. Other unlocked maps. Moonlit Canopy. Current speed, 6 meters per second. Accumulated distance, 1,000 meters. Accumulated wealth, 140 gold coins. Items acquired, none. Mount, Swallow, level 2. Evaluation, there is little room left for your regression. Qin Nong. Intermediate wood in the treasure chests? Surprised, she suddenly understood. Wood from trees aged 10 years is ordinary. Wood from trees aged 100 years is considered intermediate. The autumn jungle was replete with towering trees, thus it was rich in intermediate wood. At that moment, another treasure chest appeared in midair. Without hesitation, Qin Nong collected it. Intermediate wood, 10. Truly remarkable. Unfortunately, her double copy skill could not be utilized in this instance. Not a significant issue. She could accumulate resources and replicate them after exiting the instance. Although the treasure chest containing the intermediate wood was lightweight, it had the advantage of infinite storage, making it exceptionally convenient. Qin Nong casually picked up a vine and secured the chest to the swallow. The swallow was remarkably docile, allowing Qin Nong to manage it effortlessly. Consequently, she spent a bit more time preparing. As Qin Nong turned to check the distance between herself and the gorilla, she realized it had vanished. Qin Nong, what is happening? A profound sense of impending danger surged within her. There was no time to wait. Just as she was about to set off, a foul wind, laden with the stench of beasts, swept in from behind. Qin Nong instinctively curled up to evade, but the gorilla's sharp claws sank deeply into her shoulder blade. The moment the claws tore through the skin on her back, warm blood trickled down her spine, blooming like a strange flower against the tree trunk. The intense pain nearly caused Qin Nong to falter. How could this happen? Gasping for breath, she turned to look. The hidden enemy finally revealed itself, exposing its true form. It crouched low, its heavy paws thudding against the ground, producing a dull sound. Its fur stood erect like black steel needles, each bulging muscle brimming with power, radiating a wild ferocity. The roar it emitted was laden with unrestrained brutality and intimidation, causing the leaves to rustle, proclaiming its absolute dominion over this territory. It was indeed the gorilla. At that moment, Qin Nong recalled the line in her attribute panel that indicated current map enemy bonus. The enemy possessed an invisibility skill. She had been careless. The pain surged like a venomous thorn, and without hesitation, Qin Nong turned and fled. Roar! The gorilla struck fiercely, its fighting spirit ignited, vanishing once more to pursue Qin Nong. Having learned from her previous misstep, Qin Nong dared not be negligent and began to accelerate. Whoosh! She darted away like a gust of wind, while the gorilla's malevolent gaze fixated on her back, once again cloaking itself from sight. Although she could not see it, Qin Nong was acutely aware that the beast was trailing her, and she could not afford to let her guard down for a moment. After running for 500 meters, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her body felt feverish, as if the wound had become infected. Damn it! Qin Nong pressed on. But her body grew increasingly cumbersome, gradually obscuring her vision of the path ahead. Her mount, Swallow, anxiously circled around her, chirping as if to share in her pain. But its small stature prevented it from being ridden. What should she do? Ding! Congratulations, you have earned 60 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired 30 pieces of intermediate wood. Despite her foggy consciousness, Qin Nong instinctively navigated around obstacles, collecting treasure chests as she went. At last, her gold coins accumulated to 200. System, I wish to change the map. Ding! Please select the map you wish to unlock. What had that ale said? Where had she found her magic seed? Yes, it was in the Magic Fairy Palace. System, I wish to go to the Magic Fairy Palace. Ding! 200 gold coins have been consumed. Your new map has been unlocked. You will be teleported in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Azure waters flowed gently, adorned with vibrant blossoms. On either side of the marble-paved path leading to the Magic Fairy Palace stood towering stone pillars, reflecting the serene waters like a mirror. Dappled lotus leaves rested upon the surface, resembling green jade plates, while birds occasionally flitted by, adding a touch of tranquil zen. The new map appeared resplendent, a vision of harmony. Qin Nong, struggling against her frail body, searched fervently for the magical plant mentioned by Yell. Suddenly, a small blade of grass radiating a fluorescent green glow caught her eye. She clicked on the red exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Disaster-dispelling grass, capable of dissipating the clouds of despair from your heart, healing all wounds and ailments. As intense as black coffee may be, I merely seek the ease of soda. Excellent. You shall do. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 disaster-dispelling grass. After plucking the herb, Qin Nong was about to ingest it when the gorilla behind her, realizing something, let out a furious roar. Although she initially intended to ignore it, for reasons unknown, this particular roar paralyzed her for a full second, rendering her immobile. Oh no, how could she have forgotten? While the new map granted special bonuses, it also endowed enemies with enhancements. It appeared that the enemy's unique ability this time was intimidation, paralysis for 1 second. Seizing the moment, the gorilla rapidly closed the distance between them. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Nong swallowed the disaster-dispelling grass in 1 gulp. Instantly, a refreshing sensation flooded through her body, and miraculously, the wound on her back healed. Indeed, it was effective. Qin Nong erupted into laughter and accelerated once more. The gorilla, having narrowly missed capturing her, bellowed in frustration. With a beaming smile, Qin Nong mused, "This new map is splendid. I must devise a way to gather more herbs to bring back to the sanctuary. They will surely prove invaluable." Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 magical vine. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 giant peas. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 colorful sunflower. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 15 miraculous herbs. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 lucky 4-leaf clover. Chapter 84. Instance, Temple Survival. 3. As Qin Nong walked and collected, she quickly amassed a substantial bundle of plants, each time clicking to open their descriptions. Magical vine. Can grow or shrink at your will, for external use only, not for internal insertion. Quite flashy, but it won't comply with you. Giant pea. Of little practical use, can grow infinitely, and at maximum size, can satiate 10,000 people. Wealth, wealth, wealth. Colorful sunflower. A magical plant, non-replicable. Upon consumption, allows you to assume the appearance of another for 1 hour, bewildering opponents. The bull warrior never removes his mask. Miraculous herb, a great remedy, capable of curing plagues. Lucky 4-leaf clover, a magical product, non-replicable. Once used, it grants you a stroke of luck in dire situations. You had better truly be in need. As Qin Nong perused the series of descriptions, she suddenly realized something. Nearly all items associated with magic were non-replicable. The earlier, illusory face potion, the magical sunflower seeds, and now the colorful sunflower, all shared this trait. Could this be a form of special mechanism? With no clear direction, Qin Nong simply placed the plants into a storage box. After all, they were of no immediate use, and it would be better to deal with them when the need arose. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor No. 666 for accumulating a running distance of 2,500 meters and receiving the mount, Eagle, not rideable. Mount name, Eagle level, 3 special skills, acceleration, retained. Increased chest appearance probability by 50, retained. Initial burst of 1,000 meters, new. Next upgrade requirements. Accumulated running distance of 5,000 meters evaluation. Striking eyes indeed, striking eyes. New vitality surged within her. Observing her promotion once again, Qin Nong's confidence soared as she sprinted with determination, gathering chests along the way. At that moment, her attribute panel was updated once more. Dungeon name, Temple Survival Current Map, Enchanted Fairy Palace Current Map Difficulty, 1-star Current Map Special Bonus, Random Appearance of Magical Plants and Herbs Along the Path Current Map Enemy Bonus, Invisibility, Intimidation, Full Body Paralysis for 1 second, Other Unlocked Maps, Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle Current Speed, 6 meters per second Accumulated Distance, 2,500 meters Accumulated Wealth, 350 coins Harvested Items, 40, Intermediate Wood Mount, Swallow, Level 2, Evaluation. The ant should not praise Lawner for her attire. Rather, she should lament that Lawner died young. If she does not run, she shall perish. With the wealth Qin Nong had amassed, she could unlock other maps. Yet she desired to gather more herbs, particularly the miraculous ones capable of curing plagues. Imagine the lives she could save if she brought them out of the dungeon. The gorilla behind her seemed to sense her intent to exploit this map, as its usage of intimidation grew increasingly frequent. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Oh no, it's catching up. System, change the map. Ding. Please select the map you wish to unlock. Never mind, just pick one at random. Frozen Shadow. Ding. 350 coins have been consumed to unlock a new map. You will be teleported in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Crafted from ice. The snowy temple was surrounded by endless mountains. The frigid air rendered heaven and earth a uniform hue, while the glacial crevices concealed a chilling blue light. In the distance, the muffled roar of an avalanche made the entire mountain shiver slightly. Shivering from the cold, Qin Nong had barely steadied herself when a peculiar force enveloped her, propelling her forward a staggering 1,000 meters. Qin Nong. The newly acquired mount is the Eagle, and its special ability grants an initial burst of 1,000 meters. While Qin Nong was thrilled, a hint of worry crossed her face. Although she had escaped peril by switching maps, it also meant that the gorilla had gained a special ability, the nature of which remained unknown for the time being. Qin Nong glanced behind her. The snow-covered ground stretched endlessly, and the black gorilla had vanished once more. Damn. No wonder the death rate in the temple survival instance is so alarmingly high. Who can withstand this? Regardless, I shall confront whatever comes my way. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 150 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 200 gold coins. In a mere 5 minutes, Qin Nong amassed 500 gold coins, a fortune that surpassed her earnings from the previous 3 maps combined. Could it be that this map offers a unique boon of wealth? Qin Nong hurriedly collected more, and the accumulated wealth section of her attribute panel soared to an astonishing figure. At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through. Qin Nong shivered, and the map's scenery shifted from the snowy exterior to an underground ice cavern. The stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling resembled daggers poised to fall at any moment. Suddenly, a fissure split the ground, revealing a dark river flowing beneath. As the chilling air seeped through the cracks, sending shivers down her spine. In this silver hell, the fleeing figures were the only vibrant challenge against the ice and snow. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully passed through the ice cave. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully jumped over the haystack. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully avoided the avalanche. Each peril came unbidden, perfectly illustrating the adage that the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. At this juncture, Qin Nong's accumulated distance reached 4,500 meters, and she was on the verge of upgrading her mount once again. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the expansive ice field. Qin Nong sensed something ominous approaching swiftly from behind, her instincts screaming in alarm. The enemy was silent, clearly plotting mischief. Surely, it was that black gorilla. No time to waste, run. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor 666. You have accumulated a running distance of 5,000 meters and obtained the Mountain Eagle, rideable. Mount name, Mountain Eagle, level 4. Special skills, speed boost, retained. 50 increased chest appearance probability, retained. Initial burst of 1,000 meters, retained. One-time resurrection, new. Conditions for next upgrade. Accumulate a running distance of 10,000 meters. Evaluation, congratulations. You have mastered the art of a head start. Having acquired her new mount, Qin Nong was poised to ride. Suddenly, an overwhelming force seized her by the neck, twisting it with a sickening crack. With a final, unblinking gaze, Qin Nong stared at her recently updated attribute panel. Copy name, Temple Survival. Current map, Frozen Shadows. Current map difficulty, 2 stars. Current map special bonus, increased gold quantity. Current map enemy bonus, invisibility, intimidation. Shortened distance, other unlocked maps, Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle, Enchanted Palace. Current speed, 6 meters per second. Cumulative distance, 5,000 meters. Cumulative wealth, 800 gold. Harvested items, 40 intermediate wood. 1 magical vine, 2 giant peas, 1 colorful sunflower, 20 miraculous herbs. 1 lucky 4-leaf clover. Mountain Eagle, level 4. Evaluation. Our bond seems to leap like the Mountain Eagle. Chapter 85. Instance, Temple Survival. 4. It turns out this creature possesses the special bonus of shortened distance on this map. No wonder it can approach me silently. Ding. The special ability of the level 4 mount has been activated. Resurrection. Revived, Qin Nong swiftly mounted her eagle and soared 100 meters away. The gorilla, momentarily dazed, soon resumed its pursuit, frustrated that its shortened distance had a cooldown. It had hoped for a guaranteed hit, but did not anticipate this woman's resilience. Sitting atop the Mountain Eagle, Qin Nong exhaled with relief. Thankfully, the eagle's skill is resurrection. Otherwise, she would have been finished just now. The Mountain Eagle nuzzled Qin Nong's hand with its head before taking flight, maintaining a careful distance from the pursuing gorilla. Now liberated, Qin Nong aimed to collect more resources and accumulate gold on this map. Soon, a series of system announcements resounded. Qin Nong's accumulated gold had reached 2,000. This is a substantial fortune. However, it is only valid within the Temple Survival instance. It is time to change maps. Ding. Please select the map you wish to unlock. The 3 maps, Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle, and Enchanted Palace, are all 1-star maps, while Frozen Shadows is a 2-star map. Thus, I shall unlock another 2-star map this time. System, I choose to unlock the Scorching Desert. Ding. 500 gold has been consumed to unlock the new map. You will be teleported in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Rolling sand dunes shimmer with golden light amidst the heat waves. An ancient temple rises majestically from the sea of sand. Time and sandstorms have etched deep and shallow grooves into the temple's stone pathways, bearing witness to its solitude and resilience in the desert. Qin Nong gazed at the endless yellow sands, languidly reclining on the back of her eagle, drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, her distance traveled reached 10,000 meters. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor 666, you have accumulated a running distance of 10,000 meters and received the mount, Bifong Beast, Rideable. Mount name, Bifong Beast Level, 5 Special Skills. Acceleration, retained. 50 Increased probability of treasure chest appearance, retained. Initial burst of 1,000 meters, retained. 1 Resurrection, retained. Automatic equipment collection, new. Next upgrade requirement. Accumulate a running distance of 50,000 meters. Evaluation. Congratulations. You have mastered the art of sprinting. With each upgrade of the mount, the attribute panel is refreshed. This time, Qin Nong has learned her lesson. She opens the attribute panel and first examines the enemy enhancements section. Dungeon name. Temple Survival Current Map. Scorching Desert Current Map Difficulty. 2 stars Current Map Special Enhancement. Mysterious or Deposits Current Map Enemy Enhancements. Stealth, Intimidation, Short Distance Teleportation. Long Distance Ambush. A momentary lapse can result in a fatal strike. Other unlocked maps. Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle, Enchanted Fairy Palace. Frozen Shadows Current Speed. 6 meters per second accumulated distance. 10,000 meters accumulated wealth. 1, 500 gold coins looted items. Intermediate Wood 40, Magical Vines 1, Giant Peas 2. Colorful Sunflowers 1, Rare Herbs 20, Lucky 4-Leaf Clover 1 Mount. Bifong Beast, Level 5. Evaluation. Flowers wilt and bloom anew. Should you hesitate, I shall surely depart. To her surprise, the black gorilla has acquired the skill of long-distance ambush, which was beyond Qin Nong's expectations. However, she remains unperturbed, for the map has reset, and the skill of 1 Resurrection has been preserved. Even if the gorilla were to seize the moment and launch a lethal strike while she is caught off guard, she would still have the chance to resurrect. Ding! A volcanic eruption is detected 100 meters ahead. Ding! Magma from the Earth's core is detected 500 meters ahead. Ding! A desert scorpion is detected 1,000 meters ahead. Qin Nong is grateful to be mounted on the Bifong Beast. Otherwise, she would face an unending barrage of perils, each capable of costing her dearly. After deftly navigating through the myriad dangers, she finally arrives at the coveted mine, the special enhancement of this map, Mysterious or Deposits. Stepping into the subterranean mine feels akin to plunging into a burning hell. The cave ceiling is adorned with charred stalactites, and upon closer inspection, one can discern the remnants of solidified lava flows. Below lies a scorching rocky path precariously balanced over a river of fire, bubbling ominously. A moment's inattention could leave her reduced to ashes. Yet, amidst this perilous inferno, corners abound with heaps of black gold, and shards of obsidian are scattered liberally. Each place where lava has flowed bestowing upon the obsidian a mysterious luminescence. Ding! You have automatically collected 2 pieces of obsidian. Ding! You have automatically collected 50 pieces of black gold. Ding! You have automatically collected 100 pieces of ore. Eureka! Qin Nong counts the ever-growing bounty of mineral resources in her treasure chest, her spirits soaring. Unexpectedly, while participating in a dungeon, I stumbled upon such precious resources, and the Bifong Beast possessed an innate skill for collecting equipment, rendering her efforts unnecessary. Seizing the moment of Qin Nong's negligence, the black gorilla's eyes sparkled, launching a long-distance ambush. Ah! Qin Nong exclaimed, clutching her bleeding right arm. The ore she had just collected inadvertently fell into the lava, incinerated into sparks. Damn it! Qin Nong turned in a huff, glaring at the black gorilla behind her. The opponent, having successfully ambushed, wore a sinister grin as if mocking Qin Nong. Very well. You are formidable. Qin Nong decisively changed the map. Ding! 750 gold coins have been consumed to unlock the new map, the Great Wall. As she stepped onto the path of the Great Wall, the moss in the crevices of the stone slabs trembled and fell away. Each step felt like a challenge against the Great Wall itself, the ancient bricks whispering tales of centuries past, the cracks in the walls concealing millennia of history. Although the new map had been updated, The only benefit it offered was the rather lackluster skill of fatigue elimination. Qin Nong gazed at the endless expanse of the Great Wall and felt that choosing this map was a mistake. Ding. Congratulations on passing the guillotine. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the mechanism beast. Ding. Congratulations on solving the maze. This 2-star dungeon held little value but posed considerable danger, far from what Qin Nong desired. After accumulating 1,000 gold coins, she swiftly unlocked the Pirate Bay map, opting not to persist in her current endeavor. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for running a cumulative distance of 50,000 meters, earning the mount, the Nine-Headed Bird, rideable. Mount name, Nine-Headed Bird. Level, 6. Special skills, speed boost, retained. 50 increased treasure chest spawn rate, retained. Initial sprint of 1,000 meters, retained. One-time resurrection, retained. Automatic equipment collection, retained. Foresight of dangers within 500 meters ahead, new. Conditions for next upgrade. Accumulate running distance of 100,000 meters. Evaluation. In the face of adversity. Remain calm, and hold tightly to the head of the Nine-Headed Bird. Which head, you ask? Of course, the one on top. Chapter 86. Dungeon, Temple Survival. 5. The skill of foresight of dangers within 500 meters ahead proved to be immensely useful. With this ability, Qin Nong deftly avoided sudden cannonballs, obstructive pirate ships, and inexplicable tsunamis, emerging unscathed. Truly a cheat device. The sun-drenched coast of Pirate Bay resembled a tranquil painting. The soft golden sands were gently embraced by the crystalline waters, while the weathered barrels, rusted anchors, and abandoned pirate ships each narrated tales of exhilarating adventures. The newly unlocked map, Pirate Bay, indeed showcased splendid scenery. As Qin Nong savored the views, her attribute panel was also updated. Copy name, Temple Survival. Current map, Pirate Bay. Current map difficulty, 3 stars. Current map special bonus, abundant marine life. Current map enemy bonus, stealth, intimidation, shortening distance, long-range ambush. Sonic attack, commanding other creatures to attack. New. Other unlocked maps, Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle, Magical Fairy Palace, Frozen Shadows, Scorching Desert. Great Wall, current speed, 6 meters per second. Cumulative distance, 50,000 meters. Cumulative wealth, 0. Harvested items, 40 intermediate wood, 1 magical vine, 2 giant peas, 1 colorful sunflower. 20 magical herbs, 1 lucky 4-leaf clover, 17 obsidian, 5,000 pounds of ore. 30 pounds of black gold. Mount, Nine-Headed Bird, level 6. Evaluation, you cannot afford to be complacent. How powerful are you now, with your delicate pink demeanor? 1-star maps, Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle, Magical Fairy Palace. 2-star maps, Frozen Shadows, Scorching Desert, Great Wall. 3-star maps, Pirate Bay, Toy Kingdom, Floral Gobi. Each of these 9 maps possesses its own unique charm, leaving Qin Nong in a state of awe. Furthermore, Qin Nong discovered many other maps, yet their unlocking bore little significance, yielding no special items. The current map, Pirate Bay, however, not only brims with gold, but also offers an abundance of marine creatures to bring back to the shelter, allowing everyone to indulge in a feast. Thus, Qin Nong resolved to stay a few more days. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 living octopuses. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 sea fish. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 deep-sea conchs. Immersed in the joy of harvest, a colossal tentacle descended from the heavens, crashing down upon her and her bird. Coughing. Having gulped a mouthful of seawater, Qin Nong had yet to regain her balance when she was abruptly dragged upwards, clinging desperately to a protruding reef. She found the strength of the tentacle unyielding as it swiftly struck from various angles, severing her escape routes. In the face of this behemoth, her resistance felt utterly futile. With a piercing cry, the Nine-Headed Bird lunged, its sharp beak fiercely pecking at the tentacle. The tentacle recoiled in pain, releasing Qin Nong. In a precarious tumble into the water, she looked up to see the surface roiling with tumultuous waves as a gigantic octopus erupted from the depths. Its reddish-brown skin covered in warts, shimmering with an eerie crimson glow. In the distance, a gorilla's roar echoed. Employing its new skill of commanding other creatures to attack, to manipulate the giant octopus, Qin Nong seethed with frustration. Once again, It was this beast's doing. Nine-headed bird. The nine-headed bird let out a resounding cry as it descended to the ground. Qin Nong swiftly rolled onto its back while activating a series of skills. Accelerate. Increased treasure chest appearance probability by 50. Initial rampage for 1,000 meters. 1 revive. Automatic equipment collection. And foreknowledge of dangers encountered within 500 meters. Not only did these skills create distance between her and the gorilla, but they also enabled her to evade the attacks of the colossal octopus multiple times. With a furious roar, the giant octopus lashed out once more with its tentacles. Qin Nong deftly sidestepped, the tentacle barely grazing her shoulder as it toppled a cluster of coconut trees. The force was beyond measure, sending a shiver of alarm through her. This map was exceedingly disadvantageous for her. System, switch to the Toy Kingdom map. Ding. 1,500 gold has been consumed to unlock the new map, Toy Kingdom. The Toy Kingdom was a whimsical realm filled with toys, where amusement mingled with danger, albeit with a rather lackluster enhancement of all acquired gold X2. In this map, the enemy's attack enhancement was termed Wall Prison, allowing them to stack toys into 4 walls to trap Qin Nong. This tactic proved effective, nearly leading her to the brink of death. In a critical moment, Qin Nong produced the lucky 4-leaf clover. Fortune was at hand. The instant the clover ignited, a golden light of hope cascaded down, causing the toy walls to collapse with a thunderous crash. Her mileage surged at an unimaginable rate. 50,000 meters, 60,000 meters, 100,000 meters. Ding. Congratulations to Survivor 666, who has accumulated a running distance of 100,000 meters and earned the mount. Golden Winged Rock can carry passengers. Mount name, Golden Winged Rock. Level 7, special skills. Accelerate, retained. Increased treasure chest appearance probability by 50, retained. Initial rampage for 1,000 meters, retained. 1 revive, retained. Automatic equipment collection, retained. Foreknowledge of dangers encountered within 500 meters, retained. Soaring to great heights, new. Upgrade requirement. Accumulate running distance of 150,000 meters. Evaluation. What strength do you possess to ride the same bird as me? With the wind at its wings. The golden winged rock soared to great heights. As it flapped its mighty wings, casting a shadow akin to the sun itself, it ascended into the clouds. Qin Nong, seated atop the golden winged rock, gazed at the surrounding white clouds and the ever-shrinking gorilla. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she resolutely switched to a new map, Flowering Gobi. Meanwhile, Qin Nong was fervently navigating challenges, oblivious to the bloodshed occurring at the shelter. Survivor number 2, alongside Jiang Sisi and Sha Sha, was wreaking havoc, committing atrocities without remorse. The once thriving and harmonious sanctuary had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Li covered her wound, her eyes filled with wrath, in the wake of disaster. The Blood Alliance not only severs ties, but also slaughters the innocent. You will surely face retribution. Number 2 laughed maniacally. The empty sleeve where his arm once was trembled with the force of his laughter. Huh, I have never believed in retribution. Qin Nong has repeatedly provoked my alliance and severed my arm. This grudge is irreconcilable. Today, I shall slay this wretched group to vent my fury from the past. With a resounding bang, Jiang Sisi stepped forward and shot Li dead. Thus, the 200 inhabitants of the shelter met their demise. Li, unable to close her eyes in death, gazed longingly at the shelter, a tear escaping her eye. I'm sorry, Miss Qin, I cannot accompany you any longer. Chapter 87. Instance concluded, reward options available. Objective achieved. Number 2 pulled out a lighter, igniting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, the faint smoke curling between his teeth. A sinister smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he flicked the lighter carelessly, sending it soaring like a shooting star towards the curtains. Flames licked at the fabric, erupting into a towering inferno that engulfed the shelter. Amidst the raging fire, Number 2 leisurely brushed off the ash, his polished shoes crushing the remaining embers into the mud. Sha Sha, Sisi, let us go. It's time to return and celebrate with the brothers. Soon, our blood alliance shall be renowned across the land. The flames roared like a ravenous beast, consuming the entire house with claws outstretched. The wooden beams creaked ominously under the heat, collapsing with a thunderous crash. At that moment, Qin Nong remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. Ding dong. Congratulations, Survivor 666. You have accumulated a running distance of 150,000 meters and earned the mount, Ancient Songwon, capable of carrying passengers. Mount name, Ancient Songwon, level 8, special skills, acceleration, retained. 50 increased probability of treasure chest appearance, retained, 1,000 meter berserk start, retained, 1 resurrection, retained, automatic equipment collection, retained, foresight of dangers within 500 meters, retained. Soaring to great heights, retained, costless traversal of any map, new. Next upgrade requirement. Accumulate a running distance of 200,000 meters. Evaluation, frighteningly accurate, not lacking in substance. Following the upgrade of Qin Nong's level 8 mount, she could now traverse various maps at will. She headed straight to her desired destination, the Enchanted Fairy Palace, to harvest its magical plants. Pea Shooter 2, Corn Catapult 2, Cabbage Catapult 2, Magical Mushroom 2, Explosive Popcorn 2, Cattail Flower 2. This collection of magical plants boasted modest attack power, sufficient only to scare off intruding thieves and beasts, revealing their shortcomings. They were dazzling, yet utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, Qin Nong remained unperturbed, gathering as many as possible. For abundance is always advantageous. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Nong had unwittingly accumulated a mileage of 200,000 meters. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666, who has successfully run a total of 200,000 meters, earning the mount, the Divine Bird Phoenix, capable of carrying passengers. Mount name, Divine Bird Phoenix, level 9, special skills, acceleration, retained, increased probability of treasure chest appearance by 50, retained, initial burst of 1,000 meters, retained. 1 resurrection, retained, automatic equipment collection, retained, foresight of dangers encountered within 500 meters, retained, soaring to great heights, retained, costless traversal of any map, retained. Intimidation of all living beings, new. Evaluation, oh, release the power of the mighty. Ding. Congratulations to survivor number 666 for upgrading the mount to its highest level. Loading the latest information for you. Dungeon name, Temple Survival. Current map, 100 Flower Gobi. Current map difficulty, 3 stars. Current map special bonus, Calming the Mind. Current map enemy bonuses, Invisibility. Intimidation, shortening distance, long distance ambush, sonic attack, controlling other creatures to launch attacks, reducing hunger, summoning clones, new. Other unlocked maps, Moonlit Dome, Autumn Jungle, Magical Fairy Palace, Frozen Shadows. Blazing Desert, Great Wall of China, Pirate Bay, Toy Kingdom. Current speed, 10 meters per second. Accumulated mileage, 200,000 meters. Accumulated wealth, 100 gold coins. Items collected, 40 intermediate wood, 1 magical vine, 2 giant peas, 1 colorful sunflower, 20 magical herbs, 17 obsidian, 5,000 gene of, or 30 gene of black gold, 2 living octopuses, 100 sea fish, 50 sea shells, 2 pea shooters, 2 corn catapults, 2 cabbage catapults, 2 magical mushrooms, 2 explosive popcorns, 2 cattail flowers. Mount, Divine Bird Phoenix, level 9. Evaluation, you are truly a master tattoo artist, painting my visage with artistry. At last, she had reached the maximum level. Qin Nong excitedly spun around. The rewards this time must be substantial. As expected, the voice of 007 resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations to survivor number 666 for outstanding performance in the Temple Survival Dungeon, earning 10 free attribute points. Ding! All items collected in the dungeon, excluding living beings, can be taken out of the dungeon. Ding! You may choose to bring the mount, Divine Bird Phoenix, out of the dungeon, though it will automatically vanish after 15 days. Alternatively, you may select any door. Each time this door is opened, you will be randomly teleported to any dungeon as a reward. A choice between 2 options? Intriguing. Qin Nong stroked her chin. Logically, the first choice would undoubtedly be the Divine Bird Phoenix, for a level 9 mount would be sufficient to impress for a lifetime. However, 007's warning that the mount would disappear after 15 days meant she could only flaunt it for those fleeting days. Should one choose the random door, it may prove to be rather precarious, for the world beyond is capricious and fraught with uncertainty. Is there any peril? Might there be resources? Such questions remain unanswered, relying solely on chance. If, upon opening the door, one were to encounter a gorilla, that would spell doom. What to choose? Qin Nong furrowed her brow. Caught in a dilemma. Ding dong. Please make your selection within 5 seconds. Failure to do so will result in a random decision by the system. 5, 4, 3, 2. I choose the random door. Ding dong. Congratulations to Survivor 666, who has selected the random door as a reward for the challenge. The instant she exited the challenge, Qin Nong discovered an abundance of supplies within her advanced dimensional backpack, including the random door. With the ability to double the resources, she received 80 units of intermediate wood, 1 magical vine, 2 giant peas, 1 colorful sunflower, 20 miraculous herbs, 34 obsidian, 10,000 pounds of ore, 60 pounds of dark gold, for live octopuses, 200 sea fish, 100 conchs, 2 pea shooters, 2 corn throwers, 2 cabbage throwers, 2 magical mushrooms, 2 explosive popcorns, and 2 cattail flowers. Wonderful. The accumulated quantity of obsidian now reached 117, and Qin Nong promptly utilized the universal synthesizer. Synthesize. Ziz. The diamonds forged from 100 pieces of obsidian resembled stars in the night sky, forever suspended, each facet akin to frozen lightning, refracting a chilling, resplendent rainbow light. As her fingertips grazed over them, the delicate brilliance danced in the air, as if capturing the starlight of the entire universe within this minuscule space. Exquisite, radiant, captivating. Is this the diamond required to upgrade to an 8th level shelter? Qin Nong swallowed hard. No wonder so many nobles are enamored with diamonds. Who wouldn't be entranced? With 17 pieces of obsidian remaining and 10,000 pounds of ore, Aunt Pan would undoubtedly be eager to ignite the furnace to smelt the dark gold. Chapter 88. The shelter destroyed. No survivor among the inhabitants with a trove of spoils. Qin Nong jubilantly made her way back to the shelter. Aunt Pan, Shao Qi, Taishan, Little Snake, Li Yi. I have returned. This time, I have brought back an abundance of food. You shall no longer go hungry, even if plagued by disease. Fear not, for I possess miraculous herbs that will surely cure you. As Qin Nong approached the shelter, the obsidian in her hands clattered to the ground. Blood stained the charred earth, and the lifeless bodies of her companions lay strewn about, their wide eyes frozen in terror, weapons scattered at their sides. Silently narrating the tale of this brutal massacre. The burned shelter, the fallen comrades, the destroyed home, everything felt like an absurd dream. Qin Nong could hardly believe it. She had merely ventured into an ordinary challenge, and upon her return, the shelter had been reduced to ruins. No, she refused to accept it. With tear-stained eyes, Qin Nong lunged toward the ashes, fervently sifting through the debris and stones, desperately seeking any evidence that her companions might still be alive. I must find something, she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. Blood oozed from her hands, which quickly became a tapestry of wounds, yet her relentless efforts showed no sign of waning. Piece by piece, she removed charred wooden planks and unearthed heaps of ash, her determination unwavering. At last, in the depths of the ruins, Qin Nong's gaze fell upon a dark gold bracelet. She picked it up and recognized it as the gift she had given to Li Yi. Once, this bracelet had been inseparable from Li Yi, but today, it lay cracked. A wave of anguish surged within Qin Nong. It was the blood alliance. It must have been them. These beasts. A single tear fell, nurturing the seeds buried deep below. In that moment, as the seed broke through the soil, it illuminated Qin Nong's entire world. Thunderthorn seed, a precious essence formed from the ashes of the Thorn King, strengthened through the trials of lightning and fire. Now, this seed possesses the power to take root near the sanctuary, safeguarding the homeland. Once, it was affectionately called Little Sweetheart while gazing at the moon, but now, it is no longer known as the Thorn King, but rather as the Thunder Seed. Even the Thorn King had perished in the flames. Surely, the great and small, the black-scaled serpent, would meet a similar fate. With utmost care, Qin Nong cradled the seed, her heart heavy with sorrow. Though the seed was fragile now, it bore the hope of life, demonstrating to the world that even amidst the harshest ruins, life could discover a path to rebirth. Sister Qin Nong. At the moment of her deepest despair, a soft, gentle voice seized her heart. Who? Qin Nong scanned her surroundings, and her eyes fell upon a filthy little boy emerging from the furnace. Upon seeing his face, She recalled that he was Yuan, the younger brother of Taishan. Regaining her composure, Qin Nong rushed forward to embrace him. Yuan, what about your brother? Little Snake and Aunt Pan? Where are they? In response to her hopeful gaze, Yuan bit his lip tightly. They were all killed by the bad people. Sister Qin Nong, I'm so scared. Through Yuan's tearful recounting, Qin Nong quickly grasped the truth of the matter. Shortly after she entered the Temple of Survival instance, the Blood Alliance had suddenly hurled 2 infected corpses into the sanctuary, causing all survivors to contract the plague and lose their combat abilities. Thankfully, Li Yi had acted decisively, distributing the medicine that Qin Nong had left behind, and with the sanctuary's built-in automatic defense system at level 7, they managed to hold their ground against the enemy. However, the refugees within the sanctuary suddenly turned against them, colluding with the enemy and sabotaging the automatic defense. Number 2, alongside Jiang Sisi and Xia, stormed in, resulting in a brutal massacre that reduced everything to ashes. Having absorbed the entirety of the harrowing tale, Qin Nong was consumed by despair. She was consumed by a desire to eliminate the members of the Crimson Alliance immediately, yet the top 10 assassins of the Crimson Alliance were all level 8 survivors. Formidable foes she could not contend with. Furthermore, she now bore an additional burden. Observing the round, grayish little face, Qin Nong tenderly wiped away the tears and cradled him in her arms, bringing him to the center of the bedroom. Teleportation array, activate. A beam of light flashed, revealing a 7th level sanctuary that materialized before them. Such a beautiful estate. Is this going to be our new home? Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Nong herself had not anticipated that the abandoned manor she had once fortuitously restored would now serve as her only refuge. Gazing at the serene scenery and elegant surroundings of the sanctuary, Qin Nong said to Yuan, from tomorrow onward, I shall be your only family. We will rely on one another, and when the day comes that Sister Qin Nong becomes powerful, I promise you, we shall make those who have wronged us pay in blood. Yuan's eyes widened with determination as he replied, I believe in you. Qin Nong managed a faint smile and said, You've been hiding for so long. You must be hungry. How about we go out for seafood tonight? All right. The twilight enveloped the landscape like thick ink, casting spiderweb-like shadows on the ground. The reformed sanctuary, with its babbling brooks and tranquil environment, was an ideal place for recuperation and restoration of vitality. After ensuring that Yuan was well-fed and tucked in, Qin Nong stepped outside alone. The crescent moon hung in the sky like a hook, stirring an endless pain within her heart. Pull yourself together, Qin Nong. You must remain strong, even for Yuan's sake. Wiping away her tears, she adorned her wrist with Li Yi's bracelet and vowed, I shall not remove this bracelet until every member of the Crimson Alliance has been vanquished. Now, let me see what resources I have at my disposal. Inventory: 1 advanced dimensional backpack, 1 universal synthesizer, 1 mental meditation, 1 silver fishing rod, 2 ordinary wooden fishing rods, 1 bone viewing mirror, 1 moonlight pearl, 2 snake whistles, 1 vehicle repair card, 1 Northland survival instance key, 1 citizen attribute card, 2 thunder skill enhancement books, 22 units of gasoline, 1 magical vine, 1 colorful sunflower, 1 thunder thorn seed. Available food: 90 pounds of salt, 20 miraculous herbs. For live octopuses, 198 sea fish, 100 sea snails, 2 giant peas. Zodiac charm, rabbit charm. Upgrade resources: 597 intermediate wood, 593 intermediate stone, 559 intermediate mud, 950 intermediate bricks, 590 wood, 1470 stone, 238 pounds of black gold, 75 bags of sea sand, 1 grain of sand, 10,000 pounds of ore, 17 obsidian, 1 diamond. Neither too many nor too few. Qin Nong decided to plant the thunder thorn seed outside the manor wall. According to the information, this seed required only sunlight to flourish, and once it grew, it would become the first line of defense for the sanctuary. Chapter 89, Giant Pea. After planting the lightning thorn seed, Qin Nong proceeded to sow 2 pea shooters, 2 corn launchers, 2 cabbage launchers, 2 magic mushrooms, 2 exploding popcorns, and 2 cattail flowers in the front yard, intending to use them as a secondary line of defense. Subsequently, she planted 2 giant peas in the backyard. Finally, Qin Nong placed 2 living octopuses, 200 sea fish, and 100 sea snails into the pond. Qin Nong had a clear vision. The estate consisted of a front yard, a backyard, and a large pond in between. In the future, the front yard would serve as a battlefield, fortified with armed forces. The backyard would function as a granary, cultivating crops and vegetables. And the central pond would house aquatic life, providing occasional feasts. Quite satisfactory. Qin Nong nodded in approval, surveying the distinctly divided areas and stretching her limbs. After such exhaustive labor, a good night's sleep was in order to rejuvenate her spirit. The nightingale's song pierced through the misty night, rousing the crows perched atop the tower, while the distant sound of iron gates closing echoed heavily, as if the night was sealing the estate with its final lock. The night was growing quite deep. Qin Nong, come quickly. The peas are enormous. Yuan exclaimed with surprise, shattering Qin Nong's beautiful dream with her joyous voice as the first rays of sunlight streamed across the windowsill. Awakened from slumber, Qin Nong yawned and made her way to the backyard, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before her. The once barren backyard had transformed overnight into a verdant sea. The peas had morphed into towering vines, each leaf as large as a fan, intricately woven together to create an impenetrable green curtain, exuding the refreshing fragrance of vegetation. The hanging pea pods resembled suspended emerald fortresses, heavy and lush, evoking awe and admiration. Goodness, this is astonishing. Qin Nong couldn't help but exclaim, her astonishment palpable. She began to comprehend the meaning behind the claim that these plants could feed 10,000 people when fully grown, a notion she had initially dismissed as hyperbole, now revealed to be quite literal. Such colossal vegetation, how long would it take to consume? Yuan gingerly plucked the pea pod, asking, Qin Nong, can we eat peas in the morning from now on? At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the implications of his question, gazing at the towering pea vines. Qin Nong sighed, rest assured, not only can we enjoy peas in the morning, but we shall also savor them at noon, in the evening, and even as a midnight snack. Yuan, elated, hugged the pea pod and jumped 3 feet high. Hooray, hooray! Qin Nong pressed her temples, feeling a slight headache. Ding dong. Good morning, dear survivors. Today marks the 11th day since the onset of the plague, with 20 days remaining until this crisis concludes. In light of the grave nature of this plague, and to prevent further deterioration of the situation, the system has decided that from today onward, all bodies of survivors who succumb to the plague shall be concealed. Survivors, in the quest for your existence, exert every ounce of strength to procure medicine and steer clear of the plague. Is it possible that 007 possesses such benevolence? To prevent the spread of the plague, does he actively assist us in disposing of the bodies? It seems dubious, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Might there be a chance that 007 harbors ill intentions, plotting something sinister? Great minds think alike. From this day forth, the sole hero of District 27 shall be your new master, the Blood Alliance. Who dares to spout such nonsense? Away with you. Indeed. District 27 is under the governance of our district head, Qin Nong. What do you amount to? The 200 citizens under Qin Nong's command have all fallen to my blade, and even the shelter was set ablaze by the Blood Alliance. Impossible. Qin Nong's shelter has reached level 7. How could it be destroyed so easily? Then behold this image. Impossible. Qin Nong has survived countless crises. How could the Blood Alliance defeat her? Qin Nong, do speak up. Enough of your shouting. If she dared to come out, she would have done so by now. I suspect she is cowering in fear, too terrified to show her face. A bunch of cowards, not a single fighter in District 27. After the plague, District 27 will fall under the dominion of the Blood Alliance. What worthless district head, what pathetic Qin Nong, will all be my defeated foes. Ha ha ha. Qin Nong gazed coldly at the chat hall, her expression unchanging. Yuan, however, was quite agitated. Sister Qin Nong, why do you not refute them? Qin Nong inquired. Refute what? Yuan replied eagerly. Of course, we have not been defeated. We still reside in this splendid shelter. Qin Nong responded calmly. And then what? Shall we invite the Blood Alliance to come again and eradicate us completely? Yuan, understand that true strength lies not in words, but in actions. Disputes of rhetoric are meaningless. Yuan seemed to grasp this, but remained perplexed. Qin Nong gently patted her head. Fear not, the Blood Alliance owes us. I shall reclaim every bit in due time. The immediate course of action is to upgrade the shelter. Only through our own strength can we seek vengeance. Qin Nong assessed her resources. The gap to elevate the shelter to level 8 was considerable, especially regarding intermediate wood, intermediate stone, and intermediate mud. These are essential. Yet, the new home is surrounded by isolated caverns. Where shall she gather resources? An idea struck her as she recalled the any door she acquired in the temple survival instance. Any door. This portal leads to all corners of the world, facing diverse opportunities and challenges with each opening. In this apocalyptic stage, dare to die if you wish. This is it. However, preparations must be made prior to opening the door. Qin Nong took a deep breath, drew her dragon-slaying blade, and cautiously approached the pea vine, seeking a less dense part of the vine to sever. With a soft snip, the journey commenced. Fresh juice splattered instantaneously, and Qin Nong, disregarding the need to wipe it away, dragged the freshly harvested pods and pea vines to a nearby clearing. With a swift motion, she wielded her knife once more, segmenting the pea vines for easier transport. Before long, the ground was strewn with robust sections of the vines. Satisfied with her labor, Qin Nong nodded in approval as she collected them one by one, neatly arranging them into her advanced dimension backpack. Subsequently, she approached the water pool, retrieving 198 sea fish. And with a dagger, she skillfully slit open their bellies. After extracting some salt, she filled the fish with the grains, knowing that within a few days, these once vibrant sea creatures would succumb to the salt, transforming into provisions for her forthcoming journey. Chapter 90. Acquiring intermediate wood with the dry rations and meat prepared. It was time to embark on her expedition. Qin Nong spent 140 black gold coins in the online mall to purchase several iron pickaxes and axes, leaving her treasury completely depleted. Yuan, sensing Qin Nong's impending departure, clung to her sister's leg with reluctance. Sister Qin Nong, if you leave, I will be all alone here. Crouching down, Qin Nong gently patted Yuan's head. Do not fear, the shelter is quite secure now, and the enemies are unaware of our presence. I shall not be gone long, just a day or two at most, and I will return. With a look of innocence, Yuan extended her hand. Then, can we make a pinky promise? Qin Nong linked her pinky with Yuan's. Be good and wait for me at home. If you feel bored, go play with the plants in the front yard. Yuan's tears transformed into a smile as she waved goodbye to Qin Nong's departing figure. The temple survival instance had consumed approximately 9 days of her time. Upon exiting the instance, she encountered an unexpected change at the shelter, which delayed her for another day. Today marked the 11th day. There was no time to linger any longer. Qin Nong found a secluded spot and retrieved the any door. Intricate patterns spread from the door's hinges, and the any door shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Gripping the doorknob tightly, she gently pushed it open. Whoosh! The entire door resembled a vortex sucking in seawater, drawing the surrounding air into a howling column of wind. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nong stepped into the first otherworldly realm. Splash! The moment she entered this new world, she was tripped by a hefty tree root. As she pondered what sort of root could trip someone with a strength level of 21, she looked up to find herself surrounded by towering trees that reached the clouds. Their stout trunks stood like colossal pillars, their rough bark reminiscent of crocodile scales, marked with the wrinkles of time. Majestic, ancient, and grand. How could the trees in this primeval forest possess such extensive lifespans? Qin Nong noticed a red exclamation mark at the upper right corner of each tree. Centennial giant tree. When felled, it can be decomposed into 10 pieces of intermediate wood. Do you know how I have spent these 100 years? Joyfully, blissfully, and without restraint. Yet you arrive and wish to fell me? What a fortunate turn of events. Just as she was lamenting her insufficient supply of intermediate wood, it had presented itself so readily. With newfound determination, Qin Nong drew a stone axe and confidently swung it at the thick trunk of the centennial giant tree. Thud! The trees stood motionless, and with a resounding crack, the stone axe splintered. Qin Nong was utterly bewildered. Could it be that such a feeble strike could yield such a result? How pitiful! He circled the great tree, realizing that an ordinary axe would likely prove inadequate. He needed to employ some ingenuity. The universal synthesizer. According to its rules, aside from resources for upgrading shelters, 2 identical non-living items could be combined to produce a superior item. In some respects, the universal synthesizer could be deemed a marvel of advanced technology. Qin Nong retrieved a plethora of stone axes purchased from the online shop and doubled their quantity, resulting in 40 stone axes. Synthesis. In an instant, the 40 rusty stone axes transformed into 20 gleaming iron axes. Spitting into his palm, Qin Nong seized an iron axe and struck forcefully at the tree. The tremendous impact of the iron axe left merely a shallow white mark on the bark, and a few leaves fluttered down to his feet. As if mocking him, "What more could you possibly do besides drenching me in saliva?" Qin Nong retorted, "I refuse to believe that my strength of 21 cannot conquer you." Whack, whack, whack. He struck the tree 20 times, yet the tree remained unscathed, while the iron axe began to show signs of minuscule cracks, threatening to falter. It seemed the iron axe posed no threat to the ancient giant. An upgrade was imperative. Once again, Qin Nong turned to the universal synthesizer. In a blink, the 20 iron axes vanished, replaced by 10 exceedingly sharp adamantine axes, the very tools he had previously employed for severing heads. Adamantine axe, indestructible by blades, impervious to fire. Wondering why? It's infused with the essence of souls. With a grin, Qin Nong remarked, "This description sounds remarkably impressive. Let us put it to the test." He swung the adamantine axe with fervor, striking out. Crack! The collision of metal against the tree produced a resonating thud that startled the creatures of the forest. And this time, the axe blade embedded itself firmly into the bark. He had struck true. Ha ha! Qin Nong danced with excitement. But as he attempted to extract the adamantine axe, he found it lodged too deeply to remove. After exerting every ounce of strength, he finally freed the axe. With a thud, as the adamantine axe came loose, Qin Nong stumbled backward, landing squarely on his rear. Rising swiftly, he straightened up to find the great tree still standing tall, though the injured area oozed resin, indicating that this minor wound would soon heal. Quite frustrating indeed. It appeared that without a decisive move, he would achieve nothing. Summoning his resolve, Qin Nong tossed all 10 adamantine axes into the universal synthesizer, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Moments later, 5 formidable mountain-cleaving axes emerged. Qin Nong grasped one of the heavy axes, feeling its exceptional weight. The blade was adorned with icy fissures, as if it had encapsulated the frost and snow of winter. When it clashed in the wind, it produced a resonant sound akin to striking metal. Sharp and formidable, Qin Nong swung the axe and shouted into the air. The gust of the axe swept forth, effortlessly severing several branches from the mighty tree nearby. Indeed, a remarkable tool. Aiming at the tree's crack, Qin Nong struck down, prompting a rapid buzzing sound from the tree, igniting a spark of excitement within her. There was promise. With swift, thunderous movements, Qin Nong raised and lowered the axe, her actions quick and decisive. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a deafening grinding noise, the towering tree, which had stood for centuries, met its demise. In the instant the tree fell, it spontaneously decomposed into 10 pieces of intermediate wood. After duplicating them, Qin Nong stowed them in her backpack and proceeded toward the next towering tree. By midday, she had amassed a total of 200 pieces of intermediate wood with the duplication. That amounted to 400 pieces. Although this was still a far cry from the 5,000 pieces required to upgrade her shelter, it marked a promising start. The timber resources of this primeval forest were inexhaustible, and Qin Nong intended to remain for several more days. As she immersed herself in her logging endeavors, certain entities deep within the forest began to stir uneasily. A low hum echoed. The tranquil woods rippled with a green shimmer as the ancient progenitor of all trees, having slept for millennia, shook off the dust of ages and slowly unfurled its gnarled branches. In that moment of awakening, the entire forest trembled. Who dares to harm my kin? An ancient and formidable pressure surged forth, causing the flora of the forest to grow wildly, glowing with ethereal light. Chapter 91. The progenitor of trees. The spirits of the flora scattered like stars, eagerly announcing the wrath of the progenitor of trees. Qin Nong, engaged in her task, keenly sensed something amiss. With her spirit, at 17, she could detect danger within a radius of 100 meters. Cautiously, she scanned her surroundings, seeking the source of the threat. At that moment, the tree she had been chopping, noticing her distraction, began to tiptoe away in an attempt to escape. Suddenly, Qin Nong turned her head, locking eyes with the sneaking tree. A palpable tension filled the air. Tree. Qin Nong. What in the world? Was this tree truly attempting to slink away? Qin Nong's expression of shock had not lingered long before an unparalleled aura of terror surged from behind her. Instinctively, she dodged. Yet the surrounding area had already been ensnared with traps. She found herself ensnared in a vast network of green vines, unable to break free. Whoever is sneaking about, show yourself. Qin Nong, unable to escape, resorted to shouting angrily. At that moment, Countless trees parted, creating a wide avenue in the center. Before Qin Nong stood an ancient tree, its vast canopy casting a shadow and exuding a robust vitality. The once boisterous Qin Nong fell silent in an instant. Any further outbursts would be discourteous. She noticed a description in the upper right corner. Ancestral tree, king of the forest, guardian of the earth. Its formidable power compels all living beings to bow before it. You thought you could fell trees without invoking the wrath of the mighty, and now you face retribution, don't you? The ancestral tree opened its cavernous eyes and regarded Qin Nong with a penetrating gaze. Are you the one who has harmed my kin? Qin Nong stammered. How should I respond? If I admit it, won't you dispose of me on the spot? If I deny it, wouldn't that be a blatant falsehood? After a moment of contemplation, she declared with candor, it was I. The ancestral tree nodded approvingly. Your honesty is commendable. Qin Nong sighed in relief, feeling her gamble had paid off. The ancestral tree then commanded, kill her. Qin Nong exclaimed, wait, is this right? I have spoken the truth. Why must I be slain? Did you not praise my honesty? Her rapid-fire inquiries caused the ancestral tree to furrow its brow. I appreciate honest individuals. Yet you have harmed my kin and must face consequences. However, if you divulge how you arrived in this secret realm, I shall spare you. Secret realm? Qin Nong was taken aback. She had assumed the world beyond the door was merely a fragment of a post-apocalyptic map, not an interdimensional space. It seems this, any door, is indeed quite arbitrary. Clearing her throat, Qin Nong proposed, release me first, and I shall reveal the truth. The ancestral tree raised a branch, issuing a command. The very tree Qin Nong had hacked at moments ago emerged. With a grin, she said, I find you quite agreeable, follow me, and I shall spare you from further harm. The tree trembled, casting a fearful glance at Qin Nong before swiftly retreating after freeing her from the vines. The ancestral tree urged, you may now speak. Qin Nong rubbed her sore wrists and confessed, the truth is, my arrival here was quite simple, via a flying saucer. She pointed excitedly behind the ancestral tree, exclaiming. All the trees turned their gaze skyward, and when they looked back, Qin Nong had already fled into the distance. Enraged, the ancestral tree unleashed a deafening roar, and countless vines surged forth like awakened serpents, wildly pursuing Qin Nong. She darted through the woods. Yet the distance between them remained perilously close. This cannot continue. I must devise a plan. When I exited the Temple of Survival instance, I had 10 unallocated freedom attribute points. System, allocate all to agility. With an agility score of 33, Qin Nong felt the wind rush beneath her ribs. Her speed more than doubling. Closer, closer. She was nearing the exit. Qin Nong gazed at the arbitrary door, 1,000 meters away. Steeling herself with determination as she lunged forward, her hand nearly grasping the doorknob, poised to escape. However, at that moment, a vine, swift as lightning, ensnared her calf, hoisting her upside down into the air. The ancestor of the 10,000 trees slowly emerged, observing Qin Nong suspended above with a shake of his head. Though you are fast, young one, your impatience betrays you. Since you refuse to reveal the pathway to the secret realm, I shall send you on your way. With that, a thunderous roar erupted. The ancestor's benevolent visage suddenly twisted into a menacing grimace, his gaping crimson maw intent on devouring Qin Nong. In her struggles, the rabbit talisman slipped from her pocket. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled that peculiar dream. A monkey retrieving the rabbit talisman unleashed its power. Whoosh! The talisman's extraordinary speed enabled Qin Nong to narrowly escape the jaws of peril. Upon noticing the rabbit talisman in her hand, the ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment. The rabbit talisman? Qin Nong exclaimed, you are aware of talismans? The ancestor lamented. It is said that those who wield talismans shall lead humanity into the light. Thus, I have kept this snake talisman close to my heart. Qin Nong's heart soared. The tone of his words clearly suggested he intended to bestow the talisman upon her. O great tree, if I achieve greatness, I shall not forget your kindness. Come now, I am ready to accept the snake talisman. The ancestor continued, my purpose in safeguarding the talismans is to annihilate all of humanity, ensuring they can never harm my kin. Qin Nong, the ancestor brandished the vines, aiming to eliminate Qin Nong. In response, she unleashed the power of the rabbit talisman, evading the onslaught while swiftly seizing the snake talisman. Old fool, dreaming of my demise? Not in your wildest dreams. With the enhanced speed of the rabbit talisman and the ability to become invisible with the snake talisman. Qin Nong felt invincible as she darted back to the arbitrary door, nonchalantly patting her behind as she departed. The ancestor of the 10,000 trees, furious, bellowed, causing the entire forest to tremble in anguish beneath his wrath. As she exited the secret realm, dusk had fallen. Weary from her day's ordeal, Qin Nong returned to the sanctuary, greeted by the eagerly awaiting Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan joyfully embraced Qin Nong, her laughter ringing out. Sister Qin Nong, you truly did not deceive me. You returned so swiftly. Qin Nong affectionately ruffled Yuan Yuan's hair. Indeed, I have returned. Shall we go dine? Yuan Yuan confidently patted her chest, exclaiming, do not worry. I have already prepared the meal. Qin Nong replied with surprise, really? After subsisting solely on peas in the secret realm, her palate had longed for something different, and the prospect of another meal filled her with joy. Yuan Yuan took Qin Nong's hand, beaming as they made their way to the kitchen. However, upon seeing the neatly arranged pea pods on the table, Qin Nong's smile abruptly faltered. Chapter 92. Encountering the fortunate star Yang Tao again. Yuan Yuan, grinning from ear to ear, asked, so, Sister Qin Nong, how do you feel about our dinner of peas tonight? Are you happy? Qin Nong's smile appeared somewhat forced. Let's enjoy ourselves, she said. Yuan Yuan picked up her bowl and exclaimed, then I shall begin, gazing at the vibrant green peas strewn across the table. Qin Nong felt overwhelmed. Ultimately, under Yuan Yuan's eager gaze, she relented and began to eat. Attention, I am about to embark on a long journey and am now gathering provisions. Handsome fellows with surplus food may contact me for a resource exchange. For those without food, please lend your support by following me. I would be eternally grateful. Read the 3 pinned messages in the chat room. Causing Qin Nong to furrow her brows as she continued her breakfast. Again with Yang Tao, this lucky girl seems to have an absurdly fortunate streak. While Qin Nong had worked tirelessly to level up through battling monsters, Yang Tao appeared to have progressed with remarkable ease, reaching a similar standing as her. It was quite absurd. However, Qin Nong indeed wished to engage in a trade with her. Clicking on Yang Tao's profile, she sent a private message. Qin Nong, I have food. Are you interested? Yang Tao, how much do you have? I want it all. Qin Nong, are you certain? Image Yang Tao, wow. Such large peas. Are you giving them all to me? Qin Nong, 1 pound of pea vines or pea pods in exchange for 10 pieces of intermediate wood. Yang Tao, that's a tough deal for me. Qin Nong, why is that? Yang Tao, intermediate wood is quite precious. Few would trade it readily. After all, finding a centennial giant tree is already rare, not to mention the effort required to fell one. Even if one manages to cut it down, it can only be decomposed into 10 pieces of wood, so survivors tend to keep their intermediate wood. To verify Yang Tao's claim, Qin Nong ventured into the online store and discovered that indeed, the only survivor seeking to exchange intermediate wood desired diamonds, a ludicrous trade she did not dwell upon further. Yang Tao, unless one possesses a universal synthesizer, but that item is exceedingly rare. Weren't you searching for its fragments previously? Any progress? Qin Nong had no intention of disclosing her possession of a universal synthesizer, so she deftly shifted the topic. Qin Nong, then let us exchange something else. Do you have any magical seeds? Yang Tao, no, I do not. Magical products are somewhat lackluster, and I generally do not collect them. However, I do have quite a few poultry. Can we trade? Qin Nong, how many do you wish to exchange? Yang Tao, I can offer you 10 hens, 5 lambs, and 10 ducks. Qin Nong, I will give you 50 pounds of pea vines. Yang Tao, oh, can we make it a bit more? Qin Nong, 40 pounds. Yang Tao, no, let us stop here. 50 pounds is fine. You're repeating the same tactics again. Don't you tire of it? Qin Nong, if it works. It's not about being novel. In a short while, both parties successfully finalized their transaction. Yang Tao, my friend, previously the Blood Alliance claimed that your sanctuary had been burned down, yet I see it remains intact. What is the truth? Are they spreading rumors? Qin Nong, it is no rumor. My sanctuary was indeed set ablaze. Yang Tao, then you, Qin Nong, I possess 2 level 7 sanctuaries. Yang Tao, I beg of you, dear friend, please take me along. My dream is to be a diligent steward. I have no desire to be a lord or district chief. I wish to tend to my modest plot of land. Qin Nong, your aspiration is easily attainable. Await my message. Yang Tao, thank you so much. After their conversation, Qin Nong noticed Yang Tao once more in the chat hall, seeking to procure food. Clearly, the 50 pounds of pea vines were insufficient, prompting her to send another 100 pounds. Enhancing the situation is trivial. It is the gesture of aid in times of need that is truly cherished. After all, she had an abundance of pea vines. As expected, Yang Tao was moved to tears, sending numerous heart emojis and retracting her advertisement. It seemed she had enough food now. Qin Nong placed the 10 hens, 5 lambs, and 10 ducks acquired from the trade in her backyard, allowing them to thrive freely, as there were endless pea vines to nourish them, sparing her the task of feeding them meal by meal. At that moment, Yuan dashed out, her excitement soaring upon seeing the numerous small animals in the backyard. Wow! Sister Qin Nong, are these little companions specially gifted to me? Qin Nong, well, it's not exactly that, but gazing into Yuan's innocent eyes, Qin Nong could not bring herself to mention their fate, so she instead reassured her. These little companions are very helpful. Look at those hens, laying eggs daily just for us to be well fed. And the sheep, their long wool is meant for us to shear and make clothes. The ducks, well, they can hatch many ducklings to ensure our nutritional balance. Yuan believed her words, affectionately hugging a lamb. They are such wonderful companions. Qin Nong wiped her brow. Caring for a child is no easy task. Even a casual remark requires extensive explanation. This thought made her sympathize with Li Yi, who had managed many children in her sanctuary. She wondered how she had endured. Reflecting on Li Yi brought a wave of melancholy to Qin Nong. Above the grand and magnificent castle, a crystal chandelier hung silently. The chandelier cast a myriad of glittering reflections on the marble table, where a man, with slender fingers, held a goblet and savored a sip of red wine. It is truly pleasurable to conquer so many sanctuaries and ascend to a castle. Number 2 leisurely picked up a knife, spreading foie gras on a baguette, preparing to dine. A sudden, untimely knock echoed against the ornate wooden door. Enter. Number 2 replied coldly, his tone as sharp as crushed ice, causing the red wine to ripple sharply in the glass. One of his subordinates respectfully reported, Chief, we have procured the items required by the Phantom Queen. Who would you like to send for delivery? The dining knife pierced through the foie gras, emitting a soft, squelching sound. The noise of my subordinate swallowing hard resonated oddly in the spacious restaurant. Number 2 calmly stated, send number 10. The top 10 assassins of the Blood Alliance are all level 8 survivors. Delivering a package should pose no issue. Understood. Just as the subordinate prepared to leave, he was called back by number 2. Upon turning, a thrown dagger pierced his throat, pinning him firmly against the wall. Number 2 nonchalantly dabbed his lips with a handkerchief, declaring, I abhor when others covet my dinner. His sanctuary had ascended from a manor to a castle, and the Alliance had reached level 8, granting him an air of invincibility. A mere hapless subordinate was easily disposed of at his whim. Clean this up and bring another plate of foie gras, he commanded. Yes. The others swiftly went to work, and tranquility returned to the castle. Chapter 93. Encountering the assassins of the Blood Alliance once more. Today marked the 12th day since the onset of the plague. Yesterday, Qin Nong ventured into the secret realm. The initial stretch was smooth sailing, while the latter half was fraught with peril. Yet this did not dampen her enthusiasm. After gathering her belongings, Qin Nong opened the portal once again, uncertain of what lay beyond. She whispered a phrase and stepped into the new world beyond the door. A gust of wind swept through, flurries of snow swirling around her. The towering snow-capped mountains resembled a silver dragon sprawled across the horizon, shimmering with a cold radiance under the gentle caress of sunlight. At the foot of the mountains, a clear stream flowed, its crystalline waters composing a unique symphony of nature. Qin Nong stepped onto the snow-covered terrain, the soles of her shoes crunching softly against the snow. The frigid air compelled her to pull her jacket tighter around herself. How did I end up in this desolate place? She pondered. The snow-capped mountains were bone-chillingly cold and devoid of life. Finding a tree to fell here would be quite the challenge. Just as she contemplated retreating, the gentle sound of flowing water from the mountain below caught her attention. The primary mud was a mix of water and soil, indifferent to its source, yet the intermediate mud had specific water quality requirements. The pure, clear snowmelt evidently met those standards. Rubbing her frostbitten hands together, she promptly set to work. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated from the opposite side of the mountain. Number 10, armed with a crossbow, loosed 3 arrows, striking Alfei in the calf. Blood gushed forth. Sensing the metallic scent of blood, Qin Nong tilted her head slightly. observing a man and a woman grappling in the snow. With a raised brow, she returned to her task of crafting intermediate mud. The scenes within the portal were unique and fleeting, and she would not squander her time on inconsequential matters. Seeing Qin Nong remain unfazed in the face of danger, Alfei surmised she must be an extraordinary expert and cried out, "Miss, please, I beg you to save me. He intends to kill me." Qin Nong maintained a composed demeanor as he placed the 150 meticulously crafted intermediate mud slurries, now duplicated, into his backpack. The 10th, observing Qin Nong's timely awareness, let out a hearty laugh. "Ah, I truly admire your sense of timing. After all, our blood alliance is not to be trifled with." Qin Nong narrowed his eyes. The blood alliance, was it? An invisible aura of menace began to ripple outward. The 10th raised an eyebrow, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Who is meddling? Qin Nong washed his hands in the brook and approached the 10th with a deliberate stride. "No wonder I felt an urge to crush your skull upon seeing you. It turns out you and the second are birds of a feather." The 10th's eyes widened in shock. "You know the second? You are our enemy in the blood alliance?" With a graceful leap, Qin Nong landed nimbly before the 10th. "Incorrect. Not merely an enemy, but a mortal foe." A fierce wind swept through, carrying the biting snow, as if seeking to consume all existence. The blade of the dragon's slaying knife glimmered with a chilling radiance beneath the pallid light of the snow, blending seamlessly with the grim atmosphere of the snow-capped mountains. The technique of drawing the sword unleashed a wave of blade energy, yet the opponent remained unscathed. Truly, as one of the top 10 assassins, Qin Nong's formidable strike had failed to land. The dragon-slaying knife? The 10th's silhouette flickered in the snowstorm. "So it is you, the Qin Nong that the leader has longed to eliminate." Qin Nong replied coldly, "Indeed." The 10th sneered, "Your sanctuary has been reduced to ashes, and 200 of your people have been slaughtered. Qin Nong, what face do you have left to exist in this world?" Qin Nong responded calmly, "My life is determined by fate, and it is not for you to dictate." The 10th scoffed dismissively, "Do you think I am like those drunken fools? Let me tell you, as an 8th-level survivor, I have already grasped the essence of vocational skills and can manipulate my enemies at will. My vocational skill is puppet master, and you shall inevitably become my puppet." Binding all things, the 10th bellowed, and several silver threads pierced through the blizzard, ensnaring Qin Nong's wrists like venomous serpents, lifting her into the air. The puppet threads glowed eerily amidst the snowfall, trembling violently with the 10th's hand gestures. Crack! In an instant, Qin Nong's joints were forced into unnatural angles, and the dragon's slaying knife clattered to the ground. Pain! It truly hurt. The burning sensation of the threads digging into her flesh rendered Qin Nong nearly incapacitated, and the sweet, metallic taste of blood erupted from her mouth, staining the snow with crimson blossoms. Seeing Qin Nong falter, Fei could no longer restrain himself. Charging forth to sever the threads with his dagger, Qin Nong fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The 10th glared furiously, "You filthy wretch! Daring to thwart my plans, I shall kill you first." The 10th prepared to strike Fei once more. Qin Nong quickly wiped the blood from her lips, seizing the opportunity while the 10th was distracted with the puppet threads. Grabbing a shard of ice, she launched herself with unimaginable speed, driving the ice through her enemy's chest. On the 10th, the expression of the individual known as Number 10 was one of disbelief, as they stammered, "Why is your speed so astonishing?" Qin Nong, exhausted yet unwilling to succumb, kicked Number 10 into a snowdrift and retorted, "Contemplate that question in hell." Though the enemy had been vanquished, others remained. Qin Nong calmly inquired, "What is your name?" Fei, seemingly stunned into silence, eventually responded, "I am Fei, the chef of District Chief Yang Tao from Area 2. Qin Nong remarked, "This is quite peculiar. How is it that she seems to be everywhere?" Noticing the unusual expression on Qin Nong's face, Fei curiously asked, "Do you know our district chief?" To which Qin Nong replied nonchalantly, "Not well." Fei, now animated, exclaimed, "So you do know her? Our shelter is nearby. Allow me to show you around." Qin Nong promptly declined, but Fei was insistent, pulling Qin Nong toward the shelter. "Let me tell you, our district chief recently acquired a plethora of pea vines and prepared a lavish pea feast. You have never tasted peas. You will surely be astonished." Qin Nong responded, "Actually, I want TB." As Qin Nong remained silent, Fei continued to chatter, "Hey, why did you choose to attack with ice shards instead of your knife?" Qin Nong explained, "The ice shards lack significant offensive power, he wouldn't be on guard. A Fei remarked, I see you are a level 7 survivor, capable of fighting above your rank and holding your own against an 8-level survivor. That's impressive. This made Qin Nong reflect, as she had once impulsively considered charging into the Blood Alliance to avenge Li, but now realized how far she had to go. A Fei then asked, what is your name? Qin Nong replied, I am Qin Nong. A Fei suggested, why not stay at our shelter tonight? Our district chief would be delighted to see you. As they walked further, their voices gradually faded into the wind. Chapter 94. The shelter of Yang Tao was obliterated. Qin Nong had not anticipated that her simple excursion to gather intermediate mud would lead her to inadvertently intrude upon someone else's home for a meal. Even more absurdly, the host was absent. Feeling uneasy about taking advantage without the host present, Qin Nong contemplated her departure, only to be pushed back into a seat by a Fei. Don't rush off. The pea feast will be ready shortly. Don't you want to eat? Having consumed numerous meals of peas, Qin Nong's expression remained stoic. I'm not particularly interested, she stated flatly. A Fei insisted, you're being stubborn. Qin Nong remained silent. A Fei reassured her, rest assured, our district chief will be returning soon. As Qin Nong surveyed the level 7 manor, she noted its location near a hot spring. It resembled a cozy residence, warm and inviting, in stark contrast to her own desolate manor. What was even more striking was that this shelter housed only 20 inhabitants, of whom 18 were chefs, with the remaining 2 serving as vegetable cutters. Just how much did Yang Tao love food to employ so many cooks? Previously, Qin Nong's subjects had reached a remarkable count of 200, yet the kitchen staff for the communal dining hall comprised merely 15 chefs. Suddenly, in the serene valley, where the snow had just begun to thaw, a melodious chime resonated through the air. A young maiden, adorned in a red fox cloak and riding a moose, arrived with supplies procured from the market, albeit fashionably late. This was the fortunate one, Yang Tao. As Qin Nong prepared to extend a handshake to Yang Tao, to her surprise, the latter leapt into Qin Nong's embrace. Such exuberance left Qin Nong momentarily speechless. Yang Tao exclaimed, Yea, at last, I have met you, esteemed one. Qin Nong awkwardly patted Yang Tao's back, managing a simple greeting, hello. Yang Tao's cheeks flushed with delight as she shared, I should have returned much earlier. But on my way home, I stumbled upon a bag of diamonds, approximately 50, I believe, which delayed me somewhat. The sheer weight of her revelation regarding the diamonds left Qin Nong momentarily bewildered. Externally calm, her heart raced with excitement, akin to a groundhog's frantic call. Diamonds. A whole bag. She had endured countless hardships to acquire a single diamond. What did that amount to? Was she truly unfortunate? Yang Tao casually tossed the bag to a Fei and led Qin Nong to the bamboo basket on the moose's back. Look, this is a Bernese mountain dog. This one is a Dalmatian, and this is a Labrador. My sanctuary is near the snowy mountains, so I thought of getting a larger dog to help pull my sled, making travel more convenient. Since you've graced us with your presence, I shall gift you one. Qin Nong hurriedly waved her hands. No, I am quite busy. Unperturbed, Yang Tao pressed a Labrador into Qin Nong's arms, proclaiming, this one will do. Labradors are gentle and adorable, perfect for keeping in the yard. The little creature, just a month old, boasted a creamy face and plump cheeks, its fluffy coat resembling a delightful ball of fur. Nestled in Qin Nong's embrace, it nuzzled her affectionately, exuding cuteness. Reflecting on the solitary round figure who eagerly awaited her return each day, Qin Nong's resolve softened, and she nodded. All right, I shall take this one. Yang Tao beamed with delight. I knew you would like it. Receiving goat's milk from Yang Tao, Qin Nong fed the Labrador. The little one buried its snout in the bowl, devouring the milk with great enthusiasm, leaving the bowl impeccably clean and still licking its lips in satisfaction. Indeed, it was both gentle and endearing, melting Qin Nong's heart. Noticing the atmosphere was just right, Yang Tao eagerly insisted on taking Qin Nong to the hot springs. As Qin Nong contemplated a polite refusal, Yang Tao unabashedly stripped before her, leaping into the hot spring with a splash. Water cascaded everywhere, drenching Qin Nong's clothes. Well, there was no escaping a bath now. Thus, the delightful journey in the snowy mountains concluded after their indulgence in the hot springs. As Qin Nong prepared to depart, she indulged in the exhilarating experience of dog sledding, which certainly added a vibrant touch to her journey. A Fei rummaged through his pockets and presented her with 10 diamonds, saying, Miss Qin, these are from our leader. Qin Nong graciously accepted the diamonds and reciprocated with offerings of 198 sea fish, 100 sea snails, 1 giant pea, and 10 miraculous herbs. I am aware that your leader has been tirelessly gathering provisions, which must serve a significant purpose. These food items have been pre-marinated by me and can remain unspoiled for 3 years. The miraculous herbs can cure plagues, and the giant peas, once grown, will ensure your shelter's food security. I am truly delighted to have visited your refuge. Please extend my gratitude to your leader. Empecé accepted the resources, his smile broadening immensely. Absolutely. To his astonishment, this world beyond the portal had become a fragment of the second district, where he encountered Yang Tao. After a moment of reflection, Qin Nong embraced the Labrador and turned to open the portal, departing from the snowy mountains. Ding dong. Dear survivors, we meet again. The announcement chimed. Today marks the 15th day since the onset of the plague, and this crisis is now halfway through. I am here to report the affected areas. To date, 103 districts have been eliminated. District 2 has been excluded. District 15 has been excluded. District 89 has been excluded. Following the conclusion of this plague, all remaining districts will undergo an unprecedented amalgamation, with each district chief wielding absolute dominion over their territory. As I initially stated, when the competition concludes, all residents of the districts, save for the victor's district, will be eradicated. What does it mean for the district chief to possess absolute authority? If he were to command my demise, would I comply? I have discerned that 007 is devoid of emotion, merely employing calculated strategies. Speaking of the numerous districts that have been excluded, is it solely due to the plague? Not entirely. I have heard that District 2 was eliminated due to the Crimson Alliance. That notorious alliance truly deserves condemnation, having recently engaged in widespread arson and pillaging, and astonishingly, they have ascended to an 8th-level shelter. The typical narrative of capitalist rise. What is there to be surprised about? How tragic, as this will inevitably lead to an increase in the number of homeless refugees. District 2 has been excluded? Qin Nong sprang to her feet in disbelief. This cannot be. Just yesterday, she had been soaking in a hot spring with Yang Tao. How could District 2 vanish overnight? Qin Nong promptly clicked on Yang Tao's avatar to send a message, but received no reply. Damn it! As she packed her belongings, preparing to leave, a message from Yang Tao arrived just in time. Yang Tao, whoa, big shot, my shelter is gone. Can you take me in? Chapter 95, The Phantom Queen. Qin Nong. Of course, but what exactly happened? Yang Tao, just as the chat hall mentioned, my shelter was obliterated by the Crimson Alliance. Qin Nong, where are you? I am coming to pick you up. Yang Tao, no need. I have already arrived at the entrance of your sanctuary. Please open the door. Qin Nong opened the grand entrance, and Yang Tao, along with the sole survivor of the sanctuary, Empecé, rushed in, tears streaming down her face. Woe is me. I merely stumbled upon a bag of diamonds. Yet why does the Blood Alliance seek to eliminate me and my companions? She lamented. Upon noticing Qin Nong enjoying his breakfast, she unabashedly wept and recounted the events in their entirety. At last, Qin Nong grasped the truth of the matter. The bag of diamonds Yang Tao had discovered yesterday was originally an offering intended for a mysterious organization, submitted by the Blood Alliance. However, due to Qin Nong's elimination of the 10th assassin transporting the diamonds, the offering was lost. 50 diamonds is no trivial sum, after a thorough search utilizing a locator. The Blood Alliance pinpointed the diamonds' whereabouts and sought to silence all witnesses. Unfortunately, they only recovered 40 diamonds, while Yang Tao seized the opportunity to escape with Empecé, the sole survivor, and made her way to